Chapter 201. At this moment, a five-colored phoenix carrying a large black dog landed beside Lin Luo. The Black Emperor dropped his playful smile and said, "Yi Tian, let's leave quickly. Suya feels this white egg is from one of our own kind, possibly a true god of the Phoenix clan. We can't stand up to it." Yi Tian shook his head and said, "You go, I cover our retreat." "Were you so righteous then?" The Black Emperor looked at Yi Tian with a puzzled look. "You're not possessed by someone, so what you said is totally uncharacteristic of you." "Shut up," Yi Tian angrily said. "Don't judge others by your own standards." "What do you mean by uncharacteristic of me? Can't I, Emperor Yi Tian, be righteous for once?" Suya ruthlessly exposed her, saying, "You don't want to go with us because you're afraid of getting me into trouble." "Well?" Yi Tian felt embarrassed. Black Emperor said with a scowl, "I thought you were so righteous, letting us escape first while you stayed behind to cover our retreat. So it was you who cut a crack in the white egg." Yi Tian rubbed the back of his head. "I feel like I gotten into big trouble. You better run. If I go with you, I definitely get you into trouble." Black Emperor patted Yi Tian's shoulder with his paw and said rather sentimentally, "Brother, I burn paper for you next year. Suya, let's go." "Okay." Suya spread her wings again and flew away, carrying Black Emperor. Yi Tian's heart ached. "If you weren't so ruthless, I think I could have saved him." "What do you mean by saving him?" "Don't go with us when we run away." The big black dog flatly refused. Just as Suya was about to fly away, she felt a tremendous pressure. She was momentarily unable to control her body and fell to the ground. Yi Tian was quite moved and said, "Suya, you're more righteous than this idiot, trying to sell me out the moment something goes wrong." He Huang said unhappily, "What do you mean by selling you out the moment something goes wrong? We can't save you. It's better for you to die alone than for 3 people to die." Suya said, "It's not that I don't want to fly, but a no-fly zone has appeared in the sky." At some point, the drones, as numerous as mosquitoes, had disappeared. Yi Tian pointed at the white egg and said, "It must be this egg that's responsible." He Huang quickly distanced himself from Yi Tian, hastily distancing himself from him, saying, "The true god inside the white egg, I have nothing to do with Yi Tian. If you want to find him, go find him." Suya also came to He Huang's side, keeping a distance from Yi Tian. "You must be the natives of this era, right? You have no manners at all, even kneeling before this true god." The white egg began to crack, finally splitting in the middle. A colorful bird, nearly 10 meters long and weighing about a ton, emerged from the egg. After emerging from the egg, the bird grew at a visible rate. Soon, it transformed into a gigantic phoenix. It was over a kilometer long and weighed nearly 50 tons. Its multicolored wings, spread wide, could obscure the entire sky. Suya, also a multicolored phoenix, was only 1/10 the size of the behemoth before her. "How dare you mock a true god, who devoured the world?" The five-colored phoenix spoke sternly. The Black Emperor said shamelessly, "This is all Yi Tian's fault. I have nothing to do with it." Yi Tian hurriedly said, "I didn't know you were a true god, so I offended you. I apologize." The man and the dog have always been free from moral constraints, focusing on flexibility. The true god descending before them, devouring the world, is not something they, a man and a dog, can defeat together. If they can't defeat them, they can join them. The five-colored phoenix glared at Yi Tian with icy eyes. "It was you who just slashed my balls with your sword, creating a crack." She then looked at Big Black Dog and Suya. "I kill this man first, then eat his meat, and finally you. A weak human, what right do you have to possess the noble bloodline of our Phoenix clan?" The Black Emperor was unconvinced. "You're so unreasonable. We didn't offend you. You're going after Yi Tian, but why are you dragging me into this?" Suya said angrily, "I obtained this five-colored phoenix bloodline myself. What does it have to do with you? What right do you have to judge me?" Okay. The five-colored phoenix said grimly, "You're all so sharp-tongued. I make a move later, and see if you still say no." He extended his sharp claws, and grabbed Yi Tian with all his might. There's a huge gap between a true god and a god. The five-colored phoenix was confident that a single strike could easily kill Yi Tian. A massive golden figure quietly appeared, its golden dragon claws striking at the multicolored phoenix's claws. With a thud, the phoenix's claws were knocked back, and the massive golden figure successfully protected Yi Tian. Dragon God. The 2 men and the dog were delighted. "Leave this place. A battle between true gods is not for you to interfere in," Lin Luo said. "Okay." The 2 men and the dog felt relieved and thought about escaping. "Did I allow you to leave?" The five-colored phoenix said coldly. Yi Tian was filled with rage. You bald-haired bird, what a nobody. I'm leaving. Come and get me if you dare. Puff. Suya almost burst out laughing. The Black Emperor said, Bald-haired bird, are you male or female? Sorry, you're a bird. To be more precise, are you male or female? You're courting death. Every god who descends to Earth understands the upcoming era. The five-colored phoenix also made thorough inquiries beforehand. The Black Emperor deliberately mentioned male and female first, then male and female, to humiliate him and call him less than a human being. You don't even know whether you're male or female. How pitiful. No wonder you're so resentful. I understand. Black Emperor sighed. Ha ha ha. Suya laughed her head off. Damn it. I'm going to kill you. The five-colored phoenix attempted to kill Black Emperor, but was stopped by Lin Luo. Dragon God, I'm leaving now. I must kill this five-colored phoenix, and show him there's no going back. The two men and the dog, feeling the mockery was enough, hurried away. The battle between two powerful true gods was not something they could interfere with. Damn it! The five-colored phoenix was about to explode with rage. With Lin Luo standing in its way, there was nothing she could do. Do you think it's worth going against me for 3 ants? The five-colored phoenix threatened. I never consider whether something is worth it. I primarily consider whether I want to do it. Lin Luo gave the five-colored phoenix the slightest bit of face. Okay. The five-colored phoenix was furious. I came to Earth hoping to cooperate with you, but I didn't expect you to have this attitude. You're serious about cooperating with me? Lin Luo asked with a smile. Chapter 202. Lin Luo obtained the five-colored stone and the supreme bone, believing the devouring world gods would target him. He had never considered that there were still those who wanted to cooperate with him. Guanin's visit to Lin Luo wasn't really a collaboration. Her main purpose was to see how far Lin Luo could go. Guanin could only provide Lin Luo with informational support. She wouldn't offer any other assistance. The five-colored phoenix said, Our phoenix clan is a vast tribe, and our strongest ancestor is a god king. We possess such a powerful foundation that we fear no world-devouring deity. Lin Luo nodded. Tell me what benefits I can gain from cooperating with you. The five-colored phoenix's face darkened. I made it very clear just now. Our phoenix clan is powerful and can protect you. Lin Luo sneered. What's wrong? You phoenix clan are so fond of making empty promises. You only talk about how powerful your clan is and how profound your heritage is, but you haven't offered me any benefits. The five-colored phoenix said, Of course there are benefits. First, you must hand over the five-colored stone and the supreme bone to me, and then you can get the benefits. Okay. Lin Luo understood the five-colored phoenix's intention. It was mainly to get something for nothing. Since you agree, then hand over both the five-colored stone and the supreme bone to me. The five-colored phoenix momentarily forgot about the previous matter and was eager to obtain the two treasures. I'm sorry, but I absorbed the five-colored stone and the supreme bone. I can't give them to you as treasures. Lin Luo controlled the massive golden dragon body, emitting a multicolored glaze-like aura. A third eye sprouted from his forehead, the very essence of the three-eyed magic contained within the supreme bone. Lin Luo had previously worried that using up the five-colored stone and the supreme bone would render them unusable. Later, he learned from Guanin that it would take a long time for these two treasures to become one within the body, at least 10,000 years. Otherwise, the powerful beings within the devouring world would be able to separate the two treasures from Lin Luo. Lin Luo could now use these two treasures without hesitation, without worrying about the gods from other devouring worlds not descending. The game announcement said that the dragon god had obtained these two treasures. It seems to be true. The changes in his body were caused by these two treasures. Not only did the dragon god's body take on a five-colored glaze color, but he also developed a third eye on his forehead, making him 10 times more powerful than before. This five-colored phoenix's demands are truly excessive. They want something for nothing, and they have to turn to the dragon god when they can. Lin Luo's powerful appearance altered the magnetic field, allowing the drone to regain its flight. The five-colored phoenix's face turned grim. What do you mean? Lin Luo smiled. Isn't my point obvious? I understand your approach. With the arrival of the devouring world gods, if you remained in the real world, you wouldn't be able to protect yourself without some powerful means. It's understandable that you absorb these two treasures. The five-colored phoenix, fearing Lin Luo's attack, said, For the time being, stay on Earth and resist the true gods. Then, our celestial gods will descend and help you retrieve the two treasures. Then I must thank you greatly. Lin Luo couldn't help but smile. We're allies. My thanks are unnecessary. I have other things to do. The five-colored phoenix didn't dare linger there for long and quickly fled. If Lin Luo hadn't absorbed the two treasures, he still had the courage to fight. After absorbing the two treasures, Lin Luo became exceedingly powerful. Yi Tian said, "Bah! Wasn't that multicolored phoenix arrogant just now? I just ripped a crack in its eggshell, and it took my life, and now it's running away so fast." Black Emperor said, "It's just a bald bird, so ignorant of its own limitations. Even the dragon god couldn't defeat it, yet it's talking about destroying someone. I wonder who gave it the courage." Suya quietly asked Pangbo, "Do they, a man and a dog, ever get along peacefully?" Pangbo laughed, "Of course, sometimes, especially when they're both threatened by a single enemy." Black Emperor, "This multicolored phoenix is too arrogant. I can't bear to see it die." "That's what I was thinking. Let's go and take a look." Yi Tian pulled Black Emperor into the air, heading towards the dragon god and the multicolored phoenix. Pangbo said, "Suya, let's go too. Maybe there's a chance for you." "Okay." Suya's eyes lit up, and she quickly followed Yi Tian. Large clumps of feathers fell off the multicolored phoenix, revealing its dark brown skin, riddled with pores. The Phoenix clan's most powerful ability is the five-color Divine Flame, a terrifying power almost impossible to withstand. He had used it several times, yet failed to inflict the slightest damage on the human before him. The five-colored stone is truly a divine relic coveted by even the god kings. After this human used it to enhance his physical body, my five-colored Divine Flame couldn't do even a single ounce of damage. The five-colored phoenix was terrified, and decided not to wait for death. "I use my full power of flames, and possibly severely injure this man." During his escape, he had clashed with Lin Luo several times. Initially, he wondered if he had a chance of killing him, but now he could just run away. "Burn myself." The five-colored phoenix began to spontaneously combust, blazing fiercely. A massive fireball composed of five-colored divine flames hurtled toward Lin Luo at breakneck speed. The five-colored fireball reached Lin Luo and suddenly exploded. With a loud boom, the earth shook, and the entire space trembled. A colorful bird emerged from the flames, flapping its wings and flying off into the distance. The five-colored phoenix had used its power to achieve rebirth, resurrecting from death. "What's wrong? You want to leave after exploding?" A golden figure, radiating a five-colored glaze, stretched out its massive golden dragon claws, and grabbed the colorful bird. The colorful bird struggled to break free, but couldn't. The five-colored phoenix's face was filled with disbelief. "I burned the five-colored flame with my own life, and yet, it didn't cause you any harm?" Lin Luo said calmly, "I didn't use the five-colored stone to strengthen myself. Your five-colored flame can damage me." The five-colored phoenix felt reckless, and shouldn't have come to Earth without first asking for information. Even true gods have their differences. He and the human before him were both level 90 true gods. The human before him was incredibly powerful. A level 90 true god could probably hold his own against a level 95 true god. The problem was that the human before him had absorbed the five-colored stone and the supreme bone, further increasing his strength. Even a level 99 true god might not be a match for him. Ha ha ha, isn't this a true god? How did he suddenly become so small? Yi Tian arrived at the scene just in time, not forgetting to taunt the five-colored phoenix. Black Emperor taunted, "Isn't this that old bald bird? It just wanted to kill me. It's already dead, just a short while after we last met." Ha ha ha. Pangbo and Suya couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chapter 203. You two ants. The five-colored phoenix gnashed its teeth in anger. "That's it. Do you have any last words?" Lin Luo asked. The five-colored phoenix quickly replied, "Our Phoenix clan is a very large clan in the devouring world. We bear no ill will towards you. If you kill me, it would be tantamount to declaring war on our clan. So you didn't have any last words? You should have said so earlier." Lin Luo spit out 6 colored flames from his mouth, encircling the five-colored phoenix. "You killed me." "Ah!" The five-colored phoenix was about to utter some threats, but the intense pain from the burning inside drove it mad. Lin Luo swallowed the five-colored phoenix in one gulp, sparing it some pain. The five-colored phoenix was at level 90, and Lin Luo still had some experience left from his last devour of the two-headed god. With the combined experience, he could successfully reach level 91. "Suya, come here!" Lin Luo called out. "Okay." Suya's face lit up with joy, and she approached respectfully. Lin Luo extended his golden dragon claw, and a drop of multicolored blood dripped onto Suya's forehead. The multicolored blood dripped onto Suya's forehead and melted into her skin. "How do you feel now?" Lin Luo asked. "I feel full of strength now, and I could become a god at any moment. Suya said excitedly. Go ahead. Thank you, Dragon God. Suya bowed deeply to Lin Luo and headed for a place to break through. For gods had already appeared in Yin country, so she would be the fifth. Black Emperor, Lin Luo called out. Black Emperor froze in place, unresponsive for a moment. Pangbo, standing beside him, reminded him, Black Emperor, the Dragon God is calling you. Dragon God, you haven't forgotten me, your little dog. I'm so touched. Black Emperor bounded over, showering Lin Luo with compliments. Lin Luo gave Black Emperor a drop of his own golden blood to help it quickly become a god. Due to the Supreme Bone and the five-colored stone, many gods of the devouring world have awakened from their slumber. In addition to the descending true gods, the devouring world will also descend upon gods. After Lin Luo became a true god, the devouring gods will only receive limited experience points. Furthermore, the devouring world gods won't descend to just one place, they choose other countries. Lin Luo is often away on business, so he can't properly care for Yin Nation. The more gods Yin Nation has, the more peace of mind Lin Luo can have when traveling. If one god isn't enough, then more powerful gods will be needed. When Black Emperor returned, he couldn't help but boast to Yition, what's so great about being a god? With the Dragon God's mighty leg, it's easy to achieve anything. Yition's eyes flushed. What's there to be proud of? I didn't become a god on my own, unlike me, Yition, who relies on myself for everything. Yition, Lin Luo shouted. The Dragon God called my name. The Dragon God actually called my name. Yition was so ecstatic that he almost jumped up. Black Emperor taunted. Didn't someone just say you had to rely on yourself? Now that the Dragon God called you, why do you seem even more excited than me? I don't know what you're talking about. Yition ran over to Lin Luo and received some scraps. Scraps were leftovers from the multicolored stones, perfect for forging weapons. Lin Luo's body was his strongest weapon, he needed no other weapons. Yition was a rare weapon holder, so Lin Luo's decision to give him these scraps was the best choice. Seeing Yition gain such a significant advantage, Black Emperor didn't forget to criticize him. Yition, where's your backbone? Haven't you been eaten by me? Yition said calmly, that's what you don't understand. I can tell you haven't read enough novels. In novels, protagonists are usually weak and need the help of a noble person to gradually become stronger. The Dragon God is my noble person. If we're talking about shamelessness, you're the one. Black Emperor gave a thumbs up. Are you asking for a beating? How dare you call me shameless? I'm calling you shameless. What can you do? You just said I, Yition, rely on myself, but when the Dragon God calls you, you run faster than a rabbit. The man and the dog began a new verbal battle. Pangbo also benefited from Lin Luo's favor, and was given a multicolored feather. The multicolored feather is from the phoenix. When activated in times of crisis, it transforms into a multicolored divine flame, a force that even ordinary gods cannot withstand. Pangbo's strength is relatively weak, so using this thing for protection is just right. Devouring world. A world filled with magma. A golden phoenix stood in the center, surrounded by dozens of phoenixes of different colors. Each phoenix was of extremely high biological level, above the level of a god. Homely, the five colors have descended to Earth for a while now. How are things going? The golden phoenix asked. Reporting to the Phoenix King, we haven't rested yet. The five colors descended to Earth by breaking out of their eggs, so they won't be restricted by the devouring world, Hungly replied. The Phoenix King said, if we can convince this person, that would be best. We can't use force anymore. Of course. Hong Li's face suddenly turned grim. Wukai died on Earth. Oh! The Phoenix King said coldly, the Earth Ants are so bold, they even dared to kill my people. Issue a notice now. From now on, any human ant with the ID Swallow Jackie Chan will become the Phoenix Clan's mortal enemy. Okay. Hong Li obeyed. I leave this matter to you. Be sure to bring the two treasures, and the head of this human ant. Lord God King, rest assured. Hong Li posted a notice in the game's bulletin board and began to work on how to strangle Lin Luo. Ding! The Phoenix Clan has marked the game player Swallow Jackie Chan as a mortal enemy. Anyone who can kill Lin Luo will gain the Phoenix Clan's friendship and reward. I used to get the latest news about the Dragon God from short videos, but now I get it from game announcements. The Dragon God's ability to keep up appearances is incredible, always giving us surprises. I heard the Dragon God killed a true god in the capital. It seems to be true, and this true god is from the Phoenix Clan. The Dragon God has already provoked the land of all gods, 2 superpowers, the 4 Dragon Kings, and now he's provoking a powerful tribe, the Phoenix Clan. Has your learning to provoke powerful races every once in a while been a failure? While everyone was discussing Lin Luo had already arrived in the skies above the kingdom of Rhea. Iokuin, our country's gods are about to descend from the devouring world to Earth. Not only are you not helping, you're also trying to stop it. Do you understand what you're doing? A short man said. Mr. Black Dragon, you must understand one thing. We worship Amaterasu, but the world-devouring Amaterasu is not what we imagined. She descended to Earth not to bring us glory, but destruction. Itojiro was trying to persuade the Black Dragon Group's leader, Black Dragon Young, a powerful organization in Rhea. After the catastrophe, the Black Dragon Group became Rhea's second-largest organization. The Black Dragon Group is a very cunning organization. They cleverly went into hiding during two major crises in Rhea. Once the outside world had recovered, the Black Dragon Group reappeared. Because the Black Dragon Group has been conserving its strength, its overall strength is even greater than that of the current Rhea government. Black Dragon had somehow obtained intelligence that Amaterasu was about to send a deity. Itojiro's first thought was to report this to the Dragon God, asking him to handle the matter. Black Dragon objected, believing that the Dragon God was from Yin and had no connection to Rhea. Amaterasu is the god he believes in, and he thinks she is closer to him. Chapter 204. He Longyong said, I think you've been a dog of the Yin people for too long, speaking disrespectfully of the gods. No matter what Amaterasu Amakami is like, she is our faith. There's no one else here, so I tell you the truth. Itojiro glanced around anxiously. A battle between two true gods is not something you and I can interfere with. You understand what I mean? Ha ha ha. He Longyong laughed. So that's what you're worried about. Soon you won't have to worry. Is Amaterasu Amakami about to send a god? Will it descend soon? Itojiro asked. If nothing unexpected happens, Lord Yaki will descend soon, He Longyong replied. Such an important thing, and you didn't tell me? I wouldn't tell you if it was important. If the news leaked out, Lord Yaki wouldn't be able to descend to Earth smoothly, and things would be very troublesome. Indeed, take me to see it, Itojiro said eagerly. Iokuin, weren't you worried about the dragon god of Yin Nation just now? How come you changed so quickly now? He Longyong laughed. Itojiro sneered. I'm not afraid of the dragon god's retaliation. I know the power of the devouring world better than you do. The devouring world has spanned countless epochs, and all the others have failed. This dragon god still dreams of success. Only a fool would follow a dragon god. A wise person should have a plan for retreat. He Longyong said, that's right. We were the first to submit to Amaterasu. Amaterasu is a god-level being in the devouring world. By submitting to her early, we can gain even a few benefits and become gods. The two arrived at their landing site, a small town. The town was deserted, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. The two reached the center of the town, where a massive pool of blood lay. The bloody scent in the air came entirely from this pool. Itojiro said, you're a lunatic. You killed the entire town to build this pool. He Longyong raised his lips in a sinister smile. A small town couldn't create such a large pool. I massacred several nearby towns and cities. You're crazy. The people of Rhea were already few in number, Itojiro said angrily. Hylandjong smiled, patted Itojiro on the shoulder, and said, you still can't see the situation clearly. If you want to survive, you must first become a god, to remain in the devouring world forever. Clearly, these people can't become gods. Rather than die in the destruction of the era, it's better to die at our hands. Once we successfully summon Lord Yaki, their sacrifice will be worth it. Itojiro said, you're truly a lunatic. Hylandjong laughed, only a lunatic deserves to be alive now. After the game shut down, Shai died, but I'm still alive. If my plan succeeds, I can enter the devouring world and achieve eternal life in the future. Itojiro didn't argue, it was indeed the case. If Hylandjong's plan succeeded, it would be easy to remain in the devouring world and achieve eternal life. Itojiro felt that if he didn't agree to Hylandjong's plan, he would be the next one to be killed by Hylandjong. He couldn't help but feel relieved, thankful that he had agreed to Hylandjong's plan. Black Dragon Yong said, I logged into the devouring world earlier and contacted Lord Yaki. It should be arriving soon. After a moment, a spatial rift suddenly appeared. Itojiro asked, is this the spatial rift opened by Lord Yaki? He Longyong laughed. Who else could have descended besides Lord Yaki? He Longyong, you're going to die. A delicate voice passed by He Longyong. A deep bloody wound appeared on He Longyong's neck, and he collapsed, clutching his neck with his hands. Kurokuin. Itojiro hurried forward. Mom, Dad, and brother, I avenged you. The person who attacked He Longyong was called Furusato Mina. Before the game was shut down, she was ranked in the top 50. Furusato Mina wasn't a wealthy player, just an ordinary player. She played games with skill, having completed many difficult games. Furusato Mina frequently live-streamed her games, earning a considerable income that not only covered her tuition in Tokyo, but also sent money home. After the disaster, Furusato Mina joined the Ria Kingdom disaster shelter. She was incredibly lucky, having survived several dangerous situations. Gu Limonai, while carrying out her usual mission, heard tragic news from her hometown. She lived in a peaceful town, where the two catastrophes that struck the kingdom of Ria hadn't affected her. Gu Limonai had recently been congratulating herself, believing the people of her town must be kind-hearted to have such good luck so many times. What she hadn't expected was that the people of her town would die not at the hands of alien races or gods, but at the hands of their own people. Black Dragon Young, for some unknown reason, had gone off on a killing spree, throwing everyone he saw into the town's blood pool. By the time Gu Limonai heard the news, her entire family had been killed by Black Dragon Young. The death of her family drove Gurimina insane, and she returned to town overnight. Just now, Gurimina had finally ambushed and killed Hylanjiang. Faced with Hylanjiang's death, Itojiro was unsure what to do next. The entire series of plans for Yamada no Orochi's arrival were orchestrated by Hylanjiang. He had nothing to do with them. Interesting. Itojiro noticed a massive snake head beside him, its eyes as thin as filaments, staring at him. Oh my god! Itojiro was startled, his body trembling as he asked, "You are Yamada-sama. What do you think?" Yamada no Orochi moved one head, 8 in total. It really is Yamada-sama. Itojiro exclaimed in ecstasy. Yamada no Orochi manipulated one head and landed on Hylanjiang, extending its slick scarlet head to lick Hylanjiang's wound. The wound on Hylanjiang's neck had healed somewhat, and he quickly stood up and thanked him. "Thank you, Master Yamada. Otherwise, I would have died today. This is a god." Gu Limina felt a wave of despair. Hylanjiang noticed Gu Limina standing nearby and said fiercely, "You just attacked me. I'm going to catch you later, and make you know what it means to be in a state worse than death." Gu Limina knew she couldn't escape. In a one-on-one fight, she was no match for Hylanjiang. She was able to kill Hylanjiang entirely through her own strength. Yamada no Orochi ignored the humans beside her, focusing her full attention on the blood pool. It was a level 93 true god, having descended to Earth without being devoured by the world. Yamada no Orochi had forcibly descended to Earth, paying the price of its own flesh and blood. It needed to devour large quantities of flesh and blood to replenish the lost flesh and blood. Just as one of Yamada no Orochi's heads was about to plunge into the blood pool to devour, a golden figure suddenly appeared. 2 golden dragon claws grabbed its voluptuous body, attempting to lift it into the air. Damn it! The Yamada no Orochi's 2 mountain-like heads opened its bloody maws, and bit down on the golden figure. Chapter 205. Whether intentionally or not, the 2 massive snake heads missed the golden figure, and the golden figure released its claws. With a loud bang, Yamada no Orochi fell from the sky, slamming heavily onto the ground. The earth shook. It's the dragon god. Gurimina's eyes lit up again. Yamada no Orochi is the sacred beast of the Rya Kingdom, but it had just helped Black Dragon Young. In Gurimina's eyes, the dragon god is righteous. Itojiro's body trembled violently as he recalled the past. The dragon god won't come after me. Black Dragon Young glanced coldly at Gurimina, not intending to attack now. This Yin people have arrived at the perfect time. I believe Lord Yamada will devour them. Do you think Lord Yamada can really win? Itojiro asked uncertainly. Black Dragon Young internally despised Itojiro, but offered solace. Yamada no Orochi is our island nation's divine beast. It entered the devouring world long ago. How could this Yin nation resist it? I hope we can win. Itojiro silently prayed. Last time, he hadn't been personally involved, so he escaped. This time, he might not be so lucky. Yamada no Orochi angrily said, "Do you understand that it's rude to attack someone while they're eating?" Lin Luo smiled. Aren't you devouring world gods primarily about devouring and evolving? Why do you sometimes have to observe etiquette? Each devouring world god is an independent individual. You must understand that. I see. You have 8 heads, and I cook them this way for them to be delicious. 1 braised, 1 steamed, 1 braised. Fortunately, we Yin nations have so many cooking methods, otherwise, we wouldn't know how to prepare you. Yamada no Orochi said, I came to Earth with no intention of attacking you. If you're sure you don't intend to attack me, then what's the point of having your head behind me? Lin Luo's sharp golden dragon claws clawed at one of Yamada no Orochi's heads. Yamada no Orochi realized his sneak attack had been discovered and quickly retracted his head. Lin Luo was determined not to let him go easily, and struck back with his golden dragon claws. With a loud bang, Yamada no Orochi's head exploded, brain matter and blood spilling onto the ground. How could your body be so strong? Yamada no Orochi exclaimed in horror. Didn't you absorb the 5-colored stone? Yes. Lin Luo bit down on Yamada no Orochi, seizing one of its necks. With a sudden force, he bit off a head. Yamada no Orochi's recovery ability was remarkable, and the head it had just bitten off grew back. Itojiro's eyes widened. This Yin countryman has improved so rapidly. He even managed to draw with Lord Yaki. Hei Longyong narrowed his eyes slightly. Io-kun, it's too early to draw conclusions. Until the final conclusion is reached, the outcome is still uncertain. But there's no buts. I believe Amaterasu has a hidden weapon. You won't try to escape again. Itojiro said stubbornly. Who said you wanted to escape? With Amaterasu backing you up, why would you be afraid of a Yin countryman? Hei Longyong nodded with satisfaction. That's right. The Golden Dragon and the 8-headed snake engaged in a fierce battle. The Golden Dragon repeatedly bit off the snake's head, but the snake rapidly recovered, continuously growing new heads. Yamada no Orochi attempted a counterattack, but was unable to break through Lin Luo's defenses. A multicolored glaze-colored streak appeared on its golden body, preventing Yamada no Orochi's teeth from piercing its golden scales. Yamada no Orochi attempted to wrap itself around Lin Luo, but Lin Luo was even larger, making it impossible to wrap around him. Lin Luo bit off Yamada no Orochi's head again, causing blood to spurt out profusely. Yamada no Orochi, nearing its limit, gasped, "Human, I hold no malice toward you. I chose to descend to the kingdom of Rhea, far from the kingdom of Yin where you are. I hold no malice toward you. You are being overbearing by killing me." Lin Luo didn't slow down, smashing another snake head into a pulp. "You're right, I'm just that overbearing. You want me dead, then you won't get away with it either." Yamada no Orochi no longer hesitated. The remaining head opened its bloody maw and released a black aura. The black auras merged together, condensing into a black flame. Black flames descended upon Yamada no Orochi, burning fiercely. A crackling sound echoed, and the aroma of barbecue wafted into the air. "You too die." Yamada no Orochi charged towards Lin Luo, attempting to infect him with the black flames. The black flames leaped across Lin Luo's body with a conscious intent, attempting to burn through his golden scales. The golden scales were hard, but they couldn't withstand the strange black flames, staining their golden surface black. The intensely burning black flames didn't resemble black flames, but rather the burning of black runes. Devouring the world. A stunningly beautiful woman in a kimono, a small sun behind her forehead, sat slumbering on a throne. Her beautiful eyes opened, gazing towards Earth. "It seems I underestimated the humans of this era. I let Yamada no Orochi unleash his trump card. When Amaterasu sent Yamada no Orochi to Earth, she specifically gave him a trump card. That was her flame, a black rune flame. Yamada no Orochi could use herself as a medium to ignite this black rune flame, incinerating powerful enemies." Crackle. The black rune flame burned more vigorously, engulfing Yamada no Orochi and Lin Luo in a sea of flame. Yamada no Orochi had already collapsed, letting the black rune flame consume him. Lin Luo remained engulfed in the black rune flame, his golden scales turning completely black. Black Dragon Yong's face sank as he said, "It seems my plan has failed." Lord Yamada failed to defeat the Yin people, and resorted to a mutually assured destruction. Itojiro breathed a sigh of relief. Although this outcome isn't ideal, as long as the Dragon God is dead, it's fine. He feared the Dragon God might not be dead, and would come after him. Gyurimina shouted, "Dragon God, hold on. You're a good person, and I believe good people live long." Black Dragon Yong looked at Gyurimina with ill intent, saying, "Kill this guy. His sneak attack nearly got me killed." "Okay." Itojiro knew Gyurimina, but that didn't stop him from killing her. Black Dragon Yong's value was clearly greater than Gyurimina's, making this choice easy for him. Just as the two men were plotting against Gyurimina, the black rune flames gradually faded. The massive Yamada no Orochi and the golden dragon had vanished. Itojiro exclaimed joyfully, "The mountain weighing on me is gone. I believe my strength will improve even further." Hei Longyong said, "Next, we must contact Amaterasu and ask her to send more powerful warriors." Dragon God. Gyurimina couldn't help but cry out, tears streaming down her face. Lin Luo had long been famous worldwide, and had many fans in Riyadh, including Yurimina. Watching her family being slaughtered by her compatriots, and her idol tragically die before her very eyes, no one felt more miserable than Yurimina. Chapter 206. I thought something unexpected would happen, but I didn't expect him to die just like that. Amaterasu crossed her long legs, playing with her soft hair. My Amaterasu flames have reduced the 5 colored stones, and the supreme bone to ash. The gods of the devouring world will surely blame me, and I be in big trouble. As soon as she finished speaking, a strange change occurred on Earth. Above the burning black rune flames, a multicolored, glazed dragon appeared. This dragon was 90% similar to the golden dragon, the only difference being its color. The dragon god isn't dead? Yurimina smiled again. That's impossible. Itojiro was filled with fear, his whole body trembling violently. He had seen Nightmare die before his own eyes, and now Nightmare had resurrected. Black Dragon Young was in no mood to deal with Yurimina. The Yin people before him were very vindictive. If the Yin people before him were dead, they would definitely cause trouble for him. Black Dragon Young pointed at the black rune flame and said, "Look, that black rune flame is heading towards this Yin countryman again." Excellent. Itojiro said excitedly, "This can't be the work of Yamada no Orochi, but of Amaterasu. Amaterasu is the most powerful deity among us Rya people. The fire she wields is beyond the reach of an ant. This black rune flame will never die until it consumes this Yin countryman." Black Dragon Young laughed. "Itokuin, I told you the Yin countryman you're talking about is too weak in the face of such a powerful deity." Urasamina roared, "Just wait and see. The dragon god will definitely win. You're from the Unraya kingdom, you're on that side." Itojiro shouted angrily. Urasumina said, "I support justice. You and I are from the Unraya kingdom. But when the disaster struck Unraya, where were you? It was only the dragon god, a Yin kingdom native, who protected us." She pointed angrily at Heilong Young and said, "Especially you. The people of this town survived the initial apocalyptic crisis, then survived alien races and gods. How could we have imagined they would die at your hands?" Heilong Young, utterly terrified, rushed towards Urasumina. "I don't know whether I will die at the hands of the dragon god, but I know you will die at my hands." Suddenly, a wisp of black rune flame landed on Heilong Young and rapidly burned. Crackle. Soon, Heilong Young's entire body was engulfed in black rune flame. "Ah!" Heilong Young screamed, then suddenly burned up. "Fuck." Itojiro, terrified, ran away. "It's fine if the dragon god loses. If he wins, he won't even have a chance to escape. That damn black dragon hero, he insisted on getting me to support Amaterasu, and now I have to leave again." Black Dragon Hero's body was covered in black rune flames, otherwise Itojiro would have trampled on him to vent his anger. Devouring the world. Amaterasu sat on her throne, her previous leisurely composure gone. This human is even more difficult than I thought. He didn't even use the 3 eyes technique. Her Amaterasu flame can be broken, especially by powerful beings with spatial abilities. Ants on Earth have fused with the Supreme Bone, gaining initial spatial abilities. Amaterasu Flame is one of Amaterasu's most powerful abilities. She gave Yamada no Orochi 1/10 of her own Amaterasu Flame, enough to annihilate any being below the level of a god. Extinguishing the Amaterasu Flame is essentially impossible. It can only be transferred to another dimension using spatial abilities. She assumed Lin Luo would use the 3 eyes magic to transfer his own flame, but she didn't expect Lin Luo to use his own flame to temper his body. Lin Luo had only initially integrated the 5-colored stone, but now, with the Amaterasu Flame, he had achieved a perfect integration. His original body color shifted from gold, with a hint of 5-colored glaze, to 5-colored glaze, with a hint of gold. Amaterasu Flame, this flame is quite good. Let it become one of my flames. Lin Luo exhaled red and gold flames from his mouth, attempting to absorb the Amaterasu Flame. Amaterasu Amikami was a god-level being, and the sun god of the kingdom of Rhea. Absorbing this flame would further enhance his strength. The black rune flame had just burned Lin Luo's body, consuming a considerable amount of energy. Lin Luo used the red gold flame to assimilate it, but the black rune flame quickly couldn't withstand the pressure, and was soon to be assimilated. "Damn it, you're so bold. You even dared to absorb my flames." A beautiful, twisted face appeared within the black rune flame, and a menacing voice emanated. "Are you Amaterasu?" Lin Luo asked. Amaterasu said arrogantly, "You human, you still have some foresight. You dare to assimilate flames, making you my mortal enemy. Think carefully." Lin Luo said expressionlessly, "Excuse me, but you already made me my mortal enemy by sending the Yamata no Orochi to Earth. The red gold flame assimilated the black rune flame, and Amaterasu's face vanished within the flames. Lin Luo's red and gold flames evolved into 3 colors: red, gold, and black, possessing the property of remaining extinguished until the enemy is killed. Just the right subject for a test. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, and spotted a tiny snake. As a true god, Yamata no Orochi could survive the flames of Amaterasu. This alone far surpassed the other true gods in combat power. Unfortunately, Yamata no Orochi had chosen the wrong opponent and insisted on searching for Lin Luo. "Yamata no Orochi, why are you running?" Lin Luo said coldly. Yamata no Orochi stayed where it was, turning to look at the multicolored, glazed dragon behind it. It quickly pleaded, "Dragon god, please spare my life." Lin Luo said coldly, "You changed so much. Just now you kept calling me an ant, and now you're calling me dragon god." Yamata no Orochi said, "I didn't know your strength before, but now I understand it thoroughly. My true form was reduced to ash, and now only a small body lingers. I hope you spare my life." Snakes shed their skin, and so does it. Yamata no Orochi has the ability to control its molting, and it had just used it prematurely. After a while, it will molt again, returning a full, powerful Yamata no Orochi. Lin Luo didn't know Yamata no Orochi's abilities, but he knew he couldn't let him go. "As long as you pass one of my tests, I'd let you go. How about that?" "A test?" Yamata no Orochi quickly said, "I do it." "You said it, don't regret it." Lin Luo exhaled 3 colored flames, and Yamata no Orochi was silent. Next is Itojiro. Lin Luo felt a surge of anger when he thought of this man. The first time was when he had killed the eagle god near the Yen Kingdom's waters, and had not continued to pursue Itojiro. The second time was when the Rya people tried to ally with Godzilla against him, but Itojiro didn't stop them, and Lin Luo didn't pursue him. This time, Itojiro once again joined forces with the Black Dragon hero to welcome the Yamata no Orochi's arrival, intending to secretly frame Lin Luo. This was the third time. 3 times the limit. Lin Luo wasn't going to let Itojiro off. "Dragon god. I'm your fan." Gu Limina jumped up and down, hoping Lin Luo would see her. Chapter 207. What's up? Lin Luo was quite patient with his fans. From Gu Limina's previous words, it was clear that this was most likely a true fan. "Great. I finally met the dragon god." Gu Limina's face was filled with joy, and then she couldn't help crying. "Thank you, dragon god, for avenging my parents. You better get stronger quickly. Only by getting stronger can you protect those around you." "Yes." After being comforted by her idol, Gu Limina's beautiful eyes lit up. Lin Luo gave Gu Limina a drop of golden dragon blood. Gu Limina cupped it in her hands and quickly declined, "Dragon god, this drop of blood is too precious. My blood isn't given to you for nothing. From now on, you must become stronger and help me rule the kingdom of Heoria. If anything happens, report to me immediately." Lin Luo decided to cultivate a trusted confidant to replace Itojiro. This golden dragon blood, absorbed by Gu Limina, would enhance her strength. Lin Luo could also control it, allowing her to die at any moment. "Okay, I understand." Gu Limina nodded. Lin Luo didn't stop, but rushed westward. Gu Limina stood there for a long time, gazing at the direction Lin Luo had left. "Mom, Dad, brother, Shizuka, Yomi, Uncle Yamamoto. Goodbye. You are kind people, and you will rest in peace after death." Gu Limina used her earth-based abilities to flood the pool of blood. "I will come to visit you again. The dragon god has given me a second life, and I will repay him well." Gu Limina left the town, seeking a place to absorb the golden dragon blood. Itojiro had only managed to escape disaster last time by hiding in the Atlantic. This time, he chose to enter the Atlantic again, transforming into a great shark and swimming at a very fast speed, almost reaching the edge of the water. "Damn Black Dragon Young, not only did you seek your own death, but you dragged me down with you." Itojiro cursed Black Dragon Young as he swam toward the Atlantic. "Why are you running so fast? You didn't even say hello to an old friend." "Dragon god." Itojiro was in the deep sea, just above him, a giant, multicolored, glazed golden dragon. Lin Luo didn't waste any time, and set Itojiro on his way. "I was planning to return, but I didn't expect a god to descend upon Europe. I have to thank Itojiro. If he hadn't been so close, I wouldn't have noticed." Lin Luo's 5 senses were powerful, but not infallible. The other party had prepared in advance, shielding him from Lin Luo's perception. When the Yamata no Orochi descended upon Earth, it employed no concealment, making it easily spotted by Lin Luo. Perhaps the Yamada no Orochi was confident in itself, and it also had Amaterasu as a trump card. The five-colored phoenix in the capital city employed concealment, but it was too close to Lin Luo. The west, however, was farther from Yin country and also employed concealment, so it was natural that Lin Luo couldn't sense it. Central Church. A pure, holy light shone down from the hall above. A handsome, blond man, framed by several white wings, was within the sacred light. Miracle, miracle! The cardinal exclaimed excitedly. Are you this year's cardinal? The handsome blond man spoke with a magnetic voice. Indeed, Lord Angel. The cardinal, now white-haired, knelt tremblingly before him. My name is Elsie. I have come to Earth at the Lord's command to slay a self-proclaimed dragon god. If you provide me with your full assistance in this endeavor, I will grant you eternal life. The handsome blond man stated his purpose. I will certainly obey Lord Angel's orders, the cardinal said hastily. Now, help me gather information about this human. I need to carefully plan how to best deal with him, Elsie instructed. Leave it to me, the cardinal replied respectfully. If you want to investigate me, come to me personally. No one else is needed. A cold voice echoed from above. A moment later, the roof of the hall above began to give way, toppled by a massive golden dragon claw. How dare you? The cardinal trembled. You are truly a barbarian, Elsie exclaimed in disgust. I'm a barbarian, and you're just a villain, talking behind my back. Lin Luo ignored the cardinal, and went straight for Elsie. Since the cardinal hadn't attained godhood, Lin Luo would have found it too easy to kill him, so he simply ignored him. Elsie snorted coldly. I was planning on dealing with you properly, but now that you come in person, I can save a lot of trouble. His wings spread out behind him, 6 in total. Angels are a powerful race that once dominated an era. Later, the devouring world connected to the angel era. The angel era was destroyed, and the remaining angels entered the devouring world. A typical adult angel possesses 2 wings and possesses the strength of a demigod, reaching level 70. When an angel becomes a god, their level reaches level 80, increasing their wings to 4. When a god becomes a true god, their wings increase to 6. Elsie is level 94, possessing 6 fully formed wings. Everyone, look up in the sky. There's a giant dragon in the color of multicolored glass. It looks like the dragon god. It has absorbed a treasure called the 5-colored stone, transforming its golden color into multicolored glass. The dragon god has come to our west. He must have descended upon us before he came here in person. It looks like an angel, the angels of our western legends. Sure enough, our legends aren't all fiction, they exist. The confrontation between a giant dragon and a 6-winged angel immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. I didn't expect it to be a birdman, Lin Luo said disdainfully. Elsie angrily said, I called you a barbarian, and that's absolutely true. You're right, I'm a barbarian. I only know how to eat, but I don't know the taste of a birdman. It's different from the taste of a chicken. Lin Luo licked his lips. You actually compared me to a chicken? I'm a noble angel, yet you compare me to a lower animal. This is absolutely unforgivable. A blinding light flashed in Elsie's hand, then disappeared, revealing a sword. My lord, I allowed you to descend to Earth and have a proper conversation. Your attitude annoys me, and I decided to teach you a lesson. Elsie swung the sacred sword and slashed at Lin Luo's throat. Bang! Lin Luo didn't have time to dodge, and the sacred sword struck his throat. The multicolored scales were strong enough to deflect the sacred sword. You're fast enough, but unfortunately, your weapon can't penetrate my defenses, Lin Luo said calmly. Elsie's golden eyes were filled with indifference. That last strike was just a test of your strength. I didn't use my full power. Next, I show you how powerful I am. Really? Lin Luo couldn't help but become serious. The angel was still very fast, but its damage was limited. Chapter 208. If Elsie's attack power could be increased, she could truly inflict damage on Lin Luo. After Lin Luo's taunts, Elsie's attacks became even more frequent. The angel is so powerful, constantly attacking the dragon god. The dragon god can't predict the angel's next attack and can't counterattack. Have you ever seen? This birdman keeps attacking, but his attacks are largely ineffective. He hasn't even damaged a single scale of the dragon god. I doubt Elsie wants to kill the dragon god, but has come down from the devouring world specifically to give him a massage. That's ridiculous. You dragon gods can only passively take the beating. The angel will eventually break through his defenses. The West is unlike Yin country. A large portion of the people are fanatical believers. They are incredibly devout and stand by the angel. Lin Luo's battle videos are circulating around the world, and he has many fans in the West. There are also many overseas Chinese in the West who were unable to return to Yin country after the catastrophe. The two sides began to exchange insults, neither giving in. Lin Lu interrupted Elsa's attack and asked, "Didn't you say you were going to use your full strength? Why don't I feel any change?" Elsie panted, "I was just warming up." "Then I wait a little longer?" Lin Lu asked. Elsie, irritated, said, "Stop pretending. Now you know why I'm the one attacking. It's because I'm too fast, and you can't resist." "Oh!" Lin Lu nodded. "Damn it!" The sacred sword in Elsa's hand erupted with holy flames, and the attack became even faster and more powerful. However, after a fierce attack like a tiger, he saw a score of 0-5. Elsie attacked desperately, but still couldn't harm Lin Lu. "I see you look tired. How about a drink of water?" Lin Lu asked with concern. Elsie blushed. "If you have any offensive means, just use them. Don't be so sarcastic." "I'm just being kind and concerned, and you're scolding me." Lin Lu's voice turned cold. "Then I attack too. Try to catch me first." Aside from his mouth, Elsa's other body parts were soft. He spread his 6 wings behind him and accelerated to maximum speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air. Elsie used all his strength in a sword strike, finally leaving a deep mark on Lin Lu's multicolored, glazed dragon scales. Lin Lu extended his golden dragon claws, but failed to capture Elsie. Elsie said proudly, "Didn't you say you didn't attack me just now, so you didn't hurt me? Even now, I'm still fine." Lin Lu said calmly, "It was just a test attack. I haven't used my full strength yet." "You're just being stubborn." Elsa's speed increased, trying to avoid being caught by Lin Lu. Their defense and offense were completely different. Elsa's attack succeeded many times, but still couldn't harm Lin Lu. If Lin Lu's attack succeeded just once, Elsie would die miserably. Elsie grasped the sacred long sword and struck one of Lin Lu's scales, and the golden dragon claws suddenly grasped him. Elsie spread his 6 white wings and struggled frantically, trying to break free from the golden dragon claws. But Lin Lu's were too strong, and he had no hope. Who was it that said their angel was so powerful? How did he suddenly get caught in the dragon god's grasp, unable to break free no matter how hard he tried? The dragon god is indeed the strongest. I believe that with his help, we can all live longer. We are ordinary people, and we know who to side with. Guardian Angel, when the time comes, we will definitely destroy the earth without mercy." Lin Lu held Elsie in his hand and sneered, "It's not that I can't catch you, but who's holding you now?" Elsie angrily said, "You failed over a dozen times before you finally caught me. What's there to laugh at? It seems I haven't taught you a lesson enough." Lin Lu increased the strength in his grip, and Elsie felt the pain in his palm. "Too weak. The Yamada no Orochi before me could still hold my own for a few blows. Besides being a bit faster, you're not even qualified to fight me head-on." Elsie said unconvincedly, "If you hadn't obtained those 2 treasures, especially the 5-colored stone, I could easily break through your defenses. You would have been dead after so many attacks." Lin Lu snorted, "Then why don't you tell me that if I had lived a few more lives like you, wouldn't I have already reached the level of a god?" Elsie blushed. "You better live beyond this era before you say that. I don't want to waste time on you. Now that you're in my hands, I ask you, do you want to live or die?" Lin Lu said coldly. Elsie shuddered, wanting to speak but holding it back. "I give you 3 seconds. If you don't answer, you die." "I want to live." Lin Lu had barely finished speaking when Elsie shouted, "I thought you, a birdman, would be so tough, saying you'd rather die than surrender, but I didn't expect you to be so soft. I just threatened you, and you gave in." Elsie cleared her throat and said, "Actually, I came to Earth not to clash with you, but to cooperate with you." "Cooperate with me? Are you sure you're not kidding?" Lin Lu laughed. Elsie, believing Lin Lu disrespected her, suppressed her anger. "Our Church of Light has always upheld the principle of opposing oppression. The devouring world gods have been bullying you so much, and we can't stand it. We want to help you." Lin Lu asked, "Your Church of Light's help must come with conditions, right?" Elsie replied, "Our Church of Light must have sufficient power to uphold justice. Now that you absorb the 5-colored stone, our God King won't forcibly take it away. Our God King needs the supreme bone to open a 3rd eye." A crack appeared on Lin Luo's massive forehead, indicating the absorption of the supreme bone to gain a 3rd eye. "You also absorbed the supreme bone." Elsa's face darkened. Lin Luo said arrogantly, "I absorbed my own treasure, and I even got your God King's consent." "No, of course not." Elsa understood her precarious situation, and didn't dare confront Lin Luo head-on. "Tell me your last words." "What do you mean? What do you think?" If you kill me, the Holy Sea of Light won't let you go. It's okay. I already pissed off enough people, you're not the only one I need. Elsai spread all 6 of his white wings and fled at top speed. He had given up trying to convince Lin Luo and only hoped to escape. Elsai ran so fast that he forgot the earth was round. After circling around, he was successfully caught by Lin Luo. You cheated? Elsai cried indignantly. How ridiculous. You're so stupid, yet you blame me for cheating. Now I give you a ride. Lin Luo spat out Elsai's barbecue and then devoured it. The Birdman tasted similar to chicken. Grill it. Crunchy. Chapter 209. The goddess Amaterasu Amakami has issued a bounty. Slay devouring Jackie Dragon to gain her friendship and the Amaterasu flame cultivation technique. The Illuminated Church has issued a bounty. Slay devouring Jackie Dragon to gain their friendship and the chance to become an angel. The Dark Church has issued a bounty. Slay devouring Jackie Dragon to gain their friendship and the chance to transform into a demon. The God King Shiva has issued a bounty. Slay devouring Jackie Dragon to gain his friendship and the secret technique of physical cultivation. The latest game announcements filled the Devouring World homepage. The Dragon God has offended all the gods of the Devouring World. Can I say this is incredible? It seems that even if the Dragon God enters the Devouring World and descends into the new era, it will be impossible. I didn't believe it before when they said the Dragon God would fight the Devouring World. Now I do. Lin Luo killed the gods, who descended from the Devouring World, and quickly topped the trending charts again. A secret villa. Guanyin wore a white dress, revealing a pair of slender, straight legs. Sandals revealed her shimmering toes. A slender hand held the teapot, and poured Lin Luo a cup of tea. Lin Luo took a sip and exclaimed, I am truly blessed to be able to enjoy tea poured by the Bodhisattva. Guanyin smiled and said, You think the tea is delicious because I'm beautiful. If I weren't, even the best tea would taste much worse. Lin Luo admitted generously that's true. Guanyin said, You're quite sincere. Have you ever considered that if you caused such a commotion, the gods of the Devouring World would not let you go? You'd never be able to descend into the real world again after entering the Devouring World. Of course I know the consequences, but there's nothing I can do. Lin Luo devoured more than 10 true gods in a row, reaching level 99. Guanyin shook her head and said, Your path is even more difficult than the Buddha's. The Buddha offended a world-devouring god king, but you offended almost everyone else. Bodhisattva, I seem to have a physical problem. Do you feel your chi and blood stagnation? Especially when you're in human form, this feeling is even stronger, and you can't help but want to transform into a dragon. Indeed. There's an old saying in your Yin nation, haste makes waste. You're leveling up too quickly, making your dragon form too powerful, while your human form is too weak, making it impossible to maintain it. If you completely lose control, you have no choice but to become a dragon. Then I won't be a true human anymore, but a dragon. Lin Luo clearly couldn't accept this outcome, believing humans were better. Besides, if he became a dragon, what would happen to his confidants, dragons and humans? The scene was too beautiful, he couldn't even imagine it. Guanyin nodded and said, Yes, you will be a dragon from now on. However, there is a solution. Enhance your physical strength. Lin Luo said with a bitter face, I want to enhance my physical strength, but how easy is that? Guanyin smiled and said, The method is very simple. There is someone right beside you. Master, that's me. The Yunshu succubus was wearing a JK outfit, her slender thighs tightly wrapped in black stockings, and silver high heels on her feet. This incongruous outfit was perfect for the Yunshu succubus, both sensual and pure. This isn't very good. Faced with Yunshu succubus's enthusiasm, Lin Luo felt a little embarrassed. The Yunshu succubus smiled coquettishly and said, Master, you're a bit resistant now, but once you experience it, you be addicted. Okay. Lin Luo couldn't be too naive to be invited by such a beautiful woman as the Yunshu succubus. The two of them arrived at a room filled with cosplay costumes, such as black bunny girl stockings, black kitchen stockings, white Gyuchan stockings, and so on. Cosplay costumes of many famous female game characters were in this room. In addition to the cosplay costumes, there was also a collection of stockings in various colors, including black, red, flesh-colored, and gradient colors. There were also various accessories, such as cat ears, bunny ears, and bear tails. There was nothing that the Yunshu succubus hadn't prepared, except for what Lin Luo couldn't imagine. How is it, Master? Does it like it? The Yunshu succubus asked. It's hard for me not to say I like it, Lin Luo said with a smile. I'm glad you like it. I put a lot of thought into collecting these. Master, which one do you like? The one you're wearing is quite nice. The Yunshu succubus leaped onto Lin Luo's body, wrapping her arms around his neck. She feigned pity, Master. This is my first time. Please be gentle. Seeing you're so proactive, I almost feel like I'm the first time. Hate it. Lin Luo and the Yunshu succubus came to the bed, where she removed her clothes. A perfect body, brimming with allure, revealed itself to Lin Luo. Master. The Yunshu succubus took the initiative and embraced Lin Luo. At first, Lin Luo took the initiative, but as time passed, the Yunshu succubus unleashed her succubus powers, her eyes transforming into hearts. Then, the Yunshu succubus took the initiative, and Lin Luo was oppressed for the first time. Several times Lin Luo tried to assert himself as the master, he was counter-suppressed by the Yunshu succubus. Devouring the world. Temple of the Sun. This human has gone mad. He devours all the gods who descend from the devouring world. Isn't he afraid that the gods of the devouring world will unite to kill him? Apollo felt that he had underestimated this human. He was doing things he wouldn't dare do. He was deeply wary of this, and for the first time, he felt a sense of fear. Apollo, the gods have requested you to come over. Zeus called out from the temple. Okay. Apollo knew that whether he wanted to descend or not wasn't up to him. He arrived at an open space, where several powerful auras were already present. Before Apollo arrived, these people had already been arguing. Apollo, I heard you're about to descend to Earth, the god of light said. Apollo dared not be disrespectful. Indeed, Lord God King. The god of light asked, Are you absolutely sure you can kill that Earth ant? Apollo replied, I originally had confidence in killing the Earth ant, but this ant has devoured so many true gods at once, so its level is likely no lower than mine. The god of darkness emerged from the shadows. You are now blaming us for breaking the rules of the era. Zeus said, Dark God King, this era is our turn. You have already broken the rules by sending your own fallen angels to Earth without authorization. I'm not the only one. Why are you targeting me? The god of darkness said angrily. Didn't we just discuss having Apollo kill these humans? The 5 colored stones and the supreme bone have already been absorbed. We can refine them and distribute them. Shiva took the initiative to act as a mediator. The god of light said, We discussed this for so long and finally arrived at a suitable distribution method. I don't want to waste another word. Dark God King, you understand what I mean, right? You? The Dark God King was furious. The 2 God Kings were natural enemies. Whatever the Dark God King agreed to, the God of Light opposed. Conversely, when the God of Light agreed, the Dark God King opposed. Chapter 210. Zeus said, Apollo, before you arrived, we had already agreed on the distribution of the 2 treasures. Now, tell me if you can defeat the human. Apollo said, I was completely confident. This human devoured the 2-headed god, but he's only level 90. I'm 9 levels higher, so killing him would be easy. Now he's devoured over a dozen true gods, and his level is likely the same as mine. He's also fused 2 treasures. I can't possibly be his match now. Zeus continued, Humanity has become a force to be reckoned with. I hope you can share some of your treasures to help my son slay the ants of Earth. Only then can our distribution plan proceed. A holy sword fell from the sky and landed beside Apollo. The god of light explained, This holy sword is a substitute I made from my weapon. At full power, it can achieve 1/10 of my weapon's power, allowing you to break through Earth's defenses. I'm not stingy either. Open your hand. A black ring descended from the sky and landed in Apollo's hand. The Dark God King explained, This contains my dark power. Using it will allow you to harness dark power and raise your level several levels. Next came the 2 God Kings, Shiva and Zeus, who both gave Apollo treasures. Shiva gave Apollo a rosary, which, after using it, strengthened his physical body 10-fold. Zeus gave him a thunder-shaped weapon, which Apollo could use 3 times, and which had 1/10 the power of his main weapon. Thank you, God Kings. Apollo explained ecstatically. The gap between him and the God Kings was still vast. Even the smallest gift from the God Kings could benefit him immensely. Apollo has acquired so many divine treasures. A powerful celestial being might not be his match. Don't disappoint us. You must slay the earth ants. The god of light commanded, then departed. The other gods glanced at Apollo and left without further ado. Zeus said, None of the gods are easy to mess with. Simply bring the human corpse back to the devouring world. Yes, father. Apollo returned to his temple and sat on the throne in a cheerful mood. I thought this human ant was formidable, but I didn't expect him to be such a lucky charm. He's granted me so many divine trump cards. Now, even the celestial beings are no match for me. To repay you, I will descend to Earth as quickly as possible and slay you. Apollo's smile faltered, as he sensed the succubus Yunshu on Earth had lost her virginity. Damn human, you're actually enjoying my possessions. Apollo's face contorted. In each epoch he descended, he would cultivate a succubus. The succubus would follow him to Earth. Besides serving him, it could also help him level up. The succubus was like a good nurse, healing his injuries and aiding his cultivation. Apollo had a good impression of the succubi of the previous eras. Only in this era did something go wrong, allowing the Yunshu succubus to fall into human hands. I will descend upon Earth and kill you. Apollo announced his arrival in the game announcement, along with a threat to Lin Luo. I, the great sun god Apollo, hereby warn devouring Jackie Chan. I will descend upon Earth and kill you. As a fellow kin of Lin Luo, I will destroy you all. I will make Earth a planet devoid of humans. Lin Luo sat in Yunshu's arms, a little milk still lingering at the corner of her mouth. This milk was carefully crafted by the Yunshu succubus over several hours. Yunshu succubus, holding a tissue, helped Lin Luo wipe away the remaining milk. Master, is it still delicious? Yunshu succubus asked. It's quite delicious, much better than regular milk, Lin Luo replied. Would you like to drink some more? The moon goddess and Bodhisattva will be here soon, so you should sit aside. Okay. Yunshu succubus, docile as a kitten, sat in the chair next to Lin Luo. Lin Luo had experienced succubi before and understood why Apollo cultivated them in every epoch. Succubi are passionate in private, yet docile as kittens in public. Every man who has seen a succubus would want one. With Yunshu succubus's help, Lin Luo's human body reached level 80, effectively becoming a god. He maintained a balance with his dragon body, and would not completely transform into a dragon. Transforming into a dragon would bring Lin Luo many benefits, but it would likely drastically alter his personality. Lin Luo thought of himself as a human, and thought of himself as a dragon. Two different perspectives, completely different ways of acting. This Apollo must have some way of knowing I experienced succubus. Lin Luo saw the threat Apollo issued in the game announcement. Guanyin, still wearing a white dress, sat across from Lin Luo. It seems your crisis is over. Thank you, Bodhisattva, for your help. I didn't do anything, just a few words of warning. Guanyin resumed her tea. The succubus Yunshu waved, Sister Moon Goddess. Diana still looked like a goddess, her golden hair and white legs particularly striking. She wasn't in good shape, with dark circles under her eyes. Lin Luo asked with concern, Moon Goddess, you don't seem to have been resting well lately. Diana blushed. It's okay. It's just that my brother Apollo has arrived, and I'm a little worried. The succubus, Yunshu, either deliberately or confused, said, Sister Moon Goddess, you're lying. You clearly heard the sounds my master and I made in the room, which is why you have those dark circles under your eyes. Cough, cough, cough. Diana coughed forcefully and changed the subject. Lin Luo, Apollo is about to descend on Earth. Have you figured out how to deal with him? Lin Luo said, at my current level, I'm not afraid of Apollo, but I provoke so many forces, and they won't miss the opportunity to kill me. Diana nodded. Your level is the same as my brother's, and your strength is even greater. The devouring world gods must have anticipated this. Even if the others won't give my brother a weapon, Father God will. But don't worry too much. The situation is much better now than before. With a 9-level gap, there was no chance of me winning. Lin Luo spoke optimistically. That's true, Diana agreed. Lin Luo asked Guanyin, Bodhisattva, what's going on over there? Guanyin shook her head and said, no information at the moment. The Buddha is a very calculating deity. There are some things he won't let me know. He must have known about Apollo's arrival on Earth, and he wasn't among the participants, otherwise he would have informed me. One possibility is that the Buddha didn't believe Apollo would succeed, so he didn't give you any orders? Lin Luo expressed a hypothesis. Guanyin said, that's a possibility, but the Buddha's wisdom is beyond your imagination. He might wait for you to be killed by Apollo, and then send someone to take your body. The supreme bone could take your head, and the 5-colored stone could take your body. Of course, my true form is at the level of a celestial god. It's not me who robs others, but the arhats below. The Buddha is a master strategist. If you want to compete with him, it's best not to use your wisdom. He's known as the most intelligent being of all time. Chapter 211. Lin Luo smiled bitterly. It seems that what you said is the most likely scenario. Others don't need to take action themselves. They can simply seize my body. Yunshu succubus said, according to Sister Guanyin, isn't the master doomed? Guanyin shook her head. The outcome hasn't yet been announced. Nothing is certain. It's hard to say who will win or lose. Diana said, I was able to help you last time, but I can't offer any assistance in this god-level battle. I understand. Lin Luo prepared to enter the Devouring World to see if he had any countermeasures. He used a game pod to log into the Devouring World and headed towards Yangjian. Lin Luo only knew 2 gods in the Devouring World, Erlangshan Yangjian and Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was clever, but not truly wise. His personality was similar to that of the Yin nation's mythology. Impulsive and reckless, he lacked a sense of the bigger picture. Yangjian's personality resembled that of the mythical figure, and his overall perspective was far superior to Sun Wukong's. Lin Luo would be best served consulting him. You're here. As soon as Lin Luo entered Yangjian's vicinity, Yangjian spotted him. Lin Luo said, "It seems Senior knows about my situation." Yangjian nodded and said, "You devoured so many true gods in the real world that it alarmed the entire Devouring World. The 4 divine kings even convened a meeting specifically for you." "What meeting?" Lin Luo asked curiously. Yangjian shook his head and said, "A meeting of the 4 divine kings is not something I could eavesdrop on." "That's true. But there are some things that can be easily deduced. You killed the true god they sent, and now they must be eager to kill you. Your level has reached 99, the same as Apollo. They will surely give Apollo a treasure to help him kill you." "I know that too." Lin Luo nodded. "You have the treasure Sun Wukong and I gave you, but that's not enough. Your chances of winning are incredibly low," Yangjian said. "How much?" 5%. "That low?" "I told you, they're all God King level beings. They must have predicted your methods. The treasure they gave Apollo must be enough to kill you," Yangjian said. "Erlang Xian Shengzhenjuan, you're so powerful, you wouldn't want to see me die at Apollo's hands, would you?" Lin Luo said. Yangjian smiled. "You're already level 99, the same level as me. There's no need to be so polite. Besides, if I could help you, I would have helped you long ago, and I wouldn't have been so secretive." Lin Luo sighed. "It seems I can only rely on myself. There's a way to crack this. You need to find someone." "Who?" "Think about who in your country specializes in dealing with the sun." Yangjian deliberately offered a riddle. Lin Luo asked, "Are you talking about Hui?" "Yes," Yangjian said. "Then, there are the Jade Emperor and Chang'e, as well as the Jade Rabbit and Wu Gang," Lin Luo asked curiously. Yangjian shook his head and said, "Of the 4 you mentioned, only the Jade Emperor is real. The Jade Rabbit, Wu Gang, and Chang'e do not exist. The era in which Hui lived is called the Hui era. He did have a wife, but I don't know whether her name was Chang'e. After Hui destroyed 7 sun gods in one go, his wife was bewitched by the Devouring World and flew to it. The moon you ancients invented is actually the Devouring World. After his wife betrayed him, Hui no longer had the will to fight against the Devouring World. He later entered the Devouring World. When a new era arrived, Hui's wife was killed by a powerful being from that era. The Jade Rabbit and Wu Gang are purely fictional gods, 2 gods who never existed. The Jade Emperor is a God King level being, but his situation isn't very good." Lin Luo asked curiously, "How bad is it?" Yangjian said, "The Jade Emperor is too powerful, and was sealed by the Devouring World." "Did the Devouring World seal him?" "Yes, the Devouring World is more mysterious and powerful than you might imagine. Some God Kings who disobey the Devouring World will be sealed by it." "How was the Jade Emperor sealed?" Lin Luo always felt that he understood the Devouring World very well, but then realized that his understanding was very limited. Yangjian said, "Perhaps the Jade Emperor was the most recent person to destroy the Devouring World. You ancients blended as gods together to create a complete mythology. In your mythology, the Jade Emperor is still my uncle. I despise that in mythological stories, and in fact, I'm not worthy of it. I dream of being the uncle of a top-level God King. The Jade Emperor's story is too long. If Yangjian could explain it in detail, it would take 3 days and 3 nights. He briefly explained to Lin Luo that the Jade Emperor's era was called the Celestial Era. Among all eras, the Celestial Era would rank in the top 10. Lin Luo's era, on the other hand, would rank in the bottom 10. Unlike the frail figure depicted in mythology, the Jade Emperor was the strongest being in the Celestial Era. He was one of the few gods to become a divine king in his own era, and he even founded the powerful Celestial Empire. When the Devouring World connected to the Celestial Era, many of the Devouring World's powerful beings became timid. When the Devouring World connected to a real world, the Devouring World's gods eagerly descended upon it. The Celestial Era was one of the few real worlds the gods feared, and were unwilling to descend into. Later, 6 divine kings descended from the Devouring World, including Shiva, Tathagata, the god of light, and the god of darkness. The Jade Emperor single-handedly fought against these 6 divine kings, ultimately slaying 2. The remaining 4 divine kings, resorting to extraordinary means and paying a heavy price, returned to the devouring world. Had they remained in the celestial era, they would have perished at the hands of the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor desired to destroy the devouring world and put an end to the disaster once and for all. So he took an unprecedented step, counter-invasion of the devouring world. Yang Jian's eyes blazed. The Jade Emperor had a bold idea. He believed that just as the devouring world could invade the real world, so too could the real world. He wielded his immense divine power to open the gates to the devouring world. This wasn't the kind of entrance you enter through a passage opened from the devouring world. Instead, the Jade Emperor created his own passage, leading the mighty warriors of heaven into the devouring world. At this point, he shook his head helplessly. Lin Luo said, "The Jade Emperor failed. Otherwise, our Earth wouldn't be connected to the devouring world." Yang Jian nodded. "I don't know exactly what happened. The three-eyed era came after the celestial era, so I didn't see that scene. Anyway, I heard that only the Jade Emperor survived, sealed away by the devouring world. As for where the seal is, we don't know." "What a pity." Lin Luo sighed. "It's a pity. If the Jade Emperor had come to help you, it would have been much better than me." Yang Jian nodded. "But thank you, Senior. I go find Hui too." "Go ahead. That's all I can help you. Try to talk to Hui. He knows a lot of information, and could be of great help to you in the future." Lin Luo learned Hui's whereabouts from Yang Jian and headed towards him. Chapter 212. A Land of Eternal Night. Darkness never fades here, and not a single ray of light can be seen. A handsome man, naked from the waist up, his entire body covered in bronze muscles, slept here with his eyes closed. This handsome man must be Hui, a man who had reached the level of a celestial god, known for shooting through 9 suns. The sun doesn't necessarily represent a god, it could also be the Golden Crow. Lin Luo learned from Yang Jian that the Golden Crow had once created a glorious era, represented by Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai. The era in which Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai lived was known as the Golden Crow era, preceding the Jade Emperors. There are also some similarities. In mythology, these two created the early heavenly court, with the Jade Emperor being the second ruler of heaven. In reality, the two brothers, Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai, also established a powerful power in their own Golden Crow era, also called the Heavenly Court. The Golden Crow era is also known as the Heavenly Court era. To distinguish it from the Jade Emperor's Heavenly Court era, many people call it the Golden Crow era. Di Jun and Dong Wangtai had also reached the level of Divine King. While not as powerful as the Jade Emperor, they were much stronger than the average Divine King. The devouring world also dispatched 6 Divine Kings, but Di Jun and Dong Wangtai ultimately chose to compromise. Di Jun and Dong Wangtai, along with most of their clansmen, entered the devouring world, becoming part of it. During Hui's era, it was Di Jun and Dong Wangtai's turn. Di Jun sent his 9 sons to kill Hui. To his surprise, Hui was so powerful that he shot and killed all 9 of his sons. Di Jun wanted to descend to the mortal realm to kill Hui, but was hampered by the restrictions of the devouring world. Hui's wife, Chang'e, was the first to give in and escape to the devouring world. "You're here." Lin Luo was just thinking about how to wake Hui when he spoke. "Aren't you thinking about how to wake me? Do you think I'm demoralized? Won't I help you?" Hui asked 3 questions in a row. Lin Luo smiled bitterly. "I haven't thought about that yet." Hui sighed. "I've been here for too long. I'm so excited to see someone coming." "Because of the Jinwu clan?" "Yes, Dijuan and Dong Wangtai of the Jinwu clan are powerful god kings. I killed Dijuan's 7 sons. There's no way he let me go. Senior, please help me." Lin Luo didn't bother to talk. "I help you, but you have to have a good chat with me. I've been in the land of eternal night for too long, and it's too lonely all by myself." Hui made his request. "That's no problem." Lin Luo understood Hui. Gods aren't omnipotent, they're merely more advanced than other creatures, yet they haven't completely transcended the biological hierarchy. They tend to get lonely easily if they stay in one place for too long. Lin Luo could get Hui's help simply by chatting with him. Nothing could be easier. Hui talked a lot, recounting many past events. How he became a god. How he defeated his peers. Hui ultimately became the strongest being in his era, and the era was named after him, the Hui era. "Many people think I hate my wife, but I don't hate her at all. I orchestrated her betrayal. I'm a powerful god, but I stand no chance against the Golden Crow. It's difficult for me to escape their pursuit, but my wife can. Hoi's eyes gradually turned red, and his fists clenched tightly. It's a pity that my wife didn't survive. She descended into the real world in an epic to help me, but was silenced by the Golden Crow clan. Lin Lu advised, Senior, I'm so sorry. Hoi wiped his tears and said, I've been telling you for so long, it's time to fulfill my promise. Before I give you anything, I have something to warn you about. My assistance will undoubtedly draw the attention of the Golden Crow clan, and they will definitely target you. Lin Lu smiled bitterly, it's nothing. I already offended 5 or 6 divine kings, as well as a number of celestial gods. 2 more divine kings shouldn't be a problem. You're far more formidable than I am. Yang Jian merely said you gotten into trouble, but I didn't expect it to be this serious. Hoi scolded with a smile. Ding! The celestial god Hoi has handed you the sun shooting bow. It contains his divine power, allowing you to use it 3 times. Lin Lu received a system notification, revealing a new, ancient bow in his inventory. Hoi instructed, I infused it with divine power 3 times. Just inject it into the bow. After 3 uses, you have trouble drawing the bow. You won't be able to draw it until you reach the level of a celestial god. I understand. Lin Lu nodded. Who are you? A golden crow flew over, radiating a dazzling golden light that illuminated the surroundings. Who are you? Lin Lu retorted. Okay. The golden crow's eyes narrowed slightly. You're truly courageous. I'm the Divine King Dong Wangtai. Isn't that just the Divine King? Lin Lu said calmly. Dong Wangtai angrily said, should I call you courageous, or just brainless? You haven't even reached the level of a celestial god. Killing you would be like crushing an ant. Then hurry up and crush me to death. Lin Lu challenged. You think I don't dare? Dong Wangtai was so angry, he was beside himself. Since he became the God King, no true god had dared to speak to him like that. The golden flames on Dong Wangtai's body flew towards Lin Lu. The golden flames failed to harm Lin Lu, passing through his body. Lin Lu scoffed, this is a God King attack. I didn't feel a thing. Dong Wangtai raged, damn it. If it weren't for the rules of the devouring world protecting you, you would have been burned to ashes long ago. You don't believe it yourself, yet you blame the devouring world. Lin Lu continued to taunt. Ha ha ha. Hoi laughed loudly, Dong Wangtai, do you hear me? The problem isn't with the devouring world, it's with you. You 2 ants. Dong Wangtai knew the 2 were deliberately mocking him, but he could hardly suppress his anger. If nothing else, I leave. Lin Lu ignored Dong Wangtai, preparing to quit the game. What if this guy went mad and fought him to the death? Dong Wangtai was a God King level powerhouse, and there was a very real possibility he could disregard the laws of the devouring world and forcibly kill him. Damn ant. Dong Wangtai was enraged. Hoi ignored Dong Wangtai and continued to sleep. In the past, Dong Wangtai would come and humiliate him every once in a while. Today, Hoi was already delighted to see Dong Wangtai humiliated. After Lin Lu left, he would hardly be Dong Wangtai's opponent. Then it wouldn't be him humiliating Dong Wangtai, but Dong Wangtai humiliating him. Hoi happily fell into a deep sleep, leaving Dong Wangtai in his wake. Dong Wangtai, seeking revenge, learned that Apollo had arrived on Earth. Never mind. Apollo has obtained the treasures of the 4 divine kings, so he should be able to kill this human. Dong Wangtai's mood brightened slightly. Chapter 213. Evening. The sun gradually set over the horizon, and night was about to fall on Earth. Suddenly, a massive sun rose in the sky, radiating a dazzling radiance. What's going on? It's clearly night, so why is it suddenly daytime? You didn't look carefully. I just saw a giant sun appear in the sky before the sun had completely set. This sun isn't normal. Something bad is probably going to happen. A spatial rift suddenly appeared, and a pair of powerful hands with bulging veins grasped both sides of the spatial rift. The strength of these hands grew, and the spatial rift continued to stretch open. When the spatial rift stretched to a certain width, a strong man's thigh stretched out, followed by another strong thigh, then a hand, half a body, and then a complete body. A handsome blonde man appeared in Lahai City. He was over 10,000 meters tall, his whole body brimming with powerful beauty. Is this the sun god Apollo? He arrived so quickly. Isn't he almost a celestial god? How could he easily descend to Earth? There's nothing to worry about. The dragon god's level is also very close to that of a celestial god. He's no weaker than Apollo. We can always trust the dragon god. He will definitely protect Earth. The devouring world has descended upon Earth so many times that everyone has become numb. Every time, Lin Lu appears in time to eliminate the devouring world god, so everyone isn't too worried. You and of Earth, you provoked me so many times. Now that I descended upon Earth, why are you acting like a coward, afraid to come and see me? Apollo looked down on everyone, his resounding voice dripping with disdain. A massive dragon, shimmering in a multicolored glaze, appeared before him. I thought you retreated like a coward, but I never thought you'd dare to appear before me. Apollo sneered. I'm level 99, you're level 99, why should I be afraid of you? Lin Luo said calmly. You're a new god, having reached this level through scheming and intrigue. You can't compare to an old god like me. Really? Then I'd like to see. Lin Luo controlled his massive dragon body and charged towards Apollo. Apollo possessed a powerful divine body, and his physical form was also a formidable weapon. He swung his fist at Lin Luo, colliding with the golden dragon claw. Bang! The fist and the golden dragon claw collided with a resounding sound. The god and the dragon quickly separated. Apollo's fist bled, while Lin Luo's golden dragon claw only lost a scale. It's so powerful. Apollo's eyes narrowed slightly. Two enormous warhorses pulled a chariot, emitting dazzling sunlight. It quickly approached Apollo's side. This was the Sun Chariot, Apollo's divine weapon. I once slew a celestial god with this Sun Chariot. This time, it's about to crush a peak true god. Apollo boarded the chariot and charged toward Lin Luo. As the two warhorses galloped, the Sun Chariot transformed into a sun and rushed toward Lin Luo. When the Sun Chariot collided with Lin Luo, it emitted an even more dazzling light. In a villa. Before Apollo descended on Earth, Lin Luo had arranged for Su Qing, Yuweiwei, and Cheng Xuexin, mother and daughter, to stay in a secret villa. Not long after Cheng Xuexin and her daughter became superpowers, Su Qing and Yuweiwei became gods. But now, the world devourer descended as a true god, and gods were too weak in front of true gods. For the safety of the two, Lin Luo was placed next to Guanyin. With Guanyin's strength, it was easy for her to protect the four of them. Su Qing asked worriedly, Sister Moon Goddess, is Brother Lin okay? Diana shook her head, I don't think so. Lin Luo is very powerful, he won't die so easily. The Yunshu succubus said, I believe the master won't die so easily. Guanyin sipped her tea, calmly saying, both are very powerful, it's not that easy to determine the winner. A large fireball emerged from the explosion and stopped, revealing Apollo driving the Sun Chariot. The two war horses suddenly went limp and fell in midair. If it weren't for Apollo's divine power, the two horses would have fallen from the sky. Even if your body is enhanced by the five-colored stone, it can't be that strong. Apollo felt a pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just now, he had used his most powerful method. A terrifying flame erupted from the Sun Chariot, and with his powerful body, he rushed forward at top speed. This wasn't the first time Apollo had used this method, and it always achieved great results. Except this time, he failed. Lin Luo taunted, Apollo, you are truly formidable. So many true gods have descended upon you, and you're the first to dare charge at me and fight me physically. How about a collision? Damn it! Apollo's Sun Chariot burned and vanished. Use the methods of the God King, or you die. Lin Luo deliberately provoked him. Go to hell. Apollo transformed into the sun, gradually expanding towards the surroundings. Lin Luo had no intention of dodging, and he merged with it. The sun expanded rapidly, then quickly dimmed. A giant, multicolored, glazed dragon emerged from the sun. 5 scars appeared on Apollo's chest, so deep that the bones could be seen. What a pity. Apollo's body was slightly weaker, and Lin Luo's golden dragon claws could penetrate his chest and rip out his heart. Even if Lin Luo couldn't kill Apollo, he could still severely injure him. I won't hold back from now on. Apollo took out a dark ring and placed it on his hand. The dark ring emerged from the black mist, which then moved towards Apollo's chest. Apollo's chest wounds healed at a visible speed. In a short while, Apollo's chest wounds had healed. This Apollo is so shameless. He's the sun god. Just now, he used his ring to create black mist. It's clearly not the power of the sun. I knew Apollo would come to Earth prepared. He couldn't have come alone. World Devourer is so shameless. He's fighting alone, yet he's calling in outside help. Apollo, using the dark ring, has become incredibly close to godhood. The sunlight radiating from him is tainted by the black mist, no longer pure sunlight, but tinged with black. Apollo's right hand now holds a holy sword, which erupts with a divine light. He also holds a bead, which he tosses into his mouth and crushes with his teeth. The bead holds immense energy, clinging to Apollo's flesh. Apollo's body becomes even more muscular, radiating a powerful aesthetic. In his left hand, a miniature lightning bolt emerges, imbued with immense power. Boom! As the mini thunderbolt appeared, the sky became overcast, dark clouds obscured, and lightning flashed continuously. Chapter 214. What's going on? This Apollo isn't using just one cheat, but four, instantly increasing his power dramatically. It's a pity the dragon god couldn't kill Apollo just now. Now that Apollo has used these 4 divine artifacts, his strength has increased significantly. What's the harm in using the 4 divine artifacts? I'm sure the dragon god won't fail. Apollo's face curled with a ferocious grin. Tremble, Ant. Do you think you can defeat me? Lin Luo said coldly. Of course it must be. These are the treasures bestowed upon me by the 4 divine kings. And you're asking me how I lost? Apollo vanished in a flash, arriving in front of Lin Luo. A massive fist slammed down at Lin Luo, who countered with his golden dragon claw. Bang! The two collided with a resounding crash. This time Lin Luo lost. The golden dragon claw twisted, and his bones were broken. Apollo boasted, "Do you know who gave me the bead I just used? A person who relies on external forces. What's there to be proud of?" Lin Luo said coldly. "Shiva gave it to me. I have you to thank for killing Shiva's 4 heavenly kings, making him furious with you. He then gifted me this bead, and told me to come and kill you. I have you to thank for allowing me to experience such powerful power." Apollo boasted. "Relying on someone else's things, what's there to be proud of?" Ha ha ha. Apollo laughed heartily. "I already fallen for your provocation once. Do you think I fall for it a second time? As long as I can kill you, any means are acceptable." He raised the holy sword in his right hand, and it burst into a dazzling light. "Do you know who gave me this holy sword? The god of light, right? Ha ha ha, you guessed right. There's a reward." Apollo vanished in a flash, appearing before Lin Luo. With the beads bestowed by Shiva, his physical strength had grown tenfold, and his speed had increased tenfold as well. Apollo reached Lin Luo and punched him hard. Lin Luo blocked with his body, and the fist collided with him with a loud thud. Apollo distanced himself, grasping the holy sword in his right hand. The holy sword erupted with dazzling light, and slashed towards Lin Luo. A scar appeared on Lin Luo's dragon body, and the colorful glass-colored scales shattered for the first time, causing blood to flow profusely. This Apollo is so despicable. If you can't defeat him, just use someone else's stuff. If you have the guts, fight head-on. A battle at the peak true god level, using a divine king level weapon? That's really cheating. This time it feels difficult. The dragon god is powerful, but he's a true god, and he can't stand up to divine king level weapons. Lin Luo's body began to heal, and his wounds shone brightly. The god of light's sacred sword inflicted wounds on Lin Luo, imbued with the power of light. The power of light was so strong that it temporarily prevented Lin Luo from healing himself. The power of the 5-colored stone took effect, and Lin Luo's blood flowed, and he recovered. Su Qing finally let go of her worries. Brother Lin Luo is still strong. His wounds have healed. The succubus Yunshu asked, "Sister Guanyin, can our master win?" Guanyin calmly replied, "As I said, all predictions are untenable until the results are known. Don't worry too much. Lin Luo won't lose so easily." The moon goddess reassured everyone. Apollo, with a look of contempt in his eyes, said with great pride, "My attack just now was just a warm-up, and you couldn't resist it. Next time, I'm going to use my full strength. You're just a piece of trash, using other people's weapons." Lin Luo sarcastically said. "Like I told you, provoking someone once doesn't guarantee success a second time." Apollo now had a lightning model in his hand, and threw it at Lin Luo. A bolt of lightning struck Lin Luo, possessing 1/5 of Zeus's power. During the meeting, Zeus had said that the lightning given to Apollo would only hold 1/10 of his own power, deliberately deceiving the other 3 gods. Zeus intended Apollo to use this lightning to kill Lin Luo, to avoid any accidents. When Apollo received the lightning, he initially thought his father was making a big deal out of nothing. He believed that with his own strength, and the help of the other 3 gods, he would surely be able to slay Lin Luo. The result was beyond Apollo's expectations. He used the weapons of the 3 divine kings, but only caused damage to Lin Luo. Apollo intended to use the thunderbolt given by his father god to kill Lin Luo with a single blow. This cunning Apollo. Lin Luo felt the violent force of the thunderbolt, and dared not withstand it head-on. A simple longbow appeared beside him, and he infused it with divine power. The bow erupted with dazzling light, and began to draw itself. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a pillar, struck Lin Luo. The sun-shooting longbow unleashed its might, sending a dazzling beam of light towards him. The beam collided with the lightning, emitting an extremely dazzling burst of light. Sun-shooting longbow. You actually got Hoi's help, Apollo said grimly. You can't just ask for help and I can't, Lin Luo retorted. Apollo used Thunderbolt twice in a row, and Lin Luo used the sun-shooting longbow twice in a row. Hoi was a powerful celestial being. He once fired 9 arrows in a row, killing a god-level golden crow with a single strike. It's no surprise that his full-strength attack could withstand a portion of a god king's power. Luckily, I got the sun-shooting longbow from Hoi. If I had to withstand 3 thunderbolts from Zeus, I would have been crippled if not dead. Lin Luo exhaled. You can die now. Apollo rushed towards Lin Luo, his sacred longsword radiating an even brighter light. His sacred longsword was so fast that Lin Luo couldn't catch it. Lin Luo's golden dragon claw was struck, completely severed, and blood gurgled from the wound. Apollo's attacks became increasingly frequent, inflicting more and more wounds on Lin Luo. Diana's face grimaced. Lin Luo is about to lose. Su Qing asked anxiously, Sister Moon Goddess, is there any way to save Lin Luo? Yi Weiwei sighed, our level is too low. There's nothing we can do to help Lin Luo. Yes, we're too low. There's no way we can help him, Diana said helplessly. Guan Yin took a sip of tea and said, you're all obsessed. The result hasn't come out yet. You saw that Lin Luo hasn't used any of his trump cards. That's right. The women's eyes lit up, their hearts easing. Lin Luo's strongest weapons were his flames, and the third eye on his head, neither of which he had used. Apollo swung his sacred sword continuously, inflicting numerous wounds on Lin Luo. Lin Luo's wounds were healing rapidly thanks to his self-healing ability. Apollo couldn't find a way to kill Lin Luo with a single blow. Beijing. Pang Bo frowned and said, the dragon god situation is critical. He Huang said helplessly, the opponent is a true god, using methods given by the god king. From the beginning, this battle was a huge disparity in strength. What depressing words. The protagonist hasn't even appeared yet. Yi Tian held a multicolored longsword in his hand, and walked with a reckless gait. Chapter 215. Stop pretending. Are you really that capable? Black Emperor said disdainfully. Don't look down on me. I have a sword that can slay any enemy in the world. Yi Tian said proudly. Pang Bo advised Yi Tian, stop pretending. We know you're powerful, but you're only a god. The other side is fighting a peak true god. Going up there is tantamount to courting death. You're looking down on me now. When I succeed, you be ashamed of your contempt. Yi Tian left the capital and rushed towards Longhai. Pang Bo worriedly said, will Yi Tian really get so upset that he run off to Longhai City? Impossible. Yi Tian might be a bit of a middle school kid, but his IQ is fine. He wouldn't be so foolish as to seek his own death. Black Emperor shook his head. I have a feeling something's off about him today. Pang Bo was just beginning to feel strange when he spotted Yi Tian. Only when he saw Yi Tian on the livestream did he realize he wasn't joking, but serious. This guy is crazy. He's actually daring to join the fight between the dragon god and Apollo. He Huang was astonished. He's probably in the late stages of Chinibu. No normal person could do that, Pang Bo said. I feel like we have to prepare a coffin for Yi Tian. This guy really dares. He Huang shook his head helplessly. Pang Bo sighed and said, with the dragon god dead, the entire era is gone. Those of us who haven't achieved godhood don't even qualify to remain in the devouring world. We can only say we're sending Yi Tian off early. He Huang said with some sadness, Yi Tian may be a bit of a Chinibu, but his talent is the strongest among us. Everyone else relies on the dragon god to become a god, but only Yi Tian achieved it on his own. It looks like the finale is coming soon. Pang Bo sighed again. There's another person beside the dragon god. Could it be that the dragon god has a backup plan, some kind of external reinforcement that hasn't arrived yet? Isn't that Yi Tian? Yi Tian seems to be a powerful god. The difference between him and a true god is huge. It seems like Yi Tian has always had a Chinibu syndrome. It's very likely that Chinibu has kicked in, and he's lost his mind, and is here to die. Lin Luo saw that it was Yi Tian and frowned. Yi Tian, leave quickly. You can't help in this battle. You might die in the aftermath. Lin Luo, you underestimate me too. Next, I show you how powerful I Yi Tian am. Yi Tian had no intention of leaving and took out his 5-colored divine sword. Seeing that Yi Tian refused to leave, Lin Luo could only fend off Apollo. Apollo ignored Yi Tian and kept trying to kill Lin Luo. This was beyond his expectations. Lin Luo was much stronger than he was. If Apollo hadn't obtained the weapons of the 4 god kings, he would have died here by now. The first time Apollo met Lin Luo, he was just a god ant. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Luo had grown so powerful, his strength far surpassing his own. Watch my sword. Yi Tian swung his sword, and the sword light rushed towards Apollo. The sword light's speed surpassed the speed of light, and in the blink of an eye, it reached Apollo. The multicolored sword light burst forth, and nothing could be seen for a moment. Did it work? Yi Tian exclaimed excitedly. Holy crap! This Yi Tian is unexpectedly powerful. He actually has such a powerful trump card. I hope Yi Tian can kill Apollo with this sword. He saved not only the dragon god, but us as well. It seems our Earth is still full of talented people, not just the dragon god. Black Emperor exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Tian's sword is incredibly powerful. Judging by its power, it could actually kill Apollo. Pang Bo chuckled. Being a bit of a chubby kid has its advantages. Yi Tian is incredibly dedicated to the path of the sword, which is why he's developed such a powerful sword technique. Yi Tian became even more excited. Dragon God, do you think this move of mine can't kill Apollo? It's possible. Lin Luo couldn't see clearly for a moment, unsure of the outcome. The five-colored divine sword is made from leftover materials from the five-colored stone, not just scrap. Forged from this, it can harm even a celestial being. Yi Tian's dedication and research into swordsmanship have reached a very high level. At this high level, the power of Yi Tian's sword strike surpassed that of a god, reaching the level of a peak-level true god. Apollo had been prepared, so at most he was only injured. But he had only wanted to kill Lin Luo, and Yi Tian's level was too low, so he didn't take him seriously. Wow, haha! Yi Tian flashed his signature smile. I told you I was born to be the hero, and you still don't believe me? I used divine power and my sword to slay a peak true god. Who could do that? The light gradually faded, and his smile froze. Apollo hadn't died, but he had lost an arm. The bleeding had stopped, and the wound was healing. His body was equally powerful, possessing a remarkable healing ability. Apollo's arm would soon be restored. Apollo looked at Yi Tian with a gloomy expression. You're even worse than this guy. He was a peak true god after all, and yet he was nearly slain by the ant before him. Apollo vanished from the spot with a single movement. Yi Tian hurriedly called out, Dragon God, please save me. Lin Luo couldn't help but smile. Don't worry, I'm here. Apollo was enraged, desperate to kill Yi Tian. The opportunity has arrived. Lin Luo had been waiting for a moment, a chance to kill Apollo. Three colored flames burst from the dragon's mouth, surging towards Apollo. I'm the sun god. How can your mere flames burn me? Apollo attempted to pass through the three colored flames and strike Yi Tian to death with a single blow. The moment he came into contact with the three colored flames, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Apollo felt not only physical pain, but also the pain of his soul. Your flame has fused with another flame. Apollo had witnessed Lin Luo's two-colored flame inflict immense damage on the two-headed god. As the sun god, he was immune to many flames. This is the Amaterasu divine fire. Apollo discovered the black flame within the three-colored divine fire, the same flame used by Amaterasu. An inextinguishable black flame. Apollo hurried to resist the black flame, hoping to extinguish it as quickly as possible. Amaterasu was a powerful being at the level of a god, but some of her abilities were even more powerful than those of a god king. If the black flames on him were not extinguished, he would likely be reduced to ash. You can die now. The third eye on Lin Luo's forehead opened, and a divine light shot towards Apollo. He had fused the supreme bone given by Yang Jian, opening his third heavenly eye. Every god's heavenly eye is unique. In addition to its own unique abilities, it can also emit a divine light. The divine light is twice as powerful as the full power of the one who opened it. Lin Luo is a peak true god, and the divine light he wields is equivalent to the power of a god. This is why the world-devouring god king desires the supreme bone. The divine light moved with incredible speed, even faster than the multicolored sword flashes from before. Apollo had no time to dodge. No! Apollo felt death approaching and cried out unwillingly. Chapter 216. The divine light struck Apollo, and his flesh and blood exploded. Lin Luo devoured the flesh without wasting it, his level continuously increasing to that of a celestial god. This Apollo is indeed worthy of being a peak true god who has lived for a long time. He really has plenty of experience. Lin Luo was delighted. Of all the battles he had fought, the one with Apollo was the most dangerous. Yi Tian's legs went weak. Dragon God, you're very strong. Together we killed Apollo. Fuck. I've seen shameless people, but never someone so shameless. What do you mean by jointly killing? I admit Yi Tian played a role in the battle, but it was the Dragon God who killed Apollo, so he had very little to do with it. Forget it, let Yi Tian have some fun. At least he helped. Black Emperor spitted, Yi Tian is still so shameless. Pang Bo said worriedly, when Yi Tian returns, I think we need to treat him properly. He's lucky this time. If he hadn't woken up and made a mistake, he would have died. Black Emperor nodded, we must not let him give up treatment. Secret Villa. A close call. Yi Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Lin is so strong. Su Qing's eyes were full of stars. The Yunshu succubus's eyes repeatedly formed pink hearts. Master is so brave, I really want to follow you. Diana looked at Guanyin and said, Bodhisattva, you should have anticipated this outcome, right? Guanyin didn't answer directly. I can only tell you that if Lin Luo goes to the devouring world, he has a 50% chance of winning. The remaining 50% depends on himself. Diana gazed at the multicolored, glazed dragon in the sky. There's never a 100% chance of winning. Sometimes you have to rely on yourself. Choice is more important than effort, and effort determines success. It seems you come to understand. Guanyin smiled. In the air. Yi Tian felt more or less satisfied. If nothing else, I return to the capital. Okay. Lin Luo stared at Yi Tian for a long moment, but he didn't move. Aren't you going back to the capital? Lin Luo asked, puzzled. Yi Tian desperately wanted to move, but the previous attack had drained all his strength, leaving him without the energy to even return. He spotted the drones, and decided to ask Lin Luo for help. These drones surrounded him, broadcasting a live broadcast. Yi Tian felt he had been in the air for too long, and would be the subject of ridicule tomorrow. For example, Yi Tian, still eager to show off in front of the dragon god, remained in the air for a full half-day, posing. Yi Tian keeps saying he's the protagonist, but in reality, his idol is the dragon god, and he was so excited to see him that he couldn't move. There will likely be more bizarre headlines. Yi Tian never underestimates netizens' imaginations. For example, Yi Tian was frightened to the point of peeing by Apollo, and stayed in the sky, probably waiting for his pants to dry. Especially the arch-stalker, Black Emperor, who can fabricate anything. Yi Tian cleared his throat and said, Dragon God, that sword strike just now drained all my strength. Now I'm on cooldown and need to rest. Okay, I help you. Lin Luo took Yi Tian back to the capital. Yi Tian returned to the headquarters of the Heaven Covering Alliance. Thank you very much, Lin Luo. Let's work together next time. Lin Luo patted Yi Tian's shoulder. Yi Tian glanced around and dropped the pretense. Please spare me. This time, Apollo nearly killed me. You devoured Apollo and reached the level of a god. Next time you face a god, my sword will hardly help you. Don't be so quick to refuse. Lin Luo produced a mineral water bottle filled with golden blood. Yi Tian pointed at the golden blood in the mineral water and exclaimed in surprise, This is Apollo's blood. Yes. Lin Luo nodded. You helped me just now, so this is your reward. Yi Tian was tempted, but shook his head. Dragon God, don't say that. If you hadn't given me the fragments of the multicolored stone, I wouldn't have been able to harm Apollo. If you're being polite, I won't give it to you. Lin Luo smiled. Yi Tian quickly took the mineral water bottle and thanked him. Thank you, Dragon God. Apollo's blood in that good mineral water bottle has become a true god. I need you next time. Lin Luo patted Yi Tian on the shoulder and flew towards Lanhai City. Secret Villa. Brother Lin. Lin Luo. As soon as Lin Luo returned to the villa, Yi Weiwei and Su Qing rushed over. Cheng Xuexin and Li Yanyan stood nearby, too embarrassed to approach. He exchanged a few pleasantries, and then came to Diana. Lin Luo killed Apollo, and Diana, his sister, felt quite ashamed of it. Diana said, You don't need to feel guilty about me. Apollo and I are brother and sister. We had a close relationship in the land of the gods, but since entering the devouring world, our differences have widened. If it weren't for your appearance, he might have devoured me. That's true, but Apollo is your brother after all, Lin Luo said. Diana said, If you truly feel guilty, agree to one of my requests later. What request? Lin Luo asked. It's inconvenient to talk here. I tell you later. Diana looked a little uneasy. Lin Luo didn't ask any more questions, but looked at Guanyin. Bodhisattva, I win this time. What arrangements might the Buddha make next? That's unknown for now. I'm telling you, the Buddha is a god of great wisdom, far surpassing mine. If he strikes, it will be a fatal blow. Guanyin took a sip of tea. Okay. Lin Luo didn't feel happy about killing and devouring Apollo, but rather felt even more pressured. Guanyin was a very wise woman, and Lin Luo wanted to gain some information from her, so he could prepare in advance. She took another sip of tea. With my wisdom, I can't help, but there's someone who can. Are you talking about the Jade Emperor? Lin Luo asked. Guanyin nodded and said, many things are predestined. You mentioned the Jade Emperor when you were talking to Yang Jian, so your visit to him is also a causal connection. Didn't the Jade Emperor disappear into the devouring world? How could I possibly find him? Lin Luo asked doubtfully. I can't help you either, but you can look for him, Guanyin said. Thank you, Bodhisattva. It's a piece of cake. The information Guanyin provided was very limited, but it helped Lin Luo a lot. Lin Luo wanted to compete with the God King, but his power alone was too limited. He needed stronger help, especially with the Buddha Tathagata, who had been hiding behind him. He would never give Lin Luo any chance. Guanyin said, don't be too impatient. You just won. You can relax. That's right. Lin Luo joined Su Qing and Yi Weiwei and decided to go out and have some fun. Cheng Xuexin thought, Xiao Luo, come home and eat today. I prepare a feast for you. No, don't cook today. Let's go out for dinner. Lin Luo put his arm around Cheng Xuexin's waist. Li Yinyan, unfazed, said, Brother Xiao Luo, you have to put your arm around me too. Master, there's me too. Lin Luo left with the 5 women, leaving Diana and Guanyin behind. Guanyin said, you should go with him. Staying in one place for too long gets boring. Diana shook her head, no. Lin Luo is taking his family out to play. It's not convenient for me to go. You can do that too. Guanyin smiled faintly. It seems nothing can be hidden from the Bodhisattva. Diana blushed. Chapter 217. Devouring the World. A vast palace. Zeus was surrounded by a group of scantily clad goddesses, dancing gracefully and enchantingly. He wasn't as promiscuous as described in ancient Greek mythology, but he was also very dependent on women. Before Zeus became the God King, he was still able to control himself. Since becoming the God King, he has returned to his old life. Zeus, your son Apollo was killed by humans, and you still have the leisure to enjoy a dance here. Poseidon arrived above the palace. Impossible. Apollo has the favor of me and the other 3 God Kings. How could he die? Zeus didn't take Apollo's arrival on Earth too seriously. In his mind, Earth's humans were mere ants. Apollo, armed with 4 divine artifacts, couldn't possibly lose. Especially the thunderbolt Zeus bestowed upon Apollo was powerful enough to kill even the most powerful of the gods. Unless Earth's humans also had the support of the God King, they couldn't possibly win. Zeus used his divine power to travel back in time to view Earth. Damn it! He actually got Hoi's help. Zeus clenched his fists. Following Poseidon was a giant Saiyan dragon. It was none other than Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East China Sea. Ao Guang said, this human has grown so rapidly. When I first noticed him, he was just a true god, but now he's become a celestial god. Poseidon agreed, he has grown so rapidly. Now, like us, he's a celestial god. We can't call him an ant anymore. Zeus angrily declared, this matter can't be let go so easily. I'm going to find Hoi. The 2 gods and the dragon journeyed to the land of eternal night and came to Hoi's side. Zeus angrily shouted, Hoi, stop pretending to sleep here, you murderer of my son. Hoi opened his sleepy eyes and said, I was wondering who was coming. It's Zeus, the God King of the land of the gods. Your son is dead, and you're seeking revenge on his murderer. I've been staying in the devouring world and never left. Zeus gritted his teeth and said, you never left the devouring world, but you gave your son shooting bow to the murderer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived my 3 thunderbolts. So that's how it is. Hoi nodded. Zeus's face darkened. What do you want to say? Sorry? Hoi couldn't help but laugh. You're courting death, Zeus said furiously. Hoi, no longer restraining himself, laughed loudly, kill me if you can. What's the point of talking nonsense? You idiot. Zeus was furious, but he couldn't do anything about Hoi. The devouring worlds couldn't fight each other. Even the God Kings couldn't break this rule. He had the power to violate the rules of the devouring world, but he would likely be annihilated by the devouring world. A massive sun plunged into the land of eternal night, dispersing the surrounding darkness. Dong Wangtai said, Zeus, what brings you to the land of eternal night? This Hoi killed my son. Zeus, not wanting to be too arrogant with Dong Wangtai, explained the whole story. Dong Wangtai said, I saw a colorful, glazed dragon talking to Hoi earlier. I thought it was something, but it turns out Hoi had given the dragon the sun shooting bow. Zeus gritted his teeth and said, it's a pity I can't descend to earth, or I would have torn that man to pieces. Dong Wangtai said, I think getting angry is pointless. Now let's find a way to kill this human. We need to find the next person to descend. Zeus suppressed his anger. He looked at Poseidon and Aoguang, the Dragon King of the East Sea. Both were at the level of celestial gods and very powerful. Either of these two celestial gods descending to Earth could easily slay Earth's ants. But they were only one step away from becoming god kings, making it impossible for them to descend to Earth. Don Wang Tai understood Zeus's intention and suggested, the method is simple. You can offer a bounty and find a way to punish Earth's ants. That's one idea. Then, in my name, call upon all the god kings and celestial gods to come. Zeus approved of Don Wang Tai's method. Hui mocked, Don Wang Tai, what a rotten idea. Wasn't it you who suggested sending my 4 nephews to kill me? Shut up. Don Wang Tai angrily said, we killed your wife. If you have the guts, descend into the real world. Don't hide here. Hui said coldly, I find a good opportunity to descend into the real world. Then I definitely inflict a crushing defeat on you, the Jinwu clan. Don Wang Tai snorted, you're just a mere god. I can crush you with a single finger. You don't even need to do it, I do it myself. Zeus said coldly. Hui stopped arguing with Don Wang Tai and closed his eyes, falling asleep. Zeus, seeking revenge for Apollo, offered his own Thunder God Stone as a reward. The Thunder God Stone was Zeus's source stone. Whoever could refine the Thunder God Stone would gain power comparable to that of a god. The 3 god kings, the God King of Light, the God King of Darkness, and Shiva, once again attended the meeting. Also present were the 2 powerful god kings, Don Wang Tai and Buddha Tathagata. The 6 god kings attending a meeting together was something that hadn't happened in the devouring world for a long time. Invited by Zeus, the celestial gods attended the meeting. The meeting lasted a day, and the 6 god kings decided which gods to send. The 6 god kings decided to work together to open the passage between the devouring world and Earth, allowing the powerful celestial gods to descend to Earth. A few days later. The secret villa. Lin Luo had been relaxing with the girls these past few days, shopping at the mall, and playing at the amusement park. The gods of the devouring world no longer sent alien races to descend, and most of the aliens that did descend became experience packs. Aside from some mutant beasts and zombies that remained undealt with, most of Earth had returned to normal. The first country to restore peace was naturally Yen Nation, which was similar to its pre-disaster state. The disaster shelter wasn't as busy as before, as it needed to handle emergencies. Chen Lime and Chu He's primary mission was to evacuate the civilian population to prevent them from being harmed. Wherever he went, he was a striking sight. This was mainly due to the stunning beauty of the women, and Lin Luo's own beauty as well. Guan Yin sat alone in the courtyard, still wearing her white dress, brewing a glass of fruit tea. The tea was infused with lemon and honey, and she took a sip with her rosy lips. Guan Yin praised, this fruit tea is much better than the ones I brew. Why didn't you tell me before? Lin Luo smiled, I thought the Bodhisattva liked to evaluate tea and preferred tea with a hint of bitterness, so I never recommended it to you. It's really delicious. Guan Yin took another sip. Life can never be defined. Bitter or sweet tea both represent a different kind of life. It's not just bitter tea that can help you understand the true meaning of life. Sometimes sweet tea is just as effective. That's the truth. Lin Luo tasted the fruit tea Guan Yin had brewed. It was full of fruity aroma and deliciously sweet. How does it taste? Guan Yin asked. Very delicious. Lin Luo gave it a high evaluation. Guan Yin said, enjoy yourself for a few days. You be in big trouble soon. Chapter 218. Has the Divine Kings meeting begun again? Lin Luo asked. Guan Yin said, this Divine Kings meeting is even larger than the last one. Even the Buddha Tathagata is in attendance, as well as Don Wang Tai. Don Wang Tai, when did you offend him? Lin Luo smiled bitterly. Don Wang Tai came over while I was talking to Hui in the devouring world. I made a few sarcastic remarks. Guan Yin said, that's not surprising. Dijun and Don Wang Tai are 2 very petty brothers. Don Wang Tai would have remembered even a few words you said. Even if you hadn't said those 2 sarcastic remarks, and had you used Hui's weapon, Don Wang Tai and Dijun would have held a grudge against you too. The 6 Divine Kings held a meeting for me, and I suddenly became a celebrity in the devouring world. Almost. I need to log into the devouring world and look for the Jade Emperor. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for me to survive the 6 Divine Kings alliance. Lin Luo frowned. That's one solution, but there's another. Guan Yin took a sip of the fruit tea. Please enlighten me, Bodhisattva. Lin Luo said respectfully. I can tell you, you need to agree to one condition? What condition? Fruit tea alone isn't enough. I'd like to try some milk tea. Is it that simple? Lin Lu asked. Is it simple? I find it difficult to make fruit tea. Guanyin frowned slightly. Who says you have to come here yourself? You can order takeout. Lin Lu took out his phone and opened the food delivery app. He ordered every brand of fruit tea and milk tea he could think of. Longhai City was back to the way it had been before the disaster, and the food delivery service had been restored. After the catastrophe, delivery people were all superpowered. Lin Lu ordered the takeout, and within 10 minutes, all the food arrived. He went outside and brought all the food. Lin Lu placed the food on the table, surprising Guanyin. Guanyin was briefly surprised, then smiled and said, I had forgotten the unique characteristics of your era. Takeout was one of them. Now that Earth has returned to its previous social order, takeout has also been restored. Lin Lu smiled and said, Bodhisattva, I bought you both the milk tea and the fruit tea. You can have either one. Guanyin took several sips, but it felt forced. I still prefer my own blend. Needless to say, the Bodhisattva's skills are unmatched by theirs. Since you fulfilled my request, I also tell you how to crack it. Guanyin no longer concealed the truth. Actually, there's more than one human era. Lin Lu asked in surprise. Could it be that there are other human eras besides my own? Guanyin nodded. There are other human eras, but they are different from the humans of your era. The humans of those eras are more powerful. While their appearance may be similar, their physiques are different. They are more suited to cultivation. Cultivation? Lin Lu asked, puzzled. Cultivation is also a form of devouring evolution. You humans need the help of the devouring world to absorb the food you devour, transcending your original life form and entering a higher divine realm. The humans of the previous human era were naturally powerful and capable of evolution. That era was filled with many prehistoric beasts. By hunting these prehistoric beasts, many powerful individuals emerged in the previous human era. When the devouring world connected to that human era, it encountered tremendous resistance, resulting in the deaths of many powerful celestial gods and true gods. Ultimately, it was the intervention of powerful god kings that led to the failure of the previous human era, and some powerful individuals entered the devouring world. I don't know if you should say your era was lucky or unlucky. Without the devouring world connection, you might not even have been able to withstand the zombies that appeared during the initial catastrophe. If, like the previous human era, many prehistoric beasts had appeared, the masters of your era would definitely not be you humans. But those prehistoric beasts, said Guanyin. Lin Lu suddenly thought of someone. Bodhisattva, the powerful individuals you mentioned in the previous human era couldn't be the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, right? Guanyin smiled and said, you guessed right. The myth I told you was just a reference. The real story wasn't the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, but 5 emperors. Who are those 5 emperors? Lin Lu asked. You speak of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The 5 emperors can be found in historical records, but the legend of the 3 sovereigns is both history and myth. You can't find any concrete historical evidence, and the descriptions sound very mythical, like ancient fantasies. They were actually messages passed down to your ancestors from the last human era. Clearly, your ancestors misunderstood the meaning and fabricated stories that were a cross between history and myth. Avalokitesvara replied, the 5 sovereigns are Pangu, Niwa, Fuxi, Huangdi, and Yindi. Pangu was the strongest, followed by Niwa, the only female, known as the Huahuang Emperor. Fuxi, Huangdi, and Yindi are ranked in order of strength. Pangu Niwa? Lin Lu asked, doesn't that mean there are still the 3 pure ones? Yes, the era in which the 3 pure ones lived was another era. They understood devouring evolution as the Tao, calling it the era of Tao. During the era of Tao, the 3 Tao ancestors entered the devouring world and disappeared within. That's a pity. 3 of the 5 emperors are also missing. Pangu, attempting to split the devouring world, disappeared. Queen Yuwa, attempting to restore the previous human era, also vanished. Fuxi and Queen Yuwa were husband and wife, but Fuxi, searching for Yuwa, also vanished. Only Huangdi and Yindi remain. Remember to ask Huangdi, he might know where the Jade Emperor is. Thank you, Bodhisattva. Well, I told you almost everything I can. You should enter the devouring world as soon as possible. Lin Lu said goodbye to Guanyin and prepared to log into the devouring world. As he was about to leave, the moon goddess Diana, wearing a white, hip-hugging skirt, with a curvaceous figure and golden hair cascading over her shoulders, was breathtakingly beautiful. Moon goddess. Lin Lu greeted her. Diana smiled sweetly. I've been waiting for you here for quite a while. What do you want from me? You said earlier that I could make a request. Yes. Let's go to the succubus's room. You should keep your promise. To the succubus's room. Without waiting for Lin Luo to ask again, Diana dragged Lin Luo into the succubus's room. The succubus's room was filled with cosplay costumes, all kinds of stockings and high heels, like a treasure trove. Pick any one you like, Diana said with forced composure. Moon Goddess looks beautiful in any of them. Lin Luo smiled. I remember there's a moon goddess in the game Honor of Kings, and there's also a moon goddess in the anime Sailor Moon. Pick one. It's hard to choose. Diana smiled. Then put on more. Then she changed her clothes right in front of Lin Luo. Her body was flawless, with barely a single flaw. Her fair, delicate skin was as smooth as milk. Okay, let's move on, Diana said. Lin Luo swallowed and said, Moon Goddess, is this your first time? Diana asked in confusion, can you tell? Lin Luo smiled. It's so obvious, your face is blushing. Okay, next, you have to be gentle. After we're back on Earth, I think there are some things I need to try. I think this is necessary. Diana, one of the ancient Greek goddesses of innocence, was a rare serious goddess. The world-devouring Diana was even purer, like a blank slate. Even if Yun Shu, the succubus, was watching a soap opera, she couldn't help but watch. I will. Lin Luo carried Diana to the bed and began his first lesson. Chapter 219. Devouring the World. A huge cave. Outside the cave was a massive waterfall, the water cascading down from it with a clear, gurgling sound, merging into the river. The surrounding area was filled with a variety of green trees and red flowers, creating a picturesque scene. These two human emperors are truly enjoying a wonderful environment. Lin Luo entered the cave and saw two handsome middle-aged men. One middle-aged man wore an imperial robe, holding a long sword at his side. The sword was emblazoned with various mysterious patterns, emitting a sharp aura. The other middle-aged man was dressed more simply, and his surroundings were covered with various immortal herbs. The long sword was likely the Xianyuan sword. Lin Luo could tell that the middle-aged man in the imperial robe was Emperor Xianyuan. The other, plainly dressed man, needless to say, was naturally the Yin Emperor Shenong. We've been waiting for you here for a long time, anticipating your arrival. The Yin Emperor opened his eyes, revealing a pair of red pupils. Huangdi said, the human era did not end with us, but successfully opened a new one. You still cannot escape our fate, and have been connected to the devouring world. Lin Luo asked in surprise, is our human era a continuation of yours? Yes, since you come here, there are things you need to know. Yendi told Lin Luo many things, shocking him greatly. After the previous human era connected with the devouring world, a great war broke out. Humanity possessed a powerful divine king, Pangu, but he was no match for the devouring world. As the human era neared its end, the 5 emperors conferred and came up with 3 paths. The first path was Pangu's creation of the world, aiming to completely destroy the devouring world and liberate everyone. The second path was Nua's plan to repair the sky and seal off the devouring world, preventing it from connecting to the real world. The third path was the plan of Fuxi, Huangdi, and Yendi to bring the human era to life in another reality. The first 2 paths failed. Pangu apparently died, and Nua and Fuxi vanished. Only the third path remained in progress. Huangdi and Yendi remained in the devouring world, awaiting the continuation of the new human race on Earth. Many scientists have proven that humans are not native to Earth. This research has proven correct. Humans are indeed not purely Earth creatures. Instead, they originate from another human era, a planet that held many similarities to Earth. Humanity in the previous era was far more powerful than Earth's, experiencing a total of 5 emperor eras. The 5 emperors were the strongest of each era, led by Pangu. The devouring world connects to the previous human era, coinciding with the end of the Yellow Emperor era. Lin Luo learned of these events and shared the current situation with the 2 human emperors. Yin Di sighed and said, I thought you were lucky, not being connected to the devouring world like we are in this era. Unfortunately, the thing we least wanted has happened. Huang Di said sternly, even in our last human era, we were so powerful, yet we couldn't resist the devouring world. It will be difficult for you to win in this era. You understand what I mean? I understand, but I still don't want to give up. Lin Luo nodded. Yendi said, we can give you 2 choices. One is to fight against the devouring world, become stronger, and then enter it. The other is to enter it sooner. In a future era, you can descend into the real world. We can help you conceal it from the other gods. Both were peak celestial gods, very close to becoming god kings. They might become god kings as soon as they descended into the devouring world. Lin Luo shook his head and said, I don't want to give up. I won't choose either of these options. I want to try destroying the devouring world. He was born and raised on Earth, and had deep feelings for it. If he gave up on entering the devouring world, then Earth would cease to exist. Huang Di nodded in satisfaction. Your heart is good, but the devouring world is too powerful. With the 6 divine kings united against you, you have no chance of winning. Yendi said, the most formidable of the 6 divine kings is Tathagata, the Buddha. He is the wisest of all the gods. If you wait until he strikes, you will surely die. By then, you won't even have a chance to reach the devouring world. Lin Luo's face showed determination. I still want to give it a try, to fight the devouring world. Yendi said, we respect your choice. Sometimes we have to make things clear. Your early entry into the devouring world is a guarantee of your life. Huang Di said, it's very possible that even if we take action, we won't be able to save you. I understand that. Lin Luo nodded. Yendi's eyes flashed with admiration. You resemble Pangdu in some ways. Pangdu was the strongest and most persistent of our 5 emperors. He's the reason we're trying to persuade you. Huang Di favored Lin Luo and said, since you insist on your opinion, choose the first option for now. The devouring world has a limit on the strongest, and the people said by the 6 divine kings won't be very strong. I sense the aura of fire in you. I can give you a powerful divine fire called the healing fire. Burning yourself will speed up your recovery, but burning others will worsen their injuries. A divine fire appeared in Yendi's right hand, blazing brightly and warming Lin Luo. Through Yendi's narration, Lin Luo roughly understood the properties of this flame. Yendi had good intentions towards Lin Luo, and this flame would warm him. Conversely, Lin Luo would feel the flame's terrifying heat, ready to melt him at any moment. Yendi's left hand also contained a handful of divine herbs, lush green and radiant, with a peaceful and tranquil light. He introduced them. This divine herb is called Shinong grass. It was by eating this that I became one of the 5 emperors, and was able to defeat the mountain divine ape, the most ferocious beast of the time. Without it, I would never have been able to kill him, let alone usher in the Shinong era. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Yendi's divine fire and Shinong grass. The system sounded a notification. Huang Di said, my treasures aren't that practical. They require extensive study. I give you a sword manual, and a clone of the Xianyuan sword. You can't use the real Xianyuan sword with your strength. I don't think I can use it. Lin Luo's primary combat form is his dragon form, which possesses the strength of a celestial god. His human form is divine. If it were to clash head-on with a world-devouring god, it would shatter. Huang Di smiled bitterly and said, I almost forgot. But if you have anything you want, I see if I can give it to you. Lin Luo said, I remember Huang Di had a classic called the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic. If he could obtain the Yellow Emperor's Internal Classic, he could see if there were any suitable prescriptions. Perhaps, he could develop some powerful elixirs. The previous human era placed greater emphasis on cultivation. They not only grew stronger by devouring wild beasts, but also devised various methods of nourishing themselves with food and medicine. Humanity may lack some physical strength, and their intelligence may not be as terrifying, but their imagination far surpasses that of other races, allowing them to develop a variety of ideas for becoming stronger and evolving. Chapter 220. The Yellow Emperor shook his head and said, the Yellow Emperor's inner canon wasn't created by me, but by your ancients. It's just an ordinary herbal elixir, not particularly helpful for evolving to a higher level of life. The Yin Emperor reminded him, Brother Xianyuan, you forgot a secret manual. The Yellow Emperor slapped his thigh and said, I almost forgot that besides my incredible swordsmanship, I also have my dual cultivation technique. Dual cultivation technique? Lin Luo hadn't imagined that the Yellow Emperor possessed such an unorthodox technique. And such a good one. Huang Di explained, this dual cultivation technique isn't as magical as you might think. The essence of cultivation is evolution through devouring, following the most primitive law of the jungle. The strong prey on the weak. Dual cultivation techniques don't create living things out of thin air. They primarily utilize the energy constantly consumed by living things, just like how humans need to eat 3 times a day and breathe, which consumes energy. The dual cultivation technique I developed is exactly like this. It utilizes the energy released by 2 people to communicate, and then feed it back to each other, enhancing their strength. Dual cultivation techniques are best when both parties are of equal level for maximum effectiveness. If you target the weaker person, you might not gain much benefit, while the weaker person will gain more. As a man, the dual cultivation technique can provide you with the functions you desire. This is my help. Lin Luo accepted the items Huang Di handed him, and the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Xianyuan Sword and Xianyuan Sword Manual, Wang Di's dual cultivation technique. Yan Di said, "We've given you all the help we can. Is there anything else you need?" Lin Luo said, "I want to know the whereabouts of the Jade Emperor." Wang Di asked, "You want the Jade Emperor's help, right?" Lin Luo replied, "I do." Yan Di stroked his beard and said, "If you say you want to go find Pengu and Huang, we're not capable of helping you. Finding the Jade Emperor can help you. You know?" Lin Luo needed more help. The 6 divine kings are targeting him, so the next powerful being they send must be very strong. And there's also the Buddha, a deity of great wisdom. Wang Di asked, "We've been staying here. Do you think there's a Buddha among the 6 divine kings?" Lin Luo nodded and said yes. Yan Di praised him highly. The Buddha knows everything, and his wisdom is unmatched. The only deity who has successfully foiled his schemes is the Jade Emperor. You need his help. I give you the location. You need 3 days to meet the Jade Emperor. Wang Di told Lin Luo the specific location and how to meet him. The specific location is in the deepest part of the devouring world, a place ordinary gods dare not tread. Lin Luo, a native of this era, had not fully entered the devouring world. His method of entering the devouring world was primarily through his consciousness. If Lin Luo's physical body had been transported to the devouring world, he would not have been able to enter it elsewhere. Lin Luo exited the devouring world and returned to the real world. His entry into the devouring world had yielded much, acquiring 5 treasures. 2 of these 5 treasures were difficult to use, the Xianyuan Sword and the Xianyuan Sword Manual, which could only be used in human form. Lin Luo intended to give these 2 treasures to Yi Tian, whose swordsmanship was exceptionally gifted, unmatched by anyone in the entire era. He took out the Yin Emperor's divine fire, and Lin Luo felt a surge of warmth. From his dragon's mouth, a tricolor flame erupted, merging with the Flame Emperor's divine fire. The Flame Emperor's divine fire was green, and it merged with the tricolor flame. The tricolor flame gained a green hue, becoming 4 flames, black, gold, red, and green. Lin Luo's killing move was further enhanced, and ordinary gods could not withstand this flame. He saved the divine grass for use in battle. If the opponent couldn't kill him instantly, he could quickly recover from his injuries. Lin Luo quickly mastered the Yellow Emperor's dual cultivation technique. Lin Luo prepared to use it on Cheng Xuexin and Li Yanyan, helping them to rapidly improve. Yi Weiwei and Su Qing were both gods, possessing almost immortal lifespans. Cheng Xuexin and Li Yanyan were too low-level, still relegated to the realm of mortals. Lin Luo arrived downstairs, where Cheng Xuexin and Li Yanyan were both eating. Lin Luo had been spending more time in the secret villa recently, occasionally entering the devouring world to return home. He had been spending considerable time in the devouring world, and rarely attended their dinners. "Brother Xiaoluo," Li Yanyan greeted. "Would you like to eat something?" Cheng Xuexin asked. "Okay, I have something to talk to you about after we finish." Lin Luo sat down at the table and began to eat. "Can't you talk about it at the table?" Cheng Xuexin rolled her eyes at Lin Luo, implying that she shouldn't talk about it in front of Li Yanyan. "You know, after dinner." After the 3 of them finished their meal, Li Yanyan went to do her homework, and Cheng Xuexin began to wash the dishes. Lin Luo's hand, with familiarity, rested on Cheng Xuexin's slender waist. "I'm washing the dishes. Can't you wait until I'm done?" Cheng Xuexin felt as if she were being electrocuted. "Sister Cheng, I sense you're looking forward to this." Lin Luo smiled. "That's your idea. You're looking forward to hearing me say that?" Cheng Xuexin scoffed. "How about you wash the dishes while I do my own thing?" Lin Luo asked. "How am I supposed to wash the dishes if you do something bad? Better go to my room." Cheng Xuexin led Lin Luo into the room and began their dual cultivation. 3 hours later, Cheng Xuexin and Lin Luo emerged. Cheng Xuexin felt refreshed. "After doing that today, why do I feel so full of energy? I don't feel tired at all." Lin Luo said, "This is the dual cultivation technique I obtained in the devouring world. It can help the person I'm cultivating with level up. Will you benefit from it too? My level is much higher than yours, so the benefits I gain are limited." Cheng Xuexin apologized. "My level is too low. I can't help you." Lin Luo smiled. "Sister Cheng, you already helped me in a special way." Cheng Xuexin pulled Lin Luo aside and said, "How about I help you a few more times?" "Huh?" Lin Luo thought that he had obtained the dual cultivation technique, but it seemed he wasn't the one who benefited the most. 2 hours later, Lin Luo emerged from the room. For the last time, Lin Luo didn't use the dual cultivation technique. Cheng Xuexin, exhausted, ended their in-depth discussion. As Lin Luo was about to leave the Lin family villa, a pure young woman appeared behind him. A pair of delicate, fragrant hands covered Lin Luo's eyes. Guess who I am? Yen Yen. Brother Xiaoluo, you're so boring. Can't you be a little more charming? Li Yen Yen released her hand from covering Lin Luo. What charm do you want? Lin Luo asked. Li Yen Yen said mysteriously, Brother Xiaoluo, you don't want others to find out about Mom's affairs, do you? Lin Luo laughed. You're threatening me. That's disgusting. I'm your beloved sister. How could I possibly threaten you? I heard everything you said to my mom just now. You helped my mom, so you have to help me too. That's not good. If you don't do it, I go find my own mom. Li Yen Yen threatened. Okay, I go to your room. Lin Luo gave a helpless smile. Before you help me level up, let me put on my school uniform. I usually wear this to school. Li Yen Yen donned the red and black school uniform, its loose fit covering her well-developed figure. Her jet-black hair was tied in a ponytail, swaying back. A pair of legs, as smooth and tender as milk, were clad in black stockings and transparent high heels. Pure and voluptuous. Lin Luo couldn't help but help Li Yen Yen, so she could level up faster. Brother Xiaoluo, this is your first time, so be gentle. Why do I feel like you're enjoying yourself? Hate it, I'm not. Don't make me sound so slutty. Alright. With Lin Luo's help, Li Yen Yen's level increased several levels. Chapter 221. Capital City. Yi Tian absorbed the Apollo blood given by Lin Luo, and his level rose several levels. He was only one step away from becoming a true god. As the protagonist of Earth, I can't rely solely on Lin Luo's help to advance. I need to break through on my own. Yi Tian left the Heaven-Covering Alliance, determined to find opportunities for breakthroughs on his own. He arrived in Siberia, which is relatively close to Yen country, and has a relatively pristine environment, making it likely to harbor powerful beasts. Yi Tian. A soft, magical male voice rang out. Who's calling me? Yi Tian looked around but saw no one. I'm calling you. I'm a powerful god king from the devouring world, seeking a successor. I see you have considerable talent, and I want you to inherit my legacy. The previous voice echoed again. You also see my talent. Yi Tian laughed. The rune god said, I see your talent. In my eyes, the dragon god's talent is inferior to yours. His ability to surpass you isn't due to his own talent, but rather to his ability to seize opportunities. In the future, you will surpass him. Yi Tian smiled with satisfaction. It seems you have good vision. The rune god said, you are now one step away from becoming a true god. I can help you. Is this an honor for you? Ah? It is an honor for me. Help me quickly. When I become powerful, I will never forget you. The rune god's eyes flashed, and a strange transformation occurred around him. The Gobi step disappeared, replaced by a mysterious rune altar. Go to the center of the altar, and I will help you become a true god. No problem. Yi Tian arrived at the center of the altar, and the mysterious runes around him began to stir, ready to rush towards him. Next, if you give up resistance, you will gain the power of the true god, the rune god said gently. This is so troublesome. Can you hurry up? Yi Tian said impatiently. This is the procedure. There's nothing I can do. The rune god wanted to kill Yi Tian, but to successfully trick him, he had to endure. Hurry up. Yi Tian closed his eyes, as the strange runes around him rushed towards him. As the strange runes approached Yi Tian suddenly opened his eyes, and a multicolored divine sword appeared in his hand. He slashed at the rune god. The multicolored sword light, exceeding the speed of light, split the black-robed rune god in two. That's when you noticed something was wrong with me. The rune god refused to believe that his deception had failed. You think you can seduce me with a mere delusion? You underestimate me, Yi Tian said disdainfully. Originally, I wanted to use gentle means to coax you into submission, but now it seems I have to resort to extraordinary means. The rune god's black robe fell away, revealing a body covered in strange runes. The strange runes moved about his body as if alive. Your swordsmanship is excellent. I experienced over a dozen epics, and there are only a handful of those with abilities greater than yours. Your dragon god, Lin Luo, is a good choice, but unfortunately, he's too powerful for me to absorb. The rune god's body began to swell, his body covered in ferocious muscles, a powerful beauty. Yi Tian, clutching the five-colored divine sword, said, Last time, I nearly slew a peak true god. This time, my strength has increased, and I'm going to truly slay one. You can try. The rune god vanished in a flash, arriving beside Yi Tian. His fist was about to strike Yi Tian, but Yi Tian quickly swung his sword, forcing the rune god back. After striking 5 or 6 times, Yi Tian's strength was nearly exhausted, and he began to pant. Too weak, the rune god sneered. Damn it! You actually said this protagonist was too weak, and this protagonist must kill you. Yi Tian said angrily. Protagonist? You don't have a mirror, you can pee and see. You're a far cry from that Lin Luo. The rune god sneered. You better become a part of me, and allow me to ascend to the level of a celestial god. This protagonist will die here. Yi Tian could feel death approaching. This was the blood that Lin Luo had given him, Apollo. After absorbing it, his strength grew immensely. Otherwise, facing the powerful rune god, he would have perished long ago. Suddenly, a multicolored, glazed dragon rushed forward, slashing at the rune god with one claw. Not good. The rune god was powerful, but he couldn't withstand the blow of a celestial god. Lin Luo, with the strength of a peak true god, could fight Apollo, who possessed the power of a celestial god. Now that he had devoured Apollo and reached celestial god status, killing a peak true god was a piece of cake. Lin Luo's attack was relentless, shattering the rune god into pieces. The rune god collapsed into a pile of rotten flesh, scattering to the ground. The runes on the flesh moved swiftly, attempting to escape. A ball of black flames instantly enveloped the flesh, blazing fiercely. The runes escaped the flesh, only to be enveloped by the black flames again, consuming it until it was completely consumed. Lin Luo, don't burn it all. Leave some for me, Yi Tian said anxiously. Lin Luo smiled. Do you dare eat the flesh of this rune god? Yi Tian glanced at the dead rune god and swallowed. I really don't dare eat it. This rune god is a special being in the devouring world. He probably doesn't have a physical body. To be more precise, his physical body is just those runes. If you devour them, you'll likely be assimilated. Lin Luo used the Amaterasu divine fire to incinerate all the rune gods. Yi Tian sighed. Why is it so difficult to become a true god? Lin Luo said, take your time. Don't rush. More haste makes waste. Indeed. Yi Tian thanked him. I'm also a person who knows how to repay a favor. You just saved me. I thank you here. I definitely repay you when I have the chance. You never be able to repay my kindness in this lifetime. Lin Luo took out a long sword and a sword manual. Xianyuan sword manual? Yi Tian recited the name of the sword manual and looked at the long sword in Lin Luo's hand. You're not going to tell me this long sword is the Xianyuan sword, are you? You guessed right. What's going on? The Yellow Emperor also exists in the devouring world? Yi Tian asked in surprise. That's right. Lin Luo briefly recounted his experiences in the devouring world to Yi Tian. Is this Xianyuan sword and the manual for me? Yi Tian asked excitedly. If it weren't for you, why would I come here? Lin Luo smiled. Thank you very much. Yi Tian hurriedly thanked him. I have a water-repellent bead here. If you want to become stronger, you can go to the bottom of the sea. It's hard to find powerful beings on land. Lin Luo handed the Xianyuan sword and the Xianyuan sword manual to Yi Tian. Yi Tian, changing his usual aloof and immature attitude, thanked Lin Luo profusely. Isn't this Yi Tian? Didn't he say he become a true god through his own strength? Why is he suddenly receiving the dragon god's favor? He Huang and Pang Bo descended from the sky. As soon as He Huang arrived, he began to taunt Yi Tian. Chapter 222. Yi Tian, somewhat embarrassed, asked, Why are you here? Pang Bo said, We were afraid you might be in danger, so we installed a tracking device on you. We detected unusual power fluctuations around you, so we rushed over. Black Emperor hurried to Lin Luo's side, his tail waving like a propeller. Hello, Dragon God. Hello, Lin Luo said with a smile. Black Emperor hurriedly said, Dragon God, my admiration for you is like the Yangtze River overflowing, unstoppable. The last time I saw you, I often think of you even when I sleep. I never thought someone could be so handsome. Lin Luo produced a test tube of golden blood. This is Apollo's blood. You are very close to becoming a god. After absorbing this blood, you will successfully ascend to godhood. Thank you, Dragon God. Black Emperor thanked him profusely. Pang Bo, not to be outdone, boasted to Lin Luo. Lin Luo did not treat Pang Bo unfairly, giving him Godzilla's flesh and blood. Pomba's level was too low to absorb Apollo's blood, or he would likely die from suffocation. You too? Yi Tian sneered, then hurried to Lin Luo. Dragon God, don't let me brag about being the hero, I'm actually jealous of you. I don't have anything else on me. You got 2 treasures, use them well. You can use the Xianyuan sword 3 times, Lin Lu instructed. I understand, Dragon God. Yi Tian had already gained a lot, so he wasn't overly greedy. He Huang shoved Yi Tian aside with his butt. Dragon God, I have an immature idea. Lin Luo said, you wouldn't want to learn the Xianyuan sword manual, would you? He Huang nodded vigorously. Dragon God, you're so wise. You immediately understood my idea. You don't have hands. How can you use the Xianyuan sword? I have a mouth. Use it if you want. Lin Luo smiled wryly. Thank you, Dragon God. He Huang thanked him quickly. You're a dog. Why are you joining in the fun? This is mine. Yi Tian said disdainfully. Who said it's yours? The Dragon God has already promised me. The man and the dog started arguing again, and when they couldn't win, they started fighting. Pang Bo felt a little embarrassed. Dragon God, I made fun of you. It's okay. After destroying the rune altar, Lin Luo returned to Longhai City. A strange rune appeared on his hand, revealing the rune god. This rune god was only at the peak of his power, but he was extremely difficult to kill. If Lin Luo hadn't obtained the Amaterasu divine fire, killing the rune god would have been difficult. He didn't ask the rune god for what he wanted. The rune god said, if you release me, I tell you who the 6 divine kings will send to Earth, so you can prepare in advance. Lin Luo said, okay, tell me first. The rune god wasn't fooled at all. You take me for a fool, don't you? If I tell you, you kill me immediately. Lin Luo threatened, tell me, and I give you a quick death. If you don't, I burn you with the Amaterasu fire, and you feel what pain is. The rune god said, I live much longer than you, so your threats are nothing. Then I try. Lin Luo burned the rune god with the Amaterasu fire, but the rune god showed no reaction. He burned for a while, then stopped torturing the rune god and prepared to go find Guanyin. Guanyin sat in the bamboo forest she had built, mixing her own milk tea. The transition from plain tea to milk tea. Is this progress or a sign of moral decline? Guanyin finished making a cup of red bean milk tea and sealed it in an automatic sealing machine. Try it. Guanyin held the red bean milk tea in her delicate hands and passed it to Lin Luo. Lin Luo took it and took a sip. It's delicious. Guanyin smiled and said, do you have something to ask of me? Lin Luo said sincerely, it's really delicious. Let me taste it. Guanyin took the red bean milk tea from Lin Luo's hand and took a sip, savoring it carefully. Buddha, I had this milk tea before. Lin Luo pointed at the red bean milk tea. Guanyin blinked her bright, delicate eyes and said, do you mind? I don't mind, but I'm afraid Bodhisattva might mind, Lin Luo said. Guanyin said, I'm a monk, I don't care about such things. She pushed the red bean milk tea back to Lin Luo. This one's for you. I tried the milk tea you bought me earlier, and I wanted to study it. I thought it would taste even better if I added the plain tea I added earlier. Now I realize I was wrong. Plain tea, milk tea, and fruit tea each have their own unique characteristics. If I randomly mix these 3 flavors, it will only make the taste worse, not better. I guess I need to be more careful. Guanyin mixed another red bean milk tea and placed it on her table. She took a few sips from her radiant red lips and asked, you must have come to see me for more than just milk tea. You must have met the 2 human emperors. Lin Luo nodded yes, and they gave me quite a few gifts. Putting my hopes on you is understandable. Guanyin nodded. They also told me the Jade Emperor's location, and told me to devour the darkest part of the world in 3 days. Lin Luo said. You're going to find the Jade Emperor. The Buddha is involved in this plot. The Buddha has no ulterior motives, but this is a sure kill for you. You need help from others. This will require the help of the Bodhisattvas. I said I help you, but I just wanted to test your path. Will the Buddha not blame me for helping me so much? Lin Luo asked. Guanyin took a sip of her milk tea and smiled. Are you really concerned about me? Lin Luo said, I made it this far thanks to your help. The Buddha didn't blame me, and even let me do what I wanted. I told you the Buddha is a man of great wisdom. You and I can't guess what he's planning. Why do I feel like he's raising a goo? In your earthly terms, you could say that. Guanyin nodded and said, it looks to me like you're thinking about more than just the Jade Emperor. Isn't there something else going on? Yes. Lin Luo held out his hand, and on it lay a strange rune. The strange rune was enveloped in a divine power, preventing it from merging with his skin. You actually caught this thing? Guanyin exclaimed in surprise. Bodhisattva, do you know about this thing? Lin Luo asked. Of course I do. This rune true god appears in every epoch, seeking out potential beings from a particular epoch to merge with. Guanyin replied. Lin Luo exclaimed in astonishment, if he exists in every era, how can he be a true god? This was starkly different from the details he had learned from the Rune True God. The Rune True God had said that he had appeared in over a dozen eras, searching for talented individuals in each one. He would cultivate the gifted individuals of each era, gaining numerous benefits during that era, and then devour them. Among the many eras, Lin Luo's was the weakest, while the others were much stronger. Chapter 223. If the Rune True God had experienced more than a dozen epics, his level would definitely not be that of a true god. From what Guanyin mentioned, the Rune True God has not only experienced a dozen epics, but many epics. Guanyin said, I don't know how many years the Rune True God has existed. I remember entering the devouring world and experiencing those dozens of epics, and I saw the Rune True God everywhere. Lin Luo said solemnly, Rune True Gods exist in every epic, and all of them possess the power of true gods. This is a problem in itself. The Rune True God said proudly, Boy, now you know how powerful I am. I won't hide something from you. Our Rune True Gods exist in every epic. If you kill them, you will incur revenge from other Rune True Gods. Lin Luo said expressionlessly, Tell me about your Rune True Gods. The Rune True God said, There are some things I can't tell you, but some people don't know the severity of this matter, so I tell you. The Rune True Gods don't come from a single epoch, they exist within the devouring world itself. The birthplace of strange runes is in a corner of the devouring world. The strange runes exist for as long as the devouring world has existed. With each epoch, a Rune True God is born. The Rune True God appears in the real world and establishes rune altars. The rune altars guide those who desire to become stronger to the Rune True God, paying a price to receive his help. Each Rune True God is both an independent entity and a vassal. The individuals born from strange runes are at the level of true God from the outset. The Rune God said disdainfully, Boy, I advise you to let me go. In countless past epochs, even the weakest possessed the strength of a celestial god, and among them were powerful divine kings. If you provoke the Buddha, you may not die, but if you provoke me, you will surely perish. Suddenly, dark flames appeared from the strange rune and began to burn fiercely. The Rune God cried out in agony, You wretch, I will make you pay. After a while, the strange rune was obliterated by Amaterasu's divine fire, and the Rune God vanished. Guanyin took a sip of her red bean milk tea and said, You're truly decisive. This Rune God threatened you, and you simply burned him with the Amaterasu flame. Lin Luo said, I thwarted this Rune God's plans many times. He already hates me. Whether I let him go or not, the outcome will be the same. That's right. If you burn the Rune God with the Amaterasu flame, you gain considerable benefits. It's almost time. I should go find the Jade Emperor. Lin Luo bid farewell to Guanyin, returned to his villa, and logged into the devouring world. After entering the game, he immediately flew towards the darkest part of the devouring world. The clue given by the Flame Emperor was that there would be a bright light in the darkest part of the devouring world. After searching for a while, Lin Luo successfully found a ball of light. Jade Emperor? Lin Luo asked. You must be Lin Luo. A majestic and magnetic male voice rang out. Senior, you know my name? Did the Emperor Yin Runwang tell you? He didn't tell me. I calculated it. Besides my extraordinary strength, I can also predict the future. Lin Luo asked curiously, Senior, if you can predict the future, can you predict the outcome of my fight against the devouring world? The Jade Emperor replied, I can only predict an approximate outcome, not a 100% certainty. When I first entered the devouring world, I calculated that I could 100% destroy it and prevent the destruction of all real worlds by this virtual world. As you've seen, my physical body has been suppressed by the devouring world, and only my consciousness is liberated periodically. That's why I can't reach you on the phone now. What about my future? Your future is failure. I won't offer any words of encouragement. Choosing to join even if you can't defeat them isn't shameful. I still have to persevere. If I were to give up, I wouldn't be coming to you, Senior. Lin Luo's face showed determination. Tell me the general situation. I could predict you come to me, but not the specifics. Lin Luo told the Jade Emperor all about the 6 divine kings targeting him. The Jade Emperor said cautiously, the Buddha has advised that you're in danger this time. Last time, we sent a single deity, but this time, it's possible that several gods will descend together. Several gods? Lin Luo asked. Only a few gods descended, which is still considered good. It's very likely that the God King took action himself, the Jade Emperor replied. Lin Luo was surprised. Right now, even gods are finding it difficult to descend into the devouring world. How could a God King level being possibly intervene? The Jade Emperor explained, Buddha Tathagata is a being of great wisdom. He understands the devouring world intimately, and has mastered it thoroughly. It wouldn't be difficult for him to summon a god-king level being to take action. It seems I underestimated Buddha Tathagata. I thought that with the help of the two human emperors, I wouldn't be able to win, but at least I wouldn't be able to survive. I was too careless. So do you want to give up now? This is a deadly situation. I still don't want to give up. Lin Luo shook his head. I said everything I can. I can't help you with anything else. My body is suppressed by the devouring world, and being able to communicate with you is already the limit. The Jade Emperor said. Senior, don't say that. You told me a lot of things I couldn't have imagined. It's already very good. Lin Luo thanked him. Ask any more questions. The darkness of the devouring world will soon engulf me here. I disappear. What's the situation with the Rune True God? You're talking about that ghost thing. You provoked it. The Jade Emperor asked. Lin Luo replied, the Rune God attempted to attack my friend, but I killed him. Seeing you this time, Senior, I'm just asking you about this. The Jade Emperor said angrily, you can kill him, but the Rune God is a vengeful creature. Back then, I encountered someone who bewitched my heavenly court. He begged for mercy, promising to spare him and live out my era in peace. By then, I was already a god king, and I didn't take a true god seriously, so I didn't kill him. In the end, I spared him, and he bewitched me. My sister, bewitched by the Rune God, attacked me and tried to kill me, making my brother-in-law the Lord of Heaven. Fortunately, I was powerful enough to suppress my sister. My brother-in-law had already been bewitched by the Rune God, so I had no choice but to kill him. Later, my sister's son became a god. I was busy dealing with the devouring world and neglected his growth. Later, he too was bewitched by the Rune God and tried to kill me, but I suppressed him. The man behind this was still the Rune God. Lin Luo said, it seems my choice was right. I can't let this evil Rune God live. If I let him go, there will be endless trouble. Chapter 224. The Jade Emperor sighed and said, I see in you a character I lack, a decisive and merciless spirit. If I had acted more decisively, I would have avoided much more trouble. Lin Luo said, Senior, your perspective is different from mine. In my eyes, the Rune True God is a potential danger, while to you, he's just an ant. Don't comfort me. This was my oversight. You must be careful with this Rune True God. I suspect he's very likely a native of the devouring world. Does the devouring world itself possess powerful beings? Yes. The Jade Emperor shared everything he knew with Lin Luo. The devouring world is a mysterious world. With each epoch, it devours the real world through powerful gods. These powerful gods devour the real world and feed back into the devouring world. After each epoch, the devouring world grows stronger. The devouring world is both mysterious and powerful. When the Jade Emperor invaded the devouring world from the real world, he underestimated this virtual world. A powerful world must have its own native gods, and the Rune True God is one of them. There are other strange gods, each one eerie and powerful. The Jade Emperor said, I have another hypothesis. The devouring world will bring down many gods, and your Earth will once again be struck by a massive catastrophe. Lin Luo nodded, that's a very real possibility. At this point, darkness swallowed up the light again, and the Jade Emperor's voice faded. Lin Luo held two more jade talismans in his hand. They were given by the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor had secretly given them to Lin Luo just before he disappeared. His location wasn't completely safe. A powerful being from the devouring world was eavesdropping on their conversation. Before, Lin Luo wasn't taken seriously, which allowed him to repeatedly use the Mother Goddess's abilities to eavesdrop on important information. Now, Lin Luo is highly respected in the devouring world, and whenever he goes there, people will pay attention. A god-level ability can't be concealed by a very powerful god king. Ding! The unknown Jade Emperor gives you 2 Liberation Jade Talismans *2. The Jade Emperor didn't explain the function of the Jade Talismans, but Lin Luo could find out from his inventory. Using these 2 Liberation Jade Talismans, he could randomly summon 2 gods to descend to Earth. It's a shame I can't summon beings above the level of gods. Otherwise, I could summon the 2 human emperors, Yin Emperor and Huang Emperor, and then I wouldn't have to worry about the rest. Lin Luo decided to rescue Sun Wukong and Yang Jian, and allow these 2 true gods to descend to Earth. First, he had to get their consent before he could use the Liberation Jade Talismans. I thought you'd forgotten me after you took my 5-colored stone. Sun Wukong said resentfully. See what you said, Senior? I just had something to do that kept me from coming. Lin Luo smiled wryly. Sun Wukong said, I don't think you're a particularly bad person. You wouldn't do such a thing. What do you want today? Lin Luo said bluntly. I have 2 jade talismans that can help you leave the devouring world. Are you serious? I have no reason to lie to you. I'd like to ask for your permission to leave the devouring world. If you had come to me before, I would have refused. Now, I won't hesitate to agree. Sun Wukong said angrily, I've been in the devouring world for so long, and the Buddha Tathagata still won't let me go. Rather than letting the devouring world drain my energy, I might as well make a final stand. He now wanted to descend to Earth, but the entrance was controlled by various factions. The land of 10,000 Buddhas, led by the Buddha Tathagata, would be the first to deny Sun Wukong access. Lin Luo crushed a jade talisman of liberation to help Sun Wukong descend to Earth. Thank you very much. I should be able to descend from the devouring world to Earth in 2 or 3 hours, Sun Wukong thanked him. Senior, there's no need to say that. You helped me more, and I should be grateful, Lin Luo said. Sun Wukong waved his hand and said, From now on, don't call me Senior. Your name should be Lin Luo. From now on, just call me Wukong. He let Lin Luo call him by his name, as a sign of intimacy. Lin Luo nodded. Okay, I go find Yang Jian. Go ahead. Sun Wukong smiled. Lin Luo arrived at Yang Jian's location and explained the purpose of the Liberation Jade Talisman. Yang Jian was delighted to have descended to Earth. Helping others, and having them help you in return. It feels truly wonderful, Yang Jian said with a smile. Reciprocity is the only way. It's all thanks to you, Senior, that I'm embarrassed. Lin Luo said modestly. From now on, you don't have to call me Senior. You're growing so fast. It's only been a short time, and you're already a celestial god, while I'm the true god. Yang Jian sighed. Lin Luo chatted with Yang Jian for a moment before departing the devouring world. He also visited the Human Emperor Cave, where the Yin Emperor and the Huang Emperor resided. Both were powerful beings who had experienced many things. The advice given by the 2 human emperors could all help him. Human Emperor Cave. Huangdi said, the Jade Emperor is still strong. Even his consciousness alone can help you. Yindi sighed and said, what a pity. If the Jade Emperor's physical body were still there, he could help us more than we do, and your predicament could be easily resolved. Is the possibility of the gods descending, as the Jade Emperor says, likely? Lin Luo asked. I think it's very likely. The longer the real world resists, the more disaster will strike. For example, you had the zombie crisis at the beginning, then the aliens arrived, and finally the gods descended. The crisis is gradually increasing. I think the gods' arrival is more likely. Another thing you must remember is that the rules of the devouring world are not set in stone. Yendi replied. Can they be changed at any time? Lin Luo thought the rules of the devouring world were set in stone, and many regulations were unchangeable. The more he learned about the devouring world, the more he realized it was far more complex than he had imagined. Lin Luo felt that he had underestimated the devouring world. In addition to absorbing the gods of the real world, the devouring world also had its own powerful existence. He had originally thought that the rules of the devouring world, which he had believed to be unchangeable, seemed to be subject to change at any time. Wang Di shook his head and said, that's not a serious problem. The devouring world is a world with its own consciousness. If possible, it will certainly make things easier for itself and won't deliberately restrict its own side, forcing powerful individuals to enter the real world. Lin Luo said, I understand what you two mean. The devouring world cannot allow the gods residing there to descend freely due to the limitations of the real world. If a god from the devouring world possesses the ability to descend to Earth earlier, the devouring world will not impose any restrictions and will choose to help them. Yendi nodded and said, you are very perceptive. With the help of the 6 great god kings, the possibility of the gods descending is very high. In some areas, the Jade Emperor is more comprehensive than we are. We simply assumed that the 6 god kings would send a powerful god. We underestimated the wisdom of the Buddha Tathagata. Huangdi said, you better prepare early. The crisis you face next will be even greater. I understand. Lin Luo said, do the 2 human emperors know the rune true god? Chapter 225. Did you also encounter this weird thing? Huangdi asked. Yes, Lin Luo replied. Yendi said, rune gods exist in almost every era. They are likely native gods of the devouring world. You should have asked the Jade Emperor about this question. He would have told you more. I won't go into detail about some things. Let me briefly tell you that we too have encountered rune gods. You didn't grow up after encountering them. We grew up after encountering rune gods. I'm talking about a person you're familiar with. This person was bewitched by the rune god. Lin Luo exclaimed in surprise, could it be Chi Yu? Huang Di nodded. You're right. This person is Qiyu. What is the real situation? Lin Luo asked. Yan Emperor replied, in your mythology, Qiyu and I are sworn enemies, and Qiyu opposed my rule. The truth is, Qiyu was the successor I groomed. We, the 5 emperors, regard Pangu as the first to bring glory to humanity. Everyone reveres him as the first to create the world. He reigned for a total of 100,000 years before giving up his position to Empress Niwa. Empress Niwa reigned for a total of 100,000 years before passing to Fuxi. After Fuxi, I was next in line. Both Fuxi and I reigned for no more than 100,000 years before both passed the throne to the next person. As the 100,000 years were approaching, Huang Di prepared to groom a successor. That successor was Qiyu, who was considered a member of my clan. Among all his descendants, Qiyu was undoubtedly the most outstanding, the best in every way. He was the undisputed 6th emperor of humanity. Huang Di sighed, I spent so long training my successor, only to be deceived by the rune god. As a result, he rebelled during his reign, and I was forced to kill him. And the culprit, the rune god, fled to the devouring world just as I was about to execute him. He tried to avenge my successor, but was thwarted. Yendi said, you killed the rune god of this era. I don't know how he will retaliate. Stay cautious. The devouring world is alive, and there are many evil things within it, Huang Di warned. I will be careful. Lin Luo spoke to the 2 human emperors again before leaving the human emperor cave. He exited the game cabin and arrived at the cataclysm shelter. Qin Li Mei frowned and said, the peace hasn't lasted long, and the disaster has struck again. Zhou Jiahui thankfully said, thank goodness, we were cautious and didn't allow other cities to recover. Otherwise, a swarm of gods would descend, and it would be difficult for us to help them avoid the disaster. Build a shelter in a city farther away from Lahai City. Most of these gods descending from the devouring world will target me, and Lahai City will be in danger, Lin Luo instructed. Okay. Qin Li Mei nodded. Lin Luo returned to the secret villa and saw Guanyin in a white dress. Guanyin took a sip of tea and said, the Buddha's hand is truly drastic. Without him, the 6 divine kings would have likely sent their assassins one by one. Lin Luo smiled wryly. Thank goodness I asked the Jade Emperor, otherwise I'd still be guessing the deity descending to devour the world would be someone. Guanyin said, I was also speculating. I think the most likely candidate is Amaterasu. You absorbed her flame, creating a causal connection with her. And Amaterasu is powerful enough that it seems she's descending all at once. Do you have a plan for dealing with this? Lin Luo shook his head and said, there's no good solution for now. Guanyin said, preventing these gods from descending all at once isn't a good idea. Each god has his or her own personality, and it's impossible for them all to follow the wishes of the 6 divine kings. Lin Luo said, thank you, Bodhisattva, for reminding me. I won't do anything so irrational. Otherwise, these gods will descend on earth and immediately unite to destroy me. Guanyin's face showed approval. It seems my worries were unnecessary. You know some things better than I do. Lin Luo asked, has the land of 10,000 Buddhas sent any gods? Guanyin shook her head and said, I don't know. The Buddha must have anticipated my assistance, and he won't reveal any key information to me. If the Buddha knew, he would take action against you. Don't worry about that. The devouring world can't take action. No matter how angry the Buddha is with me, he can't kill me. I implicated the Bodhisattva. Lin Luo said guiltily. Don't feel guilty. This is my fault. Guanyin shook her head. Island country. A temple altar. Great Amaterasu, please descend to earth quickly. Our great nation of Rya actually worships a yin. This is unforgivable. A middle-aged man knelt before the statue begging. A dimensional rift suddenly opened, and a ball of black flame emerged. After the black flame emerged, the dimensional rift vanished. Gradually, the black flame began to expand, transforming into a stunningly beautiful woman. Amaterasu, you finally arrived. Yamakawa Kazuma knelt and kowtowed. I descended into the real world for several epochs now. It feels so good to be here again. Amaterasu was delighted to have descended upon an island nation on Earth. Her message was spread to Earth by the natives of a certain epoch. Originally, she was a powerful being that burned everything, and with every epoch she descended, she would be consumed. Amaterasu was more surprised to see her message completely altered by the island nation on Earth, becoming the sun god who created the world. Yamakawa Kazuma said, Amaterasu, you must stand up for our island nation. Now a Yen nation person has become our island nation's deity. How dare an ant compete with me for my position? Amaterasu said coldly. The island nation after a period of peace, was once again in turmoil. Stan Nation. A deity with a human body and an elephant head descended upon the towering palace. Ganesha really exists, not just in myth or legend. His arrival on Earth is a gift from Lord Shiva. Yin country's dragon god is just a human. Why should we believe in him? We have our own gods. This world-devouring god, who will destroy the real world, is all fabricated by the Yin people, who want to rule the entire Earth. Seeing this scene, all the people of Stan knelt before Ganesha. Faced with the terrifying figure of Ganesha, they showed no fear. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism. Father God, I have been allowed to descend here because I want to feast on you. Ganesha extended his enormous trunk, rolled up a human, and placed it in his mouth. The sound of bones breaking echoed as his bloody mouth chewed continuously, and blood spurted out. Not satisfied after consuming one human, Ganesha rolled up another. Ganesha may be obsessed with appearance, choosing two beautiful women. Chapter 226. Lord Ganesha, please eat me. I taste so good. You must eat me. This is a gift from the gods. If we are eaten by the gods, we can go to heaven. I am willing to sacrifice my life for the gods. Please choose me. One person was eaten by the gods, and many others fled in panic. But some fanatical believers stepped forward, wanting to be eaten by Ganesha. Don't worry. I'm hungry. I will eat you all. Ganesha used his trunk to pick up several of them, and put them into his mouth, chewing them continuously. Bone shattered, and blood flowed from his mouth. In another place in Stan, in a magnificent palace of similar architecture, an Arhat sat cross-legged in midair, flanked by a golden dragon. The golden dragon was enormous, no smaller than the bald man, and it surrounded him. This is the birthplace of my land of 10,000 Buddhas on earth. I see they practice Shivaism. The dragon subduing Arhat's eyes were cold. This is Buddhism. He shouldn't have descended upon Yin country. Our Stan country's gods are Shiva. Get out of Stan. We don't practice Buddhism. The Ganesha has descended upon our country. He will not let you, a pagan, go. Fanatical Stan people continue to spit at the dragon subduing Arhat. Lord Buddha, I ask you to be merciful, but when I encounter those who are stubborn and unyielding, sometimes I have to resort to extreme measures. The dragon subduing Arhat slammed his palm with such force that it reduced several people to pulp. The gods kill. Faced with the threat of death, these fanatical believers were terrified, and many fled. Some fanatical believers, believing miracles would happen, were beaten to a pulp by the dragon subduing Arhat. You evil creatures, I'm here to send you to the Western Paradise. The dragon subduing Arhat transformed into a killing god, continuously slaughtering the people of Stan. In the west, in a sacred church, after a dazzling white light, a beautiful blonde descended. Behind her were 12 white wings, radiating a sacred light. Greetings, Lord God's messenger. The cardinal led the crowd, kneeling before him. The 12-winged, golden-haired angel said, I am a messenger sent by the Lord God of Light. My name is Canaan. I have come to earth to punish sinners. Rest assured, Lord God's messenger, we will fully cooperate with you, the cardinal said devoutly. I need over 100 newborn babies, Canaan ordered. A middle-aged man summoned his courage and said, May I ask, Your Excellency, what you intend to do with these 100 newborn babies? Simon, is that something you can ask? The cardinal snapped. Canaan, expressionless, reached out and grabbed the middle-aged man. With a firm grip, he was crushed into a pulp. Your Excellency, please calm down. The cardinal, terrified, knelt on the ground, trembling violently. I don't want anyone questioning my orders anymore. You understand me, don't you? Canaan said coldly. Yes, Your Excellency. The cardinal dared not resist, and quickly ordered his men to collect the babies. 100 fair, tender babies appeared before Canaan. One, unable to sense its parents, began to cry loudly. Don't cry. Janan took the fair, tender baby in his arms, and began to comfort it. After a while, the baby stopped crying. The cardinal, peeking outside, breathed a sigh of relief and said, It seems the messenger of God is simply driven by maternal instinct and wants a child. As soon as he finished speaking, something horrific happened. Janan opened her mouth and bit the fair, tender baby. A piece of flesh was bitten off the tender baby, and a large amount of blood splattered from the wound. Even with such a severe injury, the fair, tender baby didn't cry. At some point, the fair, tender baby in Canaan's arms was dead. The babies around her sensed danger and burst into tears. Don't cry. Janan hurriedly comforted her. But even after several attempts, the babies wouldn't stop crying. I told you not to cry, but you didn't hear me. Janan's face was ferocious, and she roared loudly. Her action failed to comfort the babies, it frightened them instead. The babies' cries intensified, further irritating Kanan. Children are the worst. Kanan's sacred aura had completely vanished, transforming into a mad woman. She began to devour them frantically, killing each baby in her mouth. Outside, the cardinal was terrified, his face pale, and his legs trembling. The others, less able to withstand the shock, fainted. Greek Peninsula. A stunning goddess with purple hair and snow-white skin, clad in golden armor, stood in midair. A crowd had gathered below, seemingly unnoticed. She kept her eyes tightly shut. Her forced descent to Earth had just occurred, and something unexpected had happened. Athena needed some time to recover fully. After a while, Athena opened her eyes. In her eye sockets were a pair of purple pupils, gleaming with a divine light. Athena frowned, glancing at the people on the ground. How can my followers be so cowardly? I see only fear and fanaticism in their eyes, not a single will to fight. The fear was a fear of her god, and the fanaticism was a faith in her. Father, let me avenge Apollo. But Apollo, every time he descends into an epoch, slaughters innocents without regard for the consequences. Athena, receiving Zeus's order, descended to Earth to kill Luo unwillingly. Relations in the land of the gods were originally chaotic, and there wasn't much kinship between them. Athena and Zeus were born into a troubled relationship. Ancient Greek mythology predicted that Athena's birth would overthrow Zeus's rule. Zeus swallowed Athena's mother, Metis, and later, suffering from an unbearable headache, he opened her head, and Athena was born. Although Athena did not overthrow Zeus's rule, the relationship between father and daughter was strained. After Apollo's death, Zeus wanted Poseidon to descend to Earth to avenge his son. However, Poseidon's rank was too close to that of a god-king, and Zeus could not allow him to descend. So, he settled for the next best thing and chose Athena to descend to Earth. Athena agreed to descend to Earth, but she didn't take Luo's death too seriously. She always advocated fair combat. The winner took everything. Of course, if she lost, she could be dealt with by the opponent. Athena had fought countless powerful warriors, yet she had never lost a single one. She carefully planned each battle, ensuring a 100% chance of victory. Athena was in no rush to attack Luo, and was ready to have some fun on Earth. Descending to the real world didn't come around often, and she didn't want to miss this one. Gale Nation. A dark, 12-winged fallen angel descended upon a bustling city, and was immediately expelled by the people of Gale Nation. Lucifer was a god, unkillable by nuclear bombs or even gods. The nuclear bomb failed to kill Lucifer, and Ash, the director of Cataclysm Shelter, was seriously injured and fled. The remaining Gale Nation gave up resistance, choosing to join forces with Lucifer if they couldn't defeat him. Chapter 227. Lucifer loved beautiful women, regardless of race. Every day, the Gale Nation sent 100 beautiful women to serve Lucifer. These 100 women never left. The next day, the Gale Nation had to prepare another 100 women for Lucifer's use. Lucifer disliked being disturbed, so the authorities specially arranged a manor. For 7 consecutive days, the Gale Nation had sent 700 women. One of these women, fortunately or unfortunate, escaped from the manor. She emerged insane, tormented by a dark force. Not long after, she died, covered in maggots. Yen Nation. Cataclysm Shelter. Zhou Jiahui reported, Director, we already arranged for the general public to be relocated to an underground shelter in the neighboring city. With Chu He leading this matter, there shouldn't be any accidents. Chen Li Mei nodded, well done. Various gods have already descended in other places, and many people abroad have been killed by the descending gods. We haven't had any gods descend on Yen country, but we must still be prepared. I know. Zhou Jiahui nodded. Director, something's wrong. A woman from the Fierce Wind country is outside. She's covered in wounds. Yang Jun hurried over. Let's go check. Chen Li Mei led Zhou Jiahui outside. The woman from the Fierce Wind country was Ash. Ash is famous worldwide, one of the few who have achieved self-deification. Her icy bloodline is extremely powerful, and she displays astonishing power in many battle videos. Ash suffered multiple injuries, many of which were fatal. Her icy bloodline froze the wounds, temporarily slowing their progression and allowing her to persevere and reach this point. Anyone without icy bloodline would have died on the journey. Zhou Jiahui said, she retains a dark power, likely related to Lucifer, the 12-winged fallen angel who descended from the Fierce Wind Nation. Chen Li Mei said, Ahe's survival from the hands of the gods is already a miracle. Whether she survives depends on the dragon god. Secret Villa. Luo sat in a chair, facing Guanyin. Next to him was the moon goddess Diana, and across from him was the Yunshu succubus. The Yunshu succubus wanted to sit in Lin Luo's arms, but was rejected. Fearing that the Yunshu succubus would lose control of herself, her eyes shone with love, wanting to engage in deeper communication. Mainly, with Guanyin present, Lin Luo could not engage in a deep conversation with the Yunshu succubus. Lin Luo scrolled through short videos, all depicting scenes of various gods descending. One video creator had meticulously compiled the videos to provide a more comprehensive view. The videos showed gods descending in many places, and many people were watching with great interest, leading to their deaths. Stan is truly a fascinating country. There are so many religions. While other countries have one god descending, they have 7 or 8, each representing a different religion. According to statistics, the death toll in Stan has exceeded 100,000. The population of 1.5 billion has been reduced to 50 million, and now it's declining further. The West isn't boasting that the gods descended from the Church of Light will protect their people. Now, I hear that the 12-winged angel Canaan who descended likes to eat children. Only in ancient Greece was it better. Athena descended. As the legend goes, this goddess doesn't have any particularly terrifying hobbies, but she enjoys training people and turning them into Spartan warriors. I think the people we should envy the most are our Yin nation. With the dragon god's protection, no other gods dare descend here. Guanyin handed each of the 3 a cup of pearl milk tea, which exuded an alluring milky aroma. Try it, Guanyin said. The succubus Yunshu took a sip, her eyes brightening as she exclaimed, "It's delicious." Diana also took a sip and praised it highly. The Bodhisattva has advanced further and further in the art of tea. Guanyin was delighted and said modestly, "As long as you think it tastes good." It seems the Jade Emperor was right. The 6 great gods have ushered in a new era of disaster for the gods. Lin Luo took a sip of pearl milk tea, his mouth filled with the aroma of milk tea. Guanyin asked, "Have you decided which one to deal with?" Lin Luo shook his head, "Not yet. I originally planned to kill anyone who descended upon Yin Nation, but surprisingly, no one has descended upon Yin Nation." Guanyin smiled, "I think it's a tacit understanding between them. No one wants to face you." "Maybe?" Lin Luo nodded. The Yunshu succubus excitedly asked, "Master, is your pearl milk tea good?" Lin Luo asked, puzzled, "This is tea brewed by the Bodhisattva. What does it have to do with you?" The Yunshu succubus blushed and looked down at the bulge on her chest. Guanyin smiled, "I am a deity. There are things I can use that others cannot. So I asked the Yunshu succubus for something." "Okay." Lin Luo drank several cups of bubble milk tea, relishing the rich milky aroma. "Dragon God." Zhou Jiahui hurried in and stood before Lin Luo. "What's going on?" Zhou Jiahui explained Ash's condition to Lin Luo. "I go check on her." Lin Luo followed Zhou Jiahui to the ward of the Cataclysm shelter, where a beautiful blonde lay on the bed. A dark mist hung over Ash's face, and her body was covered in wounds, pus, and blood oozing from them. Chen Li Mei asked, "Dragon God, can Ash be saved? Anyone else would have died before I could save her." Fortunately, Ash has a powerful icy bloodline, allowing her to resist this dark power. Lin Luo took out an herb and plucked a leaf. He placed it in Ash's mouth and had her swallow it. Ash's wounds began to miraculously heal, and the dark power left by Lucifer vanished. Amazing! This herb, Ash took one, and her injuries began to heal. Zhou Jiahui explained in amazement. "I got this from a world-devouring senior. He's very powerful. I tell you more about it when I have time." Lin Luo wanted to ask about Ash's condition. Obtaining the divine herb from the Flame Emperor could be discussed later. After a while, Ash slowly opened her eyes, her icy blue eyes surveying her surroundings. The ward was a stark contrast to white. "I'm still alive?" After becoming a god, Ash intensified her oversight of the Gale nation. When the fallen angel Lucifer descended, she immediately organized an attack against him. Ash overestimated herself and underestimated Lucifer. Lucifer couldn't be killed with just a few nuclear explosions. Ash was nearly killed by a single blow from Lucifer. Thankfully, her icy bloodline was sufficiently transformed to prevent her from being slain by Lucifer's dark power. Ash was a very clever woman. Knowing she was seriously injured, she immediately decided to head for Yin Nation. She knew the only person who could save her was the dragon god Lin Luo. Chapter 228. Ash saw Lin Luo beside her and excitedly exclaimed, "Dragon god." Chen Li Mei explained, "You came to us nearly dead. The dragon god gave you a leaf, and you managed to survive. Thank you, dragon god." Ash quickly rose from her bed and expressed her gratitude to Lin Luo. The medical team, including Chen Li Mei and Zhou Jiahui, were astonished. The leaf Lin Luo had taken out had, after being taken, revived a dying person. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that Ash had been on the verge of death and had been saved by a leaf. Tell me what happened in the Fierce Wind Nation. Okay. Ash told Lin Luo everything that had happened. She knew that the devouring world gods would descend upon Earth in large numbers. Ash's plan was to avoid the gods' arrival. She knew that the powerful gods were beyond her reach, and neither she nor she could withstand them. The Gale Nation's leaders disagreed, believing a nuclear bomb could kill the gods. Ash, assisting in the attack, was certain to slay the descending gods. Ash repeatedly dissuaded the leaders, arguing that the devouring world's gods wouldn't be so easily slain. But the leaders persisted, leaving Ash helpless to cooperate. Ash regretted, I shouldn't have listened to him. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't have died. Lin Luo said, as the strongest being in the Gale Nation, you shouldn't have listened to an ordinary person. Ordinary people have limited knowledge, and don't understand the power of the devouring world's gods. This situation is your fault. Ash grasped Lin Luo's hand, her eyes sincere, and she said, Dragon God, you must help me. We can't let Lucifer stay in the Gale Nation. The consequences will be disastrous. Lin Luo said, don't worry about this. I know how to handle it. Ash said anxiously, as long as Dragon God is willing to help, I agree to any of your demands. Lin Luo couldn't help but glance at Ash. She had delicate, exotic features, icy blue eyes, golden hair, and a plump chest. She had round, straight legs, and a pair of slender, long legs. She wore a black combat uniform with many tiers, revealing her fair skin, adding to her allure. Ash shyly said, Dragon God, if you want me to serve you, I'd be delighted. It would be my honor. Lin Luo shook his head. It's not that I don't want to help you, but some things aren't as simple as you think. If he wanted to take action, it wouldn't just depend on Lucifer's strength, but also on whether the other powerful gods would intervene. It was easy for him to be surrounded by onlookers. AI, she said, I understand what the Dragon God means. You should get some rest first. There's no point in rushing things. Okay. Lin Luo was the first to leave the ward, followed by the others. What's the current situation in Fierce Wind Nation? Chen Li Mei sighed. The situation in Fierce Wind Nation is very dire. 100 beautiful women are sent in every day, and none of them come out alive. This has been going on for 7 or 8 days now, and as many as 1,000 people have died. Zhou Jiahui said, somewhat mournfully, none of these world-devouring gods are good. They're clearly god-level powerhouses, yet they still slaughter ordinary people. This isn't the first time they've done this. The end of every era brings the death of countless lives. The key is to protect our Yin nation. Lin Luo instructed. I understand. Chen Limei and Zhou Jiahui obeyed. Lin Luo didn't have direct access to the Cataclysm Shelter or the officialdom, but the difference wasn't significant. The Yin nation's leaders were more aware of the situation and voluntarily relinquished power. Unlike the Gale nation's leaders, a commoner still clung to power. Ash appeared capable, but she was sometimes too soft-hearted, leading to the tragedy. Perhaps she herself wanted to destroy the celestial god, as devouring a powerful one would allow her to rapidly evolve. Lin Luo didn't pay much attention to Ash. Now he had to find a way to deal with the celestial gods around the world. Earth was his territory. He couldn't let a world-devouring god run wild. A place with beautiful mountains and rivers. A blinding flash of light passed by, and after a brief moment of blindness, a golden monkey appeared. In the sunlight, the golden monkey shone brightly. The real world. It's truly wonderful. Sun Wukong felt the warm sunshine, stretched, and breathed in the fresh air. Wukong, how are you feeling? Lin Luo stood beside a large rock. Sun Wukong leaped over to his side. I feel fantastic now. The real world is so much better than that weird virtual world. What are your plans now that you're in the real world? I don't have any particular interests. My only hobby is fighting. I'm at the peak of true god, just one step away from becoming a celestial god. I want to evolve even faster. Celestial god, can you fight? Lin Luo asked. Sun Wukong grinned. I really want to fight a celestial god, but I'm not as perverted as you. Not to your level. I'm very happy to receive your praise, Lin Luo said with a smile. Sun Wukong said, I won't say anything against my will. You have great talent, and one day you might even become an ancestor dragon. Do you know of a way to become an ancestor dragon? Lin Luo's 5-clawed golden dragon wasn't the end, it was just one of the higher bloodlines of the dragon clan. The highest bloodline of the dragon clan is the ancestor dragon, a pinnacle of blood. In ancient legends, after Pangu's death, his blood transformed into 3 clans: the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the Qilin Clan. When the 3 clans fought for supremacy, Taoist ancestor Hong Jun and demon ancestor Luo Ho dared not provoke them. Among them, the most powerful being of the Dragon Clan was the Ancestor Dragon. The Ancestor Dragon was the strongest bloodline, but it was inferior to Pangu's, and in later stages, even inferior to Taoist ancestor Hong Jun and demon ancestor Luo Ho. Even the 3 pure ones, the 2 saints of the West, and the sage Nuwa were above the 3 major clans. Primordial legends are fabricated and have almost zero credibility. Many gods in the devouring world exist in separate eras. There is no connection between them. Their connection is only possible thanks to the ancients of the Yin nation. No battles have ever occurred between the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin tribes. These 3 powerful races each ruled an era. At the height of the Dragon Clan's power, they numbered countless powerful true dragons and produced many powerful gods. The strongest being was naturally the ancestral dragon, a being as powerful as a god king. When the devouring world connected with the dragon era, the ancestral dragon, unwilling to see his era destroyed by the devouring world, resolutely resisted. The result was obvious. The dragon era was doomed to failure, and was annihilated by the gods of the devouring world. The main force behind this was the Buddha Tathagata, a being of great wisdom. When Tathagata first became a god king, he used his wisdom to plot his own death, becoming the ancestral dragon for a long time. After the ancestral dragon's death, the dragon era was devoured by the devouring world. Chapter 229. Most dragons died during the epical destruction, while a few entered the devouring world. The first dragons to enter the devouring world were the 4 dragon kings, who were the first to join the Buddha's side. The ancestral dragon's bloodline was shattered and absorbed by the devouring world. The devouring world is a living world, and it will devour any good things it finds. The 4 dragon kings have long sought the ancestral dragon's bloodline, but unfortunately, they have all failed. Lin Luo also seeks to find the ancestral dragon's bloodline, hoping to evolve to a higher level of life. Alas, the ancestral dragon died at the hands of the Buddha, with part of his bloodline being devoured by him, and the rest being acquired by the devouring world. The 4 dragon kings repeatedly demanded that the Buddha hand over the ancestral dragon's bloodline, but were refused. Sun Wukong shook his head and said, "How would I know that? If I knew, I would have told you long ago." Lin Luo said, "You are already very close to becoming a celestial god. With enough energy, you could leap from peak true god to celestial god." Sun Wukong stroked his chin and said, "If you hadn't told me that, I would have almost forgotten. I was on the verge of becoming a celestial god. The reason I didn't was because of the destruction of the epic." Lin Luo took out a magical herb, plucked a leaf from it, and handed it to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong stared at the leaf, feeling its immense power, and asked, "What is this?" "This was given to me by the Yin Emperor, the human emperor of our last human epic," Lin Luo replied. Sun Wukong remembered something. "I was thinking that your current appearance is very similar to a race I know of from a previous epic. That race was called humans, but they were naturally more powerful than you. They produced 3 divine kings. Our current Earth era can be said to be a continuation of the human era." Lin Luo briefly told Sun Wukong what Yin Di had told him. "This item is too valuable. It's difficult for me to carry it." Sun Wukong hesitated. "Why are you saying all this? The 5-colored stone you gave me earlier is far more valuable than this leaf." "Very well, I'm down and out now. This isn't the time to be polite." Sun Wukong took the green leaf from Lin Luo, chewed it, and swallowed it. "I feel a surge of strength." Sun Wukong's body was growing rapidly, quickly becoming a behemoth. He reached a height of over 10,000 meters, his limbs nearly several kilometers long, and his size was no less than Lin Luo's dragon form. It seems this is Sun Wukong's true form. Lin Luo had seen a TV series about Sun Wukong, starring a star named Dicky Chung. In that TV series, Sun Wukong's strongest form wasn't as a monkey, but as a world-destroying giant ape. It was clear that Sun Wukong's massive form was even more terrifying than the giant ape of destruction. After growing in size, Sun Wukong successfully reached the level of a celestial god. "I'm in excellent shape now. I finally reached the level of a celestial god." Sun Wukong patted his chest vigorously, a sound that resounded through heaven and earth. "By the way, do you have a golden cudgel?" Lin Luo asked. Sun Wukong replied, "This one?" In his hand appeared a golden cudgel, engraved with various divine symbols. "This one." Lin Luo nodded in surprise. "Anyone in human form can possess weapons. We monkeys have similar structures to you humans, so possessing weapons is normal. The only difference is that we can't fully utilize them," Sun Wukong explained. I see. Lin Luo thought Sun Wukong was using his fists, but he hadn't realized he was using a stick. In mythology, Sun Wukong appears as a monkey and wields the golden cudgel, but in reality, it's the giant ape that wields the golden cudgel. That's not the point. Find me an opponent quickly. I've been in the devouring world for too long without a fight, and my hands are itching to fight. Sun Wukong said. Let's go to the fierce wind kingdom, where a 12-winged fallen angel named Lucifer has descended. Lin Luo said. Turns out he's a birdman, perfect for barbecuing. Sun Wukong agreed immediately. Lin Luo couldn't take action himself, as he became the target of the devouring world gods. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, was different. His actions wouldn't draw much attention. After all, the devouring world had many gods, and many people didn't know Sun Wukong. In Sun Wukong's era, the primary target of destruction was the land of 10,000 Buddhas. The monkey era ranks only middling among the other eras. Even without the Buddha Tathagata's intervention, his subordinates destroyed the entire era. Sun Wukong's fame stems primarily from the five-colored stone, which wasn't his, but belonged to another deceased monkey. Many people knew the five-colored stone was in Sun Wukong's possession, but they didn't know who he truly was. With the five-colored stone in Lin Luo's possession, Sun Wukong received even less attention. Many gods of the devouring world didn't know who Sun Wukong was. Gale Kingdom. Lucifer was a silver-haired Caucasian with 12 black wings. The room he was in was littered with the corpses of women who looked like nothing. A few hours ago, these corpses had been beautiful women. Lucifer delighted in torturing women, not to vent his lust, but as a form of revenge. He once adored women, always having sex with them. Until Lucifer's era connected to the devouring world. Lucifer wasn't afraid of the emergence of a new world, but rather delighted. With his power as a celestial being, few could be direct opponents. When the Angel Age encountered the God's realm, the Angel Age initially held the upper hand, overwhelming the God's realm. Lucifer, the second most powerful figure in the Dark Church, slew 2 or 3 beings from the God's realm. He was complacent about this, believing that the devouring world would be destroyed in his own era. As trophies of victory, Lucifer would receive the goddesses of the God's realm. He even made an outrageous request of the God's realm, 3 goddesses representing purity to accompany him. In the end, the God's realm sent Venus, the goddess of beauty, to accompany him. Lucifer was delighted and enjoyed sex with her every day. One day, Venus used a divine weapon to castrate him. After her plan succeeded, Venus fled. Before Lucifer could exact revenge, Zeus descended into the Age of Light. The God King of Light and the God King of Darkness faced off, but Zeus triumphed with the mighty power of the Thunder God. After their defeat, the 2 God Kings chose to enter the devouring world. After being castrated, Lucifer's strength was drastically reduced, and he was nearly killed by Poseidon, the god of the sea. Thankfully, the Dark God King entered the devouring world and brought Lucifer with him. Lucifer desired revenge, but dared not. The Pantheon was far more powerful than the Dark Church, especially since Zeus had destroyed the Age of Angels, becoming even more powerful. So, Lucifer vented his anger on the innocent women of every age, believing them to be his victims. 100 beautiful women is too few. Next time, we have to increase the number to 1,000. Lucifer completely forgot his purpose for coming to Earth, and was only focused on venting his anger. 100 beautiful women every day. I thought you were strong, but you're nothing. Lin Luo walked into the room, and looked at the corpses with disgust. Chapter 230. The Fierce Wind Nation had a bad relationship with the Flame Nation, and Lin Luo was happy to see it suffer. We were all human after all, and being slaughtered like this by an alien race still angered him. Which human are you? Lucifer stopped and looked at Lin Luo with a dark look. Yes, which human am I? Your God King sent you to kill me, didn't you find out? Lin Luo asked. Lucifer's eyes narrowed slightly. How dare you come to me when I didn't come to you? You think you can defeat me, so you think I wouldn't dare to come to you? Lin Luo taunted. Lucifer angrily said, You haven't heard of my fame. When the Pantheon invaded our Angel Age, I was a key figure, single-handedly slaying several of their gods. And then what? I even slept with Venus, the most beautiful woman in the Pantheon, and fought Poseidon. What do you want to prove? Lin Luo's sarcasm deepened. Lucifer furiously said, I want you to know that I, Lucifer, am not someone you, a newly minted god, can challenge. You may have been powerful before, but do you think you have the strength to easily crush and annihilate me now? Then I show you my strength. Lucifer wielded a black spear and thrust it at Lin Luo. You have a terrible mentality. I just said a few words, and you're so angry. No wonder you ended up like this. Lin Luo easily dodged the attack and then taunted Lucifer. I make you die miserably. Lucifer unfurled a pair of wings behind him, chasing Lin Luo. Lin Luo transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon and charged outward. Don't run away, boy. Lucifer was truly enraged, his 12 black wings fully unfurling. Lin Luo had no desire to fight Lucifer, and sped up to prevent him from getting close. Lucifer wasn't particularly powerful, Lin Luo could kill him. But many powerful gods had descended upon the devouring world, and they might unite to attack Lin Luo. Sun Wukong had no such concerns when attacking Lucifer. Lin Luo's abilities were limited, and the only person on Earth who could barely match him was Yi Tian. As Lin Luo grew stronger, the others would fall behind him. Yi Weiwei and Su Qing, both deities, were still 8 levels away from true deity. Even with the dual cultivation techniques taught by the Yellow Emperor, it would take a long time to close the gap between them and Lin Luo. Closing the level gap alone wasn't enough. Sufficient combat experience was required. Yi Weiwei and Su Qing wanted to take the risk, but Lin Luo was reluctant. They were both his women, so naturally, he didn't want to take any risks. Sun Wukong and Yang Jian were the best choices. As they grew stronger, they could provide Lin Luo with even greater assistance. You coward, all you know how to do is run away? Lucifer held a black spear in his hand, emanating a terrifying dark power. Is all you can do to yell? Catch me first. Lin Luo challenged. Okay. Lucifer's eyes turned black, and he sped up to maximum speed. Just as he was about to catch up with Lin Luo, a massive monster blocked his path. A gigantic ape covered in golden hair stretched out its palm, the size of a palm fan, blocking the way. Lucifer, in a panic, quickly dodged the golden ape's attack. The ape swung its golden staff at Lucifer. Lucifer quickly blocked it with his god-slaying spear, and the two collided with a resounding clang of steel. The ape's strength was immense, sending Lucifer flying far away. Lucifer said sullenly, "Are you Sun Wukong?" Sun Wukong replied, "I didn't expect you knew me." Lucifer sneered, "A piece of shit, who's so frightened by the land of 10,000 Buddhas that he dares not even descend into the real world. It's an honor for you to be remembered by me. You're courting death." Sun Wukong was furious. Lucifer's figure grew enormous, his 12 black wings fully spread. He soared high into the sky, looking down at Sun Wukong. He said contemptuously, "This human before you is destined for death by the 6 divine kings. Have you thought it through before helping him? And you just become a celestial god. Do you think you can defeat me? Then I show you whether I can defeat you." Sun Wukong, holding his golden cudgel, smashed towards Lucifer. The cudgel instantly grew larger and thicker, reaching a length of over 20,000 meters, and slammed down towards Lucifer. Lucifer had just blocked it with his god-destroying spear, and the two divine weapons collided again. Sun Wukong began to swing his golden cudgel rapidly, attacking Lucifer. Lucifer quickly used his god-destroying spear, not daring to underestimate him for even a moment. Sun Wukong had just entered the realm of a celestial god, but his strength was no less than his own. Who is this golden giant ape fighting Lucifer? I never seen such a powerful being before. Our fierce Wind Nation is saved. This golden giant ape is likely our fierce Wind Nation's hidden god, previously dormant beneath it. Don't fantasize. This golden giant ape bears some resemblance to Sun Wukong of the Flame Nation, especially the golden staff. The biggest difference is its much larger size. The battle between the two gods quickly attracted the attention of the fierce Wind Nation. Sun Wukong swung his golden cudgel fiercely, dissipating the divine light of Lucifer's god-destroying spear. Didn't you say you're a veteran god and even fought Poseidon before? I think you're just bragging. I only just become a god, and you can't withstand me. Sun Wukong swung his golden cudgel swiftly, leaving a trail of afterimages. Damn it! Lucifer continued to use the god-destroying spear to block Sun Wukong's attacks. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight back, but he had no chance. An hour passed, and a large number of feathers had fallen from Lucifer's black wings. His body was covered in wounds, and blood flowed bright red. If that's all you got, you die by my hands. Sun Wukong emanated a terrifying murderous aura, his golden cudgel radiating a dazzling golden light. Lucifer didn't dare underestimate him, and the spear in his hand erupted with black light. One cudgel to destroy the world. Destroy the gods. The two men transformed into golden and black light, respectively, and collided. How dazzling. Who will win? I hope the golden ape wins. Lucifer is a god from Western legend, but he's been incredibly cruel. My wife died at his hands. My 3 daughters are all beautiful. 2 of them, went to serve Lucifer, and never returned. If Lucifer continues like this, my third daughter will be next. Lucifer's recent actions have filled the people of Lifeon with resentment. They hope the dragon god will arrive and slay Lucifer. But with world-devouring gods descending from all over the world, the dragon god simply can't handle it. Now, a giant golden ape has appeared to fight Lucifer, and they all hope that Lucifer will die at the hands of the ape. With Lucifer's death, the Gale nation will be restored to its former state. Chapter 231. Sun Wukong is even more formidable than I thought. Even Lucifer, a veteran celestial god, might not be his match. Lin Luo had been watching the battle from the sidelines, ready to assist Sun Wukong at any moment. Sun Wukong had just arrived on Earth from the devouring world, advancing from level 99 to 100, barely reaching the level of a celestial god. Lucifer, as a veteran celestial god, had seen some decline in strength, but he was not to be underestimated. But after seeing the outcome of the battle, Lin Luo felt his worries were unnecessary. The two lights gradually dissipated, and two figures appeared. Sun Wukong had a wound on his chest, a large piece of flesh missing, and faint golden blood dripped down extensively. Lucifer's condition was even worse. His pair of black wings were gone. He had various wounds on his body, and blood was constantly flowing. Both sides' wounds held the other's energy, making it difficult for them to recover. Lucifer was breathing heavily, his energy nearly depleted. No, I can't fight this alone. Lucifer quickly sent divine messages to the gods, hoping for their assistance. The 6 divine kings used their own energies to send them down to Earth, primarily to kill the human Lin Luo. The gods had made promises before their arrival, but almost all of it was forgotten afterward. They thought killing a mere human ant was too easy, so what if they were gods? Any god who descended could annihilate a mere ant. Lucifer himself was a madman, and the Dark God King had many areas where he couldn't control him. The Dark God King had no one else to rely on, so he sent Lucifer. Lucifer had no intention of killing Lin Luo, only of enjoying himself. He thought an ant wasn't worth his time. Lucifer was furious when he saw the ant trying to attack him. He hadn't even sought out the ant, yet it dared to seek him out. After this battle, Lucifer's arrogance was shattered. Lucifer felt that if the battle continued, he would eventually die. He immediately thought of escaping, but then gave up, feeling humiliated. Additionally, with the humans still nearby, Lucifer didn't dare flee. He feared that if he attacked, the humans would attack him. Island Nation. Burn! I like to ignite everything with the Amaterasu flame. Amaterasu shouted excitedly. Her beautiful, delicate face became ferocious and terrifying in the flames. The Amaterasu flame burned the islanders, each one a perverted way. First, she gathered the islanders, then Amaterasu set one person on fire. At first, the Amaterasu flame ignited a single body part, and the flame slowly began to burn. This person wanted to extinguish the Amaterasu flame, and the only way was to transfer it to someone else. Of course, Amaterasu's use of the Amaterasu flame was the most basic, otherwise it would have burned people to death instantly, which wouldn't have been fun. The constant transfer of the black flames from one person to another amused Amaterasu. Humans are truly interesting. They have rich emotions, yet they are also despicable. They will let others die just to survive. Amaterasu descended into more than one era. In several, she personally oversaw the destruction of the world. She had played the same game before, but it wasn't as fun playing it on humans. Amaterasu received Lucifer's divine message, but she had no intention of helping. Lucifer, it's better if he's dead. I'm tired of seeing him. Amaterasu continued to watch the plight of the islanders, each one engulfed in black flames. These islanders had believed Amaterasu to be their savior, only to discover they were demons. The first islanders to greet Amaterasu had long since been reduced to ashes. Stan, the young elephant god, had a bloated belly, having just devoured over 100 people. There was a group of believers below, all eager to feed him. Lucifer is such a loser. He can't even defeat him, and he still needs my help. Now I'm too full to move, but the others will help. The young elephant god burped, lay down on the ground, and began to snore. The nearby believers hurried to tend to the young elephant god. Another place. All of you, be more devout. If you believe in Buddhism, you will go to the Western paradise after death. All heathens will go to hell. Subduing the dragon Arhat supervised a group of Stan people, forcing them to shave their heads. They also had to recite Buddhist scriptures with a sincere attitude. Subduing the dragon Arhat threatened to strike anyone who was deemed insufficiently devout. A group of Stan people abandoned their original religion and embraced Buddhism. They were largely moved by subduing the dragon Arhat. Subduing the dragon Arhat killed all heathens he encountered, without question. As he continued to kill, subduing the dragon Arhat discovered no Buddhists, so he began to inquire. Those who stubbornly refused to convert were all killed by subduing the dragon Arhat. Those who compromised and joined Buddhism were generously pardoned by subduing the dragon Arhat, allowing them to become Buddhists. I haven't even gone to find the human yet, and he's already found Lucifer. Arhat subduing the dragon stopped whipping the stand people beside him, and checked Lucifer's divine message for help. What a pity this human went to Lucifer. He should have come to me. Besides leading these people to conversion, he could have completed the mission. Arhat subduing the dragon felt a pity. He had no intention of helping Lucifer, believing him to be a member of the Dark Church and a heretic. In Arhat subduing the dragon, any heretic must die. If he went there, he would not only kill Lucifer but also Lin Luo. Sun Wukong could be spared, as long as he was willing to submit to the land of 10,000 Buddhas. Lin Luo was the one chosen by the Buddha Tathagata to be killed, and Arhat subduing the dragon would not let him go. Don't worry. Wait until I have dealt with these people properly, and have them convert to Buddhism, and then I will deal with them. Arhat subduing the dragon returned to his own business. West. Kanan swallowed a baby, his scarlet tongue licking the remaining blood from his lips. How delicious. Kanan had eaten over 2,000 babies in the past 7 or 8 days. From the initial 100 babies a day, the number had skyrocketed to over 200. Kanan received Lucifer's message for help and laughed heartily. Just finished a delicious meal, and here comes good news. The Church of Light and the Church of Darkness are in opposition, and Kanan and Lucifer have a deep feud. Before the Angelic Age, when the world-devouring invasion didn't occur, the Church of Light and the Church of Darkness were constantly at war with each other. Lucifer and Kanan were sworn enemies, even killing each other's relatives because of their different alignments. When she heard that Lucifer was dying, Kanan almost laughed to tears. I'm happy today. Send another 1,000 babies quickly. I want a good feast, Kanan said happily. 1,000 babies? The cardinal beamed. You don't want to. Kanan's face was grim, a terrifying murderous intent on his face. No. You can die now. Kanan killed the aged cardinal, and ordered his men to find the babies. The men dared not disobey, and hurried to prepare 1,000 babies. If he disobeyed, he would suffer the same fate as the cardinal. Chapter 232. Lucifer is such a loser. He can't even win in a one-on-one fight. Besides, he's always been so despicable. He even made me serve him. He deserves his death. Athena was training the Greeks, hoping to turn them into Spartan warriors. You guys are so weak. I don't know how you managed to become descendants of Spartan warriors. You lose all your fighting spirit day after day. Among the many gods of the devouring world, Athena was the most gentle. Athena is the goddess of war, naturally passionate about war. After she arrived in Greece, she gathered a group of people and began training. Dozens of them were killed in the refining process, while those who survived gained numerous benefits and became much stronger. Run another 1,000 meters. You humans have no bloodline, nothing but the abilities bestowed upon you by the devouring world. You all don't know how to work hard and are so lazy. If you want to survive and become stronger, you must repeatedly push the limits of your human body. Only then can you survive and become stronger. Athena shouted. Gale Nation. None of these guys are coming. They want to see me die. Lucifer's injuries worsened, leaving only 4 of his 12 black wings. The god-slaying spear in his hand was broken in many places, its divine light fading. Sun Wukong also suffered many wounds, but none as severe as Lucifer's. Didn't you just call for help? Did you get it? Sun Wukong taunted. Lucifer stubbornly replied, I can kill you by myself. Do I need help? Without you, I can die. Sun Wukong swung his golden cudgel and struck Lucifer. Lucifer had no time to dodge, and was struck by the cudgel. His skull shattered and his brain and blood mingled. The once powerful old god fell at the hands of Sun Wukong. Great! Lucifer is dead, and the golden giant ape has triumphed. From now on, Yin Nation will have its dragon god, and our Lifeng Nation will have its golden giant ape. My wife is finally safe. The officials came last time, and said it was my wife's turn, and now that Lucifer is dead, there's no need. Everyone was overjoyed at Lucifer's death. Sun Wukong carried Lucifer's body to Lin Luo. You gave me a leaf earlier, allowing me to ascend from a peak true god to a celestial god. I give you this corpse of Lucifer as my compensation. It's just a leaf, no need to be so polite. Besides, you also helped me obtain the 5-colored stone. Sun Wukong calculated clearly. You already repaid me for the 5-colored stone by helping me descend to Earth. I repay you with Lucifer's corpse for the leaf. That's just right. Lin Luo smiled bitterly. No need to be so polite. Sun Wukong said, I don't like to owe others. You don't have to be polite with me. Lin Luo didn't want Lucifer's corpse, but Sun Wukong forced it upon him. Reluctantly, Lin Luo accepted it. He transformed into a dragon, spitting out 4-colored flames that roasted Lucifer. Lin Luo cut Lucifer's corpse in half and handed one half to Sun Wukong. I said I give you the whole body of Lucifer. Sun Wukong refused. Lin Luo smiled and said, I didn't say I was going to give you the birdman's body. I just wanted you to have a taste of it. Just a taste? Sun Wukong's Adam's apple twitched, his saliva drooling. Unable to resist, he took the half-grilled Lucifer's corpse and began to eat. The handsome, dark-haired oriental man just now was the dragon god. He's truly handsome. I thought this golden giant ape had suddenly appeared. Turns out it's foreign reinforcements invited by the dragon god. Who said there were golden giant apes in the Fierce Wind Nation? This Sun Wukong is from our Yin Nation. He has nothing to do with your Fierce Wind Nation. Your Fierce Wind Nation has only been established for over 200 years. How could you possibly have a god? Seeing Lin Luo and Sun Wukong sharing Lucifer's corpse, the people of Fierce Wind Nation realized the golden giant ape's appearance wasn't accidental. After finishing his meal, Sun Wukong said with satisfaction, eating half of Lucifer's corpse instantly boosted me up a level. It's truly awesome. It feels good. Lin Luo also gained a level, reaching level 102. Sun Wukong said, Lin Luo, let's set out again, kill a celestial being, and then devour it. Lin Luo shook his head, no rush. If we kill a celestial being right now, it will definitely cause panic among them, and they likely unite. That's true. Sun Wukong nodded. But we can't act too late. The 6 great gods will soon learn of our killing of Lucifer, and they definitely unite these gods. Lin Luo expressed his concerns. Sun Wukong scratched his cheek and said, I don't like to think much. You can just arrange some things. Let's go pick someone up, Lin Luo said. Are you talking about Yang Jian? Sun Wukong asked. Yes, that's the man we're meeting, Lin Luo replied. Tibet. A plateau. After a dazzling aurora, a handsome, muscular man appeared. The handsome man had a rather strange forehead, with one vertical eye tightly closed. The real world? Yang Jian's face lit up with joy. The three-eyed era was destroyed, and almost all of his people were killed. He was the only one left alive. Yang Jian constantly yearned for revenge, but he had no means of doing so. The land of the gods was too powerful, and the land of 10,000 Buddhas was equally formidable. He could not shake them. Yang Jian had been hiding in the devouring world for many epochs, his energy being drained by it. If he hadn't descended to Earth in this epoch, he would have been drained of his energy by the devouring world. Previously, those powerful forces eagerly awaited his arrival on Earth, but this time, they stopped Yang Jian from doing so. Yang Jian handed the supreme bone to Lin Luo, and the gods in the land of the gods, in particular, hated him to death. They hoped Yang Jian would be thrashed to death by the devouring world, not descend to Earth. Yang Jian had just arrived on Earth, and was momentarily unsure where to go. He saw 2 familiar figures ahead, and a smile crossed his lips. I knew you two would come. Sun Wukong boasted, you only just arrived on Earth, and I already killed a celestial being and shared it with Lin Luo. Yang Jian laughed heartily. Guess I was slow. Lin Luo produced a leaf, and held it before Yang Jian. Shinon grass. Yang Jian, knowing more than Sun Wukong, recognized it instantly. This is a great item. I won't be polite. I repay you later. Yang Jian swallowed the Shinon grass, and his body began to swell. His accumulated power surpassed even Sun Wukong's, instantly breaking through to the rank of heavenly god. I'm brimming with strength now. Any plans? Yang Jian's fighting spirit was strong, eager for a good fight. We can set off now. Lin Luo had already decided on his next target, and was waiting for Yang Jian to arrive on Earth. Before the world-devouring gods united, he planned to eliminate a few of them. Chapter 233. Devouring the World. My subordinate Lucifer is dead, and the people you sent didn't even offer any help. We sent so many gods, not to kill Lin Luo, but to devour and evolve him. The Dark God King angrily addressed the other 5 God Kings. Lucifer's death meant the end of his interests on Earth. If Lin Luo were killed by another god, the Supreme Bone, the 5-colored stone, and his body would be his. The Dark God King was furious, unable to control his emotions. Lord Buddha, this plan was yours, and now the gods have descended, it hasn't achieved the intended results. The Dark God King accused him. Tathagata said expressionlessly, my plan didn't miss anything, but your people refused to cooperate. I told them to unite and eliminate that human, so they could go about their business. You should know better than I do what they did when they came to Earth. The Dark God King wanted to refute, but he couldn't. After arriving on Earth, Lucifer disobeyed his orders and continued to torture and kill human women. Zeus said, this cannot continue. We must notify the gods on Earth as soon as possible and have them act swiftly to exterminate these humans. The God of Light agreed. This human somehow found the Jade Emperor, who disappeared into the devouring world, and obtained 2 jade talismans from him. These talismans helped Sun Wukong and Yang Jian escape the devouring world. Together, these two, along with that human, will be formidable. Dong Wangtai said, I already instructed my celestial god, Jiuing, to take action. You may command your own men to act. Good. Tathagata nodded. Shiva said, I have my son take action. The 6 divine kings contacted the gods of Earth separately, urging them to join forces to kill Lin Luo. Stand country. The young elephant god opened his sleepy eyes and said, this old immortal. I was soundly asleep, yet he chose to come looking for me at this hour. Lucifer is dead, so what? Why are you looking for me? Just as the young elephant god was about to fall back asleep, a golden monkey appeared before him. Can't you see I'm sleeping? Get out of here. The young elephant god shouted arrogantly. I make you sleep. Sun Wukong's body rapidly grew larger, transforming into a golden ape. He held a golden cudgel in his hand, and struck the young elephant god with all his might. The young elephant god quickly dodged, and the cudgel crashed to the ground, shaking the ground. You actually attacked me. The young elephant god rose from the ground, glaring at Sun Wukong. I didn't use my full strength just now, or I would have hit you with that stick, and you wouldn't be feeling it right now. Sun Wukong said disdainfully. The little elephant god grew even more enraged. How dare you despise me? I'm going to kill you. His body began to swell, transforming into a being with an elephant's head and a human body just as large as Sun Wukong's. Old son, I'm going to use my full strength now. I won't hold back. You're holding back? You better worry about yourself. The little elephant god and Sun Wukong engaged in a fierce battle, both their strengths in the flesh. A small island surrounded by black flames, with a beautiful woman in its center. Amaterasu, receiving a message from Zeus, demanded that she attack Lin Luo as soon as possible. This Zeus thinks he can order me around just because he's the king of gods, right? Amaterasu clenched her fists, crackling. Like Zeus, she was the strongest being of an era. However, her era wasn't as powerful as Zeus's pantheon, and she only reached the peak of true godhood at the end of that era. Later, Amaterasu lived through 2 eras, devouring many powerful beings from those eras before successfully breaking through to the level of a celestial god. In one era, the primary deity descended from Pantheon, and Amaterasu needed to compromise with Pantheon if she wanted to devour powerful beings. Zeus threatened Amaterasu into serving him, and she chose to compromise. This time, Zeus sent his daughter, Athena, but he had a strained relationship with her. Athena would obey Zeus's orders, but not completely. So, Zeus sent Amaterasu as a backup plan. Amaterasu resented Zeus's actions, believing them to be an insult. When I reach the level of the God King, I definitely kill that old pervert. Amaterasu said bitterly. It seems you're not on good terms with the person behind the scenes. A handsome man with a third eye appeared. Are you Yang Jian? Yes, you get ready. I'm about to attack. You always resort to violence when you meet someone. After all, she's a beautiful woman. Can't you show her some mercy? Amaterasu's peach-shaped eyes were filled with tenderness, and every move she made exuded gentleness. Yang Jian chose not to notice. We all lived through so many epics. Don't pretend. I saw you just now. When you were torturing humans, your smile was more insane than anything else. Amaterasu said coldly, I thought the human would come looking for me, but I didn't expect it would be you. Lin Luo is stronger than me. He'd deal with the stronger ones. Yang Jian said bluntly. Okay, you're the one I think is weaker and easier to bully. Amaterasu clenched her fists tightly, black flames igniting from her body. Stop talking nonsense. Yang Jian took out his 3-pointed, 2-edged halberd, his height reaching 10,000 meters. The more powerful the deity, the larger its size. Amaterasu didn't dare underestimate Yang Jian. She displayed her full power and drew out her divine sword. I show you who's stronger. Amaterasu's body blazed with black flames, and she charged at Yang Jian. Yang Jian, didn't dare underestimate Amaterasu's black flames. He opened his third eye, ready to respond to any emergency. Amaterasu's black flames were too abnormal. Even a powerful deity like him would be burned alive if exposed to too much black flames. Stan. As long as you convert to my religion, you will all be equal, without distinction of high or low. This is no better than your own sect. Long subduing Arhat had just finished performing a physical salvation and began to reason again. The people of Stan had completely resigned themselves to their fate and listened to long subduing Arhat expound on the benefits of joining Buddhism. Those who refused to accept their fate were smitten with a single blow from long subduing Arhat, having already been physically saved. You are all people of great wisdom. I will nurture you with all my heart. Long subduing Arhat nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, he received a divine message from the Buddha inside. I had intended to stay here and give you a proper salvation, but now it seems I cannot. I have more important things to do. The believers below were overjoyed to hear long subduing Arhat muttering to himself. Stan was the birthplace of Buddhism, and there were long since few trustworthy people left. Everyone was forced into this. They didn't truly believe in Buddhism. Next target, Yin country. Subduing the dragon Arhat dared not disobey the Buddha's command and intended to head directly for Yin country. No need to bother. I'm already here. In the sky, a giant, multicolored, glazed dragon stared at subduing the dragon Arhat. Chapter 234. Amitabha. I didn't go looking for you, yet you dare come looking for me? You're quite confident in yourself. The dragon subduing Arhat said with a look of displeasure. You make it sound as if, since you descended to earth, I can't destroy you, and you have to destroy me. Lin Luo said. Isn't that right? Indeed not. Stop the nonsense. You're coming here to die, and I can save myself some energy. The dragon subduing Arhat's body began to swell, reaching a height of 10,000 meters, his body covered in ferocious muscle. A golden dragon circled around him, ready to attack at any moment. Your subdued golden dragon is no ordinary dragon. Lin Luo knew there was a dragon beside the dragon subduing Arhat, and thought it was just an ordinary golden dragon. He had obtained the bloodline of a 5-clawed golden dragon in the devouring world, the strongest among all the golden dragons. Lin Luo personally felt this golden dragon, and discovered that its bloodline was no weaker than his own. After using the 5-colored stone and the supreme bone, his bloodline had been greatly enhanced. The bloodline of the golden dragon before him was no weaker than his, demonstrating its power. The dragon subduing Arhat chuckled. I don't think the bloodline of the golden dragon beside me is weaker than yours. This golden dragon has the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, Lin Luo said. The dragon subduing Arhat laughed. You seem quite perceptive. You even noticed this. It truly has the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. The Buddha slew the ancestral dragon, and gave me some of his blood to help strengthen the bloodline of the golden dragon I subdued. Now, the strength of this golden dragon beside me is no less than mine. It seems you are the strongest among the gods who descended. Lin Luo was facing 2 gods, not just one. The dragon subduing Arhat sneered. Now you know you chosen the wrong opponent. You chose me, out of all the other gods. I'm just a little surprised. I don't think I made the wrong choice, Lin Luo said calmly. You're so stubborn. The dragon subduing Arhat rushed forward and slapped Lin Luo with his palm. Malala, Malala. In his hand lay a massive Buddha seal, imbued with terrifying power. The dragon subduing Arhat intended to smite Lin Luo to death with one blow. Lin Luo's golden dragon claws clawed at the dragon subduing Arhat. The Buddha seal's fist and the golden dragon claw collided, causing the entire world to tremble violently. The dragon subduing Arhat's fist transformed into claws, instantly grabbing Lin Luo's golden dragon claws. The golden dragon rushed forward and wrapped itself around Lin Luo's body, radiating a golden light. Its power increased to its maximum, tightly wrapping around him. Lin Luo's face was filled with pain, and he struggled against the golden dragon's power. The golden dragon's power was immense, and no matter how Lin Luo struggled, he couldn't break free. Evil beast, now you know the pain, don't you? The dragon subduing Arhat said coldly. Sometimes a fight doesn't need to last long. A quick victory can determine the outcome. The dragon subduing Arhat had just used a mismatch in information, leading Lin Luo to believe that both sides would test the waters. Only when both sides had sufficiently tested the waters would he unleash his final, killing move. He skipped this stage, using his most powerful force to kill Lin Luo in one blow. Golden Dragon, strangle him. The dragon subduing Arhat gave Lin Luo no chance. The golden dragon exerted its utmost strength, strangling Lin Luo with all its might. Suddenly, Lin Luo dissipated, transforming into a four-colored flame. The four-colored flames enveloped the golden dragon, blazing fiercely. It's not the real body, but a mirror image. The dragon subduing Arhat had descended during the Three-Eyed Era, and knew the Three-Eyed Clan's abilities. One of the Three-Eyed Clan's most famous abilities is the mirror image, which allows them to use a different object to deceive the enemy. Lin Luo was already familiar with the heavenly eye on his forehead, and could use it. The mirror image was far more powerful than his clone, making it difficult for the enemy to detect. If Lin Luo used a clone, the dragon subduing Arhat would be able to see through it. The dragon subduing Arhat helped the golden dragon dispel the four-colored flames, and Lin Luo took the opportunity to attack him several times. The sharp golden claws pierced the Buddha's body, piercing his skin, and spilling bright red Buddha blood. The golden dragon's four-colored flames were extinguished, and he faced Lin Luo with vigilance. The four-colored flames Lin Luo had just used had inflicted significant damage on him. The dragon subduing Arhat said coldly, "It seems I underestimated you. I thought I could use force to annihilate you in one fell swoop, but I was fooled. Now it's my turn to attack." Lin Luo spit out four-colored flames and rushed towards the dragon subduing Arhat. He spit out so many four-colored flames that they engulfed the surrounding area, forming a vast sea of fire, devouring the world. The land of 10,000 Buddhas. The Buddhas sat on their respective cushions, surrounded by the sound of resounding chanting. They listened intently, reciting the sutras. The Tathagata, in the center, opened his eyes. At this moment, the chanting ceased, and the Buddhas stopped chanting. The tiger subduing Arhat asked, "Buddha, what happened?" The Tathagata replied, "The dragon subduing Arhat is fighting the human." The tiger subduing Arhat asked with concern, "Buddha, can the dragon subduing Arhat win? The battle isn't over yet, and the outcome is uncertain." The Tathagata gave a general answer. The white-browed Arhat beside him said, "Avalokitesvara has been on Earth all this time, and has been in close contact with this human. I suspect she will reveal Arhat subduing the dragon's weaknesses, and the situation is very unfavorable for Arhat subduing the dragon." The Tathagata said, "Don't worry about that. Avalokitesvara is a sensible person and knows where my limits are." The tiger subduing Arhat said, "I hope Arhat subduing the dragon will win. Recite the sutra well. I sent Arhat subduing the dragon to Earth. He definitely have a good chance of defeating the human race." The Tathagata closed his eyes again. The Buddhas wanted to say something, but they kept their mouths shut. The chanting sounded again, and the Buddhas began to join in. Stand country. Arhat subduing the dragon suffered multiple injuries, and blood continued to flow. The golden dragon had lost most of its scales, and its golden glow was no longer radiating. Lin Luo also suffered numerous injuries, but his condition was better than that of Arhat subduing the dragon and the golden dragon. The dragon subduing Arhat lost his previous contempt. "I truly underestimated you. Even the combined strength of the golden dragon, and I couldn't kill you. Next, I'm going to use my strongest weapon. If you don't have it, you're doomed," Lin Luo threatened. "Really?" The dragon subduing Arhat's eyes narrowed slightly. "You don't think that's all I have?" The golden dragon entered the dragon subduing Arhat's body, and his clothes burst open, revealing a ferocious muscular mass. Just then, the golden dragon entered the dragon subduing Arhat's body, transforming into a dragon-shaped tattoo. With the appearance of the dragon tattoo, the dragon subduing Arhat's aura grew significantly stronger. "Your turn now. I attack with all my might later," the dragon subduing Arhat said with a cold look. He transformed into a streak of golden light and rushed towards Lin Luo. The dragon subduing Arhat's palm slapped Lin Luo hard. Lin Luo, sensing the danger, quickly dodged. "Do you think dodging will help?" The dragon subduing Arhat moved even faster, striking Lin Luo on the back. The sound of bones snapping rang out, and a large dent was left on his back. Lin Luo felt a sharp pain in his back, and his blood surged. Chapter 235. The worst is yet to come. The dragon subduing Arhat's speed increased, attacking Lin Luo with a barrage of attacks. His eyes shone with a golden glow, and his speed far surpassed Lin Luo's. Each of the dragon subduing Arhat's punches struck a vital spot on Lin Luo's body. "Where's your strongest weapon?" The dragon subduing Arhat's eyes were filled with contempt. "My strongest weapon isn't meant for use right now." Lin Luo's blood and energy surged, and it took him a while to recover. "Then I throw a few more punches and see how you handle them." The dragon subduing Arhat's speed grew faster, his attacks intensifying. Originally, his palms held only the Buddha seal, unable to harm Lin Luo. A dragon seal appeared on the palms of the dragon subduing Arhat's hands, multiplying their power many times over. Every punch resonated with the sound of a dragon's roar, as it struck Lin Luo. This dragon subduing Arhat is cheating. It was already 2 against 1, and now that he's merged with the golden dragon, he's even more powerful. Didn't the dragon god say he had a killer move? Now the dragon subduing Arhat has used it. Why hasn't he used it yet? You think the dragon god wouldn't brag? He doesn't have a killer move at all. He was just putting on a show before. Stan also has a Cataclysm Shelter, but it's weak and not officially recognized. After all, the Cataclysm Shelter's mission is to unite all of humanity to fight against the world-devouring gods. Stan's officials, and most people deeply worship Shiva, and won't allow the Cataclysm Shelter to grow too strong. When the Cataclysm Shelter saw Lin Luo fighting the dragon subduing Arhat, they sent out a drone to broadcast the action live online. As a Yen national, Lin Luo naturally enjoyed strong support from the Yen people. Many Yen people with their own ulterior motives have been prosecuted for treason by the catastrophic sanctuary. The dragon subduing Arhat's muscles bulged as he struck Lin Luo with another punch. Bone cracked as Lin Luo was sent flying. The dragon subduing Arhat's attack was extremely vicious, inflicting not only superficial injuries, but also internal injuries. It's almost done. You can die now. A golden dragon coiled around the dragon subduing Arhat, its head glaring at Lin Luo. Dragon subduing fist. A dragon's roar suddenly echoed, and a golden figure rushed forward. Lin Luo unleashed a 4-colored flame, instantly transforming the surroundings into a sea of 4-colored flames. This isn't the first time you use this 4-colored flame. You can't break my golden Buddha form with just this. The dragon subduing Arhat rushed in front of Lin Luo and punched him hard. A dragon's roar echoed, and dozens of golden dragons charged forward. All the golden dragons rushed towards Lin Luo, instantly engulfing him, making it impossible to see what was happening. I'm afraid it's more dangerous than good. The dragon subduing Arhat's attack was too terrifying. The dragon god might not be able to withstand it. The dragon god has finally been defeated. This era is coming to an end. Although I knew this would happen, it's unacceptable that it actually happened. A wave of despair washed over everyone. The light spread out, revealing a Buddha and a dragon facing off. Lin Luo suffered multiple injuries, his bones broken and sunken. The dragon subduing Arhat's chest was pierced, dripping with bright red Buddha blood. A golden dragon claw struck him, piercing his heart. You were just showing weakness, the dragon subduing Arhat said angrily. That's not true. You and the golden dragon have merged. I'm no match for you. It's just that you were very cautious up until now, not daring to get too close. It wasn't until you launched your killing move just now that I saw your opportunity. Lin Luo said weakly. Do you think you can kill me by piercing my heart? The dragon subduing Arhat said angrily. I can't kill you. Lin Luo bit down on the dragon subduing Arhat's golden dragon, causing it to howl in pain. You despicable villain. The dragon subduing Arhat angrily punched Lin Luo, trying to force him back. Lin Luo chose to take the punch head-on, devouring most of the dragon. The dragon subduing Arhat finally separated from Lin Luo. Most of the golden dragon tattoos on his body had disappeared, and his aura was far less powerful than before. My home court now. Lin Luo attacked the dragon subduing Arhat without waiting for him to recover. One side gained strength, while the other lost strength. The dragon subduing Arhat, who had been suppressing Lin Luo, was now being suppressed by Lin Luo. Evil creature. The dragon subduing Arhat cursed, but was powerless to change the situation. The land of 10,000 Buddhas. The chanting continued, and the Buddha's light shone everywhere. The tiger subduing Arhat watched the footage from Earth and said, Jian Long is about to lose. These humans are truly despicable, resorting to such scheming to devour the golden dragon within Jian Long. The white-eyebrowed Arhat said, Buddha, Jian Long is about to lose. The Tathagata opened his narrow eyes and said rather coldly, when Jian Long Arhat descended, I told him not to underestimate human wisdom. He didn't listen. The tiger subduing Arhat said, Jian Long made a mistake, but we can't just watch him die. How dare you, Jian Long? The joyful Buddha beside him rebuked. I wouldn't dare. The tiger subduing Arhat quickly apologized. Everything is predetermined. I want to help Jian Long, but the rules of the devouring world are beyond my control. After saying this, the Tathagata closed his eyes and remained silent. The tiger subduing Arhat could only shut his mouth and mourn for the dragon subduing Arhat. The chanting continued, as if nothing had happened. The dragon subduing Arhat's golden body was torn, wounded in many places, and golden blood flowed out. You despicable creature. The dragon subduing Arhat's face was distorted, and he was extremely unwilling. You can die now. Lin Luo rushed forward and bit off the dragon subduing Arhat's arm. The dragon subduing Arhat's most powerful attack was his fist, and with Lin Luo's arm bitten off, he was completely crippled. The bright red Buddha's blood spilled, and the dragon subduing Arhat was weak. Am I going to die here? The dragon subduing Arhat had lost his arm, and his previous arrogance was gone. He thought of seeking help, and he devoured many of the gods in the world. The dragon subduing Arhat, aware of the ridicule he would face after escaping danger, did not want to call for help. And when Lucifer had called for help earlier, no one came to his aid. The dragon subduing Arhat worried that his call for help might not be answered. The dragon shadow approached the dragon subduing Arhat again, its jaws seizing his other arm. Lin Luo ripped it free with a powerful tug. Having devoured both arms, his level instantly increased by 1 level. The dragon subduing Arhat was at level 105, 2 levels higher than Lin Luo. The energy from his 2 arms alone could have boosted Lin Luo by 1 level. What's wrong? Aren't you planning on escaping? Lin Luo asked with a cold look. You're humiliating me, the dragon subduing Arhat said angrily. Isn't it obvious? You know that after you kill me, the land of 10,000 Buddhas will not forgive you. That's not something you need to worry about. Lin Luo exhaled 4 colored flames, transforming the area around the dragon subduing Arhat into a sea of fire. The 4 colored flames burned fiercely, and the dragon subduing Arhat howled in pain. Lin Luo's golden body was shattered, unable to withstand the 4 colored flames, and he was roasted whole. Lin Luo opened his dragon mouth and devoured it in 1 gulp. After devouring the dragon subduing Arhat, Lin Luo did not linger, but rushed towards the direction of the little elephant god. Chapter 236. A giant elephant clad in golden armor repeatedly attacked a giant golden ape. The ape, clutching its golden cudgel, smashed down on the armored elephant. Sun Wukong's hands, thrashed with pain and blood, were unable to stop the little elephant god's charge. The little elephant god was level 105, slightly lower than Lucifer. Sun Wukong and the little elephant god clashed, initially dominating. Later, the little elephant god, unable to cope, summoned his true form, transforming into a giant golden armored elephant. Sun Wukong's golden cudgel was ineffective against the little elephant god. The little elephant god's relentless attacks left Sun Wukong in excruciating pain. Under the little elephant god's continuous attacks, Sun Wukong injured his thigh and was unable to stand properly. You idiot monkey, you dare challenge me? I devour you now. The little elephant god's massive, powerful trunk swung towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong had reached his limit, no longer possessed to resist. I survived for so long in the devouring world, finally descending into the real world. I never thought I'd die here. Sun Wukong looked towards Tan and sighed, Lin Luo, I haven't completed your mission. The little elephant god taunted, you're almost dead, and you still have the mind to think about other people's missions. Even if I die today, I fight you to the death, Sun Wukong said angrily. Let's see how you fight me to the death. The little elephant god's eyes were filled with mockery, as he prepared to launch his final attack. Suddenly, a multicolored, glazed dragon shadow rushed toward the little elephant god from the sky. With a loud bang, the dragon's shadow slammed into the young elephant god, pinning him down. Before the young elephant god could retaliate, Lin Luo's golden dragon claws struck him in the head. After devouring the dragon subduing Arhat and the golden dragon, Lin Luo's physical body had been greatly strengthened, and his golden dragon claws had acquired the dragon subduing Arhat's power, the dragon subduing fist. Who are you? The young elephant god demanded angrily. The one you want to kill. Lin Luo, unwilling to give the young elephant god a moment to breathe, attacked relentlessly. The young elephant god's head was covered in wounds, and his massive, powerful trunk pounded against Lin Luo's body. He hoped to use the power of his trunk to force Lin Luo off his head. Lin Luo, unwilling to give the young elephant god a chance, spit out 4 colored flames from his mouth. The 4 colored flames swept over, roasting the young elephant god. The giant golden elephant, roasted to a golden crisp, fell heavily to the ground. Sun Wukong exhaled. Thank goodness you arrived just in time, Lin Luo. Otherwise, I would have been crushed to death by this giant elephant. Lin Luo said, no need to say that. Helping you is the same as helping myself. It's really nice to be your brother. Sun Wukong sniffed deeply and said, what a nice smell. This little elephant god was quite nasty when he bumped into me, but I didn't expect it to smell so good when it was roasted. It's just grilled, why don't you try it? Lin Luo smiled. Sun Wukong declined, you saved me just now. I already owe you a favor. I can't share this little elephant god with you. Lin Luo tried to persuade Sun Wukong, but he refused. He opened his enormous dragon mouth and swallowed the little elephant god whole. After devouring the little elephant god, his level reached 106. Thank you, Brother Shiva, for the food you sent me. Lin Luo shouted. This damned human devoured my son and openly challenged me. Shiva, from above the devouring world, watched Lin Luo devour his son. The baby elephant god was his son, and Shiva cared for him deeply. During the era of Zaishan, which he ruled, when the devouring world invaded repeatedly, the baby elephant god had always been well protected. This time, the 6 great god kings had united, and the Earth era was relatively weak. Barring any unexpected events, the baby elephant god would hardly die. Shiva considered for a while, and decided to allow his son to descend. The baby elephant god had been in the devouring world for a long time, having had his energy drained from it many times. With the powerful care of Lord Shiva, the baby elephant god needed to descend into the real world. In the era Shiva deemed most suitable for his arrival, the baby elephant god suffered an accident. The most infuriating thing was that his son died, and he was still being provoked by the enemy. Shiva, sensing Zeus's feelings, searched for the other 3 remaining gods. Now Jianwang is dead, my son, the elephant god, is also dead, and Amaterasu will soon be dead. Now there are only 3 gods left, and they are not allowed to unite. Zeus said angrily, I asked Athena and Amaterasu to join forces, but these 2 refused to listen to me, and each had their own ideas. The god of light said, now there is only one god, Canaan, under my command. Sending her to fight this human is tantamount to seeking death. Dong Wang Tai, where are the people you sent? Dong Wang Tai smiled, I find you people to be useless. You sent a god to kill the enemy, but they were defeated one by one. Shiva said angrily, how dare you criticize others? Where are the sorcerers you sent? The god of light said, now is not the time to hide anything, but to cooperate. The people you sent are powerful enough, and together with Canaan, they should be able to kill these humans. No need. Dong Wang Tai said arrogantly, my demon master is no match for your gods. He alone can kill these humans. Shiva wanted to say something, but then remembered that Dong Wang Tai's demon master had drained the greatest power of the 6 great god kings. He had complained at first, feeling that Dong Wang Tai was being reckless. If it weren't for Di Jun's sake, Shiva would have wanted to stop the ceremony. Even among the god kings, there were differences in strength. Di Jun was more powerful than any of the other god kings present, on the same level as the Buddha Tathagata. Di Jun had a bad temper, and wasn't as easy to talk to as the Buddha Tathagata. Once, a god king had offended Di Jun. This god king, relying on the rules of the devouring world, knew that Di Jun couldn't kill him. This god king didn't take Di Jun's threat too seriously. Until one day, a god king descended into the real world. At the end of the era of destruction, Di Jun suddenly descended into the real world. This god king did not escape alive, and was slain by Di Jun in the real world. From then on, Di Jun became a ruthless figure, devouring the world. Even powerful god kings were reluctant to provoke Di Jun. Dong Wang Tai was Di Jun's younger brother, considerably weaker than him, but their personalities were remarkably similar. He was extremely vindictive. I hope that human won't slap you in the face. The god king of light, concerned about Di Jun, was reluctant to offend Dong Wang Tai too much. Shiva, freshly grieving the loss of his son, gritted his teeth and said, as long as you can avenge my son, I will remember this favor. Dong Wang Tai sneered, don't worry, my men are not as useless as yours. The other 3 god kings' expressions were grim, and they all wanted to beat Dong Wang Tai up. The words were so harsh that the 3 god kings could barely contain themselves. Island Nation. It seems you 2 possess a great reputation, but your strength is average. I haven't even unleashed my full strength yet, and you already been suppressed. Amaterasu Amakami soared high in the sky, her body shrouded in dark Amaterasu flames. Her radiance surpassed the sun's, so dazzling that it was impossible to gaze at it. Chapter 237. Yang Jian gritted his teeth as he stared at the black sun, his body covered in burns. He had been at the peak of true God for a long time, but that didn't mean his breakthrough to heavenly God would surpass all other powerful gods. Amaterasu, high in the sky, was no match for him. I give you a chance. One choice is to submit to me, the other is to die. Amaterasu spoke condescendingly. Yang Jian angrily said, a true man would rather die standing than live on his knees. Okay, you have the nerve. Then I grant your wish. After devouring you, I devour that human. The black flames from Amaterasu began to raining down on Yang Jian. Yang Jian opened the heavenly eye on his forehead to block the falling flames. The Amaterasu flames were too numerous, and the space created by the heavenly eye couldn't transfer them all. He might not be able to withstand this attack and die at the hands of Amaterasu. Just as Yang Jian was nearing death, a multicolored, glazed dragon silhouette appeared before him. The Amaterasu flames blasted the dragon, but Yang Jian narrowly avoided them by ducking behind it. Lin Luo. Yang Jian naturally recognized his supporters. You shouldn't have stood in front of me, you'd be seriously injured. If I don't help you, you likely die. Lin Luo had just arrived when he witnessed Amaterasu using her flames against Yang Jian. If he hadn't stood in front of Yang Jian and helped to block the flames, Yang Jian would have been in grave danger, burned alive by Amaterasu's flames. Amaterasu taunted the sky, "This is your human emotions. It's truly incredible. Among most of the devouring world gods, few would willingly risk injury for another. What's wrong? Are you envious of my human emotions?" Lin Luo asked. Amaterasu smiled, "I am indeed envious. If you were in your prime, I wouldn't be able to kill you. But now that you've been severely injured helping Yang Jian defend against my attacks, I can easily kill you." Lin Luo was wounded in many places. His multicolored dragon scales burned black. His four-colored flames, fused with the Amaterasu flame, gave him a natural resistance. If anyone else were burned by the Amaterasu flame, it would be difficult to extinguish it. That's not a big deal. Lin Luo took out a piece of Shenong leaf, put it in his mouth, and swallowed it. The previous injuries healed at a visible speed in a short time. "Your injuries are healed," Amaterasu said with a grim expression. "Are you surprised?" Lin Luo smiled. "No wonder you dared to come directly to me after killing the Arhat subduing the dragon. So you have this kind of treasure." Amaterasu's smile froze, and her face darkened. "If you only have the Amaterasu flame, then your death is nigh." Lin Luo charged towards Amaterasu, who swung the sun disk in her hand towards him. The enormous dragon's tail swung with force, sending the disc flying. Amaterasu had no other options, and was tackled from the sky by Lin Luo. The god and the dragon fell heavily to the ground, Amaterasu below, Lin Luo above. Lin Luo could feel the softness beneath him, but he felt no strange reaction. The enormous dragon's mouth opened, approaching Amaterasu's beautiful face. Lin Luo attempted to bite off Amaterasu's head, but Amaterasu resisted fiercely, preventing the enormous dragon's mouth from approaching. "You forced me to do this." The flames from Amaterasu's body formed a black flame armor in front of her. A black long sword appeared in her hand, and thrust towards Lin Luo's body. Lin Luo spit out four-colored flames from her mouth, enveloping Amaterasu in a sea of fire. The black longsword pierced Lin Luo's body, and multicolored blood flowed from the wound. Amaterasu's black flame armor melted in the four-colored flames, revealing the clothes underneath, which then ignited, exposing her milky skin. A pair of slender thighs were exposed to the air without any protection. Amaterasu seemed to have experienced a lot, and without any shame, her legs were wrapped in black flames, and she kicked Lin Luo fiercely. Thankfully Lin Luo transformed into a dragon, otherwise a man would be crushed by such a trampling. Amaterasu stretched her head towards Lin Luo, and while Lin Luo was not reacting, she opened her red lips and spit out black flames. Lin Luo was forced to use his divine eye to deflect the black flames. Amaterasu was completely determined to defeat Lin Luo. Losing meant death, while winning meant a stronger evolution. The battle between the god and the dragon spiraled out of control, the scene becoming inappropriate for children. After half a day of fighting, Lin Luo gained the upper hand, pinning Amaterasu beneath him. Amaterasu was completely exhausted, her life hanging in the balance. Lin Luo asked, "Any last words?" Amaterasu's face showed fear. "Don't kill me. I give you anything you want, including me." "That won't do. I don't want anything that's been used by others too much." Lin Luo exhaled a four-colored flame, scorching Amaterasu. Amaterasu had no power to resist and screamed in agony. Feeling the burning was enough, Lin Luo swallowed Amaterasu in one gulp. After swallowing Amaterasu, his level reached 105. Yang Jian walked over to Lin Luo and breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness you arrived just in time, or I die here." Lin Luo offered a piece of Shenong leaf, but Yang Jian refused. "I already swallowed the Shenong leaf you gave me, but I couldn't help you defeat Amaterasu. Now I need another one of yours," Yang Jian said embarrassedly. "You helped me hold off Amaterasu, and didn't help Arhat the dragon subduing. That's more than enough." Lin Luo had underestimated Amaterasu. The battle had been fierce. Amaterasu's hidden strength was even greater than Arhat the dragon subduing. Lin Luo nearly lost. "Thank you for your gift. I definitely repay you when I have the chance." Yang Jian accepted the Shenong leaf and expressed his gratitude to Lin Luo. The next few small fry will be easy to deal with. Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Luo knew the three strongest gods, the little elephant god, the dragon subduing Arhut, and Amaterasu. He had already dealt with 4 of the 6 gods, leaving only Canaan, the 12-winged angel of the Church of Light, and Athena, the home of the gods. Lin Luo wasn't in a hurry to deal with these 2, he could rest for a while. Devouring the world. Zeus said grimly, that stinking woman is hiding her strength. If she had gone to Yin country earlier and killed a human, things wouldn't have gotten so bad. He had watched the entire battle between Amaterasu and Lin Luo. Originally, he thought that if Lin Luo devoured the 2 gods, Amaterasu would be quickly defeated and devoured. Amaterasu had given him a surprise, but it didn't last long before she died at Lin Luo's hands. If Amaterasu had attacked Lin Luo from the beginning, this human named Lin Luo would have died, and his son Apollo's revenge would have been avenged. Chapter 238. The Dark God King said, Dong Wangtai, it's time for you to make your backup plan. We're all going to die. The Light God King, unwilling to see his men die, urged, this human has devoured your men one after another, greatly increasing his strength. My subordinate, Canaan, is no match for him. Now, it's up to you, Dong Wangtai, to annihilate humanity. Except for the Buddha Tathagata, Shiva and Zeus both hoped that Dong Wangtai would act quickly. Dong Wangtai smiled and said, don't worry, my demon master will appear soon. You're just useless. The men you set are too weak to even handle a single human. The 4 God Kings' faces grimaced, suppressing their rage. They needed Dong Wangtai to kill Lin Luo. Compared to Dong Wangtai, that human was even more despicable. I thought the dragon god was doomed with so many gods descending upon the world this time, and that a dark age was upon us humans. Yes, I didn't expect the dragon god to kill 4 gods at once, leaving only 2 left. The remaining 2 gods must have been trembling in fear at the spot where they descended, fearing the dragon god would charge. With Lin Luo having killed 4 gods, everyone felt relieved. Lin Luo watched the short video while nibbling on the grapes Diana offered him, his slender fingers gripping the plump, juicy grapes. Diana wore a white dress, revealing her fair, delicate skin and swan-like neck. Her natural features needed no makeup, their exquisite beauty impeccable. Her long, straight legs, clad in white stockings, were a true eye-catcher. Her shimmering, delicate feet, clad in high-heeled sandals, made her long legs appear even longer. Diana had been on Earth for a long time, and had mastered the art of dressing, even understanding Lin Luo's preferences. The Yunshu succubus complained, Master, you're discriminating. Sister Moon Goddess can sit on your lap and feed her grapes, but I can't. Really? Lin Luo was afraid that the Yunshu succubus would sit on his lap, and his eyes radiated love, unable to control himself. Diana had strong self-control, and wouldn't let any accidents happen. Lin Luo was generally in control, but the situation was different with the Yunshu succubus. Master, you're so mean. I never talk to you again, the Yunshu succubus said disgruntledly. A moment later, Guanyin appeared, wearing a modified black cheongsam, her bust puffed out and appearing incredibly plump. She had a slender waist, a full, perky hip line, and long straight legs, clad in black high heels. Guanyin usually wears a white dress, giving her an ethereal air. One dares only to watch from afar, not approach too closely. Now, in a black, modified cheongsam, Guanyin appears incredibly alluring, making one want to approach but fear rejection, like a cold and aloof goddess. Guanyin sat across from Lin Luo and said, I forgot I was sleeping just now. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Lin Luo said, as a powerful deity, the Bodhisattva shouldn't need to sleep, right? Guanyin explained, I don't need to sleep, but I found that sleeping helps me forget a lot of my worries, so I've fallen in love with it. Congratulations, Bodhisattva, on gaining a new hobby in the human world. Didn't you notice I'm dressed differently today? It's different. I'm dressed very beautifully. Before, the Bodhisattva always wore white, giving me the impression of an immortal. Now, in a black cheongsam, I feel like a cold and aloof goddess. You're probably thinking, since you're already dressed so beautifully, why not add a black stocking? It would be even more perfect with one. It seems my little thought can't be hidden from you, Bodhisattva. Lin Luo admitted frankly. Guanyin said generously, the 7 emotions and 6 desires cannot be completely cut off. We Buddhists claim to isolate ourselves from distracting thoughts, but in reality, we haven't been able to sever them. In some areas, our desires are even stronger than yours. Lin Luo asked, Bodhisattva, what are you referring to? In every aspect. The Buddha's obsession is even deeper than yours. This time, I killed the Arhut subduing the dragon. The Buddha will definitely send someone even stronger to slay me. It's very likely. There's another possibility. What possibility? Lin Luo asked. Guanyin handed over a cup of coconut milk tea. This possibility is that the Buddha is helping you grow. Lin Luo was silent for a moment, then continued. You mean the Buddha has a large number of subordinates, many of whom are celestial gods more powerful than the dragon subduing Arhat? Instead of sending others to kill me with absolute certainty, he chose the dragon subduing Arhat, who possesses the blood of the ancestral dragon. He devoured 4 celestial gods in total, benefiting the most from the dragon subduing Arhat. The dragon subduing Arhat's mount, the golden dragon, possessed the blood of the ancestral dragon, and Lin Luo's bloodline was further enhanced. Most true dragons contain ancestral dragon bloodline, ranging from 5% to 8%. Lin Luo's 5-clawed golden dragon, among many true dragons, has a relatively high percentage of ancestral dragon bloodline, reaching 10%. After devouring the golden dragon, his ancestral dragon bloodline reached 15%. The more ancestral dragon bloodline a dragon possesses, the stronger the dragon clan. If Lin Luo's ancestral dragon bloodline reaches 100%, he will be able to return to his ancestral form and become a true ancestral dragon. The true ancestral dragon has already been slain by the Buddha Tathagata. Once his ancestral dragon bloodline reaches 100%, he will become the next ancestral dragon. All dragons will be suppressed by his bloodline in his presence. Lin Luo is simply thinking about it. Evolving into an ancestral dragon again is still a long way off. Evolving into an ancestral dragon isn't easy either. There are 2 insurmountable obstacles. Tathagata, who killed the ancestral dragon, and the 4 dragon kings, descendants of the ancestral dragon. According to Guanyin, the Buddha Tathagata will help in the early stages, but will not allow Lin Luo to become a true ancestral dragon. Back then, the Buddha Tathagata was able to kill the ancestral dragon only with the help of his subordinates, relying on his own immense wisdom to barely bring him down. In a head-on confrontation, the Buddha Tathagata might not be a match for the ancestral dragon. The 4 dragon kings have always desired the ancestral dragon's bloodline. As direct descendants of the ancestral dragon, they would certainly not allow a human to become an ancestral dragon. Guanyin nodded and said, he will make you an ancestral dragon, then devour you, allowing him to break through to a higher realm. Lin Luo asked, is there a level above the God King? Guanyin replied, yes, but I haven't encountered that level. It's called the God Emperor. It's said that becoming a God Emperor grants one certain rights in the devouring world. Lin Luo continued, does the devouring world have a God Emperor? Guanyin replied, they probably do. Those who have reached the level of a God Emperor won't easily interfere with the real world. Lin Luo smiled wryly, it seems I'm still unsure about the devouring world. I understand enough to know that there are even more terrifying beings above the God King. Guanyin took a sip of milk tea and asked, are you ready to give up? Lin Luo shook his head and said, Bodhisattva, you're joking. I persevered until now, how could I possibly give up? Besides, my hopes were never high. I'm glad you understand, but there's no need to be too pessimistic. The Buddha has changed his mind, and wants to train you well to see if you can reach the heights you desire. This is also an opportunity for you. Bodhisattva is right. You be in trouble soon, so prepare yourself, said Guanyin. Then I take my leave. Lin Luo sensed a powerful presence approaching Lahai City, where he was. The number of gods descending from the devouring world shouldn't be just 6, but 7. Chapter 239. Emergency Notice. A powerful sea beast is approaching 30 kilometers from Lahai City. Evacuate all residents of Lahai City and surrounding areas. Chen Limei, her face anxious, asked Zhou Jiahui, how's the evacuation going? Zhou Jiahui replied, the sea beast is approaching too quickly. There's no time to retreat. I already notified the dragon god. He should be taking action soon. Chen Limei wasn't too worried. Lin Luo always appeared in time. A giant dragon emerged from the sea, and a torrent of water surged towards Lahai City. All buildings near the sea were submerged. When the tide receded, the buildings were completely destroyed, leaving them in ruins. Luckily we evacuated in time, otherwise we would have been swept away by the tide and fed to the fish. This sea beast is courting death, unaware this is where our dragon god is staying. I feel there's something fishy about this sea beast. The dragon god hasn't manifested his dragon form, but he exudes an aura that keeps ordinary mutants at bay. We've been in Lahai City for quite a while, and with the dragon god in charge, no danger has occurred. Whatever. With my dragon god here, anyone who invades Yen Nation will be punished, no matter how far away. Drone technology is commonplace in Yen Nation. Officials spotted the sea beast approaching quickly, and dispatched a drone to film it. The footage was live-streamed online. How dare you? I, Old Sun, am here, and you dare to invade here. A golden monkey suddenly appeared, entering the drone's camera. A golden monkey, calling himself Old Sun, couldn't it be Sun Wukong? It could indeed be Sun Wukong. Many characters from our Yen nation's ancient myths exist within the devouring world. Sun Wukong has been my idol since childhood. I never imagined he actually existed. It's very likely that Wu Chang'an compiled information about Sun Wukong and fabricated Journey to the West, not just a fabricated character. The crowd couldn't help but feel excited. In Yin country, Sun Wukong was a household name. Many children, after watching him, wanted to be him. Sun Wukong's size rapidly grew, reaching a height of 10,000 meters, no smaller than a giant sea dragon. The giant dragon was very different from the five-clawed golden dragon Lin Luo had transformed into. Its scales were bluish-black, and its back had an exaggerated dorsal fin, like a shark's, arranged neatly on top. I owed Lin Luo a favor last time. Today, I'm going to beat you to death, and let Lin Luo barbecue you. Sun Wukong followed Lin Luo back to Lanhai City, where he had been recuperating. His injuries had mostly healed, and he had developed new interests and hobbies. Sun Wukong was different from ordinary monkeys, but he shared some habits, such as a fondness for peaches, apples, and bananas. After a day of recovery, he began eating peaches, apples, bananas, and other fruits. The Monkey King's age is full of fruit, some of which are similar to those found on Earth. Sun Wukong was delighted to be able to enjoy fruits similar to those of the Monkey King in a new era. The shelter knew Sun Wukong liked fruit and did their best to accommodate his requests. While other requests were difficult to fulfill, fruit was still readily available. Plus, Sun Wukong was already very popular. If he opened an account on a short video platform, his number of followers would surely surpass his previous #1 position. Many people approached Sun Wukong whenever they had the chance, hoping for his autograph. Perhaps Sun Wukong had been lonely for too long, devouring the world. When someone came to ask for an autograph, he feigned aloofness, but inwardly, he was overjoyed. At first, people didn't know Sun Wukong well enough and thought he was rather aloof. After a few autographs, they discovered that he was easy to talk to. Sun Wukong signed autographs for hundreds of people a day. This was all thanks to the Cataclysm Shelter's control, otherwise, the number would be far greater. Otherwise, Sun Wukong would have nothing to do all day, signing autographs from morning till night. The golden giant ape of destruction rushed towards the sea beast, wielding its golden cudgel and striking it with all its might. The cudgel struck the sea beast with a steely sound. Sun Wukong's fighting style is different from what I expected. I thought he'd fight as a golden monkey, but I didn't expect him to transform into a gigantic ape. Obviously, a gigantic ape is more powerful than a golden monkey. Wu Chang'an made a lot of fabrications, but fortunately, the golden cudgel hasn't been altered. With Sun Wukong's intervention, the dragon god doesn't even need to make a move. He can easily slay the sea beast before him. Sun Wukong swung the golden cudgel swiftly, leaving a trail of shadows in the air as he struck the sea beast. The sea beast had been consistently suppressed by Sun Wukong, and everyone was delighted, believing that Sun Wukong would be the next to slay it. Only Sun Wukong himself knew that the sea beast was utterly indestructible. Sun Wukong seemed to have the upper hand, beating the sea beast to the ground, but in reality, the sea beast was virtually unscathed. Suddenly, the sky became overcast, and heavy rain began to fall. The sea beast let out a baby's cry, and another sea beast appeared. The new sea beast was a replica, a gigantic dragon with dorsal fins and protruding scales all over its body. There aren't just one sea beast, but two. If only this sea beast had appeared later, the great sage would have quickly slain the first one. With the great sage's power, I'm sure both sea beasts could be easily slain. The appearance of the two sea beasts instantly overwhelmed Sun Wukong. When Sun Wukong used his golden cudgel to fend off one sea beast, the other would attack. The attacks of the two sea beasts pinned Sun Wukong down. One sea beast bit Sun Wukong's thigh, causing him to feel severe pain and attempt to swing his golden cudgel to repel it. The other sea beast charged forward, biting Sun Wukong's head. Sun Wukong had no choice but to wield his golden cudgel to repel them. Oh no! These two sea monsters have teamed up to tear off the great sage's leg. The great sage is quite formidable. He can hold his own against one sea monster, but not two. Although the great sage is my idol, I have to admit that the dragon god is even more formidable. Please, dragon god, appear quickly. The great sage can't hold on any longer. Director, we should notify the dragon god. He might be busy with other things and not notice the sea monsters approaching. Zhou Jiahui said nervously. Notify him. People make mistakes. Chen Limei was about to make a call when a golden light suddenly appeared. She momentarily forgot what to do next. Is that the dragon god in the golden light? It's not the dragon god. It looks like Erlangshan. Zhou Jiahui was the first to see the deity in the golden light. The golden light suddenly dissipated, revealing not a giant dragon with multicolored scales, but a handsome man with 3 eyes. Erlangshan, clutching a 3-pointed, double-edged halberd, struck at the head of a sea monster. Chapter 240. The 3-pointed, double-edged halberd flashed through the air, and the sea monster's head fell from its neck, blood oozing from the neatly cut wound. Could this man with 3 eyes be Erlangshan Yangjian? If Erlangshan Shengzhenjuan is present, then aren't San Xingmu and Qinxiang also here? Then doesn't that mean the Jade Emperor is also devouring the world? There are many powerful beings in the devouring world. Sun Wukong, having escaped danger, breathed a sigh of relief and said, Thank goodness you arrived just in time, or I would have died here. Yang Jian said, I'm searching for the true meaning of life, otherwise I would have arrived long ago. Sun Wukong scoffed, What do you mean by searching for the true meaning of life? You're just reading a novel about yourself, and seeing how the author describes it. Bragging about yourself, isn't that childish? Yang Jian retorted, You call me childish, but you're no different. Nonsense. Sun Wukong blushed and said, I'm not as narcissistic as you. I've been eating fruit lately. You finished reading it early, didn't you? Nonsense. I still have a lot to read, and I'm going to read while I eat fruit. Yang Jian laughed. You accidentally spoke your true feelings. Sun Wukong bared his teeth and said, You're very cunning. At some point, the sea monster regenerated its head and roared at the two of them. It seems this sea monster is much harder to kill than we thought. Yang Jian narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at one of the sea monsters. One for each of us is just right. Sun Wukong had nearly had his thigh bitten off earlier, and his heart was filled with anger. He picked up his golden cudgel and smashed it hard at the sea monster. Sun Wukong used his fists every time, and the sound of bones breaking was heard when hitting the sea beast. Yang Jian's strike was even more ruthless than Sun Wukong's. He used his 3-pointed, double-edged halberd to slice off the sea monster's head. Just as he was about to take the next step, the sea monster's head regrew. If cutting off the head won't kill it, I give it a few more blows. Yang Jian swung his weapon faster, severing the dragon's head, limbs, and legs. The sea monster possessed an incredible ability to recover. Before Yang Jian could cut into its body, its head, limbs, and legs had fully recovered. This sea monster is so abnormal. The great sage used all his might with each blow, but he couldn't kill it. Erlangshan's attacks were even more powerful. He repeatedly sliced off the sea monster's head, but still couldn't kill it. What kind of monster is this sea monster? It seems so powerful. Sun Wukong asked Yang Jian, Do you know what this monster is? It's indestructible no matter how hard you try, and it possesses the power of a god. Yang Jian panted, How should I know? My situation in the devouring world is not much worse than yours. I don't know what's happening outside. I don't know any more than you do. We simply can't kill these 2 giant dragon sea beasts. If we keep going, we'd be exhausted to death by them. Even facing the little elephant god didn't seem that difficult to me. Soon we won't have to face these 2 sea beasts anymore. Sun Wukong said hurriedly, You haven't thought of a solution. I hate people like you the most. You always keep me in suspense. It's already so late. Because there will be 3 sea beasts soon, we won't be facing just 2, Yang Jian said. Another sea beast emerged from the water, identical in size and appearance to the previous 2. Fuck you. Sun Wukong was completely upset. 2 sea beasts were already difficult to deal with, and now there was another one. Devour the world. Zeus watched everything unfold on Earth. Dong Wangtai, your minions are powerful, but you can't let them play like this. The sea beast should have appeared sooner and killed these 2. The Dark God King echoed, This damn monkey contributed greatly to the death of my subordinate Lucifer. Killing this damn monkey will also allow me to vent my anger. Shiva angrily said, My son's death was caused by this damn monkey. Dong Wangtai said arrogantly, Are you trying to teach me how to do things? Zeus angrily said, We have a request from you, but you can't go too far. Dong Wangtai said coldly, Don't speak if you don't know the details. The Light God King moderated, Don't worry, everyone. The appearance of Dong Wangtai's subordinate Jiuying in this way must be due to the Devour the World, otherwise, it wouldn't have appeared in this way. Dong Wangtai raised his lip with a mocking smile. It seems that besides the fools here, there are still some smart people. The 3 great god kings were very upset, and they probably all knew the reason why Jiuying appeared in this way. Unlike the newly ascended celestial gods, the 9 infants were a mid-level celestial being, reaching a staggering level of 110. According to the laws of the devouring world, such a powerful being cannot descend to Earth without a high degree of integration with the real world. Even if the 6 divine kings united, they would have difficulty succeeding. When Dong Wangtai allowed the 9 infants to descend to Earth, the other 4 divine kings were puzzled, but they didn't take it too seriously. After Dong Wangtai's taunts, the other 4 divine kings understood. Dong Wangtai offered another taunt. Some things require wisdom. Don't just assume you're powerful. Watch how my men kill that human. The 4 divine kings' faces sank, temporarily suppressing their rage. Dong Wangtai's vengeance was set aside for now. The more important thing was to kill the humans on Earth. The number of sea beasts has increased by 5. What kind of monster is this? 1 was already powerful, but now there are 5. The 6th sea beast has appeared. The Great Sage and Erlangshan are being overwhelmed. Both have wounds. The 8th and 9th sea beasts have appeared. Dragon God, please hurry. The Great Sage and Erlangshan can't hold on any longer. The sea beasts appeared at an increasing rate, rapidly increasing from the 3rd to the 9th. 9 sea beasts attacked the 2 men, forcing Sun Wukong and Yang Jian to stand back to back, fighting the onslaught of the beasts. The 2 men, besieged by waves of sea beasts, were covered in bite wounds, their bodies oozing bright red blood. Sun Wukong hurriedly said, Yang Jian, you're smarter than me. Come up with a plan. I can't hold on any longer. Yang Jian brandished his weapon and said, if I had a plan, I would have taken action long ago. Why wait until now? Don't you see my injuries are worse than yours? Your body is much stronger, and your recovery ability is far superior. I can only ask Lin Luo for help. Honestly, this is truly embarrassing. I originally wanted to kill this sea beast, and have Lin Luo grill it. Who wouldn't? After a brief discussion, the 2 decided to contact Lin Luo urgently. You 2, I seem to be late. The 2 looked up into the sky, where a giant dragon with multicolored scales appeared. You're finally here. The 2 breathed a sigh of relief. The 9 sea beasts, upon seeing Lin Luo approaching, abandoned their attacks on Sun Wukong and Yang Jian. The 9-headed sea beast seemed capable of killing Yang Jian and Sun Wukong long ago, but deliberately chose not to, using them as bait. When Lin Luo arrived, the 9 sea beasts immediately abandoned their attack and gathered in one place. Chapter 241. Damn it! It seems we've been used as bait by these 9 sea beasts, specifically to lure Lin Luo here. Yang Jian gritted his teeth. I'm so pissed off. Sun Wukong was the most furious. If Yang Jian hadn't stopped him, he would have charged forward with all his might. Yang Jian said to Lin Luo, these 9 sea beasts are very strange. They have extremely strong recovery abilities. They're virtually indestructible, and their attacks are ferocious. Sun Wukong said, let's fight these 9 sea beasts together. You're much stronger than us, but fighting them alone is tough. These 9 sea beasts aren't 9 separate entities, but a single entity. Lin Luo remembered a creature from the classic of mountains and seas, a being with 9 heads that made the sound of a crying baby. Sun Wukong asked doubtfully, impossible. Are these 9 sea beasts one entity? Yang Jian gazed at the 9 beasts and said, that's very possible. Don't guess. I am one entity. The 9 sea beasts began to merging into one. 9 enormous dragon heads grew atop a more robust body, the dorsal fin more prominent, and the bluish-black scales thicker. Sun Wukong explained in amazement, it truly is one entity. Yang Jian frowned and said, I know what this creature is. What is it? This creature is Jiuing, one of the 10 great demon masters of the heavenly court founded by Emperor Jun in the prehistoric novel. He has a body like a giant dragon, a cry like a crying baby, and 9 heads. I heard of Emperor Jun in the devouring world. He seems to be another master of the heavenly court, said Sun Wukong. Yang Jian said, that's him. The devouring world connects 2 realities. Both of these realities have the powerful organization of heaven. Jun isn't as powerful as the Jade Emperor, but he's also a terrifying existence. Sun Wukong asked, Lin Luo, when did you provoke this demon from the heavenly court? Yang Jian replied, the last time he fought Apollo, he sought Hoi's help. Hoi killed Dijun's 8 sons, and since Lin Luo had Hoi's help, Hoi took his anger out on him. So that's how it is. Sun Wukong looked at Jiuing, his pupils shrinking slightly. With his 9 clones merging into one, his power has skyrocketed to that of a mid-level celestial god. We're afraid we wouldn't even be able to withstand him in a single encounter. Yang Jian said, Lin Luo, it's difficult for the 2 of us to help you in the upcoming battle. What are you afraid of? The worst that can happen is death, Sun Wukong said rather recklessly. Lin Luo said, you don't have to go. I do it alone. Yang Jian advised Sun Wukong, let's step aside. Forcing a fight won't help Lin Luo, and it only burden him. Okay. Sun Wukong, not wanting to burden Lin Luo, chose to retreat. Jiuying looked at Lin Luo coldly and said, I've been fighting here for so long, and you only just appeared here. I thought you were too scared to come. Were you sent by Dong Wangtai? Lin Luo asked. Jiuying said with disdain, I was indeed sent by His Highness. The worst thing you could do is offend His Highness. Your so-called Highness is really sensitive. I just said a few words to him, and he's holding a grudge. Sensitive? You mean to say that my Highness is stingy? You're almost dead, and you still dare to call him stingy. I wanted to give you a quick death, but now it seems I can't. Jiuying pounced on Lin Luo, its 9 heads biting at him. Lin Luo quickly dodged, avoiding the 9 infants' attack. He opened his dragon's mouth, and spit out 4 colored flames. The 4 colored flames underwent a new transformation, the black flame within them becoming even more intense. After devouring Amaterasu, the Amaterasu flames had been enhanced. Once Amaterasu's unique power, they now became Lin Luo's. A flood of 4 colored flames ignited the seawater, encircling the 9 infants. The 9 infants charged towards Lin Luo, completely oblivious to the blazing 4 colored flames. The 4 colored flames were powerful, but they couldn't break the 9 infants' defenses. 9 heads suddenly thrust forward, biting at Lin Luo. Lin Luo tried to dodge, but the 9 infants were faster. One head bit into Lin Luo's dragon claw, its fangs piercing the 5-colored glazed scales, drawing blood profusely. Lin Luo felt a piercing pain, and tried to throw the 9 infants away. But Jiuying's power was terrifying, tearing Lin Luo's golden dragon claw off. Blood flowed continuously from the torn wound, and it was difficult to stop. Yang Jian hurriedly asked, Lin Luo, are you okay? Fine. Lin Luo blasted Shenong flame from his mouth, and began to heal his wounds. His lost golden dragon claw grew back at a visible speed. Jiuying sneered, I didn't expect you could use your flames in this way, to heal your own wounds. Lin Luo challenged, with this strength, you can't kill me. I won't give you a second to breathe. Jiuying charged at Lin Luo, all 9 heads moving simultaneously to bite him. Lin Luo had no time to dodge again, and a large chunk of his flesh was torn off. A flood of blood flowed, staining the entire sea surface a strange color. Lin Luo considered using the self-healing properties of Shenong fire, a method that would minimize damage. He only used Shenong grass as a last resort. 9 infants gave him no chance, charging forward and biting him relentlessly. Lin Luo didn't have time to use Shenong fire before being attacked again by 9 infants. Having barely recovered from his previous injuries, new ones appeared. Lin Luo's injuries worsened, and his breath grew much weaker. Sun Wukong scratched the monkey hair on his face. Yang Jian, are we just going to stand by and watch these two fight? If this continues, Lin Luo will die. Yang Jian comforted him, don't be impulsive. I want to help Lin Luo, but we're much weaker than him. We couldn't even withstand a single blow from Jiuying. Besides, Lin Luo has the Shenong leaf, which can quickly heal him. After fighting for about half an hour, Lin Luo's body was covered in hideous wounds, and blood flowed continuously, dyeing the nearby sea red. Lin Luo had no choice but to take out a piece of Shenong leaf and put it in his mouth. The Shenong leaf was quite magical. After consuming it, his injuries healed at a visible speed. He had 9 Shenong leaves in total. He gave 3 to Yang Jian and Sun Wukong, and used 1 himself, leaving him with 5. 5 Shenong leaves could last a long time, but they couldn't solve the problem. The Shenong leaves would eventually run out. Lin Luo had no better way to deal with Jiuying, and death was inevitable. You have quite a few treasures, including this divine item. If you don't give it to me, I kill you. Jiuying threatened. You're dreaming. Even if I die, I won't give you this treasure. Lin Luo said coldly. Don't worry. The pleasurable torture has just begun. I'm sure you won't be able to endure it. Jiuying gave a chilling smile and pounced on Lin Luo. Lin Luo recovered from the Shenong leaves, but the gap was still too far to close, and he was suppressed by Jiuying. As Jiuying continued his attacks, his wounds multiplied again. Chapter 242. Devouring the World. Zeus resentfully said, This human has found Shenong, the flame emperor of the previous human era. The herb he possesses is called the Shenong herb, a herb that only Shenong could cultivate. 9 Shenong leaves must be used before they wither. Shenong was truly generous, even giving this human something like this. Without these Shenong leaves, this human would have died. The Dark God King lamented, "These Shinong leaves have minimal healing effect for us God Kings. Giving them to an ant is a waste." Shiva angrily said, "My son, the baby elephant god, died at the hands of this human, a remnant of the previous human era. I was so kind to them, they didn't kill them all, yet they dared to interfere in the affairs of this era." The god of light, concerned with something different, asked Dong Wangtai, "Were your men not using their full strength?" Dong Wangtai smiled, "Indeed, you are the smartest of the four. I didn't hide this detail from you. My men weren't using their full strength." Shiva urged, "Then why didn't you tell your men to use their full strength and kill this human?" Dong Wangtai said coldly, "You're lecturing me." Shiva, unable to suppress his rage, tried to say more, but was stopped by the people around him. The stronger Jiuying was, the better. He just wanted to kill this human. This human was growing so fast that even they were afraid. Earth. The battle continued, and Lin Luo suffered more wounds. This time, Jiuying had inflicted far more wounds on him than before. Jiuying deliberately slowed down his attack and taunted him coldly, "Hurry up and use the Shinong leaf. Your injuries are so severe, you probably die if you don't use it." Sun Wukong was filled with rage. "This is so infuriating. I really want to rush over and destroy this nine-headed dragon. He's so arrogant. If Lin Luo weren't 5 levels below him, he'd definitely crush him." Yang Jian sighed, "Lin Luo's era is too difficult. If he had come to our Three-Eyed Clan's era, with his talent, he could easily become a mid-level celestial god, if not a supreme god king." Sun Wukong couldn't help but feel pessimistic. "I seem to be seeing the end of my own era again. My 3 brothers fought hard to stop the devouring world from destroying their era, but they perished in the end. I could only watch from the sidelines, the last person to enter the devouring world." "Who wouldn't?" Yang Jian sighed. The Three-Eyed Clan once possessed the extraordinary power of the Celestial Eye, and enjoyed a period of extreme glory, with even God King level Three-Eyed Clan members emerging. By the time the devouring world connected to the Three-Eyed Clan's era, their glory had faded. Faced with the arrival of the devouring world's gods, the Three-Eyed Clan had virtually no power to resist. Yang Jian, considered a seed of hope by the Three-Eyed Clan's leaders, sought refuge in the devouring world. The two entered the devouring world for different reasons, but encountered the same fate. The same era was destroyed, and they watched helplessly as their tribes perished. Now that Lin Luo was suppressed by the 9 infants, and Lin Luo died at the hands of the 9 infants, no one in this era could stand against the 9 infants. The ultimate outcome was the 9 infants devouring all life on Earth, heralding the end of the era. A cliff. Yi Tian stood atop it, the sea pounding against the rocks below. "I want this sky to no longer obscure my eyes, this earth to no longer bury my heart, all living beings to understand my will, and all Buddhas to vanish into thin air." Sword. A long sword, engraved with various mysterious runes, came into Yi Tian's hands. "Pang Bo, am I really handsome?" Yi Tian didn't forget to strike a pose, feigning his coolness. Pang Bo said with a look of despair, "How many times are you planning to come? Tell me an exact number, so I can be mentally prepared." "Don't worry. With Lin Luo's strength, this 9 infants won't be able to kill him in one go," Yi Tian said calmly. Black Emperor grumbled, "The dragon god shouldn't have given you the Xianyuan sword and its manual. You're such a jerk. You've been posing here for so long. If I could wield the Xianyuan sword, you wouldn't be in any danger." Yi Tian retorted, "What do you know? With my strength, I can only strike one blow, just like last time, to help the dragon god slay the 9 infants." Pang Bo agreed, Yi Tian is right. He's only just ascended to true godhood. A single strike against a celestial god is already the limit. Black Emperor sighed, "Who knows? This might be the final battle of our era." "Nonsense. With me, Yi Tian, around, the devouring world can't possibly destroy Earth." Yi Tian threw a red cape behind him, and flew like Superman. Black Emperor grumbled, "Can't you improve your taste? You're wearing a red cape like Superman, but why don't you wear your underwear outside? What do you know? I, Yi Tian, am not someone you can point fingers at," Yi Tian said with a domineering tone, charging towards Lin Luo. "It seems the dragon god is being too kind to him, making him more and more arrogant," Black Emperor said angrily. Pang Bo took out a cigarette, lit it, and blew out 2 puffs of smoke. "Have you figured out your next plan?" Black Emperor asked. "Are you sure the dragon god will lose?" Pang Bo sighed, "That wasn't me saying that. The dragon god informed me ahead of time, saying that our opponent, this time, was very powerful, and there was a high chance of failure. He told me to prepare to enter the devouring world." Black Emperor realized, didn't Yi Tian know that too? Pangbo nodded. Yes, Yi Tian did know. The dragon god was the first to notify him, telling him to go to the devouring world, the remaining spark from the destruction of our Earth era. However, Yi Tian refused, thinking he still had to give it a try. A brief silence fell between the man and the dog. Black Emperor said, I have decided to perish with the Earth. Even Yi Tian has entered the devouring world. If I did, he would definitely mock me. Whatever you say. Pangbo finished his cigarette and prepared to return to the Zhatian base. I plan to give the devouring world god a surprise. Zhatian base has 3 hydrogen bombs, hundreds of times more powerful than nuclear bombs. While the 3 hydrogen bombs won't kill Jiuying, they can certainly injure him. His choice, like Yi Tian and Black Emperor's, was not to enter the devouring world. Pangbo had received many benefits from Lin Luo, and had recently reached the level of a god, qualifying him to remain in the devouring world. But he chose to forego his chance of escape, choosing to live and die with Earth. Pangbo was a wise man, knowing that the only way to survive was to enter the devouring world. He had learned the method to enter the devouring world from Lin Luo, and had been striving to become a god for this very reason. But when faced with a choice between life and death, Pangbo resolutely chose death. I hope the dragon god will win. If either Pangbo or Lin Luo could win, they could avoid death. Secret Villa. Have you decided not to enter the devouring world? Guanyin asked. We have. Yi Weiwei, Su Qing, Yunshu Succubus, and Moon Goddess nodded. They were qualified to enter the devouring world and remain there forever, but they chose to give it up for Lin Luo. Just make up your mind. Guanyin didn't show much expression, as she took a sip of her milk tea. Chapter 243. Su Qing anxiously said, Buddha, please, I hope you can help us. Let us at least help Brother Lin. Yi Weiwei blamed herself. Xiao Luo is fighting the world-devouring god, and we can only watch him fight, unable to offer any assistance. Yun Shu, the succubus, and the moon goddess both wanted to help Lin Luo. All right. Guanyin said, if there's a way for you to help Lin Luo, I definitely tell you. Besides, Lin Luo may not lose. This 9 infants is powerful, but it's not insurmountable. Su Qing's voice trembled with surprise. You said Brother Lin may not lose? Guanyin said calmly, I always said that no one knows the future until the results are known. I hope Lin Luo wins. The women could only pray, they couldn't help Lin Luo. This 9 infants is too powerful. The dragon god has almost no power to resist. After consuming the herbs, he finally recovered from his injuries, only to be injured again. The dragon god's herbs are probably not infinite. After consuming this herb, the dragon god is nearing death. Perhaps the dragon god will really be defeated this time, and die at the hands of this 9 infants. At first, everyone held out hope, believing that Lin Luo, like before, could slay the god that devoured the world. But as Lin Luo was repeatedly injured and firmly suppressed by the 9 infants, the light in their eyes gradually faded. According to the past, with Lin Luo's personality, he would not have endured until now, and would have used force to kill the 9 infants. Lin Luo must have been forced to surrender to the 9 infants. A figure appeared behind the 9 infants. It was Yi Tian. Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. This man has only revealed his true strength. What is he planning to do to Jiuying? Yang Jian frowned and said, Jiuying seems to have already spotted this human. Perhaps he's too weak, and Jiuying doesn't bother to attack. We don't dare to attack Jiuying by surprise. This man is truly courageous. There are 2 possibilities. One is that this man is a reckless man, ignorant of everything. The other is that he has hidden means. Yang Jian had already stated the 2 possibilities, and Yi Tian had already taken action, delivering the lines he had practiced many times. I want this sky to no longer obscure my eyes, this earth to no longer bury my heart, all living beings to understand my will, and all Buddhas to vanish into thin air. Sword. Yi Tian, Xianyuan sword in hand, slashed towards Jiuying. A thin green line darted at Jiuying's back at incredible speed. By the time Jiuying sensed the danger, it was too late. A thin cyan thread entered Jiuying's body, emitting a cyan aurora. A brief video feed appeared. Jiuying struggled to suppress the energy entering his body, but ultimately, he was unable to contain it, and his entire body exploded. The various tissues separated, scattered from the air, and fell, splashing water. Devouring the world. Zeus exclaimed in astonishment. A true god slew a middle-ranking celestial god. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Shiva gritted his teeth and said, Damn the human emperor Huangdi, handing over his Xianyuan sword and Xianyuan sword manual to another human. The Dark God King didn't miss the opportunity to taunt him. Dong Wangtai, didn't you say your subordinates were powerful? Now they've been slain by a true god. What do you have to say? Dong Wangtai said disdainfully. Don't you have eyes? Don't you see this man is holding the yellow Emperor Xianyuan's sword? How could he kill my men with his own strength? Zhu scoffed. What excuses? No matter how you explain, you have to admit the fact that your men are dead. It seems that the plan to kill this human needs a long-term plan. The Dark God King followed up with a sneer. Didn't you say your men had hidden powers that you didn't use? Now that your men are dead, where is that hidden power? The Light God King, fearing an escalation of the conflict, quickly advised don't. Speaking of which, Jiuying had never expected a true divine human to attack him from behind and kill him with a single blow. Shiva said bitterly, our plan failed this time, but this human is just a mere celestial ant. As God Kings, we can easily defeat him if we take it seriously. Zhu said, next time, we can't involve the Buddha. I feel like he's somehow helping this human. With his wisdom, he wouldn't have made such a mistake. And he never showed up when we were discussing how to deal with this human. I agree. The other three God Kings agreed. The God Kings have lived for countless ages, and none of them are fools. The Buddha's unusual behavior had caught the attention of the three God Kings. Dong Wangtai smiled. Why are you so anxious? My men are still alive. Not dead yet. The four God Kings didn't refute Dong Wangtai, and a scene soon occurred on Earth that silenced them. I killed Jiuying? Yi Tian was stunned, unable to react for a long time. He simply intended to use the Xianyuan sword to inflict some damage on Jiuying, thus helping Lin Luo slay Jiuying. Unexpectedly, he was able to slay Jiuying on his own, without Lin Luo's intervention. What's going on? The dragon god failed to kill Jiuying, yet Yi Tian slew him instead. I used to dislike Yi Tian, but now that he's slain Jiuying, I become a fan. It seems our Earth isn't just home to the dragon god, there are other powerful beings too, and Yi Tian is one of them. Everyone was delighted when Jiuying was unexpectedly slain by Yi Tian. Yi Tian is truly remarkable. He even gave me a big surprise. He Huang was overjoyed, but he felt a strange look from Panghua. It deliberately raged in anger, saying, What's Yi Tian doing? Without the dragon god's help, how could he have killed Jiuying? If I can wield the Xianyuan sword, I can definitely kill Jiuying too. Peng Bo shook his head and laughed. What a hypocrite. Sun Wukong came over and patted Yi Tian on the shoulder. Boy, you have a unique talent for swordsmanship. You can even wield the Xianyuan sword of the human emperor Huangdi. Are you the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong? Yi Tian asked. Sun Wukong replied, You exaggerate me in your novels. I'm not that strong. No, you have it. Really not? If I say you have it, you have it. Only someone as famous as you can be my teammate, Yi Tian said. Sun Wukong suppressed his frustration. If Yi Tian hadn't just killed Jiuying, a tremendous achievement, with his explosive temper, he would have beaten Yi Tian. As expected, I, Yi Tian, am the protagonist. Dragon God, I will help you share the pressure from now on. Yi Tian was deeply grateful to Lin Luo, but his words still irritated him. Lin Luo knew Yi Tian well enough to see nothing wrong with him. Just as Yi Tian was feeling proud, pieces of flesh and blood in the sea gathered together, gluing themselves back together. Chapter 244. The sea surface gradually became turbulent, waves forming. A giant dragon suddenly emerged from the water and bit Yi Tian. Lin Luo remained vigilant, skeptical that the demon master Jiuying would easily fall prey to Yi Tian's hands. Oh my god! Yi Tian's face paled with fear, and he nearly peed himself. Thankfully Lin Luo was by his side. With terrifying force, his golden dragon claw slashed towards Jiuying. His golden dragon claw struck Jiuying's head, unable to withstand the immense force, and Jiuying fell back into the water. Jiuying isn't dead. I'm telling you, how could such a powerful deity be so easily slain by Yi Tian? Luckily, the dragon god was by Yi Tian's side, otherwise, when Jiuying was resurrected, Yi Tian would have already perished. Compared to Yi Tian, the dragon god is still much stronger. It all depends on the dragon god. Secret Villa. Ah! Su Qing said, I thought Jiuying was dead and Brother Lin was out of danger. Yu Weiwei sighed. As a mid-level deity, Jiuying's death wouldn't be easy. Guan Yin handed over 2 cups of milk tea. Take a sip to soothe yourself. As I said before, no one knows the outcome until the end. Let's drink our milk tea and wait. Thank you. Su Qing and Yu Weiwei each took their milk tea, sipping it helplessly as they watched the live stream. Jiuying had fully recovered, his 9 heads staring coldly at Yi Tian. Yi Tian, terrified by the sight, said forcefully, What's the point of a sneak attack? Jiuying said coldly, You didn't sneak attack me. How dare you say that? You're lucky you have a strong teammate, otherwise you would have been dead just now. Yi Tian wanted to retort, but couldn't. He had just sneak attacked Jiuying, otherwise his attack wouldn't have been successful. It wasn't really a sneak attack, because Jiuying's divine sense easily detected Yi Tian's attack. Jiuying didn't take Yi Tian seriously, a newly ascended god, so he allowed him to sneak attack. Jiuying looked at Lin Luo and said coldly, I will kill you without holding back. Lin Luo retorted, you made it sound like you held back just now. I won't hold back either. I will kill you. I wanted to give you a little hope, to make you feel like you had a chance of winning, but I didn't expect that this little hope would make you arrogant. Jiuying's face was full of mockery. It seems I can't give you any hope at all. Do you know why I was able to be resurrected? Your ability? Lin Luo asked. Jiuying smiled and said, it seems you're quite clever. No wonder you're the strongest human on Earth. It's truly my ability. I have 9 heads, each representing a life, meaning I have 9 lives. I have to kill you 9 times before I can completely slay you. Lin Luo's face was solemn. Killing Jiuying once was already difficult enough, and he even used Yi Tian as his trump card. Jiuying laughed and said, indeed, you have to kill me 8 more times before you can completely slay me. Elsewhere, Yang Jian and Sun Wukong took Yi Tian away. The resurrected Jiuying was no match for the 3 of them. About 10 kilometers away, having confirmed they wouldn't be affected, the 3 of them stopped. Previously, Jiuying's primary target was Lin Luo, and he wouldn't attack the 3 of them. After Jiuying's death, it's uncertain whether they will be implicated. Sun Wukong asked Yang Jian, 3 eyes, this 9-headed monster claims to have 9 lives. Is he just bragging? Yang Jian shook his head and said, I just used my divine eyes to observe. He has 9 souls, each representing a rebirth. He's probably not bragging. Jiuying's ability is 9 lives. Sun Wukong said, we killed 1 life by luck. How can we kill the remaining 8? Yi Tian said resolutely, I should still be able to use 1 sword. Why don't we go up and try it? Yang Jian shook his head and said, you just made a sneak attack. The success was mainly due to Jiuying not taking you seriously. If you were to launch a sneak attack next, Jiuying would be the first to kill you. Yi Tian, though a bit of a middle school student, had no problem with his intelligence. He nodded and said, you have a point. My last sneak attack was largely due to luck. Sun Wukong said helplessly, it's probably because we're too weak to help Lin Luo. Yang Jian said, let's hope for a miracle. Yi Tian said optimistically, you're too pessimistic. I believe Lin Luo will definitely be able to turn the tables. This wouldn't be the first time. Devouring the world. Zeus murmured, 9 infants have 9 lives. They need to be killed 9 times to fully die. He's only killed you once, so he still has 8 lives. Shiva marveled, for a mid-level god to possess such terrifying power is simply heaven-defying. If he reached the level of a god king, he'd probably be no less powerful than us. The dark god king enviously said, I wish I had a 9 infant under my command. The angel age had 2 powerful god kings, far more powerful than many other ages. However, beings below the god king level were inferior to those in most eras. The dark god king's only resource was Lucifer, who was the first to be slain by Lin Luo upon his arrival on Earth. The angel era had so few powerful beings below the god king level, largely due to these 2 god kings. They not only loved internal strife, but also the exclusion of those who dissented. Many gifted celestial gods were slain by them. The light god king rejoiced, it's a good thing we invited the god king Dong Wangtai. Otherwise, this human wouldn't be dead, and would have been arrogant for a while longer. Dong Wangtai remained arrogant, saying, honestly, you're terrible at what you do. No wonder your era isn't as powerful as our heavenly era. Many people in the devouring world prefer to call the Jade Emperor's era the heavenly era, and the eras of Di Jun and Dong Wangtai the Golden Crow era. This is primarily because the Jade Emperor's heavenly era was far more powerful, surpassing Dong Wangtai's in overall strength. Dong Wangtai disagreed, believing his brother to be more powerful. His brother hadn't used his full strength, otherwise he wouldn't be much worse than the Jade Emperor. Under Dong Wangtai, the Golden Crow era couldn't be mentioned, his era had to be called the Heavenly Court era. The 4 divine kings suppressed their anger, and echoed Dong Wangtai's words. The God of Light said, this human is too cunning. I think we should have Jiuying kill him as soon as possible to avoid any accidents. Are you teaching me how to do things? Dong Wangtai scoffed. The God of Light explained, I don't mean to teach you how to do things. I'm just worried about accidents. Don't worry. Dong Wangtai said confidently, my subordinate Jiuying not only has 9 lives, but also has even more powerful hidden methods that he hasn't used yet. Even more powerful hidden methods. Your subordinate is truly powerful." The god of darkness expressed even more envy. The other three divine kings remained silent, but they also envied Dongwang Tai for having such a powerful subordinate to help him. Earth. I won't hold back at all. I kill you. Jiuying exuded a terrifying murderous intent. I won't hold back at all. Lin Luo took out the remaining Shenong leaves and chewed them all. Chapter 245. As Lin Luo continued to chew vigorously, his body filled with strength. His figure began to swell, emitting a terrifying aura. Jiuying taunted, "You know you can't win, so you're ready to devour all the Shenong leaves and fight me to the death. I can assure you it's no use." "How do you know it's no use?" Lin Luo's form shifted, and signs of atavism appeared on his body. The purer the dragon bloodline, the more fingers its claws possess. The average dragon hybrid has only one finger, while the second generation of dragons, born from the 9 sons of a dragon, possess 3. The average true dragon has 3 fingers, while those with stronger bloodlines have 4. Only a very rare true dragon possesses 5. Lin Luo obtained the golden dragon bloodline from the devouring world and continuously strengthened it, evolving into a 5-clawed golden dragon. At this point, his dragon claw had gained another finger, and his entire body had grown considerably larger. The originally multicolored glazed body had transformed into a dazzling golden yellow. The 5-colored stone is a rare evolutionary material. Its use caused Lin Luo's skin to transform from golden to a 5-colored glazed color. This result occurred because the 5-colored stone's power surpassed the power of Lin Luo's bloodline, resulting in his skin taking on the 5-colored glazed color. After swallowing the remaining Shenong leaves, he fully activated his ancestral dragon bloodline. As a 5-clawed golden dragon, he possessed 15% of the ancestral dragon's bloodline. After Lin Luo devoured the dragon-subduing Arhat, the ancestral dragon bloodline within him intensified further. From the original 15% to 20%, this value allowed Lin Luo to use the ancestral dragon bloodline. The prerequisite was that Lin Luo needed a large amount of energy. The remaining Shenong leaves could heal his injuries and provide him with a huge amount of energy. The immense energy allowed Lin Luo to fully activate his ancestral dragon bloodline, causing the blood within him to revert to its ancestral form. Not only did Lin Luo's dragon claws transform into 6 fingers, but the golden scales on the outside also sprouted smaller scales. These smaller scales were even harder than the golden scales on the inside, protecting Lin Luo's dragon body. Ancestral dragon bloodline. 9 infants sensed something was amiss and controlled its 9 heads to pounce on Lin Luo. In the past, his attacks were sharp, and Lin Luo couldn't block them. Every attack from 9 infants left a wound on Lin Luo. Lin Luo's activated ancestral dragon bloodline increased his defense by more than 10-fold, and 9 infants was unsuccessful this time. I failed to stop it. 9 infants felt a sense of foreboding. He decided to use a concealed method. His 9 mouths opened simultaneously, and a stream of black water gushed out. The black water was extremely corrosive, covering Lin Luo. Did it work? 9 infants used his most powerful method of corruption, a method he had used to kill even higher-level gods. A golden dragon emerged from the black water and pounced towards Jiuying. Jiuying was knocked into the sea and sank rapidly. Before he could react, Lin Luo's mouth erupted with 4-colored flames. The 4-colored flames rushed towards Jiuying, and Jiuying's body began to burn fiercely, with a burning pain that continued to rip through his body. The golden dragon claws tore through the scales, piercing the skin and entering the body, ripping out the heart. After being removed, Jiuying's heart was burned to ash by the 4-colored flames. Lin Luo increased the force in his hands, crushing Jiuying's heart into pieces. A strange thing happened. Jiuying's fragments of flesh began to grow and overlap. After a while, Jiuying recovered. Damn it! Jiuying gritted his teeth. If it weren't for his 9 lives ability, Lin Luo would have killed him. With Lin Luo's ancestral dragon bloodline activated, he was no match for him. Jiuying regretted it deeply. He should have used his strongest means from the beginning, just to see if he could kill Lin Luo. He had been careless. Your name is Lin Luo, right? Actually, there's no need for us to fight to the death. We in heaven have always valued talent. The fact that you were only level 105, and yet, you managed to kill me once is enough to prove your talent. You have a grudge against His Majesty Dongwang. That's why His Majesty Dongwang wants to kill you, but I believe His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor is a reasonable man. If you explain yourself to him, he'd definitely help you. His Majesty Dongwang listens to his brother, the Heavenly Emperor, and I believe you two will reconcile. Jiuying had just experienced Lin Luo's power, and was filled with fear. He didn't want to face Lin Luo's ancestral dragon state again, and wanted to stall for as long as he could. If he could get Lin Luo to give up, he would have the final say over Lin Luo's life and death. You should know about Hui, Lin Luo said expressionlessly. Jiao Ying's expression was a little grim. I didn't expect you to offend His Majesty Dongwang because of Hui, but it's not a big deal. If you sincerely apologize, the Emperor of Heaven will still be reasonable. You're trying to buy time. Lin Luo said coldly, I can tell you that I can maintain my ancestral dragon state without actively releasing it or using my abilities. If you want to chat, feel free to come. Jiao Ying observed Lin Luo and realized that he wasn't lying. Since the conversation began, Lin Luo's aura hadn't weakened in the slightest. Go to hell. Jiao Ying lunged forward, and all 9 dragon heads rushed forward together. On the sea. Sun Wukong anxiously asked, 3 eyes, can you see into the sea with your divine eye? Yang Jian shook his head and said, Lin Luo and Jiao Ying have entered the depths of the sea, and I can't see them with my divine eye for a while. Yi Tian, clutching the Xianyuan sword, said, it seems I have to use my sword. Sun Wukong said unhappily, stop pretending. Huge waves rose from the sea, and 2 enormous figures emerged. Jiao Ying's 8 heads vanished, leaving only 1 struggling. Lin Luo's 2 golden dragon claws pierced Jiao Ying's massive body, lifting it up with immense force. He bit down fiercely on Jiao Ying's remaining head, and Jiao Ying's massive body, losing all resistance, plummeted into the sea. Lin Luo opened his enormous dragon mouth, spewing forth 4-colored flames. Jiao Ying's massive body burned in the 4-colored flames, emitting plumes of black smoke and a smoky aroma. Yang Jian exclaimed, is this Lin Luo's hidden power? It's too powerful. The ferocious Jiao Ying just now seemed like paper in front of him. Sun Wukong said, too powerful. When I first saw Lin Luo, I felt he would go further than me. It seems I was right. Yi Tian's pupils trembled violently, and then he let out a wry smile. I thought I had obtained the Xianyuan sword and the Xianyuan sword manual, and that by diligently practicing swordsmanship every day, I would be able to go far. Now it seems the gap between me and Lin Luo has widened even further. It seems I won't be able to surpass him in this lifetime. He had long since softened his heart. Ever since accepting Lin Luo's teachings, the only thing he had remained stubborn about was his words. After Jiao Ying's death, his 9 lives ability was activated, and some of his fragments of flesh rapidly grew and developed, his complete form reappearing. 9 heads looked at Lin Luo, with complicated expressions in their eyes, including fear, dread, jealousy, hatred, etc. Chapter 246. This is your 6th life. You already died 4 times in the water. Lin Luo had killed Jiao Ying 4 times, and with Yi Tian's kill once, he only had 4 lives left. If he killed Jiao Ying 4 more times, Jiao Ying would be completely dead. Lin Luo's ancestral dragon form could last long enough to kill Jiao Ying 4 times, and even have some left over. The Sheneng leaves were treasures nearing the Divine King level, and even Divine Kings could derive immense benefits from their consumption. Lin Luo calculated the number of Sheneng leaves before deciding to use his ancestral dragon form. He wanted to save his final trump card for last, not to use it on Jiao Ying. But Jiao Ying's strength and formidable nature forced him to use it early. The Sheneng leaves he had earlier weren't wasted. Lin Luo had learned of Jiao Ying's abilities, revealing a total of 9 lives. Only a Divine King level expert could prevent Jiao Ying's 9 lives from being activated. Lin Luo couldn't prevent Jiao Ying's abilities from being activated, but he could kill Jiao Ying 9 times. Lin Luo calculated the Sheneng leaf's effectiveness, finding it just enough to kill Jiao Ying 8 times. In between, he could kill Jiao Ying and devour her body. While this energy wasn't enough for Lin Luo's evolution, it would allow him to maintain his ancestral dragon form for a longer period. Jiao Ying gritted his teeth and said, "You ant, if it weren't for the Sheneng leaf, I would have killed you long ago, let alone you suppressing me." "That's ridiculous. Why don't you just mention that you lived longer than me and evolved much earlier?" Lin Luo didn't bother to waste time with Jiao Ying and attacked him again. Devouring the world. Zeus's expression was grim. This human has so many hidden tricks up his sleeve. He can actually use the Sheneng leaf to activate the ancestral dragon bloodline. Jiao Ying has already been killed 5 times. If he dies 4 more times, he'd be completely devoured by this human. The Dark God King sighed and said, "We underestimated this human. I thought killing him would be easy, but I didn't expect accidents to happen again and again." The Light God King asked, "Dongwang Tai, you said your subordinates have even more powerful hidden means. Is that true?" Dongwang Tai sneered and said, "Do you think I need to lie to you?" The 4 God Kings gazed back at the devouring world, watching the battle between Lin Luo and Jiao Ying. Lin Luo in his ancestral dragon state was too powerful, and Jiao Ying was no match. In just 1 hour, Jiuying was killed 3 more times, leaving only his last life. Lin Luo remained in midair, looking down at Jiuying from above. You only have 1 life left. Do you have any last words? Jiuying said angrily. You killed me. His Highness Dongwang will not let you go, and neither will Lord Tiandi. You're talking as if they let you go if I don't kill you. Lin Luo said coldly, if there are no last words, I do it. Wait a moment. Jiuying shouted, I've been keeping a hidden trick. What is it? You sense the ancestral dragon's bloodline in me, don't you? I sense it a little, but sometimes you don't have it. When Lin Luo killed Jiuying, he sensed the ancestral dragon's bloodline. He searched for it in Jiuying's body, but couldn't find it. The Golden Crow era preceded the Dragon era, and Jiuying was a member of the Demon Clan during the Golden Crow era. After the ancestral dragon's death, his body and bloodline were divided among the many divine kings. Given the power of Di Jun and Dong Wangtai, it would be easy for them to obtain even a little. Jiuying said, you're right to sense it. Don't you think my abilities are too powerful? Ordinary gods can't kill me. Lin Luo said, you mean your abilities are enhanced by the ancestral dragon bloodline? Unless I kill you 9 times, you can't be killed by any other means. That's right. My abilities themselves aren't that incredible. They're all enhanced by the ancestral dragon bloodline. You're telling me about the ancestral dragon bloodline, not asking me to devour you, right? Of course not. I just want you to let go. In the end, we'd both die. I thought you were so kind, but it turns out that using the ancestral dragon bloodline will kill you yourself. Lin Luo sneered. Jiuying said, I use the ancestral dragon bloodline, which can kill you. My abilities will disappear, and I likely die. I don't have a deep grudge against you, and I don't want to go that far. Lin Luo said, if you do this, Dong Wangtai will find out and probably want to kill you. I'm almost dead, so why would I care about his orders? Besides, he's not the one in charge of the Heavenly Court. I believe His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor, understands my actions. Jiuying's body began to change, atavistically transforming, becoming even larger. His scales were bluish-purple, and half of his body had turned golden. Jiuying spoke again, you might suspect I'm lying, but now you believe I have the ancestral dragon bloodline. Don't rush into a decision. Consider it carefully. Don't try to launch a surprise attack. If you behave abnormally, I immediately activate my ancestral dragon state, and we be both dead and alive. Devouring the world. Shiva asked, Dong Wangtai, it seems your men haven't obeyed your orders. They haven't used their ancestral dragon bloodline to fight this human. You didn't have to tell me. I should have seen it all. The relaxed look on Dong Wangtai's face vanished, turning purple. That damn Jiuying actually disobeyed my orders. I really want to bring him back from Earth and tear him into pieces. The Dark God King, not missing an opportunity to taunt, said, you were so confident in your men, saying you'd definitely kill this human, and now you failed miserably. You boast about how powerful you are, but it turns out you're just like us. What are you talking about? Dong Wangtai's eyes were bloodshot, and he walked towards the Dark God King in anger. The Dark God King remained undeterred. You want to fight, don't you? You're a God King, and so am I. Don't think I'm truly afraid of you. Dong Wangtai angrily declared, if it weren't for the World Devourer preventing me from taking action, I would have shown you the difference between God Kings. The Dark God King snorted, don't think you're so strong. People usually give you face, not because you're strong, but because your brother is stronger. Dong Wangtai said expressionlessly, then let's see if I can still crush you without my brother's support. The Light God King quickly intervened, both of you, keep your mouths shut. This human hasn't made a decision yet, and the outcome isn't out yet. Don't start fighting among yourselves. Dong Wangtai and the Dark God King fell silent and looked back toward Earth. Dragon God, what should we do? This is a difficult choice. If we don't let Jiuying go, I'm afraid he'd break his promise and likely attack the Dragon God after the battle. If the Dragon God continues to fight Jiuying, he'd likely die. This decision is too difficult. Sun Wukong said, this choice is very difficult. Why don't we let Lin Luo go? Jiuying has been killed 8 times, and is already very weak. If we let him go, he won't fight him to the death again. Yang Jin nodded and said, I already spoken to Lin Luo through my divine senses. I hope he can think it over. Secret Villa. Su Qing anxiously asked, Bodhisattva, which option do you think is best for Brother Lin? Guanyin shook her head, I don't know. Every choice will lead to different outcomes. It depends on Lin Luo himself. Yunshu Succubus said, I hope my master can choose the best option. Guanyin added, Lin Luo always chooses the best option. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Chapter 247. Jiuying, Unable to discern Lin Luo's thoughts, urged, "You hesitated long enough. Have you decided on your choice?" "I have." Lin Luo charged at Jiuying, his golden dragon claws intent on ripping out Jiuying's heart. Having killed Jiuying 7 times in a row, he was already familiar with his weaknesses. The easiest way to kill Jiuying was to rip out his heart. Jiuying's entire body needed a massive heart to sustain its strength. Without it, it would lose all its power. Killing him would be easy for Lin Luo. Next, chop off Jiuying's 9 heads, and he'd be able to kill him. Okay, Jiuying said angrily. "Originally, I didn't want to die with you. Clearing things up would be better for both of us, but you're so stubborn. Since you want to die, I grant your wish." Lin Luo's golden claws, in his ancestral dragon form, failed to penetrate Jiuying's defenses, also in his ancestral dragon form. Golden scales sprouted from his body, much tougher than the original purple-blue scales. The 9 heads grew larger, their teeth sharper. The 9 heads bit towards Lin Luo, their dragon jaws biting into him, piercing through 2 layers of scales, and drawing out bright red blood. "You forced me to do this. I might die if I use the ancestral dragon bloodline, but before that, I'm going to drag you to your death." "You idiot!" Jiuying was furious, its 9 heads biting fiercely at Lin Luo's body. Lin Luo, with only 1 head, bit Jiuying's neck, unleashing a 4-colored flame. The 4-colored flames, which could have burned Jiuying to ashes, failed to ignite him this time. Devour the world. Shiva couldn't help but laugh. This human is truly out of his mind. Jiuying showed weakness first, but he still wouldn't let Jiuying go. Now Jiuying is determined to fight him to the death. He must be regretting it now. Dong Wangtai said coldly, "I was originally thinking of traveling to Earth personally to kill this traitor Jiuying, but it seems that's no longer necessary. Didn't someone just mock me? Why are you silent now?" Dong Wangtai glanced at the Dark God King. The Dark God King objected, "Don't be so confident. This human hasn't been killed by your men yet. Wait until your men kill him before you say such things." Okay. Dong Wangtai had complete confidence in Jiuying and his ability to kill Lin Luo. Because Jiuying carried the blood of the ancestral dragon, he had personally given it to him. When the ancestral dragon was killed by the Buddha Tathagata, everyone shared in the benefits. As one of the participants, Dong Wangtai had acquired a significant amount of the ancestral dragon's blood. He gave all of his ancestral dragon bloodline to Jiuying, amplifying Jiuying's 9 lives ability. Powerful beings below the level of Divine King were unable to break Jiuying's power, a testament to the power of the ancestral dragon bloodline. "Damn it! I kill you!" Jiuying hated Lin Luo utterly, and wanted to bite him to death. Jiuying's strength and ancestral dragon state was no weaker than Lin Luo's. A battle between the two would likely result in mutual destruction. Lin Luo, possessing the power of the Shinon leaf, would remain largely unscathed after using ancestral dragon state. Jiuying died a total of 8 times, and was revived 8 times thanks to the ancestral dragon bloodline. Once he lost his ancestral dragon bloodline, his previous injuries would fully erupt, and he would likely not survive. Jiuying wanted to kill Lin Luo, but his ancestral dragon bloodline couldn't last as long as Lin Luo's. Lin Luo opened his dragon mouth and bit Jiuying again. Jiuying's 9 heads shot forward, each biting Lin Luo. Lin Luo used 4-colored flames to burn Jiuying, while Jiuying used black water to corrode him. Both used their strongest means, attempting to kill the other. Suddenly, Jiuying's body began to show signs of danger. A golden dragon claw erupted from his back, and blood flowed profusely from the wound. The ancestral dragon bloodline is backfiring. Jiuying didn't dare use his ancestral dragon bloodline, because it didn't recognize him. Back then, the ancestral dragon was plotted against by the Buddha Tathagata, and died unjustly. His dismembered body carried a great deal of resentment. One reason Jiuying didn't use his ancestral dragon bloodline was because he feared its backfire. He tried his best to suppress it, but the backlash only intensified. A dragon head emerged from its body, transforming Jiuying into a 10-headed monster. But Jiuying wasn't happy at all, mired in anxiety. "You can die next." Lin Luo, not wanting to miss this opportunity, rushed towards Jiuying and bit off its head. Jiuying was suppressing the ancestral dragon bloodline within him, and Lin Luo found an opportunity. Lin Luo took advantage of Jiuying's backlash from the ancestral dragon bloodline, and attacked more frequently. Jiuying had no choice but to continue suppressing the backlash and fend off Lin Luo's relentless attacks. The ancestral dragon bloodline failed to suppress it again, and Jiuying's body extended 2 dragon tails in succession. Damn it! Jiuying tried to suppress the ancestral dragon bloodline, but Lin Luo devoured another head. Unable to control his body or resist Lin Luo's attack, he quickly begged for mercy, I'd do anything if you let me go. Give up resistance, and I let you go, Lin Luo said coldly. You must keep your word. Jiuying said worriedly. You have no right to negotiate with me. Okay. Jiuying had no choice but to trust Lin Luo and temporarily suppress his injuries. Lin Luo broke his promise and bit off one of Jiuying's heads. You're not trustworthy, Jiuying said angrily. Why are you saying all this? It's as if you choose to let me go if you had the chance to kill me. Lin Luo attacked again, biting off 4 or 5 of Jiuying's heads. Finally, Jiuying could no longer suppress the ancestral dragon bloodline within him, and Lin Luo swallowed all 9 of his heads. The powerful Jiuying finally died at Lin Luo's hands. Since Jiuying had 9 lives, he devoured them 8 times, which was equivalent to Lin Luo gaining 8 benefits. Since Jiuying was a mid-level celestial god, he gained a level with each devour. After the battle, Lin Luo had completely digested Jiuying's body 8 times, reaching level 113. Just as Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief, he immediately noticed something was wrong. Jiuying was dead, but his body wasn't completely dead. A dragon head emerged from his body and began to control his entire body. It looked rather strange. The dragon head should have been on his neck, but it was on his stomach. Is this ancestral dragon bloodline trying to resurrect? Lin Luo didn't dare to let his guard down and rushed forward to kill the resurrected ancestral dragon. Perhaps because the ancestral dragon was resurrecting, he easily tore off a large piece of flesh. Just as Lin Luo was about to launch his next attack, the ancestral dragon spoke. You're my descendant, right? You're your descendant, right? Although you're not, you have inherited my dragon bloodline, so you're also a member of my clan. I was killed by the abominable Tathagata, and the various divine kings divided up my bloodline. Now that I finally managed to revive a portion of it, you should help me. Ancestral Dragon spoke rudely to Lin Luo in a commanding tone. Chapter 248. Sun Wukong asked in confusion, what happened? Wasn't Jiuying already killed? Why did it suddenly come back to life? Yang Jian replied, it wasn't Jiuying who was resurrected, but the ancestral dragon's bloodline that was revived. Sun Wukong asked in astonishment, are you saying that the ancestral dragon was reborn in Jiuying? Yang Jian nodded, that's exactly what I mean. It seems I, Yi Tian, am still needed. I strike this ancestral dragon with my sword right now. Yi Tian spoke loudly, announcing his presence. Yang Jian shook his head and said, you don't need to intervene. Lin Luo can handle it. Jiuying was already killed by Lin Luo. The ancestral dragon is merely using his body to survive. There's no need to worry about him being stronger than Jiuying. Sun Wukong continued, why isn't Lin Luo taking action? Maybe he's making a choice, striking a deal with the ancestral dragon, Yang Jian said. Yi Tian frowned and said, Zulong is a divine king who has lived for countless years. Will Lin Luo be ripped off to death by making a deal with him? Yang Jian said, that depends on Lin Luo's choice. Lin Luo looked at Zulong and asked, are you Zulong? Jiuying nodded and said, I am Zulong. In the past, the Buddha Tathagata and the other divine kings tried to kill me, but I'm not truly dead. As long as my bloodline remains in the world, I can be resurrected. Lin Luo took his time and continued, how can I help you? Jiuying said, find me a place where I can adapt to this body. I explain everything later. Originally, he wanted Lin Luo to give him his body, so he could absorb his own Zulong bloodline. But Zulong, seeing Lin Luo's attitude, didn't believe Lin Luo would give up his body. He didn't want to anger Lin Luo, lest he be attacked. 9 infants' body held little ancestral dragon blood, and the ancestral dragon had just been resurrected. If the two fought, he might not win. The ancestral dragon wanted to temporarily stabilize Lin Luo and attack him later. Lin Luo said coldly, are you waiting until you recovered enough before attacking me? 9 infants angrily said, I've been polite enough. Your dragon bloodline comes from me. Cooperation is good for both of us. I don't want another ancestor, so you better die. Lin Luo spit out 4 colored flames, enveloping 9 infants. You forced me to do this. The ancestral dragon extended its golden dragon claws and grabbed at Lin Luo. The golden claws were indestructible, splitting the 4 colored flames in the middle and swiping towards Lin Luo's head. The ancestral dragon's power was so terrifying that Lin Luo's head shattered, leaving only a headless corpse. What's going on? Is the dragon god dead? The dragon god finally killed Jiuying, but now he's been killed by the ancestral dragon within Jiuying. Just now I was happy, but now my smile is gone. The dragon god is dead. Everyone was having a hard time accepting Lin Luo's sudden death. Secret Villa. Su Qing couldn't hold back her tears. Brother Lin is dead? Yi Weiwei couldn't accept this sudden change. her face pale and speechless for a long time. The Yunshu succubus anxiously asked, Sister Bodhisattva, is our master dead? Guanyin explained, You've forgotten your master. Killing a powerful being grants you a power. Diana understood and said happily, Bodhisattva means that Lin Luo killed Jiuying, gained Jiuying's 9-life power, and can be resurrected. Su Qing wiped the tears from her eyes and smiled, a smile uglier than the last. Really? Do I have to lie to you? Guanyin laughed. Everyone's eyes converged on the live stream again. Lin Luo had regrown a head. Zulong said gravely, You're incredibly lucky. After killing Jiuying, you gain his abilities. Lin Luo said, If I didn't have this ability, I wouldn't have dared to take your blow head-on. You just saw my strength. A head-on confrontation isn't good for anyone. Let's both take a step back. I'm different from those guys in the devouring world. We can say there are common enemies. You should say your last words. Lin Luo lunged at Zulong and ripped his heart out. After Zulong took over the body, he regrew his heart. Lin Luo grabbed Zulong's heart again and crushed it. 4-colored flames enveloped Jiuying's body. Jiuying's body began to burn fiercely, emitting waves of enticing fragrance. Lin Luo suspected that the ancestral dragon's abilities were limited, and its attack could only be one. You damned human, I remember you. I won't let you go. I don't believe I can't deal with a mere ant like you after defeating the Buddha Tathagata. The ancestral dragon let out a venomous cry. Without hesitation, Lin Luo opened his mouth and devoured it. After being devoured, the ancestral dragon gained immense energy. Once Lin Luo digested what he had consumed today, his level would increase several levels. Devouring the world. The Dark God King desperately wanted Lin Luo dead, but he unexpectedly killed Jiuying and the ancestral dragon. It would have been fine if Lin Luo hadn't died. He could have taunted Dong Wangtai. Dong Wangtai's behavior was too arrogant for him to tolerate. The Dark God King taunted. Someone claimed his men were 100% sure to kill the ant-like humans, and even claimed they had multiple trump cards. How come the humans are winning now? Dong Wangtai's expression was grim. Just say what you want to say. Don't be sarcastic. The Dark God King accuses him harshly. Dong Wangtai, didn't you say we were useless? Now you're nothing more than useless. Didn't your subordinate Jiuying die at the hands of this human? Because your men have the bloodline of the ancestral dragon and 9 lives, they were devoured by this human. Once they're all consumed, their level will reach a terrifying 112. What does 112 mean? You? The God King is at level 126, only 14 levels away from you. You're the biggest culprit in this matter. It will be much more difficult for us to organize a second plan to kill this human. This shows who's more useless, you or us. Shiva added insult to injury. I think the primary fault in this matter lies with Dong Wangtai. He and his men were arrogant, and spared this human despite numerous opportunities to kill Lin Luo. Zhu said, Everyone, please keep your words to yourself. We all share a significant responsibility for the failure of this human hunt. He glanced at Dong Wangtai, intentionally or not, implying that you were the biggest culprit. The God of Light stepped forward to smooth things over. Don't say that. I don't think Dong Wang wanted things to develop like this. Remember this, you guys. Dong Wangtai's defenses were broken, his eyes bloodshot with rage. He sent Jiuying to Earth to kill Lin Luo, and everyone thought he overdone it. Lin Luo was only a relatively weak god, while Jiuying was a mid-level god, so this battle was a foregone conclusion. An unexpected event occurred nonetheless. Lin Luo not only survived, but also devoured Jiuying. The God of Light worried, will Dong Wangtai resent us for doing this? He seek revenge on us later. Zhu shook his head. He'd probably go to his brother Dejuan. Dejuan is a very rational person, unless he's extremely angry. If Dejuan comes to us, it means he's furious, and we can simply apologize. If he doesn't, it means the situation isn't serious, and there's no need to worry. Chapter 249. Shiva agreed. Dejun was able to build such a vast power, and command so many powerful subordinates. His mind is much broader than Dong Wangtai's. The God of Light sighed. The only regret is the absence of Dong Wangtai. He can't be blamed for this. He was well prepared, but he simply didn't anticipate the magnitude of the human condition. The God of Darkness didn't object, choosing to acquiesce in the God of Light's opinion. Dong Wangtai's actions weren't always easy on the eyes, but among the 6 gods, he was the most dedicated. Zhu said, Dong Wangtai will take action. We don't need to worry. He go find his brother Dejuan. Dejuan has always doted on his brother. Knowing his brother has been wronged, he will definitely not let this human go. Shiva nodded, that's right. The Dark God King said, Dejuan became a God King before any of us. As a top God King, he has many more means than I do. It would be best if he could take action. The Light God King asked, "Are you sure you won't let Tathagata get involved?" Shiva shook his head. The Buddha is a man of great wisdom, but also a very dangerous person. I don't know what he's planning. If we cooperate with him, sooner or later he devour us to the bone. Zeus said, if Dong Wang Tai's failure was an exception, then Buddha's failure is also an exception. I don't believe he, known as the wisest of all eras, would fail like this. The God of Light said, then a plan among the four of us, plus Dong Wang Tai's, will be sufficient. The God of Darkness said, if we each send our own men, as we did last time, not only will we fail to kill the human, but we actually cause it to evolve further. Let's each present our own ideas, and see which one is most suitable, Zeus suggested. The Dark King proposed a plan to reboot Earth, bringing darkness to Earth and destroying everything on it. He created a dark sphere, storing his divine power. Someone would bring the dark sphere to Earth and detonate it. With his divine power, destroying Earth would be easy. The dark sphere is easy to create, easy to bring to Earth, and equally easy to detonate. The problem is that if Earth explodes, they won't gain anything. The Dark King's plan would kill humans, but would also come with significant losses. The three divine kings put it aside for last. Once all other plans have been exhausted, they would adopt the Dark King's plan. The Dark King's plan was insidious. If it couldn't kill Lin Luo, it would still destroy Earth. Shiva proposed a plan for the strongest weapon, which called for each of the four divine kings to empower a celestial being on Earth. Zeus agreed, we just use the law of the devouring world to summon 7 gods. If we allow them to descend again now, we surely be retaliated by the devouring world. The God of Light said, if everyone agrees, the plan for the strongest weapon will be immediately implemented. A dilapidated church. A beautiful blonde woman hid inside, keeping a close eye on anyone who approached. At first, Canaan was arrogant, descending upon the main church and demanding children for food. 100 children a day wasn't enough, so she demanded 1,000. Until the dragon subduing Arhut and the baby elephant god were slain, Canaan felt fear. As Canaan attempted to escape, the 9 infants appeared, intent on killing Lin Luo. The sudden turn of events brought a surge of joy to her heart. Lin Luo, the human, was powerful, but no match for the mid-level celestial god, Jiuying. Jiannan was as happy as a child, immediately requesting 1,000 children for a proper celebration. Before the 1,000 children were eaten, another accident occurred. Jianying was killed by that human, and Jiannan immediately fled. She feared that Lin Luo would kill Jiuying and target her next. Jiannan fled to a church in this remote city, and has been hiding there ever since. The outbreak of the zombie crisis had left many cities deserted. The remote, small city where Jiannan lived was practically deserted. She chose the church as her location primarily to contact the God of Light. Lord, this human is terrifying. Everyone else is dead, leaving only me. Please quickly perform a miracle, and take me away, or I end up like the others before me, Jiannan begged. This wasn't her first begging. It had been repeated countless times. Countless times before, she had received no response from the God of Light, yet she still refused to give up. Canaan knew that unless she left Earth and returned to the devouring world, her fate would be the same as everyone else's. A dazzling light appeared, blinding everyone. A miracle has occurred. Canaan's face lit up with joy, and she quickly said, Lord God, please take me back. The other gods have all perished at the hands of humans. The God of Light appeared before Canaan. You can't leave yet? Canaan's face sank, but I'm no match for these humans. Staying on Earth will only result in death. Don't worry. I have a purpose for keeping you on Earth. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. The God of Light told Canaan about the plan for the most powerful weapon. Canaan's face flashed with fear, replaced by a twisted smile. The gift from the 4 god kings would greatly increase her strength. If Canaan made good use of it, she could become a top-tier celestial god. The God of Light promised Canaan, we, the 4 god kings, can offer you many benefits. If you make good use of them, you could very well become someone like me in the future. Canaan said, being a top-tier celestial god is enough for me. These 4 items are for you. After you use them, destroy that human as soon as possible. The God of Light handed over 4 items, a white feather, a bead, a black sword, and a thunder-shaped ring. Use these 4 items wisely, and you will become our most powerful weapon. I will definitely complete the task entrusted to me by the Lord God King. The God of Light disappeared, and Canaan quickly picked up the 4 items. The white feather will allow Canaan to grow 4 wings again, significantly increasing her strength, becoming a 16-winged archangel and a top-tier celestial god. This item was naturally gifted by the God of Light, and considered a treasured possession. In the past, Many powerful and gifted angels appeared in the angelic age, but were slain by the god of light. The god of light also crafted a white feather using the feathers of gifted angels. The bead was gifted by Shiva, and can enhance physical strength. The black sword was gifted by the god of darkness, and can be combined with Canaan's lightsaber. With the union of light and darkness, the power of her sword wields will be greatly increased. The thunder-shaped ring was gifted by Zeus. Wearing it grants the power to control thunder. I thought coming to Earth was a bad thing, but it's actually a good thing. With these things, it will be easy for me to become a top-tier celestial god. Canaan smiled happily and began to absorb the 4 treasures one by one. She believed that once she became a top-tier celestial god, she would be able to kill and devour that human. It is possible that he ate that human and became a powerful god king. Chapter 250. Land of 10,000 Buddhas. The sound of chanting rang out incessantly, the Buddha's eyes closed, their lips occasionally following the chanting. The joyful Buddha whispered to the Buddha Lord, their plan has failed. The 4 Shiva god kings had a quarrel with Dong Wangtai, and they parted ways unhappily. Now the 4 god kings are conspiring and have a new plan. The specifics of this plan are unknown at this time, but we do know that the god king of light projected himself to earth and gave Canaan several items. The Buddha Lord Tathagata opened his eyes and said, I have a rough idea of their plan. They probably want to gather the strength of the 4 of them to help the surviving Canaan, and then hunt humans. The joyful Buddha said enviously, the 4 god kings' combined efforts to help Canaan could very well make him a god king. The Buddha Lord Tathagata shook his head and said, he's about as good as a top-level celestial being, but becoming a god king is impossible. Given the character of the god of light, he wouldn't want to cultivate a subordinate stronger than himself. The joyful Buddha said, this Canaan has received gifts from the 4 great god kings, so it seems he's a sure winner. The Buddha said, it's hard to say. There are too many variables in this human, and I can't see through them at the moment. The tiger subduing Arhat couldn't help but say, Buddha, the dragon subduing Arhat died at the hands of this human. We must avenge him, otherwise the land of 10,000 Buddhas will be looked down upon by other forces. The joyful Buddha said angrily, how dare you, tiger subduing Arhat? I, the Buddha, need your guidance. The Buddha said calmly, you two, stop playing tricks on me. Buddha, calm down. The joyful Buddha and the tiger subduing Arhat's plan was exposed, and they quickly apologized. The Buddha said, if you two want revenge, you can go on your own. I believe there are too many variables in this human, and it would be difficult to kill him by force. If you want to do it, you can try. I hinder you. After saying this, he closed his eyes again and continued chanting. The tiger subduing Arhat said, Your Majesty, I wish to descend to earth to avenge Jianlong. Jianlong and I have shared so many epochs, and now he has been killed. As a good friend, I must avenge him. The joyful Buddha said, I know you deeply wish to help the dragon subduing Arhat, but don't forget one thing. That human is already a mid-level deity. Jianlong is far more powerful than you, and you're no match for him. Descending to earth would be tantamount to seeking death. The tiger subduing Arhat calmed down a bit, but revenge is necessary. I must personally slay this human. Your Majesty, it's best if you take action. The tiger subduing Arhat understood the joyful Buddha's strength. He possessed the power of a high-level deity at level 115. Humans on earth were at level 110, still 5 levels behind the joyful Buddha. Furthermore, the happy Buddha has lived through countless epochs, possessing combat experience unmatched by humans on earth. He believed he could easily defeat the human. The tiger subduing Arhat worriedly asked, even with the assistance of the 6 great divine kings, it's difficult for a celestial being to descend to earth. Does your excellency have a better method? The happy Buddha replied, if I say I want to descend to earth, then there must be a method. Heavenly palace. A celestial or a lingered. A handsome man, somewhat resembling Dong Wangtai, sat upon a dragon throne. The dragon throne was no ordinary chair. It was forged from the bones and blood of the ancestral dragon. When the ancestral dragon was slain, Emperor June also participated. He had obtained a pile of dragon bones from the ancestral dragon and specially crafted them into a dragon throne. As a supreme divine king, he used the bones of the ancestral dragon as his own chair. Brother. Dong Wangtai hurried in. Jun asked, what happened to make you so angry? Dong Wangtai told his brother Jun everything that had happened recently. When Jun heard the name Hui, his face darkened and he said, which ant dared to ask Hui for help? Hui even helped that human. Dong Wangtai nodded and said, I said Jiuing to kill him, but I didn't expect the useless Jiuing to be killed by that human. What's even more infuriating is that Zeus, Shiva, the god of light, and the god of darkness openly mocked me. Dijun comforted him. Don't be angry. It's fine that this ant didn't negotiate with Hui. One ant alone doesn't need to be bothered, but if he cooperates with Hui, he must not be let off. Dong Wangtai asked, who are you going to send to kill this human? Dijun thought for a moment and said, send the nine-tailed fox. You said he's attracted to women, and the nine-tailed fox is good at that. The nine-tailed fox's era is called the Qingqiu era. In the Qingqiu era, there were both human and fox tribes. Originally, the Qingqiu era consisted of only fox tribes. The human race originated from the annihilated human era. After the fall of the human era, the human race was not completely annihilated. The human race was present in many eras, including the Qingqiu era. The human race and the fox race fought many battles, but neither could defeat the other. Both sides grew tired of fighting and began peace talks. The peace talks resulted in an end to fighting, with each race establishing its own nation and maintaining a mutual non-aggression policy. The human race established the Shang kingdom, and the fox race established the Qingqiu kingdom. Over the course of thousands of years, the Shang kingdom gradually declined, while the Qingqiu kingdom grew stronger. The Qingqiu kingdom was even more powerful than both Shang kingdoms, and the era it occupied was named after it. The Shang kingdom declined, but Qingqiu kingdom had no intention of destroying it. The two nations had coexisted for so long, their relationship evolving from hostility to friendship. When the devouring world connected to the Qingqiu era, everything changed. The first problem arose in Shang, where a rebellious force, the Zhou kingdom, emerged, seeking to destroy it. The Zhou kingdom's supporters were the devouring world, and Shang was no match. Seeing Shang's imminent destruction, Qingqiu kingdom offered a helping hand, understanding the principle of lips, teeth, cold. The ultimate outcome was Qingqiu's downfall, along with Shang, and the devouring world destroyed the Qingqiu era. The force that destroyed the Qingqiu era was none other than the Heavenly Court, also known as the Golden Crow or the Demon Court. To save some of her people, Qingqiu's leader, the nine-tailed fox Daji, chose to submit to Emperor Jun. A gigantic white fox with snow-white fur and 9 tails entered the hall. How dare you? Who allowed you to see my brother like this? Dong Wangtai scolded. The 9-tailed fox Daji ignored Dong Wangtai and looked at Dijun. Your Majesty, what do you want from me? Dijun replied, you can come to see me as a god. Our heavenly court is a place of reason. We won't do anything to you based on your appearance. Did you hear me? Don't think you're so beautiful. Dong Wangtai said coldly, we lived through countless epochs and have seen all kinds of beauties. The 9-tailed fox transformed into a god, wearing a white dress that couldn't hide her perfect figure with a full bust. A slender waist like a water snake, a perky and plump butt, and a pair of long slender legs. The skin on her legs was so white that it looked as if she were wearing white silk. The most exquisite feature of the 9-tailed fox was her bright peach blossom eyes, a straight, beautiful nose, delicate white cheeks, a cherry-like mouth, and smooth, delicate skin. If other people are beauties, then the 9-tailed fox is the most exquisite work of art. Any other beauty pales in comparison. There's practically no flaw to be found on the 9-tailed fox. This is so beautiful! Dong Wangtai exclaimed. Chapter 251. Dong Wangtai thought about what he had just said, and felt like he was slapping himself in the face. The woman before him was so beautiful, he had seen many beauties, but none could compare. The most eye-catching thing about her was her aura, which was addictive to men. Dong Wangtai felt love at first sight for the 9-tailed fox. He couldn't help but approach and strike up a conversation, extending his hand. I'm sorry, I was so rude earlier. Daji ignored Dong Wangtai and asked Dijun, what do you want from me? Dijun said, this time, I want you to descend to Earth and kill a human named Lin Luo. Daji, recalling some unpleasant memories, frowned and asked, do humans exist in the real world that the devouring world understands now? Dijun nodded and said, yes, this era is named the Earth era, and the main race is the human race. To be honest, the human race is quite powerful. After the fall of the human era, this race reappeared in several subsequent eras, all originating from the human era. However, the Earth era should be. In the final era of humanity, they had lost their divinity, becoming no different from ants. If it weren't for the various bloodlines bestowed upon humanity by the devouring world, they wouldn't even have the power to resist. The reason they were able to dominate the Earth era was primarily because this era was too weak, lacking a superior race. Had it been another era, humanity would have been completely wiped out. Daji said coldly, you don't need to elaborate. The human race and our fox tribe have a history, but that was long ago. I know you possess a space stone that can handle spatial disturbances. You descend to Earth and kill this human. I can release your imprisoned members into the real world to replenish their energy. To subdue Daji, Dijun imprisoned her deified clansmen. As a top-tier god king, he possessed privileges beyond those of a god king, allowing him to use his divine power to restrict the actions of certain gods. Several of Daji's clansmen were at the god level, and Dijun imprisoned them, preventing them from descending to Earth. The devouring world requires a vast amount of energy to maintain, periodically draining the power of the gods within it. Although Daji's clansmen were imprisoned, their energy was still being drained. Calculating the timeline, those Daji clansmen must descend to Earth or be drained to death by the devouring world. Concerned, Daji asked, "If I kill this human, will you spare my clansmen?" "Yes," Dijun promised. "No matter how you kill the human named Lin Luo, your mission will be considered complete, and I will release your clansmen." "It's a deal." Daji left the hall. Dong Wangtai attempted to strike up a conversation, but was ignored. Dijun asked with a smile, "Do you like this woman?" Dong Wangtai said shyly, "My brother figured it out." Dijun said, "This is what I prepared for you. You're already grown up. You can't always be so competitive and aggressive. You need a woman to accompany you." "For me?" Dong Wangtai looked incredulous. Dijun smiled, "Do you like her? Just now you said she wasn't pretty." Dong Wangtai said angrily, "It's not like I didn't see her true face just now. I didn't expect she was so beautiful." Dijun said, "I wanted to introduce her to you a long time ago, but the nine-tailed fox Daji always refused, saying she didn't want to find a partner. I even used her tribe to pressure her. Seeing that her tribe was about to collapse, I changed my plan. I have her descend to Earth. Then you could also descend to Earth. How to win her over is up to you." Dong Wangtai said happily, "Thank you, brother. I send another person next. Daji is friendly with the human race, and I'm worried." "Brother, you want to send Bai Zhe, right? He's the best choice. Jiuying died at the hands of that human. We must send someone stronger. Bai Zhe is also very smart. He will definitely complete your instructions." Dijun smiled, "It seems you're getting to know me better. Daji has what I want, but I just don't know where it's hidden. This time, I plan to use this method to obtain it." Dong Wangtai said, "After all, I'm your younger brother. You should take good care of me. The main reason is the nine-tailed fox. She's truly beautiful, and no ordinary goddess can compare to her," Dijun jokingly said. Dong Wangtai chatted with Dijun for a while longer, and only when his anger had mostly subsided did he leave the hall. Secret Villa. After killing Jiuying, Lin Luo rested for a few days. He devoured the 9 infants 8 times, and then devoured the bloodline of the soon-to-be-resurrected ancestral dragon. It would take some time to digest. Lin Luo successfully reached level 110, advancing 5 levels in a row and becoming a mid-level celestial god. In addition to diligently digesting the 9 infants and the ancestral dragon's bloodline, Lin Luo also remembered to practice dual cultivation with the women. The dual cultivation technique given by the Yellow Emperor was excellent, not only allowing Lin Luo to increase his time, but also offering significant benefits. He was almost reaching level 111, but practicing dual cultivation with the women successfully advanced him 1 level. The women also gained considerable benefits. The moon goddess advanced several levels. Yuwei and Su Qin were only 1 level away from becoming a true god. Yunshu the succubus ascended to true godhood, and Li Yin'er and Cheng Xuexin also gained significant benefits. Guanyin asked, "How come you have time to come to me today? Why don't you be busy with your own things? I remember you're using the Yellow Emperor's technique quite well. It's brought significant improvements to both you and your partner." Lin Luo said rather awkwardly, "Perhaps I'm too strong, and they can't handle it. Let them rest." Guanyin nodded, "You're already a mid-level celestial being. They're not even celestial beings yet. It's normal that they can't withstand your barrage." Lin Luo changed the subject, "I killed Jiuying. Does the Buddha have any plans?" Guanyin shook her head, "Nothing." "That's good." Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Guanyin said, "I think you shouldn't focus on the Buddha. He's a man of great foresight, and won't let you easily judge him by his outward appearance. You also need to pay attention to the other 5 god kings." "You're right." Lin Luo remembered someone and said, "I seem to have forgotten 2 people. I need to deal with them too." Guanyin reminded him, "Actually, you have a fatal weakness that you've been ignoring." "Please explain, Bodhisattva." Lin Luo said. "Earth is too weak." "You mean the god king of the devouring world will become enraged and likely attack Earth. Once Earth is destroyed, no matter how powerful I am, I won't be able to change anything." Lin Luo knew early on that Earth was weak. The limit it could accommodate was 1 true god, and a few other gods from the devouring world. Even if the devouring world wanted to descend upon a powerful celestial god, Earth couldn't bear it. Earth could accept the arrival of a celestial god primarily because of Lin Luo's ascension to celestial godhood. His strength helped Earth evolve, allowing it to accommodate a celestial god. Otherwise, the arrival of a celestial god from the devouring world would destroy Earth. The Earth follows Lin Luo. If the God King who devours the world does not abide by martial ethics and uses the methods of the God King, it is likely to lead to the destruction of the Earth. Chapter 252. What can make the Earth larger and stronger? Lin Luo asked. Guanyin replied, I don't know the method, but there are two people who know it, and they know more than I do. Thank you, Bodhisattva. I know who to look for now. Lin Luo entered the devouring world and headed for the location of the two human emperors. Human Emperor Cave. Yen Di said, you reappeared here? It seems you successfully overcome your crisis. Lin Luo said, I have the two human emperors to thank for their help. I could hardly have gotten through this crisis on my own. Huang Di shook his head and said, you got the order wrong. Victory depends primarily on your strength and determination. Everything else is secondary. Lin Luo smiled wryly. If I didn't understand my own situation, I would have almost trusted the two human emperors. Yen Di said, I really like what you say back on Earth. Luck is part of strength. Your survival and achievement as a mid-level celestial god are largely a result of luck, but it's also part of your strength. Huang Di agreed. Yen Di is right. The past is past. Now we have to face the future. You have something to ask us. Lin Luo shared his concerns with Yen Di and Huang Di. Huang Di said, your concerns are not unfounded. The 6 divine kings want to destroy Earth, and you cannot stop them. The weakness of the real world is also a flaw. Yen Di said, compared to the humans of our first era, you humans on Earth are much weaker. The main reason is that you have experienced too many eras, and your divinity has been greatly reduced. Another reason is that Earth is too weak to allow you to become stronger. Lin Luo asked, if I can make Earth a better place, will it also be a great benefit to all of us? Huang Di explained in detail, this is a gift from Earth. Just as there is life in the devouring world, there is life in the real world as well. If you help Earth, Earth will also give you a gift, making you stronger. Yen Di said, you have helped Earth many times before, but Earth's capabilities are limited and it cannot help you. If it has the capacity to spare, it will help you immediately, and you will receive enormous benefits in return. The two human emperors, second only to the God King, know much more than Guanyin. Lin Luo asked, if I help Earth, will I also receive enormous benefits? Yes, the two human emperors nodded. Lin Luo asked, could you please tell me how to strengthen Earth? Yen Di said, we don't have that ability, but the first human emperor does. Are you talking about Pangu? Lin Luo asked. That's Pangu. Huang Di nodded. Lin Luo continued, didn't the first human emperor fall? Huang Di replied, yes, he did, but when he created the universe, he smashed the world apart with his axe, creating something called the World Stone. Yen Di continued, the World Stone originated from the real world of our era. Compared to your Earth, our era is far more powerful. We even have God Kings, while you don't even have a single god. How can we obtain this World Stone? Lin Luo asked. If we had it, we would give it to you. Pangu tried to smash the devouring world with his axe, but was ultimately devoured by it. His fate was even worse than that of the Jade Emperor. I don't know where he fell, but there's a good chance the World Stone is there. Yen Di suggested. Huang Di warned, I don't recommend you go looking for him. Pangu, as a top-tier divine king, is practically transcending the divine king realm, even more powerful than the Jade Emperor. He nearly destroyed the devouring world, and his fall must have been deep within it. It's very dangerous there. Then can I go look for him? Lin Luo asked. Huang Di shook his head and said, I don't recommend you seek it. I told you that the devouring world is a virtual world, but it's a living world. Many of its rules are fluid and unchangeable. The devouring world can bend and kill you. Yen Di said, once you obtain the World Stone, you will gain immense benefits. Earth will be transformed, and everyone on Earth will benefit and evolve. You will benefit the most. Even if you're already a celestial god, you can rise several levels in a row. Huang Di said, but it's too dangerous. Consider it carefully. We're only explaining the dangers. It's up to you whether to act or not. Yen Di continued, everyone has their own choices, and each choice has different consequences. You understand this principle better than I do. I understand. Lin Luo chatted with the two human emperors for some time, learning a great deal. After the end of the human era, humanity didn't completely perish. Instead, they used special methods to enter the next era. The Earth era represents countless real worlds that have been reborn from the human era, perhaps hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. As the first human emperor, Panga chose to open up the sky and create a powerful real world when faced with the real world. The subsequent rise of humanity, culminating in the emergence of 4 human emperors, was largely due to Pangu. The devouring world connected the human era. Pangu was responsible for destroying the devouring world, while Nuwa suggested sealing it, and Fushi followed Nuwa's advice. Yindi and Huangdi had their own ideas, allowing humanity to continue to emerge in subsequent eras, hoping that one era would bring an end to the devouring world. The 5 human emperors split into 3 factions, each with its own distinct plans. The previous 3 human emperors had failed, and the plans of Yindi and Huangdi were also on the verge of collapse. The Earth era may be its last, as humanity's divinity is almost gone. The fact that humanity became the rulers of Earth is entirely due to the weakness of other races. In the next era, humanity may not be so lucky. Bear Country. A bald man with a belly full of intestines slammed heavily onto the ground, creating a massive crater. His skin was covered in strange runes, which gradually faded, and his aura grew much weaker. I almost died during the descent. The happy Buddha breathed a sigh of relief. The rune god said, "How are you feeling? If possible, let's go and kill the human now. He dared to kill my clone. I make him pay with blood." The happy Buddha nodded and said, "I set out now." The method the happy Buddha mentioned for entering the real world was the rune god's method. The rune god is a special being from the devouring world, possessing a method to help the happy Buddha escape from the devouring world and enter Earth. Because the rune god is too mysterious, the devouring world's god king is unwilling to cooperate with him. The happy Buddha's cooperation with the rune god was done secretly, fearing discovery by the Buddha. Although the Buddha would find out later, as long as he completed his mission, the Buddha wouldn't blame him too much. If the Buddha could tolerate a traitor like Guanyin, the happy Buddha believed he could tolerate him as well. Just as the happy Buddha was about to head to Yin country, he saw a beautiful woman passing by. A blonde beauty. The happy Buddha's eyes lit up. The rune god angrily demanded, "What are you doing?" The joyful Buddha replied, "You're just a tiny human ant. I don't need to personally intervene. I need to find some beautiful female donors to study joyful Zen with me." He walked up to the blonde and began to introduce himself. The blonde, seeing his attire, assumed he was from Yin and spoke to him enthusiastically. After the catastrophe, thanks to Lin Luo, Yin had become the world's first great power. Other nations instinctively treated Yin people with courtesy. The joyful Buddha declared himself a noble Buddha and called the Yin people nothing, and the blonde immediately left. If the rune god hadn't been by his side, the joyful Buddha would have been enraged and killed the blonde. The joyful Buddha had just boasted that he would conquer the blonde with his charm, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. Chapter 253. The rune god laughed and said, "Earth is a place where beauty is everything. It'd be hard to find a woman with your looks. My advice is to use violence." The happy Buddha, enraged, said, "No matter how shabby I may be, I'm still better than you, a fellow without a body." The rune god said, "I'm a special being. I don't discriminate by gender. I have no interest in what you're saying." The happy Buddha said, "I don't believe it. With my looks, I can't find a beautiful female donor. I advise you to give up quickly. Killing the human is the most important thing. There's no rush for that matter. The 4 divine kings have already said people, and it seems the Eastern Emperor has as well. If I act first, I won't just give them an advantage." The rune god nodded and said, "You have a point. Then you should search carefully. I show you my strength." The happy Buddha continued to try, but was rejected without exception. The land of Buddhas where he lived was home to many beautiful Buddhist women. The female Buddhas came from all races, all of them beautiful. The laughing Buddha held a high status in the land of Buddhas, so naturally, the beautiful female Buddhas were willing to join him. He had just arrived on Earth, and those who knew his identity naturally ignored him. Additionally, the laughing Buddha was extremely ugly, so everyone simply rejected him. The rune god said, "I advise you to use violence. With peaceful means like this, you never find someone to practice dual cultivation with." The laughing Buddha angrily said, "Shut up. I'm sure I succeed." Riyadh country. After Amaterasu was killed by Lin Luo, the land found temporary peace. After several disasters, over half the nation's population was killed or injured, leaving few remaining. A snow-white fox landed in a desolate city. Many buildings were damaged, and the ground was littered with corpses and dried blood. At the end of every era, many tragedies occur. The nine-tailed fox sighed, preparing to stay here for a while. The space stone she was using was left over from the end of the era. It could shield her from many spatial storms, making it easier to descend into the real world. It was the space stone in her hand that had chosen her to descend to Earth. Daji, unable to overcome her inner turmoil, refused to attack Lin Luo. When the Qingqiu era was destroyed, humanity contributed greatly to the fight against the devouring world. Almost all of the Shang people were annihilated, but many in Qingqiu survived. Mediterranean Sea. You guys are like trash. After so much training, you're still so weak. I told you, your human divinity has almost completely disappeared. You can only become stronger by repeatedly pushing the limits of the human body. Athena led a group of armored men on a continuous training march. The men wore painful expressions, but dared not fall behind. They had already run nearly 3,000 kilometers, and were almost at their limits. Every day, Athena would take them running, conducting various life-or-death training exercises. The original team consisted of nearly 1,000 people, but now only a little over 200 remain. Nearly 800, unable to withstand the intensity of the training, died on the way. Those who endured gained significant benefits, repeatedly pushing the limits of the human body and becoming stronger. Among them, one had made the greatest progress, and was on the verge of becoming a god, his progress already rapid. Suddenly, Athena stopped, and everyone behind her slammed on the brakes, fearing they might hit her. Everyone was happy, thinking that the training had concluded for the day. But as they looked up at the golden dragon in the sky, they realized that it wasn't a halt to the training, but rather that a battle was likely about to begin. The golden dragon was none other than Lin Luo, a human recognized worldwide as the one who had annihilated nearly every god that had devoured the world. Athena asked, "Are you here to kill me?" Lin Luo replied, "I'm not a cold-blooded person. Unless you did something truly egregious on Earth, I wouldn't have killed you." Athena said, "When I first arrived on Earth, I was ordered by my father to kill you. Later, I discovered that you were a worthy person, rising from a mortal to a god step by step. This is something not many people can achieve." "Your opinion is too high," Lin Luo said with a smile. "Not at all." Athena shook her head. "I have news for you. The 4 great gods have united to give Canaan 4 items. After digesting them, Canaan's strength has greatly increased. No wonder I couldn't sense Canaan all of a sudden." Lin Luo could initially sense Canaan and knew his approximate location. But after returning from Earth, he found he couldn't sense him anymore. "Are you looking for me?" A woman's voice echoed beside Lin Luo. A beautiful blonde woman hovered in the air, 16 wings behind her. The white wings spread out, vast and enormous. She held a long sword, its blade black and white, emanating terrifying power. On Canaan's index finger was a thunder-shaped ring, imbued with a violent and terrifying energy. Her body was strengthened accordingly, and instead of the slenderness of a woman, she displayed exaggerated muscular curves. Lin Luo's face was solemn as he said, "It seems you've been enhanced by the 4 divine kings." Jianan smiled, "It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have become so powerful, rising from an ordinary celestial god to a high-ranking celestial god in such a short time." Having absorbed the items given by the 4 divine kings, her level reached 116, just 4 levels away from divine king. "You want to thank me?" Lin Luo nodded. "If you give me your life, I'd be even more grateful." Jianan grasped the black and white holy sword and swung it at Lin Luo. The power of light and darkness condensed on the holy sword, surging violently as she swung it. Lin Luo didn't dare to take it head-on, dodging the black and white light. The black and white light was too fast, and he was still struck. The hard golden scales couldn't block the impact, and large areas were burned black, emitting a burnt odor. Too slow. Canaan, leaving a shadow behind, rushed towards Lin Luo. The black and white holy sword slashed towards him, too fast to dodge. Lin Luo blocked with his golden dragon claws, and the black and white holy sword and the golden claws collided with a steely sound. The golden dragon claws and the black and white holy sword clashed, neither of them winning. Canaan didn't stop, charging towards Lin Luo, the black and white holy sword in her hand aimed at his neck. She wanted to chop off Lin Luo's head with one blow, a fatal blow. Lin Luo quickly blocked his neck with his golden dragon claws, and the black and white holy sword collided. Canaan's fist smashed towards Lin Luo, the terrifying force sending him flying. The two exchanged blows for several rounds, with Canaan completely dominating Lin Luo. This angel is so powerful, completely suppressing the dragon god. The dragon god is no match for him. I remember that Canaan went into hiding some time ago out of fear of the dragon god, and now he's reappeared. Canaan's strength has increased so much, No wonder he dares to appear here. Everyone knew Kanan, and was amazed at his recent strength. Chapter 254. Athena had anticipated this. With the help of the 4 god kings, Kanan's strength has increased tremendously. It will be difficult for Lin Luo to defeat him. Kanan said arrogantly, I thought you were so powerful, but I didn't expect you to be this strong. I'm going to use all my strength from now on. This power doesn't belong to you, so why are you bragging? Lin Luo said angrily. There's nothing to brag about. I just don't know if you can withstand my next attack. I was holding back a bit earlier. Kanan, wielding the black and white holy sword, charged at Lin Luo. Lin Luo was suppressed by Kanan, suffering numerous wounds. Zhu said happily, Shiva, your plan for the strongest weapon has proven effective. Kanan has risen from an ordinary god to a high-ranking one, and with a single strike, he overpowered this human. The god of light snorted coldly, we, the 4 god kings, have joined forces to target a single human. Honestly, this human deserves honor. The god of darkness said, I originally thought this matter would be easily resolved in this era, without even the gods having to intervene. I didn't expect there would be an additional variable, requiring the combined efforts of the 4 god kings to defeat this human. Shiva said, this Kanan is quite good. He barely held back when he attacked. Unlike the arrogant Jiuying, who thinks he's powerful, and doesn't take his enemies seriously. Hurry, and deal with this human. There are too many variables in this human. I'm afraid another one will happen. Zeus said worriedly. Shiva smiled, don't worry. Variables are almost impossible. This person has used up all the treasures he obtained from the 2 human emperors. Kanan's attacks became more frequent, and Lin Luo suffered numerous wounds. The wound was deep, and blood continued to flow, spilling onto the ground. Too weak, truly too weak. Jinan attacked, not forgetting to deliver a mental blow. Lin Luo ignored Kanan, and continued to fend off his attacks. If you have no other means, you can die. 16 wings spread behind Kanan, and she exuded a sacred aura. A faceless mask appeared on her face, revealing no expression. The final judgment. Jinan swung her sword at Lin Luo, and a black and white light shot towards her. Thunderbolt manifested from the thunder ring, transforming into a blue light that rushed towards the black and white light. The black and white light merged with the blue light, rushing forward at a speed exceeding the speed of light. Jinan was a meticulous person, and every attack was carefully calculated. This time was no exception. She had calculated that Lin Luo could not dodge. Lin Luo was engulfed in the light, and those around him could not see clearly. Athena endured the excruciating pain in her eyes. Did Lin Luo fall? The dragon god must have fallen, died at the hands of this angel Kanan. I remember there's an old saying in Yin country, good men don't live long, but evil deeds last 1,000 years. Now that the dragon god is dead, Kanan will have no one to restrain him, and he'd do even more ruthless things. I heard Kanan eats over 100 children a day, and later over 1,000. If there were no restrictions, he'd devour all the newborns. If all our newborns died, we'd probably be extinct too. As someone from a neighboring country, I knew a lot about Kanan's evil deeds. Dead? Kanan felt a sharp pain in his chest, the excruciating pain unbearable. She didn't feel much at first, but the pain in her chest intensified as she used the abilities of the 4 divine kings. Jianan regretted rushing over so quickly. She could wait until she had fully adapted to the 4 powers before slaying Lin Luo. Jianan longed for Lin Luo's swift death, so she could stop using the 4 powers once her mission was complete. After the light faded, an even larger golden dragon appeared. Ancestral Dragon State. Jianan's golden eyes trembled violently. How is this possible? You clearly used up all the remaining Shenong leaves. How could you still be using the Ancestral Dragon State? You seem to have forgotten something. I devoured the 9 infants, and am almost reaching the high heavenly god level from the ordinary heavenly god level. I can still use the Ancestral Dragon State even without the Shenong leaves. Lin Luo had only just now activated the Ancestral Dragon State, primarily aiming to kill Jianan with a single blow. You think you can kill me in Ancestral Dragon form? You underestimate me. Do you think I just used my full strength? Kanan's eyes shone with golden light, and he became 10 times stronger than before. Zeus said, there are too many variables in this human. I remember there are many dragons in the devouring world, but there are probably no more than 10 dragons who can transform into Ancestral Dragon form. The Dark God King said, luckily, we gave Kanan enough help, otherwise he might have been defeated. We're using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. The Light God King said, trust Kanan. This child has always been very powerful. Kanan's speed increased, and he continued to attack Lin Luo. Lin Luo, in his ancestral dragon form, was temporarily unable to stop Kanan. I thought the dragon god, in his ancestral dragon form, could quickly kill Kanan. Now it seems Kanan is even stronger. I really want to help the dragon god. If the dragon god dies, we be next, along with our families. I regret it now. I should have pushed the limits of humanity more often, becoming stronger. Maybe I could help the dragon god now. Lin Luo, even in his ancestral dragon form, was suppressed by Kanan, and everyone worried about the future. They didn't know Lin Luo well enough, people back home wouldn't be disappointed. Unless Lin Luo was completely dead, everyone believed he had a trump card. Zhu said, the outcome is about to be decided. The battle between the angel and the dragon was nearing its end. Kanan remained unharmed, the black and white holy sword in his hand gleaming brightly. Lin Luo's body was covered in wounds, and blood dripped continuously. Jianan suppressed the pain in her heart. You always had a lot of cards up your sleeve. Your ancestral dragon form is about to end, and your death will come soon. My ancestral dragon form is about to end, but I think you should take care of yourself. You used a power that's too powerful for you. Don't you feel uncomfortable? I don't know what you're talking about. There's no point in denying it. You know better than I do, Lin Luo said coldly. I can't control my body's power, but I will kill you before I do. Ultimate judgment. Jianan used her most powerful move again, intending to kill Lin Luo with a single blow. As she gathered power, the excruciating pain in her heart intensified. Dragon roar. Lin Luo opened his enormous dragon maw, unleashing a terrifying sonic attack. The new power he gained from his ancestral dragon form was a terrifying mental blow. Jianan clutched his ears as his chest exploded, bleeding profusely. The black and white lightsaber shattered, shattering into pieces. The thunder ring exploded, disintegrating into a ball of annihilation. Kanan's body exploded in multiple places, leaving bloody holes. Blood continuously flowed from the wounds. Lin Luo exhaled 4 colored flames and rushed towards Kanan. Deprived of a power that was not his own, Kanan could no longer resist the 4 colored flames. Ah! Kanan screamed in agony as he was engulfed in the 4 colored flames. Finally, Lin Luo devoured Kanan and left the Mediterranean. Chapter 255. Devouring the World. Shiva said in disbelief. Failure? The Dark God King angrily said, Light, didn't you say your subordinate was reliable? What she did was anything but reliable. She challenged the human without even understanding the power we gave her. The Light God King was equally furious. You're blaming me. If you hadn't been constantly urging Kanan to act quickly to prevent the human from becoming stronger, she wouldn't be so anxious. Zeus said, Stop arguing. Arguing won't solve problems. The Dark God King said, I mean to use the Dark Orb to destroy the entire Earth and that human. I agree. This human's growth rate is terrifying. He now possesses the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, and could very well become the next ancestral dragon. Zeus said. The God of Light said, You're exaggerating. The ancestral dragon is a top-tier god king, no human can compare. The God of Darkness said, Last time, you promised me that if the weapons plan failed, you would carry out my plan to destroy the Earth. After some discussion, the 3 God Kings decided to proceed with the Dark God King's plan. The sea that swallowed the world. Crystal Palace. Ao Guang drank with the 3 Dragon Kings, attended by many beautiful women. There were not only women of the Dragon Clan, but also women of other races. The 4 Dragon Kings celebrated every once in a while. Today was a special day, the day of the ancestral dragon's death. The 4 Dragon Kings were his direct descendants and his 4 most powerful sons. In the Dragon Age, there were many powerful dragons, each with a different form. The strongest was the ancestral dragon, followed by the 4 Dragon Kings. The 4 Dragon Kings, bestowed with the ancestral dragon, were given authority over 4 seas. These 4 seas were named the East Sea, West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea, and together they comprised 1/10 of the sea area during the Dragon Era. Although the 4 Dragon Kings were favored by the ancestral dragon, they remained dissatisfied. They felt that as the ancestral dragon's sons, they should be helped by the ancestral dragon to become divine kings and govern a larger area. They all believed that the ancestral dragon's actions had been selfish, not helping them achieve divine king status. The Dragon Era lasted for millions of years, a considerable length among many eras, yet there was only one top-tier divine king, the ancestral dragon. The longer the years went by, the more dissatisfied the 4 Dragon Kings became. As a top-tier divine king, it would have been easy for the ancestral dragon to help them achieve divine king status. They even felt that their failure to become divine king was likely due to the ancestral dragon's deliberate suppression. The 4 dragon kings were deeply dissatisfied, but they dared not provoke the ancestral dragon. It would have been too easy for the ancestral dragon to kill them, unless he had external help. It wasn't until the devouring world connected to the dragon era that the 4 dragon kings saw hope. They ostensibly obeyed the ancestral dragon's orders and stood with him, but secretly allied themselves with the devouring world's gods. The ancestral dragon was slain by the devouring world's gods, and the 4 dragon kings contributed greatly to the cause. The 4 dragon kings possessed distinct abilities. Ao Guang, a blue dragon known as the Dragon King of the East Sea, specialized in controlling rain, thunder, and other phenomena, and was the god of rain. Ao Ming, a red dragon known as the Dragon King of the South Sea, specialized in controlling fire, Samadhi true fire, and lightning. Ao Run, a black dragon known as the Dragon King of the West Sea, specialized in controlling the environment and weather changes. Ao Shun, a white dragon known as the Dragon King of the North Sea, specialized in controlling ice, snow, hail, freezing, and frost. The 4 dragon kings are all true dragons, possessing a high concentration of the ancestral dragon's bloodline, making them among the strongest of the dragon clans. Ao Guang emptied his wine glass and said, "Today is a happy day, let's celebrate." South Sea Dragon King Ao Ming said happily, "It is indeed a happy day. That old man became a top-tier god king, while we were only high-ranking heavenly gods. It makes me angry just thinking about it." West Sea Dragon King Ao Run said angrily, "If he had allowed us to become god kings, we wouldn't be in such a miserable state now." North Sea Dragon King Ao Shun said cheerfully, "The old man deserved to die. He treated me like this. It's a pity we didn't get to inherit more of his bloodline." Ao Guang said, "There is a human on Earth right now who possesses 35% of the ancestral dragon's bloodline." Ao Ming asked in surprise, "Is Earth a newly connected real world?" Ao Guang nodded, "Indeed." Ao Shun said, "The human race truly is unbreakable. It persists through countless epochs. Logically, after so many epochs, humanity's divinity would have diminished considerably. So, are humans still so powerful in this Earth era?" Ao Guang shook his head. Humanity in the Earth era wasn't as powerful as one might imagine. Generally speaking, one human was very powerful, while the others were average. Let me check. I haven't been paying much attention to the real world lately. The 3 dragon kings had just ascended into the real world in the last epoch, each reaping immense benefits. In this epoch, they weren't particularly concerned. After observing the events of the real world, the 3 dragon kings all expressed surprise. Ao Shun said angrily, "This abominable world, the devouring world, actually gave our noble true dragon bloodline to a human. Every time the devouring world connects to the real world, it sends back a wave of real world feedback. This, of course, isn't what the devouring world wants to do, it's a rule. If the devouring world doesn't send back a wave of real world feedback, then it won't be able to connect to the real world. The things it sends back are all products of various eras. Lin Luo obtained the bloodline of the 5-clawed golden dragon from the devouring world, which he obtained from the dragon era." Ao Ming said, "If it weren't for what Big Brother said, I wouldn't believe this human could rise from an ordinary human to a high-ranking celestial god." Ao Shun emphasized the key point. The most important point is that this human has 35% ancestral dragon bloodline. This is very important to us. Ao Run said, "That old Zulong hasn't helped us become stronger. He's mainly afraid that we need his bloodline to become stronger. We dragons need to constantly purify our bloodline to become stronger. The Zulong is a favored one of the dragon era. He can evolve without purifying his bloodline. As his descendants, we can't even purify it, and can only use his bloodline. Become stronger." Ao Shun said, "We can't miss an opportunity to make our bloodline even purer." Ao Guang felt it was almost time. "I called you here primarily to take action against this human. Our ancestral dragon bloodline must not be passed on to anyone else." "That's right." Ao Shun said excitedly, "The other powerful beings in the devouring world are wary of our dragon race becoming too powerful, and have been keeping a close eye on us. Finally, the ancestral dragon bloodline has been released, and we can't let it slip. There were many powerful individuals involved in the slaying of the ancestral dragon. The Buddha, Zeus, Dongwang Tai, the God King of Light, and the God King of Darkness were all involved. They promised that if they killed the ancestral dragon, they would receive the ancestral dragon bloodline and give it to the 4 dragon kings. As a result, once the ancestral dragon died, the various god kings regretted their actions. The 4 dragon kings were furious and wanted to kill these god kings for breaking their promise. But they didn't dare to do it. These god kings were more powerful than themselves. If they angered them, they would be the next to die." Chapter 256. Ao Guang said, if one of the four of us can achieve Divine King status, our situation will change significantly. Ao Shun said, Big brother, you're right. These Divine Kings oppress our dragon race so much because there's no Divine King among us. Ao Run said, this is an opportunity for humans, and it's also an opportunity for us. We possess 40% of the ancestral dragon bloodline, plus this human's 35%. If one of us devours this human, we can become Divine King level beings. Ao Ming frowned and asked, who among us should be sent? Ao Guang said, we are all brothers. As the eldest brother, I should yield to the younger brothers. If you three want to go, I'm willing to give you the opportunity. After some discussion, it was decided to send the fourth brother, Ao Shun. Ao Shun possessed the strength of a peak heavenly god, reaching level 117. With 35% of the ancestral dragon bloodline, he could also ascend to Divine King status. I take out a space stone. Fourth brother, act quickly. The four Divine Kings may destroy the entire Earth. You must do your best to destroy the Earth and devour this human. Ao Guang produced a transparent stone and handed it to Ao Shun. Ao Shun said excitedly, thank you, big brother. Killing the human quickly and becoming a Divine King soon will be the greatest reward for me, Ao Guang said. Don't worry. Ao Shun agreed immediately. Bear Country. A bald man in a monk's robe kept chatting up passers-by. The people he approached were all beautiful women, each with luscious hair and fair skin. I'm sorry, I have something else to do, and can't chat with you. I already have a boyfriend, I can't betray him. You're a nice person, I don't think I'm worthy of him. One blonde after another declined. Some of them, with fairy-like temperaments, kept their distance from the bald man. They feared he'd get angry and beat them to death. The bald man wearing a monk's robe in the snow was unusual in itself. A while ago, a fairy was walking down the street with her best friend. Her best friend was quite pretty, with fair skin, long legs, and beautiful features. The happy Buddha approached her best friend, hoping to spend a pleasant evening with her. The fairy's best friend politely declined, saying she had other things to do. The happy Buddha wasn't too upset, it wasn't his first time. If he wanted to practice dual cultivation, he could easily do it. On the entire Earth, there was only one person who could stop him. The others weren't even qualified to fight the happy Buddha. The happy Buddha kept trying, mainly to embarrass the rune god. After failing over a dozen times, the happy Buddha was furious and wanted to kill every woman who rejected him. As the number of rejections grew, the happy Buddha gradually grew numb. Rejected by the blonde beauty, the happy Buddha prepared to find his next target. The little fairy was unhappy. She considered herself the blonde's best friend and equally beautiful. The happy Buddha's refusal to approach her was tantamount to humiliating her. The little fairy then lost control and cursed the happy Buddha harshly. How could the happy Buddha endure the insults of an ant? He punched the little fairy to death. The little fairy's head exploded, causing considerable panic in the bear country. All the disaster shelters in the bear kingdom were mobilized to deal with the happy Buddha. But after discovering that the happy Buddha might be a Buddhist deity, they immediately abandoned this crazy plan. Forget killing a fairy, the happy Buddha could easily destroy the bear kingdom. After some discussion, the bear kingdom's top brass decided to maintain order in several cities, and prevent anyone from deliberately avoiding the happy Buddha, and thus angering him. Based on previous video footage, the happy Buddha simply enjoyed flirting with others, and wouldn't become enraged and attack after being rejected. As for the fairy, it was a complete accident. She was killed out of anger when the happy Buddha didn't approach her. After learning the reason for her death, many blamed her, believing her actions were tantamount to seeking death. Thankfully, she died alone, without implicating others. They arranged for some beautiful women to regularly walk the streets, politely rejecting any advances from the happy Buddha, fearing a recurrence of the fairy incident. The high-ranking officials of the Bear Nation contacted Lin Luo, hoping that he would take action to eliminate the Buddha. This irritates me, Buddha. These guys are so clueless. They don't realize how honored it is to be my dual cultivation partner. The happy Buddha angrily exclaimed. The rune god said sinisterly, why bother with all that? I told you violence is always the fastest way to achieve success. The happy Buddha, mocked by the rune god, grew more confident, saying, I don't believe that with your looks, Buddha can't find a beautiful woman. I think it's hard to find someone with your looks. You better give up now. At some point, the people around him had disappeared, leaving only a handsome black-haired man. Which human are you? The happy Buddha asked sullenly. I'm the human you're talking about. Lin Luo nodded. The happy Buddha said sternly, how dare you? I didn't look for you, yet you dared to come looking for me? You think you have me in your sights. And I must have been told by that traitor Guanyin that I came to Earth. She's waiting. Once I kill you, I complain to the Buddha. Lin Luo smiled. It's so easy to find you. There's no need to search for you. What do you mean? The happy Buddha frowned. Watch the video and you know. Lin Luo clicked on a video. The person in the video was the happy Buddha. The video showed the happy Buddha striking up conversations with passers-by on the street, only to be rejected one by one. A bald man goes around flirting with beautiful women, only to be rejected every time. Yet, he persists. Is this a distortion of human nature, or a moral decline? Faced with repeated attacks from beautiful women, how can he continue to flirt with them? Renowned commentator General MacArthur said that if this bald man had the audacity to do so, the fierce Wen nation would never lose any war. The happy Buddha angrily exclaimed, How dare you? A bunch of ants mock me? Do you know what will happen? Lin Luo smiled. Is there a possibility that you will be the first to die? The happy Buddha angrily retorted, You're laughing so happily now, but I see if you can still laugh later. A golden light emanated from his body, and he grew enormous, transforming into a giant 10,000 meters tall. The happy Buddha was chubby, with barely a muscle on his body, but Lin Luo didn't dare underestimate him. The subduing dragon Arhat was muscular, but he couldn't compare to the happy Buddha. The happy Buddha was a high-ranking deity, far more powerful than the subduing dragon Arhat. Lin Luo transformed into a massive dragon every bit as large as the happy Buddha, perhaps even larger. The happy Buddha's pupils trembled slightly. Have you reached another level? Lin Luo didn't hide anything. I devoured Canaan. Chapter 257. After devouring Canaan, Lin Luo did not reap the benefits he had imagined. He thought devouring Canaan was equivalent to devouring a high-ranking celestial god. After Lin Luo digested Canaan, he realized his assumptions were too optimistic. After devouring Canaan, he received the following response: an ordinary celestial god. Canaan thought that with the help of the 4 divine kings, he could ascend from an ordinary celestial god to a high-ranking one. Little did he know that these 4 divine kings were all 6th ranked, and Canaan remained an ordinary celestial god. Lin Luo advanced a level, reaching level 114. His body became even larger, and his skin radiated a dazzling golden light. The happy Buddha said in disbelief, Canaan, with the help of the 4 divine kings, is even more powerful than me. How could he possibly die at your hands? Don't believe it. You're going to die soon anyway, Lin Luo said calmly. The happy Buddha said, It seems you're very confident in yourself. Next, I show you what it means to be a Buddha. The 10,000 Buddhas of the land of 10,000 Buddhas are renowned for their powerful physical bodies, and the happy Buddha is no exception. He left a golden afterimage in his wake, appearing before Lin Luo. The happy Buddha swung a powerful punch, aiming for Lin Luo's head. Lin Luo reacted quickly, blocking it with his golden dragon claw. The fist and the golden dragon claw collided with a resounding sound. Dragon God, quickly kill this wretched bald man. Not only is he ugly, but he also flirts with me every day. To be honest, when he flirted with me, I was trembling all over, afraid he'd kill me if he got upset. Luckily, the dragon god arrived. I envy the Yin kingdom now. With the dragon god's protection, they're safe from too much danger. The Bear Nation's high-ranking officials launched drones, broadcasting the battle live. The dragon god's killing of the happy Buddha in their own land was a source of encouragement. The happy Buddha's fists were scratched, blood oozing from the wounds. Your physical body is so powerful, it easily shattered my golden body. The happy Buddha's face was solemn. Your greatest strength was easily shattered by me. You have no other means, and you will soon die at my hands. Lin Luo challenged. You're just an ant. You don't think my strongest weapon is my physical body, do you? The happy Buddha said angrily. Isn't it? Lin Luo seized the initiative and attacked the happy Buddha. The happy Buddha quickly moved to block Lin Luo's attack. But Lin Luo's attack was too sharp, and the happy Buddha was unable to resist. Soon, the happy Buddha's golden body was covered in wounds, and blood continued to flow. The golden body was stained with blood, turning a blood-red color. The rune god said, Do you need my help? This human has grown immensely stronger. With physical strength alone, you're no match for him. The happy Buddha angrily said, You don't need to remind me. I haven't used my full strength yet. His body shone with an even brighter golden light, and several blurry figures appeared before him. These blurry figures were women, each with delicate features, fair skin, and a pair of long, eye-catching legs. The women's eyes had no pupils, only whites. The happy Buddha sneered and said, I have descended through many epochs and met countless powerful women. However, they had to be beautiful and high-ranking to become my consorts. Then, at the end of the epic, you refine them into puppets. Lin Luo said coldly. The happy Buddha saw nothing wrong with this. It's an honor to have them as my puppets. To prevent them from entering the devouring world and betraying me, refining them into puppets is the best option. Do you think you can kill me with just these consorts? Lin Luo said. You find out in a moment. The happy Buddha directed each consort to attack. The first consort's delicate hand condensed a layer of blue light, dropping the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Lin Luo was instantly frozen within the ice. The blue light from the consort's hand grew increasingly dazzling, and the temperature dropped again. She intended to use her power to freeze Lin Luo to death. The happy Buddha explained, this Mingfei was sent by me to a real world called the Frost Age. The dominant tribe there is the Frost clan, who have a natural affinity for ice. The Mingfei I control is the most powerful woman in the Frost clan. Initially, she was arrogant towards me and refused my offer of surrender. Later, to ensure the survival of her people, she offered herself to me. Her face and figure are truly amazing. I successfully trained her into my own possession. After the Frost Age ended, I refined her into a puppet. After all, who would be willing to give up such a beautiful woman who is both playful and capable? Honestly, she should be grateful to me. If I hadn't made her into a puppet, she wouldn't have survived so long. Mingfei's snow-white skin was covered in veins, emitting a blue glow. Her frost power grew stronger, completely freezing Lin Luo. The Snow Wolf God and Ash, with their equally powerful freezing abilities, were far weaker than this Frost clan Mingfei. At first, I thought this happy Buddha was just ugly and cute. Compared to the other gods, he's relatively kind and doesn't kill people indiscriminately. This happy Buddha is disgusting. His behavior is like raising a pet, and he ended up being refined into a puppet. He even flirted with me before, and the thought of it makes me scared. You don't think anyone can become his consort? Didn't he say that she had to be beautiful and powerful enough? Ordinary women wouldn't be chosen. Besides these chosen consorts, there are also a large number of women abandoned by the happy Buddha. They died tragically at the end of the era, and most probably didn't even make it to the end of the era. The happy Buddha's words caused panic among everyone. If the happy Buddha ruled the earth, many people would be doomed. The Frost clan's consort's pupils turned blue. The happy Buddha ordered her to exhaust her vitality and kill Lin Luo. Her snow-white skin was replaced by an icy color, veins popped out, and she exuded a deathly aura. The happy Buddha had long since grown tired of the Frost clan's consort. Sacrificing her to kill Lin Luo was worth it. Suddenly, cracks appeared in the solid ice that sealed Lin Luo. Each crack, as thick as a baby's arm, continued to expand. I used all my strength to freeze him, yet he broke through. The Frost clan's consort, still conscious, spoke instinctively. Lin Luo broke free from the ice. The happy Buddha approached and struck him with a punch. The Frost clan's consort had already exhausted all her strength, and without external assistance, her flesh began to melt. Success. The happy Buddha struck Lin Luo with a fist, his golden fist packing a terrifying force. He hadn't counted on the Frost clan's consort to freeze Lin Luo to death. The happy Buddha planned to deliver a fatal blow once Lin Luo broke free of the ice. After he punched Lin Luo's golden dragon claws slashed towards the happy Buddha. Not good. The happy Buddha sensed a fatal threat. If the golden dragon claws succeeded, his head would be severed in half. Once he lost half his head, no matter how many Mingfei he had, they would be defeated by Lin Luo. Chapter 258. The happy Buddha gritted his teeth, a sword appearing in his hand as he chopped off his hand. He avoided having his head shattered, but 3 scratches remained on his shoulder. The scratches were so deep that the white bone was visible, and bright red blood flowed, staining the entire shoulder. The happy Buddha distanced himself from Lin Luo, holding his lost arm. You deliberately let yourself be frozen in the ice, giving me a chance to attack. You're right, but unfortunately there's no reward. Lin Luo attacked the happy Buddha, who quickly retreated. Just as he was about to capture the happy Buddha, a golden-haired concubine appeared before him. A golden light emanated from the golden-haired concubine, and suddenly a head and 2 arms appeared, a golden body of the Buddha clan. The golden-haired concubine before him was a Buddhist woman, specially trained by the happy Buddha. The land of Buddhas is not only for men, there are also many women. Men are much stronger than women. Only Guanyin can achieve the fruition stage. In Yin nation mythology, Guanyin is a man who became a woman after achieving the fruition stage through cultivation. The Guanyin of the devouring world is not like that. Lin Luo learned from her that Guanyin is originally a woman. A small incident occurred during this period. The Buddha allowed Guanyin to transform into a man, so that she could become a new Buddha and potentially become a god king in the future. Guanyin insisted on her decision and remained a woman. After the end of the era of the land of 10,000 Buddhas, many female Buddhas entered the devouring world. Female Buddhas have the lowest status in the land of 10,000 Buddhas. Any Buddha, Bodhisattva, or Arhat can deal with them. The golden-haired female Buddha was cultivated by the happy Buddha, even before he attained Buddhahood. She was also obsessed with the happy Buddha and served him wholeheartedly. The happy Buddha had promised the golden-haired Buddhist girl that he would treat her as a family member. But at the end of the land of 10,000 Buddhas, the happy Buddha mastered a puppetry technique. If the puppetry technique was successfully used, the person being puppeted would obey him in every way. To test this puppetry technique, the happy Buddha chose the golden-haired Buddhist girl. He had many women serving him, but only the golden-haired Buddhist girl was suitable. The golden-haired concubine slapped Lin Luo, blocking the happy Buddha. The golden-haired concubine was just an ordinary deity, unable to withstand Lin Luo's golden dragon claws. The golden dragon claws pierced the golden-haired concubine's chest, crushing her heart. Lin Luo held back nothing, aiming for death. The concubine controlled by the happy Buddha had lost her sense of self. As Lin Luo was killing the golden-haired concubine, a gentle woman's voice echoed in his ears. "Thank you for helping me free." He was certain it wasn't an illusion, but the voice of the golden-haired concubine. The puppetry technique used by the happy Buddha was a sorcery. A successfully crafted puppet's soul would be trapped within its body, forever unable to escape. Useless. You can't even resist. The happy Buddha showed no mercy. Another black-haired concubine rushed forward, sword in hand. The golden-haired concubine was stronger, at the level of a mid-level deity. She wielded her sword in a flurry, attempting to inflict damage on Lin Luo. After 5 rounds of fighting, Lin Luo slew her with a single strike. After Lin Luo had slain the black-haired concubine, the same voice echoed in his ears again. Perhaps the black-haired concubine was more powerful, providing him with more information and feedback. Concubine Black Hair was also a human, born in a real world called the Weapon Age. The Weapon Age contained many powerful races, including humans. Concubine Black Hair was the female leader of the human race, not only beautiful but also formidable. Her greatest skill was swordsmanship, with which she had slain many powerful figures. The land of 10,000 Buddhas invaded the Weapon Age, and the happy Buddha forced Concubine Black Hair to submit. Concubine Black Hair chose to obey, and the happy Buddha promised not to harm any human. After much deliberation, Concubine Black Hair agreed to the happy Buddha's request. After agreeing to the happy Buddha's request, Concubine Black Hair's nightmare began. The happy Buddha tortured Concubine Black Hair in various ways. Every time she was about to collapse, he threatened her family to force her to give up her suicidal thoughts. Concubine Black Hair persevered until the end of the age, but the happy Buddha failed to fulfill his promise and killed her family and her own people, transforming them into puppets. She hated the happy Buddha deeply, but lacked the power to seek revenge. Even when the happy Buddha toyed with her, the black-haired concubine was completely helpless. Finally, the black-haired concubine died, freed from the happy Buddha's torment. "Don't worry, I will kill the happy Buddha myself." Before her death, the black-haired concubine smiled with relief. The long sword flew towards Lin Luo, its clangs echoing, telling of its master's tragic fate. "This bitch." The happy Buddha was furious. Beside him was a stunningly beautiful concubine with green hair and pointed ears. The green-haired concubine was a healing elf from the Elven Age, possessing succubus-like abilities, and possessing a strong need for that aspect. Her primary ability, like that of a succubus, is to aid healing and recovery. The only difference is that, compared to the insatiable succubus, the green-haired concubine is more pure in love, devotedly devoting herself to one person. The green-haired concubine holds a high status among the elves, and many men dare not pursue her. Some bold male elves, rejected by the green-haired concubine, dare not pursue her a second time. Until the green-haired concubine met the happy Buddha, she initially felt not only disgust, but not even affection, for the ugly, bald man. Unable to resist the happy Buddha's persistent pursuit, the green-haired concubine gradually fell in love with him. No matter how deep their love, after the end of the era, he was still a puppet of the green-haired concubine. The 3 red-haired concubines pounced on Lin Luo, wielding blood-red flames. This blood-red flame is called the Blood Flame, a unique ability of the Blood Fire clan. The Blood Flame can burn the blood of any creature, and Lin Luo felt his blood boiling. Lin Luo did not dare to underestimate the 3 red-haired concubines, and his body was enveloped by 4 colored flames. This happy Buddha is definitely the most evil of all the gods who descended. He has over 30 consorts by his side. Each consort represents an epic. He has destroyed over 30 epics in total, killing countless people. The most disgusting thing is the happy Buddha's puppetry. Death is even worse than this state. Seeing each of his beautiful consorts, everyone despised the happy Buddha. Under the care of the green hair consort, the happy Buddha's shoulder wound healed and his severed hand regrew. Watching his consorts die one after another, and constantly growing stronger, as he was devoured by Lin Luo, the happy Buddha felt a strong sense of crisis. The rune god said, "You better use my power, otherwise you are no match for Lin Luo. You haven't even forced him into his ancestral dragon form. Can he use his ancestral dragon form recklessly?" The happy Buddha asked in disbelief. The rune god said, "You don't know that Lin Luo has grown stronger. He can now use abilities that were previously unusable. I can't use your power. Are you worried about the Buddha? The Buddha can tolerate my cooperation, but he can't tolerate your runes on me." The happy Buddha knew the Buddha's bottom line and didn't dare to cross it. "Don't worry. I believe you compromise," the rune god said calmly. Chapter 259. We can't let the consort be killed. The happy Buddha felt no pain at the death of the consort. He had long since grown tired of these consorts, and their deaths were of no concern. He worried that Lin Luo would become even more powerful by devouring them. The happy Buddha decided to devour the consorts. Rather than helping Lin Luo become stronger, he would become even stronger. He grabbed the green-haired consort beside him and bit off her head. The headless green-haired consort collapsed, but the happy Buddha didn't let her go and continued devouring her. The happy Buddha has gone mad, devouring his own consort. He saw the dragon god grow stronger by devouring the consorts, and thought it would be better to devour others instead of doing it himself. Dragon god, quickly kill this evil happy Buddha. The happy Buddha's action frightened everyone again. Go to hell. The happy Buddha devoured nearly all of the consorts and rushed towards Lin Luo. His speed was so fast that he was reduced to a mere afterimage. Lin Luo activated his ancestral dragon state and charged towards the happy Buddha. Sharp dragon claws and fists collided, and once again, the happy Buddha lost. Why did I lose again? The happy Buddha couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. If the human before him had used his ancestral dragon state from the start, he would have been crushed. The rune god suddenly said, "Do you know why he didn't use his ancestral dragon state, but now?" The happy Buddha was surprised. "You said he knew of your presence long ago." "Of course, otherwise why would he have delayed so long?" The rune god had anticipated this. The happy Buddha angrily said, "Why didn't you warn me sooner?" The rune god said coldly, "Do you think anything would have changed if I warned you earlier or later?" The happy Buddha said gloomily, "Will the help you gave me allow me to kill this human?" "What's wrong? Aren't you afraid of the Buddha's reprimand?" "I'm almost dead. Why should I be afraid of him?" The happy Buddha now harbored resentment towards the Buddha, believing him to be doing this on purpose. The Buddha was likely cultivating this human named Lin Luo, hoping to become a divine king, allowing him to kill him and ascend to the top divine king level. In the land of 10,000 Buddhas, it was no secret that the Buddha was on the verge of becoming a top divine king. He simply lacked the opportunity. According to the Buddha's previous practice, he liked to cultivate a vessel. Then he devoured the vessel, reaching a higher realm. The Buddha likely had taken a liking to Lin Luo, a human, and wanted his old methods. The happy Buddha was furious, but he had no way to deal with the Buddha. "Is that evil thing in you about to appear?" Lin Luo paused his attack. The rune god, no longer hiding, emerged from the sleeve of the happy Buddha. It was a strange black rune. "I said you weren't using your full strength. You were just waiting for me to appear." "Indeed? No wonder this life's true rune god died at your hands before even getting up. There's a reason for that." The rune god shook his head helplessly. "Are you complimenting me?" Lin Luo asked. The rune god said expressionlessly, "Indeed, it is. If this happy Buddha had listened to me, your chances of survival would have been very low." Lin Luo shook his head. "It seems you have a terrible teammate." "Rune god, you don't want to work with me anymore, do you?" The happy Buddha said angrily. "Why are you so anxious? A man is about to die. I was just saying some last words to him." The runes transformed into strange runes, spreading across the happy Buddha's body. His legs, lower abdomen, chest, neck, face, and other parts were covered with strange black runes. The happy Buddha's body began to bulge, with huge muscles bulging out, and his figure became much more muscular. His level increased by several levels. The happy Buddha's level reached 117, almost approaching the peak of the heavenly god, and he was growing stronger at a visible rate. Such a powerful force. You can die next. The happy Buddha left a shadow behind and rushed towards Lin Luo. The golden fist covered with strange runes struck Lin Luo's chest. The sound of bones breaking was heard, and his chest caved in. Even with Lin Luo's strong body, he suffered a considerable injury. Human, you weren't so arrogant just now, but now I'm suppressing you and making you speechless. The happy Buddha, blessed by the rune god, delivered punches at speeds too fast for even divine eyes to detect. Lin Luo wiped the blood from his mouth. If you cooperate with the rune god, that thing will devour you to the bone. The happy Buddha bared his white teeth. Don't worry about me. One thing I can be sure of, you're going to die soon. He attacked Lin Luo again, each punch laced with murderous intent. Devouring the world. Canaan's death at Lin Luo's hands dealt a heavy blow to the four god kings. According to the Dark God King's plan, the four god kings unleashed the dark orb to destroy the earth. They felt ashamed to think about killing an ant with such a plan. Zeus sighed, if the other gods knew we killed an ant in this way, they'd die of laughter. The god of light said helplessly, we can't underestimate this human anymore. We didn't take him seriously before, allowing him to grow stronger again and again. Now he's reached the level of a mid-level god, not far from becoming a god king. The god of darkness nodded, we can't underestimate this human anymore, or there will be dire consequences. Shiva looked back at the real world. In a land called Bear Country, Lin Luo is fighting a bald man. If I'm not mistaken, this bald man is the laughing Buddha from the land of 10,000 Buddhas. That's the laughing Buddha, the god of light confirmed. The dark god king frowned and said, didn't the Buddha temporarily disregard Earth's affairs? Why did he send the laughing Buddha to Earth again, and even fight the human? The light god king said, looking at the strange runes on the laughing Buddha's body, it seems he came to Earth with the help of the rune god, not the Buddha. Shiva said, this laughing Buddha actually cooperated with this devil. Isn't he afraid of being devoured by it? It doesn't matter what method this laughing Buddha uses, as long as it can kill this human. Zeus said hopefully. Shiva said, as long as we haven't been contaminated by this devil, it's fine. If others are, it's none of our business. In addition to the various powerful forces that have settled in the devouring world, there are also some powerful beings within it. The rune god is a special being that parasitizes its host's skin and can provide it with powerful strength. The devouring world contains not only rune gods, but also other strange beings. There are beings that parasitize brains, arms, thighs, and torsos, and they exist in every era. Zeus sneered. This is excellent news. We all avoid the rune god, that monstrous creature. This human actually dares to provoke him. He thinks his life is long. The rune god is only one part of the story. There are 4 other powerful and strange beings. They are one with the devouring world. I'm looking forward to seeing how this human dies, Shiva said excitedly. Chapter 260. This happy Buddha is cheating, right? He's got strange runes on his body, multiplying his power many times over. The dragon god has been completely suppressed by the happy Buddha. He won't be defeated this time, will he? I believe the dragon god must have a trump card that will secure victory. The happy Buddha suppressed Lin Luo, inflicting numerous wounds, blood dripping from his wounds. Looks like I have to fight hard too. Lin Luo wanted to kill the happy Buddha before his ancestral dragon state faded. He had no trump cards, nor did he need any. The happy Buddha wasn't invincible. His so-called powerful strength came from the rune god. Lin Luo believed his previous tolerance had been sufficient, allowing the happy Buddha to become complacent. Go to hell. The happy Buddha seized an opportunity and struck Lin Luo's head with a fist covered in strange runes. The third eye on Lin Luo's forehead suddenly opened, and a wave of space distorted. The happy Buddha's fist was drawn in by this force, unable to reach Lin Luo's head. Taking advantage of this momentary gap, the golden dragon claw pierced the happy Buddha's chest. The golden dragon claw pierced through his entire body, grasping a massive heart in his palm. Lin Luo exerted force, crushing the enormous heart. After losing his heart, the happy Buddha's entire body began to crumble, his flesh and blood melting away. Before Lin Luo could rejoice, another happy Buddha appeared. The happy Buddha's fist struck Lin Luo's head, shattering it with terrifying force. Dead? The happy Buddha's face gleamed with madness, strange runes dancing on his body. The person whose heart Lin Luo had just crushed wasn't him, but the last Ming Fei. The laughing Buddha cultivated countless consorts, and he considered his greatest masterpiece to be the Shadow Consort. The deceased consort came from a race called the Shadow Clan, captured by the laughing Buddha during an era of multiracial rule. The laughing Buddha cultivated the most shadow consorts, whose strength was almost equal to his own. He devoted so much effort to cultivating a single consort, hoping that she would die in his place in times of danger. The dragon god is dead? That damned laughing Buddha killed the dragon god. It's over, it's over. I thought the dragon god would easily defeat the laughing Buddha, but he died at his hands. With the dragon god dead, we're doomed too. Everyone sensed the impending doomsday. All my consorts are dead. Finding a consort won't be easy. While feeling happy, the laughing Buddha couldn't help but think of his own consort. He wasn't heartbroken by her death. He simply wondered how he would survive the long nights without her beautiful woman. The rune god said, I remember this human had many confidants, each one incredibly beautiful. Several have become gods, including the succubus Yunshu and the moon goddess of the land of the gods. The happy Buddha's eyes lit up. So many of my consorts have died. I can't be as demanding as I used to be. They're hard to find. A beautiful woman of godly caliber will do, but the most important thing is the woman next to this human. I paid a huge price to kill him, and I must compensate her. It's a shame this human died. Otherwise, seeing his confidant become someone else's slave and puppet, he would surely be devastated and heartbroken, feeling wrong for opposing us. The rune god gave a wicked grin. The joyful Buddha rubbed his chin, pondering, we wasted too much time here earlier. I'm considering destroying this place. The rune god said, I don't recommend that. We should quickly capture the women with this human to prevent them from escaping. If we're late, they might all escape. You have a point. The joyful Buddha was about to leave when a familiar figure appeared. A massive golden dragon appeared before him. You're not dead? The joyful Buddha's pupils trembled violently. Before Lin Luo could explain, the rune god explained, this man previously killed and devoured the 9 infants, and it's very likely that he gained their powers. The joyful Buddha was astonished. His power is terrifying. Devouring a god to gain a power is almost unstoppable. Weren't you just about to attack my confidant? Now I want to ask you how you want to die. Lin Luo's voice was icy cold. The happy Buddha was filled with fear, his voice trembling as he said, why don't we stop now? I have other methods I haven't used yet. If I use them all, you might not be able to kill me. Use whatever methods you have, because if you don't, you won't have another chance. And I have 8 lives in the sea. If you want to kill me, you need to kill me 8 times. What? Lin Luo lunged at the happy Buddha, and the two engaged in another fierce battle. The happy Buddha fought Lin Luo for more than a dozen rounds before, overcome with fear, fleeing. He hadn't used some of his methods, so how could he kill Lin Luo 8 times? Lin Luo's golden claws pierced the happy Buddha's chest, crushing his heart. The happy Buddha, without his substitute consort this time, was doomed to die. Lin Luo unleashed a burst of 5-colored flames, scorching the happy Buddha and preparing to devour him whole. The happy Buddha, in his final moments, uttered, if you kill me, the land of 10,000 Buddhas will not let you go. I'm not like the Arhat subduing the dragon, I'm the Buddha of the land of 10,000 Buddhas. Lin Luo devoured the happy Buddha without hesitation. After the happy Buddha died, he rushed towards the rune god. The rune god, realizing the happy Buddha couldn't win, abandoned him immediately. As soon as he devoured the happy Buddha, the rune god had already arrived in the far eastern city of the Bear Kingdom. You run incredibly fast. Lin Luo gazed at the strange runes on the ground. The rune god said, human, you shouldn't oppose me. You know the consequences of opposing me are even worse than opposing the God King. Lin Luo dismissed it, that's not what you're worried about. He roasted the rune god with 5-colored flames, solidifying it into 3 strange runes. Had Lin Luo continued to burn it with 5-colored flames, he could have killed it. But Lin Luo chose to stop, planning to consult Guanyin later. At the same time, he wanted to learn more about the devouring world from the rune god. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. In his final moments, the rune god was furious. He blamed his failure on the indecision of the happy Buddha. If the happy Buddha had approached Lin Luo from the beginning, or had cooperated with Canaan, this outcome wouldn't have happened. The rune god was now imprisoned, his life and death in Lin Luo's control. Devouring the world. The 4 god kings all looked displeased. They had never expected the happy Buddha to fail. Just now, they thought the happy Buddha had killed Lin Luo. But the truth was cruel. Lin Luo had acquired the powers of the 9 infants, possessing a total of 9 lives. The Dark God King said, as you can see, this human cannot be treated as an ordinary creature. He is far more terrifying and powerful than we imagined. The Light God King nodded and said, I was a little hesitant earlier, but after watching this battle, I feel that the Dark Sphere plan is too late. Let's continue with our original plan and destroy the entire Earth. Zeus and Shiva continued to use their divine power, sending the dark sphere towards Earth. The Dark God King had already injected his own power into the dark sphere, enough to destroy the entire Earth. Chapter 261. Secret Villa. Yi Weiwei's eyes sparkled. Xiao Luo is truly formidable. He even killed a Buddha. Su Qing said, this laughing Buddha is truly disgusting. I wonder how many lives he's killed, and how many evil deeds he's committed. Killing him like this is a blessing in disguise. Cheng Xuexin and Li Yanyan were also delighted, feeling relieved that Lin Luo was alright. Lin Luo sat before Guanyin, who sampled some foreign teas. She had thoroughly researched Chinese teas during this time. Before, when you sat before me and asked questions, I wouldn't have felt any fear. Now, I become terrified of you sitting before me. Guanyin sighed. Bodhisattva, you're being serious. Lin Luo couldn't help but laugh. Guanyin shook her head and said, what I said wasn't serious at all. As you grow stronger, my help to you will become less and less, and the questions I can answer will gradually become fewer and fewer. I may not be able to answer the questions you raise. The Bodhisattva still has many answers to my questions. There's no need to be so modest. Lin Luo smiled. Guanyin said frankly, I'm not being modest. I'm just being honest. Lin Luo produced 3 strange characters, which struggled to free themselves from his grasp. Rune God, Guanyin asked. The Rune God gave up his struggle and said, Guanyin, are you working with this guy? I guess so. Guanyin nodded. The Rune God said, I think you better persuade your ally. His actions could very well lead to your own tragic death. Guanyin shook her head, I can't control him. Okay. You regret this. The Rune God's strange writing suddenly shattered and gradually vanished. The Yunshu succubus exclaimed in surprise. Did the Rune God commit suicide out of frustration? Lin Luo grabbed a ball of light, and it flew out of his palm. Seeing it about to leave, Guanyin hurriedly said, we can't let it leave. This is the Rune God's true form. Lin Luo's hand erupted with a ball of 5-colored flame, and he rushed towards it. The ball of light couldn't escape, and was trapped in his 5-colored flame. The Rune God angrily shouted, let me go, or you will all die miserably. Lin Luo taunted, I thought you were so righteous, willing to die rather than accept insult. I didn't expect you to get rid of the strange writing and escape in another way. Guanyin was surprised. I always thought the strange writing was his true form, but I didn't expect this ball of light to be his true form. Lin Luo said, the Bodhisattva doesn't know much more. This Rune God won't tell us, and there's no point in keeping him. It's better to kill him directly. Guanyin nodded, yes, there's no benefit in keeping this evil creature around. It's dangerous, and will be plotted against. I allow you to say your last words, Lin Luo said coldly. Human, do you think your flames alone can kill me? The Rune God taunted. It seems I can't, but it's enough to torture you. Lin Luo controlled the 5-colored flames, burning the ball of light that the Rune God had transformed into. Ah! The Rune God screamed in agony. After nearly an hour of torture, the Rune God was a bit broken. Your flame has absorbed the flames of the 3 flame consorts of the Laughing Buddha, evolving to a higher level. The Rune God gasped. Correct answer. Lin Luo increased the intensity of the flames, inflicting even greater pain on the Rune God. The Rune God was in excruciating pain, nearly going mad. That damned happy Buddha, even after death, still wants to harm me. How could I have such an idiot teammate? He blamed the happy Buddha for everything, believing it was his fault. The happy Buddha bore a heavy responsibility, and the Rune God couldn't escape it either. He could have let the happy Buddha follow his own will, but he believed he had Lin Luo in his grasp, so he let him do what he wanted. Alas, there's no medicine for regret in this world, and the Rune God couldn't reverse time and space. After being burned by the 5-colored flames for another hour, he could no longer endure it. I tell you my secret, but you have to let me go, the Rune God said. You tell me first. I tell you later whether I let you go, Lin Luo said coldly. The Rune God was silent for a moment, then spoke, after hearing my secret, I believe you will let me go. The Rune God then revealed his own secrets. There are 5 beings like him in the devouring world. One prefers to control the head. One prefers to control the hands. One prefers to control the feet. One prefers to control the torso. The Rune God controls the skin, transforming into strange characters that appear on the host's skin. The host receives his blessing, and all of the host's abilities are imprinted on the Rune God. The more people the Rune God possesses, the greater the benefits he gains. The other 4 mysterious beings are similar to the Rune God. These 5 special beings appeared in the devouring world, originally without bodies. The strange text was discovered by the Rune God in a certain era, and he used it as a carrier. The rune god, using the strange text as a carrier, can descend in every era. The other 4 powerful and special beings chose carriers not as good as the rune god, and cannot descend in every era. Of the 5 powerful and special beings, the rune god is the weakest. Of course, the rune god is not the true rune god, but the 20th generation of rune gods. These 5 special beings create new individuals every time the devouring world connects to the real world. When the devouring world connects to Earth, a new rune true god is born, and there are already hundreds of rune gods. Many rune gods have died, and the remaining rune gods are ranked according to their strength. When Earth's rune true god died, his 20th generation of rune gods was dispatched, and there are a total of 19 people more powerful than him. The first generation of rune gods is the special being of the devouring world, and he is the most powerful one. Among the 5 special beings, the most powerful is not the rune god, but the one who controls the brain. They are 5 special beings that enjoy controlling body organs. They can be ranked by organ, with the brain being the strongest. Each of these 5 special beings has its own name. The rune god, possessed by a strange rune, is called the rune god. The being that controls the brain considers itself the most powerful being and names itself the supreme heaven. This self-awareness of its power is the heaven above any powerful being. The one that controls the hands is called dream, meaning that by controlling your hands, it can help you realize your dreams. Dreams benefit every possessed being, and will help fulfill their dreams before their death. The special being that enjoys controlling the torso names itself invincible, meaning that with its torso's strength, the entire body becomes stronger. The special being that enjoys controlling the legs names itself extreme speed. This is more understandable, as it can grant its legs terrifying speed. The rune god said, "I'm not lying. I'm the weakest of the 5 special beings. They're all stronger than me. I'm just outnumbered." Chapter 262. Lin Luo frowned and asked, "Will the other 4 special beings descend upon Earth?" The rune god replied, "Having said that, I won't hide something. The longer an era lasts, the greater the chance that the other 4 special beings will descend upon it and destroy the real world together. They must have their own power to devour the world, otherwise the first era wouldn't have destroyed itself. The more fierce my resistance, the more tragic the outcome. Yes. For example, if you kill me, a stronger rune god will sense that I'm a celestial god level rune god. Then, the next one to descend to kill you will be a god king level rune god." Lin Luo continued, "What beings exist above the top god kings?" The rune god replied, "The creator god. This realm is the first generation of us 5 special beings." Guanyin was hearing this for the first time, and a solemn expression crossed her face. It seems the devouring world is far more powerful than I imagined. No wonder the Buddha gave up back then. It wasn't because he wanted to give up the fight, but because he saw the devouring world's power. Rune God said, "The devouring world has always been a mysterious entity. I urge you to give up quickly, because your enemies are not only the powerful forces of each era, but also us 5 special beings. The so-called powerful god kings in your eyes are nothing but ants in front of us 5 special beings. I can also tell you that besides the 5 special beings, the devouring world has even more terrifying beings." Lin Luo said, "You mean the more I resist, the greater the blow I will face in the future?" The rune god nodded and said, "Indeed, your next step is to help as many people around you become gods, and then enter the devouring world and become part of it. Seeing you humans reminds me of 2 of your strongest beings. One is Pangu, and the other is Niwa. Pangu is even more powerful than you imagine. He has reached the level of a creator god, and the devouring world has connected to many real worlds. Who is the strongest throughout the ages? Pangu is undoubtedly Pangu. Pangu battled the supreme heaven, but Pangu lost and dissipated into the devouring world. Next is Niwa. Niwa's strength isn't particularly strong among the ages, but she's bold. She actually tried to patch the sky, preventing the devouring world from connecting to the real world, and she almost succeeded." Guanyin agreed rarely. "These 5 special beings are incredibly powerful. You should reconsider your next choice." "I will consider it." Lin Luo didn't respond immediately. The 5 special beings were even more terrifying than the Buddha. The chances of him defeating the Buddha weren't even great, let alone the 5 special beings. Lin Luo discovered a crucial location and inquired, "Do you know where Pangu and Supreme Heaven fought? Why do you ask about this place?" The rune god hesitated. "Just tell me." "I can tell you, but you have to let me go." "No problem." Lin Luo readily agreed to the rune god's request. Guanyin dissuaded him, "Don't be impulsive." The rune god tempted him, "Let me go first, and I tell you the location." "No problem." Just as Guanyin was about to persuade him again, she realized her worry was unnecessary. Lin Luo was much smarter than she had imagined. Lin Luo controlled the 5-colored flames and began to torture the human again. You are the most despicable creature I have ever seen. I told you so much, promised to let me go, but you broke your promise. You can torture me with flames next time, and I won't say a word. I admire your integrity, so I will continue to torture you. You? The rune god was nearly livid. Lin Luo prepared to use the 5-colored flames to properly train the rune god. As a 20th generation special being with skin organs, the rune god could share the memories of the first generation rune gods and knew far more than Guanyin. After Lin Luo ascended to a high-ranking celestial god, Guanyin's ability to provide much less help was greatly reduced. Guanyin took out a water bottle and handed it to Lin Luo. Lin Luo took the bottle and placed the rune god inside. Guanyin explained, "This water bottle is an independent space. Your 5-colored flame burns within. Don't worry about any accidents. The rune god won't be able to escape." "Thank you, Bodhisattva," Lin Luo said. Guanyin sighed, "Time flies. I don't know how long it's taken you to grow to this point. I can no longer help you." Lin Luo took Guanyin's hand, her delicate hand white and beautiful, flawless. Guanyin hesitated for a moment, not retracting her hand. Lin Luo said, "In my heart, Bodhisattva will always be my greatest benefactor. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't be alive today." Guanyin hesitated, then retracted her hand. "I helped you, but I was unwilling to do so. I didn't expect you to repay me. I will remember the Bodhisattva's kindness." Lin Luo had spent some time with Guanyin and discovered that she was a gentle person. Unlike the other beings in the land of Buddhas, who professed equality for all, their eyes held aloof contempt for all. Guanyin said, "Before you become a god king, the Buddha will not treat you. After you become a god king, he will likely intervene. He's only one opportunity away from becoming a top god king." "Okay, thank you, Bodhisattva, for the reminder." Lin Luo nodded. Guanyin said, "Also, a celestial being has descended from the kingdom of Rya. You should go and see her. She's a very famous figure in your Yin kingdom." "Who?" "The 9-tailed fox Daji." Lin Luo asked curiously, "Who is Daji, whose true nature I don't know?" The rune god needed some training, and he was heading to Rya to see this being. If Daji, like Athena, hadn't done anything evil and instead helped humanity, Lin Luo wouldn't intervene. As for Athena's training to kill people, he didn't see anything wrong with it. The earth will become even more dangerous in the future. These people can't even handle the training and strengthening. A quick death would be preferable. It would be a relief. Lin Luo was so lenient with other Western gods, let alone the mythical figures of his own country. Rya? An orphanage. Many children gathered here, most of them taken in after their parents died. Due to several disasters and the outrageous actions of those in power, many adults have nothing to eat, let alone in Rya. "Thank you, Miss Jiawei. Without your help, the children in our orphanage would most likely starve to death." An ordinary middle-aged woman from Rya was thanking a woman in a windbreaker. The woman wore a mask, covering most of her face, revealing only her eyes, which were a beautiful pink. She had just donated a large amount of food to the orphanage. "Sister Jiawei, you're here." One by one, the children rushed over. "How have you been lately? Have you been behaving?" Daji had been planning to leave the orphanage after donating the food. Seeing the enthusiastic children, her heart softened and she decided to stay for a while. "Boss, this orphanage has food. I've been observing it for a while. Every once in a while, a woman comes to deliver food." A man's voice came from outside. Then the door swung open, and a group of men in black rushed in. Chapter 263. "Who are you? This is an orphanage, protected by the government. You can't mess around here." The orphanage director stepped forward and warned. The leading man kicked the director, knocking her to the ground. Abe Yamato said, "You don't know my name, Abe Yamato. How dare anyone try to stop me? I urge you to hand over the food, or I kill you." "Boss, those boxes look like they contain food," one of his men pointed. "Grab them," Abe Yamato ordered. Just as they were about to grab the food, a woman in a black coat and a mask blocked their way. "Boss, this girl looks so good. Even in such loose clothes, she looks so good. Those eyes are stunning. I'm sure this woman is very beautiful. What a nice fragrance. I can smell it in the air. It must be coming from this woman. As a 9-tailed fox, Daji carries an inherent allure. You better leave. I don't want to kill anyone." A cold, ethereal voice echoed through the orphanage. What a beautiful voice. Abe Yamato was entranced. "You better get out of here. If you don't, I'm going to kill someone." A tall, handsome man appeared. Yin people? Abe Yamato had learned Yin language and understood what Lin Luo was saying. That's right. Lin Luo nodded. You want to be a hero and save the beauty, right? Abe Yamato asked, emphasizing each word. You can't say you're a hero saving a beautiful woman, you can only say you're eradicating social rubbish. You people in Riyadh are truly shameless, not even sparing a child's food. Lin Luo said calmly. A subordinate rushed towards Lin Luo, claws sprouting from his hand bones. The sharp claws radiated a cold light as they clawed at the tender neck, a fatal blow. Lin Luo gently kicked the subordinate into a pillar, his body dead beyond death. You are Lin Luo, the dragon god of Yin Nation. Abe Yamato recognized the man before him and trembled violently. With the popularity of drone live broadcasts, the secret of Lin Luo's identity had long been no secret. The group, realizing they were no match for Lin Luo, immediately fled. Lin Luo did not spare these scumbags, but killed them all, leaving the bodies to be disposed of by the orphanage. It was just a minor incident, and neither of them took it seriously. Where would you like to talk? Lin Luo asked Daji. Daji said, let's move somewhere else. The two of them appeared on the tallest building in the island nation's capital, where they could see the entire city, and no one had come to disturb them. Daji removed her mask, revealing a flawless face. Even her outer coat couldn't hide her impressive figure. Beneath it lay a white wool sweater, which bulged out her bust. Beneath her slender waist were a pair of slender, straight thighs, draped in a pair of light black stockings. Lin Luo had seen Daji portrayed by many actors and cosplayers, but this was the first time he had seen her in person. Contrary to his expectations, Daji was wearing modern clothing. Daji was a rare and exceptional beauty, stunning in every outfit. The only thing that struck Lin Luo as a bit strange was Daji's modern clothing. Daji said, you keep staring at my clothes? It seems you're more interested in them than in my appearance or figure. Lin Luo smiled and said, indeed, in the myths I heard, Daji wears ancient costumes, and you're a little uncomfortable in modern clothes. The main reason is that your myths have been changed too much. Your Earth's technological development is only moderate. Some eras have even more technology than yours. My Qingqiu era is much more technologically advanced than your Earth era. It's not surprising that I'm wearing modern clothes. Did you come to Earth at the behest of Dong Wangtai? Not Dong Wangtai, but Dong Wangtai's brother, Dijuan? Lin Luo's smile faltered. What's your choice? Daji shook her head and said, I don't want to choose anything. I know I'm no match for you. Going there would be courting death. Your arrival on Earth isn't a mission you can complete if you want to, or not if you don't. I can't hide this from you. My people are in Dijuan's hands. Daji began to recount past events to Lin Luo. The Qingqiu era descended upon the heavenly court established by Emperor Jun. This, similar to the mythology of the Yin Kingdom, depicts the rebellious Zhou Kingdom emerging within the Shang Kingdom. In Yin Kingdom mythology, Daji and King Zhou are a pair. In reality, they were merely collaborators. Daji was the leader of Qingqiu, where the Nine-Tailed Fox clan lived, while King Zhou was the leader of the Shang Kingdom and the ruler of the human race. Together, they maintained peace during the Qingqiu era. After the Shang Kingdom's fall, Daji's control of Qingqiu was also on the verge of collapse. Finally, Daji chose to lead her people to the devouring world. During the journey, she was ambushed by Emperor Jun, and only she was lucky enough to enter the devouring world. The others fell into the hands of Emperor Jun, who used Daji's people as a threat to marry her off to his younger brother, Dong Wangtai. Daji disobeyed Di Jun's threats and ignored him for dozens of epochs. Due to Lin Luo, she was sent to Earth by Di Jun. Lin Luo asked, you disobeyed Di Jun's orders, and the result was the death of your people. Daji sighed helplessly. Even if I saved them, they wouldn't have survived long. In fact, I already knew some things. They betrayed me and surrendered to Di Jun long ago. It seems you're living alone. Almost. A look of desolation lingered in Daji's beautiful eyes. Of all the friends who once shared her ideals, she was now alone. What are your plans? Lin Luo asked. Daji thought for a moment and said, I'm planning to visit Yin country. I've been on the island for so long, and I don't really like this place. Logically, Yin country is my homeland. I didn't go there primarily because I was afraid you might overreact if I went there without permission. Now I don't have to worry. Okay. Lin Luo didn't think Daji was lying. I can help you with something. What is it? I don't know if I should help you, knowing full well that the path you've chosen is a path of no return. I think I can still fight. Lin Luo's face showed determination. Daji recalled some past events and nodded. You're very similar to Emperor Xian. Back then, he was also able to enter the devouring world, yet he fought to the bitter end. He died in his own capital, yet he still refused to surrender. I believe I will succeed, Lin Luo said confidently. Hearing this, Daji recalled some memories. When the Qingqiu era was about to fall, she had sought out Emperor Xian many times. No matter how much she tried to persuade him, Emperor Xian refused to give up. By the time Daji wanted to help, Emperor Xian was already dead. Before his death, Emperor Xian had not forgotten her teammate, and hoped that she could leave the Qingqiu era soon. The demonic heaven controlled by Di Jun was beyond Daji's control. Daji produced a steel box and handed it to Lin Luo. Even without opening the steel box, he could feel the familiar atmosphere inside. Chapter 264. Is this the blood of the ancestral dragon? Lin Luo exclaimed in astonishment. Daji nodded and said, it's the true blood of the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon era preceded ours. Emperor Xian was both fortunate and unlucky. If he hadn't obtained the ancestral dragon's blood, he might have chosen to enter the devouring world early, like some of the hidden gods of the Shang kingdom. Lin Luo disagreed. Everyone has different choices. I believe that if Emperor Xian hadn't become the strongest in the Shang kingdom, he would have died fighting in the demon court. Daji said helplessly, you have a point. King Zhou, Emperor Xian, was naturally gifted enough. Even without the ancestral dragon's blood, he could have made great strides. Lin Luo took the ancestral dragon's blood from Daji, and confirmed it was flawless. I accept your kindness. You don't want to return to Yin Kingdom. I want to go back with you. Welcome. Lin Luo brought Daji to Lanhai City. In the secret villa were Yuanshu Succubus, Guanyin, and Su Qing. The others were busy with their own affairs, and weren't at the secret villa. Everyone had their own things to do, and it was impossible for them to be with Lin Luo all the time. Besides, even if they wanted to be with Lin Luo all the time, Lin Luo didn't have the time. Su Qing knew that Lin Luo had brought back a beautiful woman, and her heart was filled with jealousy. She knew that brother Lin was very powerful, and couldn't have her all to herself. But Su Qing couldn't help but feel angry when she saw another woman beside Lin Luo. After Su Qing saw Daji, her jealousy instantly disappeared. The woman before her was too perfect, she could hardly find any flaws. Su Qing felt like an ugly duckling in front of this stunning woman. Lin Luo saw Su Qing's thoughts and smiled. This is Daji. Su Qing instinctively said, she's that enchanting woman from that TV show. I'm sorry. Su Qing realized her mistake, and quickly apologized to Daji. Daji smiled gently, it's okay. You humans have your own culture. Hearing about someone every day, and suddenly meeting them in person is bound to make you feel connected. This sister is truly beautiful. Yuanshu Succubus also lost her confidence and admired Daji's beauty. For the first time, her allure, something she had always prided herself on, was no longer in her confidence. The woman before her was too beautiful, radiating a seductive allure that even she couldn't resist. Thank you for the compliment. Daji smiled softly, and patted Yuanshu Succubus's head. Li Yinyan just happened to walk over. Who is this older sister? She looked so gentle. Lin Luo glanced at Daji's breasts. They were likely well over a G-cup. She was indeed very gentle. Hello, little sister. Daji smiled and greeted. When Li Yinyan realized the person before her was Daji, she was completely shocked. She had imagined Daji to be a cold, domineering, and controlling woman, but she hadn't imagined she was such a gentle older sister. Let's pick you up and treat Daji well. I need to log into the devouring world. Lin Luo didn't completely trust Daji, but staying here was a good choice. With Guanyin in this villa, Daji couldn't do anything bad. Daji got along well with the other women, chatting and laughing with them, like a gentle and caring older sister. The other women also liked Daji, and their previous prejudices disappeared. Lin Luo took out the jade bottle containing the rune god. The rune god had been tortured to death. The rune god angrily declared, you, human, have humiliated me like this. My true form will not let you go. Lin Luo dismissed him. Do you really think that's your true form? If you die, you die. It has nothing to do with your true form. The rune god worriedly said, I'm going to tell you what I know. If I'm no longer useful, I'm doomed. You have no choice. To be honest, I'm afraid you plot against me, Lin Luo said. I can take you to the place where Pangu fell. It's a place for ordinary people. The rune god compromised, and told Lin Luo where Pangu fell. Lin Luo drank the ancestral dragon's true blood, reaching level 116. His ancestral dragon bloodline reached 40%, a concentration that almost surpassed that of the 4 dragon kings. Lin Luo entered the devouring world, and immediately headed for the place the rune god had indicated. It was pitch black, without a single ray of light. Lin Luo frowned and asked, "Are you sure it's here?" The rune god replied, "If the first generation rune god hadn't altered their memories, then the memories I obtained show Pangu's fall right here." Suddenly, a massive fist struck Lin Luo, moving so fast he couldn't dodge. The fist was larger than Lin Luo himself. The rune god broke free from Lin Luo's grasp and began searching for him. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find him. Dead? The rune god didn't know whether to be happy or a little sad. Happy that the person who bound him had died. Sad that his new plan couldn't be carried out. At some point, two towering figures appeared in this pitch-black land, forcing even the rune god to look up to them. One towering figure was a human male, his body covered in blasting muscle and possessing terrifying power. The other towering figure possessed 8 arms, his body also covered in blasting muscle. Every blow they struck carried the power to destroy the world. The rune god dared not stay where he was and quickly fled. He stopped only when he felt safe. The rune god began searching for the memories of the first generation of rune gods. Every time the devouring world connected with the real world, it was a new beginning. A new beginning meant the rebirth of 5 special beings, each of which was an independent entity. New rune gods could share memories with the old ones, and so could other special beings. The other 4 special beings disliked the emergence of new individuals, and would destroy them whenever they were born. The rune gods employed a different approach. The more new individuals, the stronger they were. In his memories, he discovered the identities of 2 people. The human man was Pangu. The other towering being with 8 arms was Supreme Heaven. The physical form chosen by Supreme Heaven took the form of the 4-faced god. The 5 special beings were all bodiless, and Supreme Heaven was also bodiless. After observing countless epochs, Supreme Heaven selected the best physical form. As the strongest being among them, Supreme Heaven possessed the ability to see the future. He believed that the human epoch, destroyed by the devouring world, could continue for several more epochs, a testament to the strength of humanity. Although the human body had many flaws, its strengths outweighed them. Supreme Heaven created a body that combined all the strengths of humanity, addressing its flaws and adding many more, truly perfect. No matter who the enemy attacked from, or from what angle, they faced Supreme Heaven head-on. Pangu and Supreme Heaven battled, and Supreme Heaven ultimately prevailed. The devouring world cannot fight, but Supreme Heaven is an exception, possessing a chance to kill a devouring world being. Of course, there was a high probability that Gao Shitian would not be able to kill the creatures of the devouring world. Lin Luo was one of the unlucky ones, as he was killed by Gao Shitian. Chapter 265. I didn't expect that after so much time, Pangu is already dead. The battle between these 2 beings has been imprinted here by the devoured world, and it will happen here again soon. The rune god said helplessly, "This human is truly a combination of luck and misfortune." Lucky for him, he happened to encounter this situation. Every time these 2 beings fight, the world stone appears. Unlucky for him, he was killed by the Supreme Heaven, and something unlikely happened. Was this human's death a coincidence? The rune god didn't think so. The Supreme Heaven was a being that could see the future. Perhaps, he saw the future and recognized the threat posed by this human, which is why he killed Lin Luo. The battle between the 2 majestic beings was already intense. They fought fist to fist, flesh against flesh, and the sounds of terrible noises continued to emanate from each other. The most terrifying battles are never those involving fancy techniques, but rather the simplest attacks, punch to flesh. This human is dead, so there's no need for me to stay here. Things are truly dramatic. If it had ended this way, he wouldn't have come looking for Pangu, and he might not have died so soon. The rune god shook his head and prepared to leave. He hadn't gone far when he felt a burst of 5 colored flames. The 5 colored flames began to burn, tormenting the rune god with unbearable pain. That human isn't dead. The rune god knew Lin Luo had stabbed him, and betrayal would likely result in death. The 5 colored flames, which he hadn't noticed, were precisely the human's hidden trick. The rune god didn't dare leave, and could only wait where he was. He also discovered a fatal problem. The fatal problem was that Lin Luo's 5 colored flames could actually kill him. The rune god had always believed that Lin Luo couldn't kill him, hence his disdain for it. But now, within the 5 colored flames, he sensed the aura of death. The rune god couldn't help but feel a wave of fear, realizing that this human was no less cunning than he was. He considered the possibility that his betrayal of Lin Luo might lead to his own death. This human is even more treacherous than me. The rune god wanted to add the word damn, but the thought of the human still alive necessitated a decision. The battle between the 2 majestic beings entered its final stage. A divine axe appeared in Pangu's hand, radiating a dazzling light. Each strike emanated terrifying power, creating the very fabric of the universe. Is this the ultimate form of evolution? The Rune God was witnessing this astonishing scene for the first time. He had received this memory from the first generation of Rune Gods, but it had never been as shocking as witnessing it firsthand. Among all the connected realities of the devouring world, Pangu is undoubtedly the strongest, having evolved to the level of Creator God. Supreme Heaven is the strongest of the 5 special beings, and the first to reach the level of Creator God. With the acts of creation, Pangu's strength has increased dozens of times. Supreme Heaven no longer holds back, and unleashes 8 different weapons: a knife, a fork, a halberd, a spear, and a sword. These 8 weapons were obtained by Supreme Heaven using his ability to foresee the future. Each weapon was once possessed by a top-tier divine king. Most importantly, these top-tier divine kings all possess the potential to become creator gods, otherwise, they wouldn't be worthy of his collection. The 2 powerful titans continued their battle, and the aftermath of each clash could destroy an entire real world. Fortunately, their clash took place in the devouring world, otherwise the real world would have been shattered to nothingness. The Rune God began to doubt himself. Even the first generation of Rune Gods didn't dare covet the devouring world's most powerful special being. How could I possibly dare? When Lin Luo was considering collaborating with the Rune God, he came up with a plan to overthrow the devouring world. The devouring world had a recognized supreme being. While the major powers wouldn't mention who that person was, they all knew it was Supreme Heaven. As the battle drew to a close, the Rune God surveyed his surroundings. Are you going to hide until then? Aren't you planning on claiming the World Stone? A short while later, Lin Luo reappeared before the Rune God. The Rune God observed Lin Luo's body. You're not dead, indeed. It seems the 9 lives you absorbed from the 9 infants have worked, bringing you back to life. He had almost forgotten that Lin Luo, having acquired the 9 infants' abilities, had 9 lives in total. Unless Supreme Heaven could kill Lin Luo 9 times, Lin Luo wouldn't die. Having understood this, the Rune God no longer considered Lin Luo particularly powerful. Are you underestimating Supreme Heaven, or overestimating 9 infants' abilities? Lin Luo laughed. The Rune God exclaimed in astonishment, Supreme Heaven didn't just strike you once. Did he strike you 9 times in a single instant? I was incredibly lucky. I almost died at Supreme Heaven's hands. Lin Luo was killed 8 times by Supreme Heaven, only surviving after burning the ancestral dragon's blood. This wasn't because the ancestral dragon's blood was strong enough to save his life, but rather because the Supreme Heaven before him was an illusion. Furthermore, Supreme Heaven didn't take Lin Luo seriously, and didn't use his full strength at all. The battle between the 2 towering beings ended, and Lin Luo prepared to retrieve the World Stone. The ending is that Supreme Heaven kills Pangu, and World Stones will fall. I can just go and grab one, right? Lin Luo asked the Rune God. The Rune God's eyes were filled with fear of Lin Luo. Yes, be careful when you go and get it. Supreme Heaven attacks you again. If you're unlucky enough to be killed, don't let me be implicated. He was shrouded in 5-colored flames. If Lin Luo died, he would likely spontaneously combust and die. Don't worry, Supreme Heaven is exhausted, Lin Luo said calmly. The Rune God asked in astonishment, you mean Supreme Heaven was already exhausted after killing Pangu? Lin Luo nodded, otherwise, he would probably attack me now. At some point, a pair of enormous eyes, their pupils the shape of a hexagram, stared down at the 2 of them. Supreme Heaven. The Rune God was so frightened that he couldn't move. Thankfully, Supreme Heaven didn't last long and disappeared before the 2 of them. Lin Luo rushed over and grabbed the World Stone. The World Stone was incredibly heavy, nearly crushing his dragon claw. Lin Luo returned the World Stone to his inventory, preventing his hand from being harmed. You can leave now. Lin Luo took out the jade bottle, and the Rune God, changing his usual demeanor, obediently entered. The Rune God temporarily abandoned his evil plans. Knowing that Supreme Heaven had attempted to kill Lin Luo, but hadn't yet succeeded, the Rune God grew wary of Lin Luo. Knowing he likely couldn't defeat him, he decided to remain quiet for the time being. Lin Luo prepared to return to the real world, and use the World Stone to transform the Earth. Not long after he left, a pair of eyes with the ultimate hexagram appeared. You escaped quickly enough. You can't kill him. Just an ant. Supreme Heaven suffered multiple injuries, including 6 arms missing. He had killed Pangu, but it had come at a heavy price. Gao Shitian gave up the idea of hunting down Lin Luo. The enemy he faced wasn't just an ant, but other powerful beings who devoured the world. He couldn't put himself in danger because of a weak human. Chapter 266. Earth. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, gradually increasing in number, until they turned into heavy snowfall. Many areas were covered in snow, and the weather grew increasingly cold. Now playing an urgent news story. The weather has suddenly turned cold, causing heavy snowfall around the world. We don't know how long this blizzard will last. Please stay home and keep warm. In this cold weather, humans below level 50 are generally advised not to go out. In a Western European country, a group of people were running in the snow. They wore short-sleeved shirts, revealing their strong, healthy muscles. Among them were many young and beautiful women, who joined in the jogging. Besides white people, many other races joined in, with the Yen people being the largest group. They all hoped to defend their home, Earth, with their own strength. Athena gazed at the sky and said, "Another powerful god has descended upon Earth, and a new disaster is about to strike." Another new god has descended? We can't help. After so much training, I believe I'm capable of helping the dragon god. We can't rely on the dragon god alone, we're part of Earth too. Everyone spoke up, wanting to help Lin Luo. Athena shook her head and said, "You're not qualified now. You must continually push your limits to become stronger." Everyone fell silent and continued their training. Lahai City. A plain-looking woman in a black down jacket and thick black cotton trousers. Such heavy clothing couldn't conceal her beautiful figure. Daji stood in the snow, stretching out her delicate hands to catch a snowflake. A hexagonal snowflake fluttered into her hand. Her beautiful eyes gazed toward the distant sea, and she murmured, "The one who has descended this time should be one of the 4 dragon kings. I wonder if Lin Luo can defeat him." "Qingqiu, let's hurry. There are still over 100 households whose special heaters haven't been delivered. We need to deliver them all within the hour." Several men and women trotted over, carrying some special heaters specifically designed for warmth. After arriving on Earth, Daji received guidance from Guanyin and decided to find something she was interested in. After some thought, Daji decided to remain an ordinary person. During the Qingqiu era, she was the empress of the Qingqiu kingdom, possessing supreme power. Sometimes, after enjoying a life of luxury for too long, Daji grows tired. She changed her identity, changing her name to Su Qingqiu, and joined the Cataclysm Shelter, becoming a grassroots member. Su Daji's original name had drawn too much attention, so she decided a new one would be a better choice. "Li Qianqiu, didn't you say you confessed your feelings to someone you liked when it suddenly snowed that day?" Wu Ruzhen, a female colleague on the team, laughed. No matter how Su Daji's appearance changed, it was hard to conceal her alluring aura. When she arrived at the construction team, she managed at the disaster shelter, she received several confessions of love, all of which she rejected. Among her colleagues, there was a colleague named Li Qianqiu, who wanted to confess his feelings to Su Daji. Li Qianqiu hurriedly walked in front of Su Daji, his voice trembling. "Qingqing, Xiao, I like you." Su Daji interrupted, "I'm sorry, Qianqiu, you're a good person, but I already have a boyfriend." Li Qianqiu sighed, "Sure enough, it's my unrequited love. How could a woman as perfect as you possibly like me?" Su Daji touched her cheek. "Am I really beautiful now?" She had a rather ordinary face, so she shouldn't be as attractive as before. Li Qianqiu shook her head. "Sometimes, appearance isn't important, character is key. I think you have a very gentle personality. In my eyes, you're better than anyone else, more beautiful than anyone else." Su Daji smiled. "Thank you, but you better not like me. We're not suitable." Li Qianqiu's face was firm. "I won't give up. I show you my sincerity." Su Daji stopped trying to persuade him, and changed the subject. "We better complete the mission in time, or the snow might even fall harder." "Okay." Li Qianqiu believed he had a good chance. Spending every day with Su Qingqiu. One day, Su Daji would accept his feelings and become his girlfriend or wife. A tall, handsome man approached, capturing everyone's attention. "It seems you found something you're interested in, which is great." Lin Luo retrieved the world stone and returned to the real world, only to discover that 6 months had passed. Time in the devouring world and the real world is the same. When he first started playing the game, he was racing against time in the devouring world. The 2 towering beings were too powerful, and their battle directly affected time. Lin Luo felt like only a short time had passed in the devouring world, but upon returning, he discovered that 6 months had already passed. Luckily, he returned just in time to encounter Ao Shun, one of the 4 dragon kings, who was about to attack. Lin Luo wasn't in a hurry to deal with Ao Shun, so he casually took a look at Su Daji. Li Qianqiu asked in surprise, "Qingqiu, is this your boyfriend?" Without waiting for Su Qingqiu to explain, he bowed and said, "I didn't expect your boyfriend to be so outstanding. I keep my distance from him from now on." Li Qianqiu's eyes were red, tears welling in the corners as he ran off. What happened? Lin Luo felt strange. Daji explained. He confessed his love for me, and I said I already had a boyfriend. You happened to show up here, so I instinctively thought you were my boyfriend. I see. Lin Luo didn't dwell on the topic and chatted with Daji about some other things. Daji said, after 6 months on Earth, I feel like I've been reborn. As the empress of a nation, I seemed to have immense power and could do whatever I wanted, but in reality, I was under immense pressure, and falling asleep was a struggle. Now, being an ordinary person feels good. The end of the era's destruction is so relevant to me, yet it feels so far away that I can't worry about it. Sometimes, being an ordinary person is good, even if the sky falls, it's okay. Lin Luo nodded and said, I'm glad you enjoy this kind of life. I was worried you weren't doing well, so I came here to check on you. Just as he was about to leave, Daji grabbed his hand. Her hand was so soft, it felt boneless, and Lin Luo felt a wave of warmth. Lin Luo asked in surprise, What's going on? Daji blushed slightly. You helped me so much, but I can't do anything for you. I don't think I helped you at all? Lin Luo thought for a moment, and didn't think he had helped Daji. Daji's coming here to help the grassroots wasn't due to him, it was Zhou Jiahui's arrangement. Daji came to Yan Nation from the island nation, and her relationship with him became even less significant. It's helpful, but I'm not supporting your world. I can't feel the warmth of Earth either. I'm happy living here. It feels like I returned to the Qingqiu era, and I feel like I'm not alone. Daji said gratefully. Okay, I appreciate your kindness. Lin Luo was about to go to the sea to see how to deal with Ao Shun. Can I buy you some time? Daji asked. How long? It should be about 10 minutes. 10 minutes is too short. It should be at least an hour. Lin Luo corrected Daji's mistaken view, suggesting she watched too many unauthorized videos on Earth. Chapter 267. Above the Pacific Ocean. Snowflakes fell, threatening to fill the entire surface. But strangely, no matter how heavy the snow fell, the sea roiled and reverberated, showing no sign of freezing. A white dragon emerged from the water and swam towards Lanhai City. Damn you, human. I thought you hidden away like a tortoise, never to emerge again. Now you finally decided to come out. Ao Shun, using the space stone given to him by his elder brother, descended to Earth. After arriving on Earth, his first thought was to find Lin Luo. Before descending, Ao Shun memorized Lin Luo's presence, knowing that as long as Lin Luo was on Earth, he would be able to find him. But after searching for Lin Luo for a long time, he couldn't find him. Furthermore, his poor sense of direction meant he had no idea where Lanhai City was. Finally, today, he sensed Lin Luo's presence and eagerly headed towards Lanhai City. Big Brother is right. To force these humans into submission, just threaten the people around them. Ao Shun hadn't advanced for long when a giant golden dragon appeared in the sky. A top-level celestial god. Ao Shun looked up at the sky in astonishment, a look of surprise on his face. The golden dragon in the sky was level 117, only 2 levels weaker than him. He had clearly learned from his big brother Ao Guang that Lin Luo was only level 114 at most. Something unexpected had happened, but Ao Shun didn't feel he was doomed. Lin Luo said calmly, Don't be complacent. I'm not hiding from you. It wasn't something that had entered the devouring world before. It was the shock you saw on my face. How could you be so frightened by my level? Ao Shun snorted coldly, You're overconfident. You reached level 117, successfully entering the top tier of celestial gods. But I've been stuck at level 119 for a long time, so I'm infinitely stronger than you. You can't possibly be my match. You can try, Lin Luo said casually. I show you how powerful I am. You be begging for mercy. Ao Shun soared into the sky, where heavy snow began to fall, devouring the world. The God of Light exclaimed joyfully, Our plan is about to be implemented. The entire Earth will be destroyed, and every human will die. The God of Darkness exclaimed excitedly, Hurry and execute my plan. It's best if we don't kill that human. I want to see the look on his face when he sees his home destroyed. Zeus laughed heartily, No need to guess. He be filled with despair. Shiva said, Look at Earth. The 3 god kings looked toward Earth and spotted 2 massive figures on the ocean. One white, one gold. The golden Lin Luo transformed into a giant golden dragon. The other white dragon in the sea was Ao Shun, one of the 4 dragon kings. The God of Light said, The 4 dragon kings are determined to obtain the ancestral dragon's true blood, and they're not hesitant to send down a dragon king to slay this human. Zeus, who has a good relationship with the 4 dragon kings, said, How about we act later? It would be best if Ao Shun kills this human, and our plan can be abandoned. Shiva analyzed. Ao Shun has been at level 119 for a long time, while Lin Lu is only at level 117. Ao Shun is the weakest of the 4 Dragon Kings, but he's far stronger than many of his level. Ao Shun has a very high chance of winning. The Dark God King smiled sinisterly. If Ao Shun wins, we must use this dark sphere to blast him to death, allowing darkness to engulf the entire world. Zeus hesitated. That wouldn't be good. The Dark God King said, I know you have a good relationship with the 4 Dragon Kings, but have you ever considered whether, once they become powerful, they still be the same? Shiva added fuel to the fire. Before, you were the God King, and the 4 Dragon Kings were mere gods, which is why they were so polite to you. But once the 4 Dragon Kings ascend to God King status, things will be different. Zeus nodded. You have a point. They decided that no matter who won, they would use the Dark Sphere to destroy the entire Earth. Ao Shun had already launched his attack, lunging at Lin Luo. He was the son of the Ancestral Dragon, possessing 40% of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline, and his physical form far surpassed that of his kind. Ao Shun believed that with his physical form, he could crush Lin Luo. The White Dragon and the Golden Dragon claws collided, making a resounding sound. Ao Shun plummeted from midair, sending a massive wave of water cascading down. Blood surfaced on the sea, and Ao Shun emerged, staring back at Lin Luo. In the earlier clash between the 2 dragons, Ao Shun was clearly at a disadvantage. Has your Ancestral Dragon bloodline increased again? As Ao Shun clashed with Lin Luo, he sensed the rich Ancestral Dragon bloodline within him. It has increased, almost as much as yours. Lin Luo said calmly, Are you scared? Ao Shun's face darkened. What should I be afraid of? The higher the concentration of your Ancestral Dragon bloodline, the greater the benefits I gain from devouring you. Are you sure you can devour me? Damn you! How dare you defy me? Ao Shun couldn't stand the provocation, and his white body released streams of cold air. The sea surface was frozen, and the surrounding temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees. Suddenly, a thick icy spike shot from the surface, piercing Lin Luo. Lin Luo reacted quickly, successfully dodging the spike. Before he could even catch his breath, icy spikes emerged from the sea, piercing Lin Luo. No matter how fast Lin Luo ran, he couldn't avoid the icy spikes. An ice spike pierced his body, drawing bright red blood. Being physically strong doesn't guarantee victory. My greatest ability is controlling ice. Ao Shun was pleased with the result, and icy spikes pierced Lin Luo one by one. Heavy snow fell from the sky, so dense that there was almost no gap. After his previous fight with Lin Luo, he knew not to underestimate him. Ao Shun used all his strength, determined to kill Lin Luo as quickly as possible. Under the attack of each icy spike, Lin Luo was pierced like a hornet's nest. Blood flowed from the wounds, staining a large expanse of the frozen sea red. Dead? That's not easy. Ao Shun was immediately suspicious and didn't dare get too close. After a long moment, Ao Shun confirmed that everything was fine before daring to approach. As he approached, Lin Luo's dragon form transformed into 5 colored flames and flew towards Ao Shun. Ao Shun was surrounded by the 5 colored flames, which began to burn fiercely. The 5 colored flames combined the characteristics of 5 different flames, possessing terrifying power, capable of harming even a god king. Ah! Ao Shun screamed in agony, struggling desperately. A golden figure suddenly appeared. It was Lin Luo, who had activated his ancestral dragon form. Lin Luo's golden claws transformed into a stream of light and dug into Ao Shun's heart. Even for a powerful celestial god like Ao Shun, having his heart gouged out would be deeply traumatic. While Ao Shun wouldn't die immediately, he would be severely injured. It was only a matter of time before Ao Shun was killed by Lin Luo. Lin Luo's golden dragon claw pierced Ao Shun's chest, and he grasped a massive, still beating heart. Chapter 268. The God of Light watched the battle on Earth and said in astonishment, I thought Ao Shun might lose, but I didn't expect him to be defeated so quickly and miserably. Zeus said, This human has grown tremendously. When he fought my son Apollo, he won after multiple rounds, and now he's actually fighting against top-tier gods. Shiva's face was solemn. He has grown to this point. We no longer have the right to call others ants. The God of Darkness was delighted to see this scene. The stronger this human named Lin Luo became, the more it proved his judgment. He said proudly, Now you know how accurate my judgment was. This human is different from ordinary humans. The human race has declined, having experienced many epochs and lost its divinity, but some of them remain very powerful, like the human below. This human must not be allowed to stay, Otherwise there will be even greater trouble in the future. The four gods agreed. Crystal Palace? Ao Ming, the Dragon King of the South Sea, said with a look of sorrow, "Brother, I'm dead." Ao Run, the Dragon King of the West Sea, angrily said, "I can't die like this. I know you have many tricks up your sleeve. As long as it can avenge me, I'm willing to pay any price." Ao Guang smiled faintly, "Don't worry. We won't know who will win until the end. I just saw me get killed." Ao Ming watched Lin Luo crush Ao Shun's heart and roast him with 5-colored flames. Could it be that I have a backup plan? The two Dragon Kings quickly looked towards Earth. Lin Luo had killed Ao Shun and turned him into an ice sculpture. Below Lin Luo, a white dragon appeared. It had also transformed into an ancestral dragon, its body twice its original size, and its white claws had become even thicker. Ao Shun clawed at Lin Luo's chest, attempting to imitate his moves. The white dragon claws pierced Lin Luo's golden scales, burrowing into his skin and drawing bright red blood. Just as Ao Shun was about to rip out Lin Luo's heart, Lin Luo dodged just in time. Almost. Ao Shun sighed regretfully. If Lin Luo had reacted even a little slower, he would have already ripped out Lin Luo's heart. Once Lin Luo lost his heart, his strength would be greatly weakened, and Ao Shun would have been certain of victory. Lin Luo said, "You're a quick learner." Ao Shun snorted coldly, "Who's copying you? Not to mention my experience in other eras, the length of time I lived in the Dragon Era alone is unmatched by yours. The tactics you think you're so powerful are child's play in my eyes, and I used them all long ago. It seems we have to fight head-on." Lin Luo prepared to assume his ancestral dragon form and confront Ao Shun to the bitter end. The Rune God suddenly said, "Lin Luo, Ao Shun, one of the four Dragon Kings, has experienced countless years. His strength is beyond your reach. I can help you." Lin Luo frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Do you want to use the same method you used on the Laughing Buddha on me?" The Rune God, fearing misunderstanding, quickly explained, "You misunderstood. How could I dare do such a thing to you? It's mainly because I want to help you. After what happened in the Supreme Heaven, I feel that only by following you can I survive. Are you trying to fool me? No, I truly want to help you. If I said I had no requirements, you wouldn't believe me. My requirement is that you become stronger and help me become stronger. I use your power to ensure I won't be corrupted by the first generation of Rune Gods." Lin Luo said, "I haven't really thought about that much." Rune God said, "Okay, Ao Shun is powerful, but that doesn't mean I be the loser." Lin Luo and Ao Shun engaged in a life and death struggle, each blow delivered with all their might. Both were top-tier celestial gods, wielding the ancestral dragon's bloodline, their power once rivaling that of a god king. Zeus exclaimed, "The ancestral dragon truly lived up to his title as a top-tier god king." After his death, the other dragons possessed less than half his bloodline, yet they were all supremely powerful beings. After watching the battle, he also felt that he had underestimated the four Dragon Kings. Each of the four Dragon Kings possessed power exceeding that of a top-tier celestial god, and even if they united, they might not be a match for him. If any of the four Dragon Kings became God Kings, they would likely come to suppress him. Zeus had a good relationship with the four Dragon Kings, a subordinate one. He ordered the four Dragon Kings to do dangerous things, things he himself was unwilling to do. The Dark God King said, "There are already enough world-devouring God Kings. No new God Kings can appear." The Light God King agreed, "The more God Kings there are, the less benefits we share in each era." Shiva said, "I think we need to use the Dark Orb." The Dark God King said, "You mean using the Dark Orb to blast these two to death?" "I agree." Zeus was the first to speak. The four Dragon Kings were useful, but he couldn't tolerate threats. "Let's use the Dark Orb to blast these two to death." Tattoos appeared on Shiva's body, most depicting ferocious evil spirits. These evil spirits were powerful beings Shiva had slain and absorbed into his being. Every time Shiva wielded his immense power, these powerful beings found restless and suffered pain to empower him. Shiva struck the spatial barrier with his fists. After a dozen strikes, cracks appeared in it. "I am about to break the spatial barrier. In the moment of shattering, you must identify the Dark Orb." Shiva continued to strike, his massive muscles bulging violently, his demonic tattoos roaring, and his fists radiating a dazzling light. Under his powerful blows, the spatial barrier could no longer withstand the immense force and shattered. A spatial storm roared from the hole. The four God Kings felt their skin pierce with unbearable pain, as if being cut by a knife. The three God Kings quickly used their divine power to hurl the Dark Orb. The Dark Orb headed towards Earth, targeting the very spot where Lin Luo and Ao Shun were fighting. The Dark God King made sure to confirm. The direction is correct. The dark orb will reach our desired destination, unleashing a powerful force that will annihilate both men. Zeus, inevitably concerned, said, "The 3 dragon kings have come to me. You must side with me." The Light God King said, "Don't worry, we will help you. They're just 3 gods." Shiva sneered. If the 3 dragon kings had any sense, they would give up pursuing this matter. They're obsessed with it. Crystal Palace? Ao Guang smiled. As expected of you, my little brother. You haven't let us down. You suppressed that human. It's only a matter of time before you devour him. Ao Run said, I didn't expect that the weakest among us would soon become our strongest. Ao Ming said, this is a happy thing. In the devouring world, the God Kings bullied us one by one. Now that we have a God King among us, we don't have to worry about them. The relationship between the 4 Dragon Kings is close, exceeding that of ordinary brotherhood. This is related to their experiences. The ancestral dragon has many descendants, and the 4 Dragon Kings are not the most powerful among them. The ancestral dragon is cold-blooded towards his descendants, executing some outstanding descendants, fearing that their descendants will surpass him. Only those with less than 50% ancestral dragon blood content will be allowed to survive. The survival of the 4 Dragon Kings is itself a miracle. They must continue to grow stronger, slaying their brothers and sisters with ancestral dragon blood one by one to establish their own dominance. Look, what's that in the space tunnel? Ao Ming pointed to a black sphere in the space tunnel, moving towards Earth. Chapter 269. The direction of the black sphere was Earth's Pacific Ocean, the battlefield between Lin Luo and Ao Shun. Ao Run was shocked and furious, saying, what are the 4 Divine Kings doing? They didn't see our little brother fighting this human, and very likely winning. Ao Ming was furious, saying, those damn 4 Divine Kings must have seen our little brother about to kill Lin Luo, about to devour his ancestral dragon bloodline, and wanted to blow our little brother to death along with him. I'm going to confront the 4 Dragon Kings right now, Ao Run said angrily. Ao Guang shouted, stop! What do you think you can change by going there? Ao Ming said, they're persecuting me so much. We can't just sit there and do nothing. If I had the means, I would definitely help my little brother. All we can do now is wait. My little brother isn't that weak. A dark sphere won't necessarily kill him. Ao Guang consoled the 2. The 2 men believed their eldest brother had a point, and for the time being, they didn't confront the 4 Divine Kings. Ao Shun's ancestral dragon bloodline was more concentrated, and coupled with his higher level and greater experience, he briefly overpowered Lin Luo. Lin Luo's body was covered in wounds, bleeding bright red. Compared to Lin Luo's injuries, Ao Shun's were much less severe. He taunted, human, didn't you claim to be strong? How did I suppress you for a time? Lin Luo ignored Ao Shun's words and retorted, do you think that just because you suppress me, you can definitely kill me? What do you mean? Ao Shun thought, his face grim, and said, you have gained the power of the 9 infants, possessing 9 lives. I must kill you 9 times before I can completely slay you. You guessed right, but unfortunately there's no reward. You, human, are truly lucky. Killing Joey grants you this ability. Ao Shun could suppress Lin Luo, but he couldn't kill him. If the battle continued, Lin Luo would exhaust him. Ao Shun stopped attacking, panting, you aren't kidding me. You thought you win from the start, and you've been teasing me all along. If you think so, then so be it, Lin Luo said calmly. A blue-haired man appeared beneath Lin Luo, his weapon, the Poseidon Trident, striking at his head. Lin Luo flew upwards, successfully dodging Poseidon's attack. The golden dragon claw deflected the Poseidon Trident, piercing his body. Seeing that he hadn't killed Lin Luo, Poseidon pulled the Poseidon Trident out. The Poseidon Trident was pulled out, and a large amount of blood dripped from the wound. You really like playing dirty tricks, Lin Luo said angrily. Ao Shun said proudly, boy, now you know how powerful I am. You used the 5-colored flames to trick me earlier. I remember that grudge. I like revenge, and now I repay you double. You like playing tricks on people, don't you? Now I show you who's the master of this thing. Poseidon said, coming to Earth wasn't easy. I paid a huge price to kill you. Ao Shun smiled, actually, I didn't anticipate you gain 9 lives. It's all thanks to my elder brother Ao Guang who reminded me to come to Earth with Poseidon. Stop talking to this human. Kill him now. Poseidon, standing high in the sky, looked down at Lin Luo with disdain, saying, you human are quite powerful. When you killed my son Triton, I thought you were quite extraordinary. I never imagined you were so extraordinary that I would have to do it myself. Poseidon, let's stop wasting time and kill him together. Ao Shun sneered. Zeus said grimly. What is Poseidon doing? He's actually teaming up with the 4 Dragon Kings. He's already teamed up with Aoshun before I even gave him my permission to enter Earth. The Dark King said coldly, your brother will either die or be crippled. Zeus asked anxiously, is there no other way to stop it? The Dark King shook his head, now we can only wait and see. Zeus said angrily, it's all the fault of that human Linluo. If he weren't so powerful, my brother wouldn't have been able to reach Earth. The 4 Dragon Kings couldn't be blamed. After all, they had just agreed to the Dark Orb's entry, and were in the wrong. Crystal Palace? Ao Ming exclaimed in astonishment. Poseidon followed him to Earth? Ao Run asked, does Zeus want his brother to die? He's even insisting on dropping the Dark Orb on Earth. Ao Guang said angrily, why didn't you get Poseidon out sooner? If Poseidon had come out sooner, Zeus might have opposed the Dark Orb entering Earth, and he wouldn't be in so much danger now. Brother, didn't you know about this in advance? Ao Ming and Ao Run believed their eldest brother was so powerful that he wouldn't have missed this. Ao Guang said angrily, you're doubting me. If I wanted to go to Earth, there wouldn't be so much trouble. I could have just said it. I'm sorry. Ao Ming and Ao Run felt guilty, and quickly apologized. It's normal for you to be suspicious. Back in the Dragon Age, we lived a precarious existence. If we weren't smart, we would have perished at the hands of the ancestral dragon. Of all the brothers and sisters, only the 4 of us survived. Even if I were a beast, I wouldn't attack you. Ao Guang sighed. Ao Ming worriedly said, the dark sphere exploded, and my chances of survival are slim. Ao Run disagreed. I think I can survive, and that human will likely survive too. It's a life or death struggle between the two. Who will have the last laugh? I hope it's me, Ao Guang prayed. In the Pacific Ocean. Aoshun said mockingly, if you have any last words, say them now. Otherwise, there won't be another chance. Lin Luo said, the fate of the world is uncertain. You and I are both slaves. What do you mean? Aoshun frowned. Poseidon was more knowledgeable than Aoshun. That's what a blogger on Earth short video said. It seems to be a provocation. You're almost dead, and you still dare to challenge me. Aoshun attacked Lin Luo, with Poseidon supporting him. The siege of the 2 top gods put Lin Luo in danger from the start. You soon lose your first life. Aoshun's face was ferocious, and he inflicted wounds on Lin Luo. At some point, a black orb appeared nearby. Poseidon was the first to spot the black orb and urgently said, Aoshun, don't rush to attack. Something dangerous has appeared. Aoshun dismissively said, Poseidon, put aside any urgent matters. Our most important task right now is to kill this human. He glanced in Poseidon's direction with a hint of dissatisfaction, his face suddenly turning pale. Dark Orb. Aoshun immediately chose to move away. Before his arrival, his elder brother, Ao Guang, had warned him to be careful of the Dark Orb. The Dark Orb was meticulously prepared by the 4 great gods, storing the Dark God's full-strength attack, intended to destroy the entire Earth. When Poseidon discovered Aoshun's escape, he immediately fled. His reaction was noticeably slow, and the Dark Orb had already activated, exploding. Chapter 270. Devouring the World. The Dark Lord excitedly said, the Dark Sphere exploded, destroying the Earth. That human didn't react, and is likely dead. The Light Lord warned, this human has 9 lives. The Dark Sphere might not be able to kill him. The Dark Lord confidently said, I've taken this into consideration. Jiuying's 9 resurrections rely primarily on the ancestral dragon bloodline. If the ancestral dragon bloodline is gone, how can this human be resurrected? Shiva said with satisfaction, it's best that you taken this into consideration. Zeus's expression grimaced, my brother is probably gone. Poseidon was closest to the edge of the dark sphere, much closer than even Lin Luo. The god of light consoled him, Zeus, don't worry too much. No one knew this would happen, not even your brother. He entered Earth without saying hello, otherwise the tragedy wouldn't have happened. The god of darkness apologized, this is my fault. I'm willing to make amends. Zeus's mood brightened when he heard the god of darkness offer compensation. When the land of the gods ushered in a new era, the 3 brothers, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, had a close relationship. They joined forces to kill their father, and shared the fruits of victory. Over time, the 3 brothers often clashed over trivial matters, leading to a deteriorating relationship and even physical violence. It was only after the devouring world connected to the real world that the 3 gods joined forces to fight against it, and their relationship began to improve. The relationship between the 3 gods was more like comrades in arms than close brothers. Zeus's grief over Poseidon's death wasn't due to familial grief. He felt humiliated by the loss of a trusted aide. In reality, Poseidon and Zeus had always been somewhat distant. The Dark Lord, knowing Zeus's hypocrisy, took the initiative and said, "Haven't you always been fond of my black angels? I give you the most beautiful of them." Zeus' eyes lit up, and he sighed, "Poseidon's death isn't your fault. He has only himself to blame. He came to Earth without me, his elder brother, and he bears the primary responsibility for his fate." Shiva said, "It's better that this human is dead." The Light Lord observed more closely and said, "The human may be dead, but Aoshun doesn't seem to be." Zeus took a closer look and said, "Aoshun's reactions were truly quick. If my brother Poseidon had had this reaction, he might not have died." Crystal Palace? Ao Ming exclaimed joyfully, "My little brother is not dead." "That's great." Ao Run said, "In terms of wisdom, my little brother has never let us down." Ao Guan said, "That's good. Wait until the darkness completely consumes the earth, and then we rescue my little brother." As the three dragons rejoiced that Aoshun was still alive, a dazzling light shone brightly in the darkness. "No one on earth is dead?" The three dragons looked toward the earth, their faces filled with disbelief. Not a single part of Aoshun's body was intact. Numerous wounds bleed bright red. His body, covered in white scales, was stained blood red. Aoshun, feeling the excruciating pain, gasped, "Those damn four god kings must have done this on purpose. They saw me about to devour the human Lin Luo, and wanted to blast me with a dark sphere to prevent my transformation into a god king. If I had been slower, I would have suffered the same fate as Poseidon." His physical body was far stronger than Poseidon's, but being struck by the dark orb at close range rendered its strength useless. Aoshun looked in Poseidon's direction, confirming his death. He then glanced in the direction of the human Lin Luo. 6 white, dragon-like fingers clenched into fists, clenching tightly. "For god kings, I will remember this grudge." Aoshun harbored a deep resentment towards the 4 god kings, and resolved to seek revenge. "I better think about how to return to the devouring world." Aoshun temporarily set aside his thoughts of revenge, and pondered how to return. Not far away, a beam of light shone through the darkness. "Is that where the human resides?" Aoshun exclaimed in surprise. After a brief moment of surprise, he explained in ecstasy, "That human isn't dead? Great! If I devour him, I can still reach the rank of God King." Aoshun rushed forward frantically, hoping to devour the human and advance to the rank of God King. But after seeing Lin Luo, he felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Luo held a stone in his hand, and the light emanated from it. "What is this?" Aoshun felt a chill run down his spine, staring at the stone in Lin Luo's hand. He also observed that Lin Luo was intact, unharmed. Lin Luo explained, "This is called the World Stone, and it can help the real world evolve." Aoshun figured something out. The 4 divine kings were planning to use the dark orb to destroy the entire earth. "You knew this from the beginning. You were just waiting for them to use the dark orb to kill Poseidon and me. If I say otherwise, would you believe me?" Lin Luo went to obtain the World Stone primarily to follow Guanyi's advice. Guanyi's opinion was that Earth was too weak, and it would be difficult to withstand the coming battle of a God King level powerhouse. The most important point was that Lin Luo had obtained the World Stone, and using it would bring him immense benefits, which was why he risked the danger of devouring the world. Aoshun's face sank. "I can trust you, but you have to let me go." Lin Luo couldn't help but laugh. "Do you think that's possible? Killing me would do you more harm than good. My 3 brothers won't let you go, especially my brother, who already possesses the power of a god king, and has been hiding his strength. What does that have to do with me? I have a trump card for my brother. It seems you're determined to fight me to the death," Aoshun said angrily. "You better use it quickly, or you won't have the chance to use it later." Lin Luo's eyes were cold. Then, Aoshun decisively fled. His trump card was Poseidon, who had just died at the hands of the dark orb. Aoshun didn't get far before Lin Luo caught up. Lin Luo's golden dragon claws ripped open Aoshun's chest, ripping out his heart. He spit out a burst of 5-colored flames, roasting Aoshun. Lin Luo devoured Aoshun in one gulp, burping with satisfaction. "It's a shame Poseidon was killed in the explosion. Otherwise, I would have devoured him. With the World Stone's blessing, I could have easily broken through to the level of God King," Lin Luo said with regret. But one shouldn't be greedy. Without the help of the 4 god kings, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Aoshun and Poseidon so easily. Lin Luo raised his middle finger towards the devouring world, provoking the 4 god kings, and then continued to use the World Stone. Devouring world. The 4 god kings' faces turned extremely grim, and they were speechless for a long time. Their so-called perfect plan not only failed to kill the human Lin Luo, but also helped Lin Luo kill Ao Shun and Poseidon. The god of light shirked responsibility, saying, "Dark god, didn't you say this plan was 100% successful? Now that it's failed, what do you have to say?" The god of darkness angrily replied, "How did I know this human possessed the World Stone? Now that the plan has failed, you're blaming me?" Chapter 271. Zeus said with a sullen face, "Even if I don't blame you, you still bear a great deal of responsibility. My brother Poseidon is dead. I promised you compensation, and I won't break my promise. You can rest assured." The Dark King's heart bled. He had lost both his wife and his army. His plan had failed. Not only had he failed to kill the human, but he also had to compensate Zeus. The other three of the 4 dragon kings would surely place all the blame on themselves. They believed that their own minions, joined forces with Poseidon, could surely kill the human. Shiva looked at Lin Luo on earth and angrily said, "Look. This human is provoking us." The Dark King, seeing Lin Luo giving him the middle finger, was so angry he nearly fainted. The 4 god kings were omniscient and omnipotent, as many earth cultures knew. The middle finger gesture was a symbol of humiliation. This was a blatant humiliation. "Dark God King, I will kill you." A giant crimson dragon rushed forward, ready to fight the Dark God King to the death. As the crimson dragon launched its attack, chains appeared, binding it. Ao Ming struggled desperately, but the chains unleashed terrifying thunder. "Ah!" Ao Ming trembled and howled in pain. The devouring world forbade fighting. He attacked the Dark God King, and was immediately punished by the devouring world. "Stop, Ao Ming!" Ao Guang shouted hurriedly. Ao Ming abandoned his attack, and the devouring world's chains vanished. The Dark God King scowled. "What do you 3 dragon kings mean?" Ao Guang angrily exclaimed, "You killed my little brother, and you're still asking for my opinion? If it weren't for the laws of the devouring world, I crush you to ashes." The Dark God King sneered, "Just you?" "Just me." Ao Guang began transforming into an ancestral dragon, his cyan scales replaced by gold, and his dragon claws morphed into 6 fingers. His level began to rise, reaching 122, 1 level higher than the Dark God King. The Dark God King's expression was grim. "You've been hiding your strength. You've been a God King for a long time, and you've been hiding it all the time. You guys are always wary of me. If I didn't know how to hide, I have a hard time surviving, let alone becoming a God King," Ao Guang said coldly. Seeing his elder brother ascend to God King status, Ao Ming felt more confident. "You're the one who killed my little brother. You must take full responsibility." The Dark God King's face was gloomy. "How do you want me to take responsibility?" "You must pay with your life," Ao Ming and Ao Run said in unison. The Dark King angrily declared, "It's impossible to demand my life. I won't sit still and wait for death." The Light King mediated, "The 3 of you should maintain some composure. The Dark King wasn't primarily responsible for this incident, and he didn't intend for it to happen." Shiva also spoke up, "The Light King is right. The Dark King can't be blamed entirely for this. He meant well, but ended up doing something awful." Zeus, having received the Dark King's promise, naturally spoke up for him, saying, "I don't think he's to blame for this. Since you 3 dragons are insisting on going your own way, we have to help him. After all, we were allies." Ao Ming angrily declared, "You 4 have banded together to bully us, haven't you? My little brother's death will not go unpunished." Ao Run, equally furious, declared, "Besides the Dark King, the 3 of you are also responsible and must be held accountable for my brother's death." Shiva said coldly, "Ao Guang, as the eldest brother, you must take care of your younger brothers. We already backed down, so you must too." "Right." Zeus feigned sorrow. "Not only have you lost a brother, I lost one too. I feel the same way, but I suppress my grief. I think this is something the Dark King doesn't want to happen." Ao Ming accused him, "Shut up. You and your brother were just using your relationship. Your brother's death is nothing more than the loss of a subordinate. How can that compare to ours?" Ao Run said, "The friendship between the 4 of us brothers is incomparable to that between you and your brother Poseidon. The Dark King must have done you a great favor to speak up for him." Zeus said sternly, "Since you 3 brothers are so categorical in your words, don't blame us for being ruthless. If you insist on going your own way, we will show no mercy to your men. Think it over carefully." Shiva and the Light King made clear their stance, siding with the Dark King. Ao Ming was furious, saying, "You killed my little brother, and now you're acting like this. Even if the 3 of us die, you still avenge me. None of you 4 God Kings will escape," Ao Chun said, furious. Zeus looked at Ao Guang and asked, "Is that what you meant?" Ao Guang was silent for a moment, then said dejectedly, "You're right. The Dark God King can't be blamed entirely for this. He didn't want things to get to this point. The only person to blame is that human." The Dark God King nodded in satisfaction, saying, "It's best if you can come to your senses. Now it's time to work on my two brothers. I hope you can do a good job. Brother, this matter can't be let go. My death couldn't have been in vain." Ao Ming and Ao Run protested. "You two shut up. There are things you don't understand." Ao Guang scolded. Zeus, acting as an elder, said, "I hope you can maintain your composure. This tragedy is something we all hate to see. You two, go back first. I have something to discuss with the four God Kings." Ao Guang knew his two brothers were still unconvinced. Ao Ming and Ao Run calmed down a bit, realizing they couldn't avenge themselves on the four God Kings, so they reluctantly obeyed Ao Guang's orders. The Dark God King angrily declared, "The plan failed primarily because this damned human obtained the World Stone. Without it, the plan would have succeeded." Shiva scowled. "A human's knowledge is limited. How could he possibly know about the World Stone and even successfully obtain it? Obtaining the World Stone is not easy, and even we God Kings can't obtain it." The Light God King said, "You have to ask Guanyin, the seat of the Buddha Tathagata. Guanyin has always been associated with the human Lin Luo. Lin Luo's acquisition of the World Stone is inextricably linked to him." Zeus said, "I heard about this as well." Ao Guang skillfully deflected the blame. "If this is true, Lin Luo bears primary responsibility for my little brother's death, and Guanyin bears secondary responsibility. I suggested this plan, and now that it's failed, I must take responsibility for it. I go to the Buddha Tathagata to question him personally later," the Dark God King declared. The God of Light nodded and said, "Ao Guang is now a God King and is eligible to join our organization. He will be a member of our organization from now on." The three God Kings all agreed to let Ao Guang join, as a form of compensation for him. Earth. The Rune God said, "If you wish to further utilize the World Stone, you will need to further catalyze it with the five-colored flame." Lin Luo exhaled the five-colored flame towards the World Stone, and the World Stone glowed brightly within the flames. Chapter 272. The World Stone radiated an intense light, forming a vast, multicolored halo that spread into the distance. After more than a dozen multicolored halos expanded, the World Stone vanished. "Has this changed?" Lin Luo asked in confusion. "It will take time for the World Stone to integrate into the Earth. You are the highest level on Earth, so you will be the last to feel the enhancement. The weaker the others, the sooner they will feel it," the Rune God explained. "I wonder if the World Stone can help me ascend to God King. After devouring Ao Shun, Lin Luo should be able to reach level 119. Next, with feedback from the World Stone, he wondered if he could break through to God King. The Rune God said, "Breaking through to God King is a bit difficult, but it's not far off. Thank you for your good wishes." Lin Luo flew towards Langhai City, preparing to quickly digest Ao Shun. Resisting the devouring world was too difficult. The other party could fail many times, but he couldn't fail even once. Ao Shun was the youngest of the four Dragon Kings. If Lin Luo devoured Ao Shun, he would surely face retaliation. Similarly, the four Divine Kings failed this time, but they wouldn't give up their quest to kill Lin Luo and destroy the Earth. In the Fierce Wind Nation, a factory. Hurry up and get to work. Anyone who doesn't work a full 15 or 16 hours today won't be able to eat or sleep, a supervisor with a beer belly commanded, whip in hand. Before the Devouring World game, many people, relying on foresight, topped up large sums of money in the game. Later, after the game's feedback, these people inherited the game accounts and gained extraordinary powers. For the Devouring World to connect to the real world, it needed to assimilate with the real world in order to achieve a better connection. Assimilation means that the Devouring World will benefit the real world, allowing its inhabitants to reap the benefits. This is more like an investment. After the investment is complete, the Devouring World will reclaim the real world, including the principal and interest. The Devouring World is also cruel, rewarding only the most powerful individuals in the real world. Earth is a technological planet, lacking exceptionally powerful individuals. The Devouring World judges Earth's strength based on individual wealth. Ordinary people lack sufficient financial resources, and are ineligible to even participate in the Devouring World game. Those who are ineligible can still wait until Earth recovers, allowing many to awaken superpowers. Many are less fortunate, and are unable to awaken superpowers. Ordinary people without any abilities are relegated to the bottom of society, living a precarious existence. Ordinary people in Yin country are relatively well off, They have government guarantees that their workdays will not exceed 10 hours, and their food supply is guaranteed. Ordinary people living in Gale country are not so well off. They work over 10 hours a day, with no guarantee of 3 meals a day. Many people only eat 2 meals a day, or even just one. Constantly exploited by those above them, they live a precarious existence. Li Yabing is an overseas Chinese who came to Lifeown country to work. It's not that he harbors a Lifeown country dream, or that he believes Yin country is better than Lifeown country. He primarily wants to earn more money, so his wife and children back home can have a better life. Many people go abroad to work out of necessity. If there's a better job and better pay in China, who would be willing to leave their comfort zone and work in an unfamiliar place? There are many overseas Chinese like Li Yabing, and he has several like him. Li Yabing seized both of his previous opportunities to change his fate. To save his life, Li Yabing came to work in this unscrupulous factory. The Lifeown government has promulgated laws requiring these unscrupulous factories to treat ordinary people well. In private, these unscrupulous factories pretend to comply and exploit Li Yabing and others. Yesterday, several people died on the assembly line, unable to withstand the intense work. Li Yabing witnessed a close friend faint on the assembly line. For those who faint, the factory owner offers no assistance, likely dumping them in a nearby mass grave. That day will be the end of that. Old Huang began coughing violently, temporarily unable to work. Clothes flowed down from the factory floor, unprocessed, and passed on to the next process. Black John was immediately displeased and shouted angrily, "What are you Yin people doing? If you can't do your job, just go to hell and stop interfering with my work." Li Yabing hurried over and apologized, "I'm sorry, I helped Old Huang. If you can't help me take the clothes off, we fix them and give them to you." John angrily said, "This has happened for the umpteenth time. I'm telling you, I won't agree unless you give me your share of the food." Li Yabing said helplessly, "Okay, as long as you don't tell the supervisor." Old Huang, nearly 63, went abroad to work to earn money for his son's expensive medical expenses, his newborn grandson, and his daughter-in-law's confinement. When Li Yabing first arrived in Lifeown country, he relied entirely on Old Huang's care to help him get by. Old Huang was in trouble now, and Li Yabing was doing his best to help. Old Huang has always been in poor health. He's been able to hold out in such harsh conditions just to see his son. Old Huang sighed, "Yabing, you shouldn't have helped me. You can help me for a while, but not forever. My health is probably failing." Li Yabing said, "Why are you saying all that? You helped me a lot back in Lifeown country. I'm afraid I won't be able to return to Yin country. I hope you have the chance to go back and see my son and grandson." "What are you talking about? Your son and grandson are here to see us. We keep working. I believe we return to Yin country one day." "Okay, we can't give up hope." The two men wanted to continue working, but John ran over again, followed by his supervisor. Li Yabing, his face pale, said, "John, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to give you all our dinner tonight?" John said coldly, "I want your lives more than your dinner." "You bastard," Li Yabing said angrily. Old Huang hurriedly said, "Manager, this is all my fault. Don't blame Li Yabing." The big-bellied manager said coldly, "I hate you Yin people the most. Our Lifeown nation is #1 in the world. What are you Yin people pretending to be? Especially that dragon god named Lin Lu. He's nothing." Old Huang was furious, but reluctantly agreed, "Please give me a chance, sir." John laughed heartily, "You Yin people are such trash. What dragon god? I still insult him in front of me." The two men looked grim, but couldn't say a word for Lin Lu. If they dared to say anything, they wouldn't survive this day. That's what the Yin people are like. They're such trash. Seeing how cowardly these Yin people are, I guess that dragon god is just average. Our Earth's continued existence has nothing to do with the dragon god. It's all just bragging. The Yin people just love to create gods. The Yin people are so shameless. They even say the Earth hasn't been destroyed yet because of a man named Lin Lu. The co-workers nearby came to watch the joke, criticizing Li Yabing and Lao Huang. Other Yin people with consciences remained silent. Some Yin people who had long since immigrated to Lifeown country were even helping to add insult to injury, forgetting that they were Yin people themselves. This Lao Huang, he looked useless, so he was thrown out to die. And this Li Yabing has to clean the toilet today. He has to clean it thoroughly, or I can't sleep. The two apologized as best they could, but the white supervisor didn't intend to let them off easily. Chapter 273. Li Yabing said anxiously, "Supervisor, we didn't make any mistakes. You can't do this. Old Huang's body is doomed if he goes out there." The supervisor said coldly, "What does your life or death have to do with me? I thought you were useful and wanted to spare your life, but now it seems there's no need. Get out of here too. Leave this to me. John had always been unhappy with the Yin people, and was the first to want to get Li Yaobing. You forced me to do this. Li Yaobing had been feeling an inexplicable heat since around 8 o'clock. Mirror shards appeared in his hands and flew towards John. John was instantly stung like a hornet's nest and fell to the ground, bleeding profusely from his wounds. The supervisor wanted to shoot Li Yaobing, but Li Yaobing was the first to kill him. An hour later, Li Yaobing stood there in a daze, staring at the factory covered in corpses. Old Huang exclaimed in surprise, Yaobing, have you awakened superpowers? Li Yaobing nodded, I think so. I just felt really hot, and had an inexhaustible surge of energy. John came and tried to assault me, so I couldn't help but use this energy. Come quickly. A Yin countryman hastily murdered my employees. The boss's voice came from outside. Old Huang hurriedly said, Yaobing, if you can, leave now. You killed so many people here. The people of Lifeone will not let you go. Li Yaobing said helplessly, I just awakened. I used so much energy and am now weak. I can't leave even if I want to. Besides, what will you do if I leave? Old Huang sighed, it's all my fault for dragging you down. A burly black man in a suit walked in and pointed at Li Yaobing, saying, Officer, it was this Yin countryman who killed my employee. You must not let him go. Leading the group was a beautiful blonde woman wearing the distinctive uniform of the Cataclysm Shelter. Did you kill everyone here? Alice asked. Li Yaobing held his head high and said, I killed everyone here. No one else has anything to do with it. Okay, come back with me, and let me be investigated. Alice nodded. The black boss, Ike, immediately complained, this Yin national killed so many people in my factory. I don't think we need to bring him back for investigation. We can just kill him right here. Alice frowned and said, I want to ask you, am I in charge here, or are you? Ike angrily said, your catastrophic shelter is able to operate normally thanks to us taxpayers. You seem to have misunderstood something. The superpowered people at the catastrophic shelter are there to protect you, the ordinary people, including you. But we don't need your help. You're the ones getting the preferential treatment. You need to understand this. Alice said coldly. You're favoring the Yin nationals. I contact your superiors and have you punished. Ike, who hated the Yin nationals, was furious to see Li Yaobing being taken care of by Alice. I wanted to give you a favor, but now it seems that's no longer necessary. Arrest this Yin nationalist and sentence him to the severity of the crime. Alice said coldly. Ike was caught by the two men and said unconvincedly, you are deliberately making things difficult for me because you are upset with me. If you hate the Yin nation, you are breaking the law. I will definitely sue you. The law was announced yesterday. You didn't notice it, so who can you blame? Anyway, I don't accept it. The Yin people are trash, and that dragon god is just a boaster. There's no need to judge this person. We can just kill him right here and now. How dare he insult the dragon god to his face? Alice's face sank. This echo was truly reckless. When the Gale nation was ravaged by Lucifer, it was Ash who fled to the Yin nation and begged the dragon god to kill Lucifer. Otherwise, with Lucifer's madness, many people in the Gale nation would have died. After Ash returned, she changed many of her plans for the Yin nation. Before the Cataclysm, the Gale nation had always viewed the Yin nation as a formidable rival, restricting its development in various ways. After the feedback from the Devouring World game, the Gale nation also became more aggressive against the Yin nation. It was not until the Eagle God's death that the Gale nation dared not target the Yin nation. After the Lucifer incident, Ash decided to make the Gale nation a lapdog of the Yin nation. If the Fierce Wind nation continued to target the Yin nation, and Lin Luo became angry, the entire Fierce Wind nation might very well cease to exist. The Fierce Wind nation's top brass knew about this matter, and had developed a fear of the Yin nation. Many overseas Chinese wished to return home, and the Fierce Wind nation's top brass did their utmost to ensure their safe return. Those Yin nation residents, who wished to stay and work in the Fierce Wind nation, were also given preferential treatment. Ash, imitating North Dakota, promulgated several laws, all of which favored the Yin nation. Just because the Fierce Wind nation's top brass acted this way didn't mean their subordinates would follow suit. The Ike in front of him was a person who deeply hated the Yin nation. He believed that too many Yin nation residents had come to the Fierce Wind nation and taken away their business, which was the reason for his previous poor business performance. He never looked within himself for the reasons, such as whether he had used non-compliant products and indirectly affected his business. The majority of the casualties in this unscrupulous factory were from the Yin people, and it was all at the behest of Ike. Do you still have any respect for the law? Even if I committed a capital crime, you can't kill me without a trial. Ike roared. You're actually talking to me about the law. Alice couldn't help but laugh. Did you mention the law to anyone when you killed them? Ike was about to say a few more words when he was shot dead. Everyone watching this scene was stunned. The murderer, Li Yabing, survived, but Ike, the boss who called the police, was shot dead. What are your plans next? Alice asked. Li Yabing took a moment to recover. Don't I need a trial? Alice shook her head. I already investigated this matter thoroughly. The unscrupulous boss, Ike, was oppressing you. You just happened to awaken your powers and killed those who harmed you. You're not guilty of anything, so naturally you won't be tried. Thank you so much, Li Yabing said, tears welling in her eyes. You don't need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank the Dragon God. Without him, we wouldn't be alive today. Yes, thank you, Dragon God. Li Yabing had previously been skeptical of Lin Luo's affairs, inevitably feeling that some of them were exaggerated. But seeing Alice's attitude, he concluded that the Dragon God stories were not exaggerated at all. Otherwise, the ever-arrogant fierce Wen nation wouldn't have treated Li Yabing this way. For a moment, Li Yabing, Old Huang, and other Yin nation members straightened their backs. Only those living abroad can understand that with a powerful motherland behind them, their situation is far better than it actually is. In a large office, Alice stood before Ash and began to report on recent events in fierce Wen nation. Ever since the Dragon God defeated the White Dragon in the ocean and subsequently used a stone, many people in our Gale nation have awakened their abilities. Some lower-level Esperians have also benefited greatly. Level increases of 7 or 8 are common, and some have increased by over 20 levels. The people of Yin Nation have benefited the most. Among ordinary people who have awakened superpowers, Yin Nation has the highest number. After reporting the details, she briefly summarized recent events. Chapter 274. Ash, having received the latest news, said, It's not just our Gale Nation that's experiencing this, it's the same all over the world. Many ordinary people have superpowers, and the Yin people are even more numerous. This is likely due to the Dragon God being a Yin person. Also, the yellow race has benefited the most of all races. This proves that whoever activated the stone has benefited the most. Those associated with him have benefited the most. Lin Luo is a Yin person, so naturally, the closest bloodline is a Yin person. It's truly enviable. Alice envied, there's a Yin person named Chen Long in our unit, who has leveled up over 20 times in a row. Now he's at the same level as me. Reaching level 60 was a real struggle for me, and I nearly died a few times, but he's leveled up several levels in a flash. Ash smiled and reassured, don't be envious. It be our turn soon. The Geological Research Institute has recently received a lot of research information, saying that Earth has undergone many changes, all of which are beneficial. Some previously common foods have undergone significant mutations, and eating ordinary foods has a significant impact on the human body. Alice said excitedly, I'm looking forward to seeing how much my level will increase when the World Stone returns to me. Just wait and see, Ash said. I feel so hot. Alice felt a burning sensation throughout her body, a force she couldn't control. Ash used her ice ability to freeze Alice. After a while, she helped her thaw. Alice's level increased by 12 levels, reaching a staggering level of 72. 12 levels in a flash. That's a lot. Alice said happily. I'm not satisfied now. Your 12 higher levels are more worthwhile than Chen Long's 20. Ash smiled. Of course. Alice's smile suddenly froze. Ah! Why isn't my level higher? If I were, I could improve even more. Don't be greedy. If you want to level up, you have to rely on yourself. Now that the Earth's spiritual energy is revived, many things have changed. Before, we couldn't find a way to level up, but now we can level up just by eating. Ash comforted her. That's true. Alice nodded. Then Ash's body heated up, radiating a dazzling blue light. After the blue light faded, Ash completed the World Stone's feedback. Alice asked impatiently, Captain, how many levels have you advanced? Ash sighed, not as much as you did. I only advanced 6. Alice, stunned, said, you were originally level 84 god level. 6 levels brings you to level 90. You're now a true god. Almost. Captain, do you have anything to say? Alice, you're right. Having a high level really does have its benefits. These 6 levels have been incredibly difficult to advance. The first 4, each one was incredibly difficult. With the World Stone's feedback, I advanced 6 levels in one go. It feels so good. Ash stretched, making the towering peak even more imposing. Comparisons are dreadful. Alice gazed at the towering peak, a wave of envy and jealousy rising. It's not just that she's not as strong as them, but she can't compare to them in this regard either. The secret villa. Zhou Jiahui reported the latest situation to Lin Luo, noting that many ordinary people had awakened superpowers. Next, the higher the level, the greater the benefits. Zhou Jiahui's level rose from 86 to 91, successfully ascending to true godhood. We humans have benefited greatly, and so have Earth's wildlife. Most wildlife are relatively docile, and haven't done anything outrageous, but some are more ambitious, and have begun destroying human cities. Zhou Jiahui often reported matters to Lin Luo, who then decided how to proceed. Director Chen Limei was more of an assistant, making decisions only after Lin Luo's absence. Kill those malicious wildlife as soon as possible. If possible, let some newcomers train there. Okay. Lin Luo finished his conversation with Chen Limei and headed towards the purple bamboo forest. The purple bamboo forest seemed unusual today, less vibrant than before. You're here. Guanyin smiled. Lin Luo felt something in his heart and asked, Bodhisattva, are you leaving? Guanyin took a sip of tea and said, I am. Is it because of me? Didn't the Buddha send you back? Lin Luo asked urgently. It's not entirely your fault, it's also my own fault. Guanyin shook her head. You reached level 119. The World Stone will report soon. Even if you break through to the Divine King level, it won't be much different. I told you almost everything I know. There's no point in staying here. I was a little worried, but after you subdued the 20th rune god, that worry is gone. He knows more than I do, so he can naturally help you more. Of course, the Buddha also told me to leave. The 4 Divine Kings and the 4 Dragon Kings put pressure on me, believing that I leaked the plan for the Dark Orb, which led to its failure. Lin Luo asked worriedly, Bodhisattva, will you be punished when you return? Guanyin shook her head. There will be punishment, but it's not a big deal. The Divine King doesn't have the ability to break through the laws of the devouring world, so his life won't be in danger. Okay. Lin Luo couldn't persuade him to stay. Don't feel bad. Sometimes, a temporary separation is just the beginning of a better encounter. Guanyin brewed a pot of tea for Lin Luo and handed it to him. After this, we see each other again. Okay, I believe we see each other soon. If you really can't bear it, you could enter the devouring world. Then I take you on a tour. Guanyin joked. It's my honor to have such a beautiful woman like Guanyin take me on a tour of the devouring world. Lin Luo joked back. Let's say goodbye now. Guanyin brewed a pot of tea for him, and the two chatted and sipped it. The two of them said no parting words, and Guanyin vanished before Lin Luo. To be precise, Guanyin had never descended to Earth. This body was a form she had transformed into using a special item. I lost a dear friend, Lin Luo sighed. Master, don't be too sad. Sister Bodhisattva simply went to the devouring world for some business. I believe we meet again soon. Besides, you still have me. The Yunshu succubus embraced Lin Luo from behind, and he felt a strong, soft sensation behind him. You missed me, didn't you? Lin Luo held the Yunshu succubus in his arms. The Yunshu succubus understood his feelings best, and she was wearing a JK outfit and white stockings. The Yunshu succubus's slightly plump figure accentuated the JK outfit, making every part of her body exude an extremely alluring presence. The white stockings accentuated her long, straight legs, and her skin was white, flawless. Pure and voluptuous. The Yunshu succubus used the clip-on sounds again, flirting with Lin Luo. Any normal man would be unable to resist the allure of Yunshu succubus. The Yunshu succubus's pupils formed a heart shape. Master, let's go back to the room. I just received feedback from the World Stone. I increased 4 levels in one go. I don't know if it's too fast, but I'm feeling very uncomfortable. Your situation is quite dangerous. I need to take you to the room for a thorough examination. Lin Luo led Yunshu succubus into the room for a more thorough examination. After the examination, Lin Luo discovered that Yunshu succubus had some physical problems. The World Stone feedback was so excessive that it was almost overflowing. It wasn't just a case of sexual irritation. He helped Yunshu succubus resolve her illness, and in return, Yunshu succubus accepted him with her body. Chapter 275. Land of 10,000 Buddhas. The sound of chanting continued, and the Buddhas silently recited, their bodies radiating a radiant glow. The Buddhas are performing morning prayers, and cannot welcome guests yet. Please wait here. I am the Dark God King. I am not here as a guest, but to settle accounts. A noise came from outside the door. The Buddha opened his eyes. Let the donors outside in. The Dark God King rushed into the Buddha's room. The Buddhas stopped chanting and stared at him. He felt immense pressure, and his original arrogance suddenly subsided. The land of the gods and the land of 10,000 Buddhas were the two eras with the most gods entering. When the Dark God King arrived at the land of 10,000 Buddhas, he discovered that there was still a huge gap between the two. The land of the gods had many gods, but their quality could not compare to the land of 10,000 Buddhas. The Buddha had many powerful gods under his command, and there were more than a dozen peak gods. The Dark God King feared the Buddha's attack on him, yet at the same time, he felt a surge of envy. After Lucifer's death, he was practically a single commander. The Buddha's expression shifted. Dark God King, how did you find time to come to me today? The Dark God King grumbled, Buddha, you're asking questions knowingly. You know better than I do. The ancient Buddha, burning lamp, beside him, opened his eyes and angrily barked, we in the land of 10,000 Buddhas haven't provoked you. How dare you speak to the Buddha? That's just how I speak. What can you do to me? The Dark God King felt deeply humiliated by being reprimanded by a peak-level celestial god. The ancient Buddha, burning lamp, was furious and about to say something, but the Buddha stopped him with a wave of his hand. Randang, don't be angry. I believe the Dark God King must have come here for a reason, and he's not deliberately looking for trouble. Okay, Lord Buddha. The ancient Buddha Dipankara sat down again. The Dark God King felt a sense of relief, yet he was still somewhat suspicious. Logically, he shouldn't have felt this way. The ancient Buddha Dipankara was only a peak-level celestial being, and couldn't have put such pressure on him. The Dark God King believed that the pressure was caused by the large number of celestial beings around him. The Buddha Tathagata said, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. I, Tathagata, am not narrow-minded. I won't do anything rude just because you said something wrong. I wouldn't dare. I, the Dark God King, am here on behalf of 5 other God Kings. The Dark God King straightened his chest, and called out the 4 other God Kings behind him. He recounted the main events, suggesting that the failure of his plan was primarily due to Guanyin. The Buddha Tathagata asked, Avalokitesvara, have you ever done any of these things? Avalokitesvara replied, I was the one who suggested finding the World Stone to strengthen Earth, but I wasn't aware of the Dark King's plan. This was a fortunate accident. Although the Dark King's plan failed primarily because of you, you must take responsibility. From now on, you will face the wall, and not descend into the real world again. Do you accept this punishment? I accept it. The Dark King was very dissatisfied with the Buddha Tathagata's punishment of Avalokitesvara. Buddha, you are too partial to your subordinate. She ruined my plan and led to the deaths of Poseidon and Ao Shun, and this is how you deal with her. If you're dissatisfied, I can let you deal with Avalokitesvara. The Tathagata said expressionlessly. The Dark King really couldn't handle Avalokitesvara. In the real world, he could kill her himself. However, due to the rules of the devouring world, he could not harm Guanyin. The Dark God King said, Guanyin is yours, and you must also bear responsibility. Tathagata nodded and said, I will take action. Tell me how? Don't rush. Once this human overcomes the next difficult situation, I still have time to take action. The next difficult situation? The Dark God King asked in confusion. Tathagata said bluntly, this human devoured Ao Shun and gained 40% of the ancestral dragon bloodline. He already has nearly 40% of it, and he has also received feedback from the World Stone. The World Stone will provide the user with the greatest benefit. This benefit will likely help this human increase his bloodline concentration, potentially resulting in him gaining 90% of the ancestral dragon bloodline. The Dark God King said, isn't this a good thing? Tathagata did not respond, staring at the Dark God King, letting him figure it out for himself. The Dark God King pondered for a moment and asked, this human possesses over 90% of the ancestral dragon's bloodline. Will the ancestral dragon within him be revived? Tathagata nodded and said, as a top-tier God King, the ancestral dragon is not easily slain. As long as the ancestral dragon bloodline exceeds 50% of all living beings in this world, the ancestral dragon will be revived within him. The Dark God King sneered, if this human's ancestral dragon bloodline reaches 90%, his chances of death will be even higher. Indeed? Tathagata said, don't worry. Wait until his ancestral dragon bloodline is revived. If the ancestral dragon controls this human, it would be equivalent to the ancestral dragon's resurrection, which would be a troublesome situation in the future. The Dark God King frowned. Let me ask you, would you rather face the ancestral dragon or this human? You don't need to answer. I know what you mean. Buddha Tathagata closed his eyes. The Dark God King left the land of 10,000 Buddhas without further delay. During the ancestral dragon's heyday, He was devoured and slain by the combined forces of the devouring God Kings. After his resurrection, the Dark God King felt he didn't need to intervene, as some others would rush to do so. Among them was Buddha Tathagata, who was the one who could least tolerate the ancestral dragon's resurrection. Li Qianqiu, you performed well on your recent missions. After your superior's assessment, they're planning to allow you to enter the disaster shelter, most likely as an investigator. Li Shuhua, the captain of the nearby residential complex, said. Li Qianqiu hesitated. Captain, can I not go? Li Shuhua frowned. Why not? This opportunity is unattainable to others, and you're the one who refuses it. I know, but... Li Qianqiu lowered his head. Li Shuhua advised, I know you're reluctant to leave our team because of Su Qingqiu, but we have to look forward. You can't always keep your eyes on Qingqiu. If Qingqiu didn't have a boyfriend and was interested in you, I would help you reject her application. But if someone else has a boyfriend and doesn't like you, forced marriages don't work. But I don't want to give up yet. Don't rush to decide. We still have 3 days. Think it over and give me your answer. Okay, I think it over. Li Qianqiu emerged, his face darkening. It's really troublesome, fighting these ants. If it were me from the past, I would have killed them long ago. The real Li Qianqiu is long dead. His true identity is Bai Zhe. After receiving orders from Emperor Jun, Bai Zhe entered Earth via the Space Stone. His primary mission was to monitor the nine-tailed fox Daji. His earlier feigned affection was just a show. The last time Bai Zhe saw Lin Luo, he considered taking action. Upon learning that Ao Shun had descended upon Earth, Bai Zhe immediately abandoned the idea of attacking him. Lin Luo possessed considerable combat prowess, and his attack wasn't guaranteed to secure victory. Bai Zhe, an extremely intelligent being, decided to pass the risk to Ao Shun. The result was Ao Shun's death, and the human Lin Luo's victory. Bai Zhe breathed a sigh of relief, thankful he hadn't taken action. Chapter 276. The human Lin Luo devoured Ao Shun, and will soon receive feedback from the World Stone. I'm no match for him. What should I do next? Bai Zhe considered kidnapping Su Daji to threaten Lin Luo into submission. He quickly abandoned the idea. Lin Luo and Su Daji had a mediocre relationship. The last time Su Daji and Lin Luo kissed, it didn't progress to a sexual relationship. Bai Zhe thought it over, and decided not to kill Lin Luo. Di Jun's mission had to be completed, but he couldn't sacrifice his own life. Bai Zhe wouldn't do something so foolish as to sacrifice his own life to complete the mission. Qianqiu, come over and help. Qingqiu has taken leave today, and I can't handle it alone. Your leave is temporarily cancelled. Li Shuhua said embarrassedly. Qingqiu rarely takes leave. Why did he suddenly take leave today? Bai Zhe asked in confusion. Li Shuhua replied, it seems something happened to Qingqiu's boyfriend, but I don't know the details. Bai Zhe's pupils paled, and he beckoned, tell me everything you know. Okay. Li Shuhua's eyes grew glassy, and she told Bai Zhe everything she knew. Someone from the disaster shelter had come over, saying something was wrong with Su Qingqiu's boyfriend, and that Su Qingqiu was needed to check on him. Li Shuhua was quite surprised to learn that Su Qingqiu's boyfriend was someone special. With her authority, she wasn't allowed to know the identity of Su Qingqiu's boyfriend. Lin Luo is experiencing something unusual. Is this true or false? Bai Zhe was able to glean a great deal from these details. He quickly deduced that Lin Luo's condition, due to the ancestral dragon bloodline in his veins, had become so severe that he couldn't control himself. If I sneak attack Lin Luo and devour him, will I be unable to ascend to God King? Bai Zhe came up with a brilliant plan. While Ancestral Dragon and Lin Luo were fighting for control of his body, he attacked and devoured his entire body. Bai Zhe had been stuck at level 119 for a long time, unable to break through due to his high bloodline. With 90% of Ancestral Dragon bloodline, if he could devour it, he would definitely be able to break through. There's an old saying in Yen country, fortune and honor are sought in danger. Bai Zhe decided to head to the secret villa. With his intelligence, he already knew where Lin Luo lived. As he approached, he felt a powerful energy fluctuation. Just as I expected. Satisfied with the result, Bai Zhe decided to wait outside. Lin Luo would surely emerge from the villa if he couldn't suppress the ancestral dragon within him. He would then observe Lin Luo's condition and decide whether to take action. You're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. A familiar figure appeared before Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe's face paled with fear, and he quickly explained, you're Su Qingqiu's boyfriend. I heard he'd taken leave, and I was very concerned. After some inquiries, I learned you lived here, and I thought I'd come over to see you. Lin Luo said coldly, you're quite impressive. You figured out where I lived just by asking around. With your authority, I'm afraid you don't have the credentials to do that. Since you know everything, I won't pretend anymore. Bai Zai's smile froze, his face darkening. You were sent to Earth by Emperor June to monitor Daji, right? Lin Luo asked. You guessed right. I was sent by Emperor June to monitor this bitch, but she's completely disobedient. Not only did she not attack you, she even helped you, using her innate energy to help stabilize your bloodline level. Bai Zai said angrily. When I went to kill Ao Shun, you chose not to attack me. You're attacking me now, thinking I might have some health issues, right? Lin Luo said, his eyes half closed. Bai Zai observed Lin Luo carefully. Stop pretending. You're in serious trouble now, and you're pretending you're fine. You're right. I do have serious health issues. Lin Luo transformed into a dragon. His massive head grew even longer, his mouth filled with sharp fangs, and his whiskers stretched long. His entire body was covered in dragon scales, emitting a dazzling golden glow. He was already nearly 20,000 meters long, and his 5 dragon claws had grown into 6. Lin Luo no longer needed to activate his bloodline specifically to transform into an ancestral dragon. He possessed 90% of the ancestral dragon's bloodline, and every part of his body was already very similar to that of a true ancestral dragon. Bai Zai forced himself to remain calm and asked, Aren't you afraid the ancestral dragon will resurrect within you? Lin Luo's expressionless face remained. I already suppressed the ancestral dragon. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. By devouring you, I'd be able to break through to the Divine King level, and then I'd be able to completely suppress the ancestral dragon within me. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child who listened to your lies? Bai Zai transformed into his true form, a gigantic sheep-like monster with a single, massive horn, powerful limbs, and a blanket of snow-white fur. Lin Luo controlled his massive dragon body, slashing at Bai Zai with 6 sharp golden claws. Bai Zai tried to dodge, but it was too late. He used a single horn to counter Lin Luo's golden claws. The two collided, creating a resounding sound. A huge pit formed beneath Bai Zai, causing him to shrink considerably. Lin Luo exhaled a 5-colored flame, enveloping Bai Zai. Bai Zai felt an unbearable burning sensation throughout his body, and forcibly resisted the 5-colored flames. Is this guy really alright? After a brief exchange, Bai Zai knew he was no match for Lin Luo. He had prepared a retreat plan before coming, planning a way to escape in case Lin Luo was alright. There's no way he's alright. He's probably just holding on. Bai Zai continued to persevere, fending off Lin Luo's attacks. He still didn't believe Lin Luo could suppress the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon was a top-tier divine king, not easily suppressed. Golden dragon claws pierced Bai Zai's fur and burrowed into his flesh. A white light emanated from Bai Zai, and he instantly gained immense strength, forcibly throwing Lin Luo away. He flung Lin Luo away with such force that his wounds were cut open, and blood gushed from the wound. Ah! Bai Zai screamed in agony. Lin Luo showed no sign of relenting, and attacked again. He plummeted from the air at breakneck speed, his sharp claws tearing through a gaping wound. Bai Zai felt a tremendous force from above, tearing him in two. Blood flowed down his white fur, staining the area red. I almost killed him. Lin Luo stopped fighting, and the bloody scene before him vanished. In its place was a shattered glass, its underside a mass of shards. Then Lin Luo sensed the suppressed ancestral dragon stirring once more. The ancestral dragon said, You were able to transform into a 5-clawed golden dragon thanks to the bloodline I left behind in the devouring world. You are exceptional, far more exceptional than most of my descendants. After so much time, either their ancestral dragon bloodline hasn't exceeded 50%, or they're trying to prevent me from resurrecting in their bodies, and controlling their own ancestral dragon bloodline. You are the only one who meets my resurrection requirements, with a 90% ancestral dragon bloodline content. It seems my wish for rebirth is about to come true. Lin Luo said coldly, You're so nice now, but why did you come here and try to take over my body? Chapter 277. Lin Luo digested Ao Shun's ancestral dragon bloodline, and its concentration reached 80%. After the World Stone's feedback concluded, the concentration of his ancestral dragon bloodline was further refined, reaching 90%. Lin Luo had no time to rejoice before something strange happened to his body. An extra consciousness emerged within him, immediately seizing his own body. Lin Luo opened his clairvoyance, allowing him to temporarily suppress the ancestral dragon within him. Not long after suppressing the ancestral dragon, he sensed a powerful presence approaching. This person was none other than Li Qianqiu, whom Lin Luo had met previously. Last time, Lin Luo sensed something was wrong with Li Qianqiu, But he didn't delve into the issue, preoccupied with dealing with Ao Shun. Lin Luo decided to repel Li Qianqiu, otherwise the women in the villa would be in danger. After the previous battle, the ancestral dragon had revived and was resisting, and Lin Luo was beginning to find it difficult to suppress it. Zulong said confidently, I was just testing you. If you don't have the ability to stop me, you're not qualified to cooperate with me. Lin Luo said, you're quite good at persuasion. I thought you were a simple person, which is why you were targeted by the Buddha Tathagata. It seems you're much smarter than I thought. Zulong said angrily, the Tathagata is a villain. He couldn't defeat me alone, so he joined forces with other god kings to attack me. Otherwise, how could I have lost so badly? I remember that when the Buddha Tathagata descended into the dragon era, he was only a peak-level god. You're already a top-level god king. He shouldn't even be qualified to fight you. You underestimate the Buddha Tathagata. He's been a god king for a long time, pretending to be a peak-level god. Is he showing his rank now that he's a god king? Buddha Tathagata's level is 126, roughly equivalent to a junior god king, Lin Luo replied. Zulong snorted coldly, this guy is truly adept at disguising himself. He's already been a god king, yet he insists on pretending to be a peak celestial god. Now, he's finally let himself go and revealed his true level. Is it possible that Buddha Tathagata has made further progress, revealing his apparent god king realm? That makes sense. As expected of a human who has inherited 90% of my bloodline, his wisdom rivals mine. Are you praising me or disparaging me? After my death, Buddha Tathagata repeatedly disparaged me to avoid revealing his true strength. I ask you, how can a being who can become a top-level god king be a fool? Zulong said indignantly. You have a point. Lin Luo believed Zulong was right. Buddha Tathagata could be called the embodiment of wisdom, and there was more to him than meets the eye. Many myths of the Yin Kingdom are fictional, but many are true. In Yin Kingdom mythology, Tathagata, the Jade Emperor, and Di Jun are all powerful beings of the same realm. The Jade Emperor and Di Jun are top-level god kings, but Tathagata is a first-generation god king. Lin Luo believed that Tathagata was hiding his abilities. He was on the same level as the previous two. Zulong, seeing the time was right, tempted, I just read some of your memories, and know you want to use your power to fight the entire devouring world. The devouring world possesses far too powerful beings for you to resist. I, a top-level god king, failed, not to mention you haven't even reached the god king realm yet. Lin Luo frowned, are you trying to persuade me to give up? You misunderstood. I'm not trying to persuade you to give up. I'm actually moved by your spirit. Back then, I was just like that too. I wanted to fight the devouring world with my own strength, but no one around me would support me. Even my 4 biological sons betrayed me and chose to join the Buddha Tathagata. I'm not saddened by your killing of my sons. On the contrary, I feel relieved. All 4 of them have achieved this because of me. When I was in danger, they chose to help the Buddha Tathagata instead of me. Zulong's words were often meant to flatter Lin Luo. Rather than lowering his guard against Zulong, Lin Luo grew even more wary of him. Zulong was a straightforward, unpretentious man, and Lin Luo considered him easy to deal with. Since Zulong was a man without any scheming, Lin Luo believed he could cooperate. Unfortunately, Zulong was quite scheming, and not as easily fooled as the rumors suggested. And when Zulong spoke of his deceased son, Ao Shun, he showed no trace of sadness, revealing his cold-blooded nature. Lin Luo said expressionlessly, some things can be said directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. Zulong feigned satisfaction, you're truly a straightforward person. We both share the same aspirations. We can definitely work together. As a top-tier divine king, I can be of great help to you, and help you gain even greater power. What do you think? Do you want to cooperate with me? His voice echoed in Lin Luo's heart, a soothing sound, as if imbued with a special magical power. Before Lin Luo could answer Zulong, the rune god spoke first, don't listen to this guy. He's only cooperating with you now, because you have 90% of the ancestral dragon bloodline, which has only just revived. Your strength hasn't yet reached peak recovery, but once he's able to kill you, he definitely attack you and won't cooperate with you again. Zulong said sarcastically, I was wondering why I felt uncomfortable. It turns out it's you, this filthy creature, that's in your body. You should know that these 5 special beings are more dangerous than any power in any era. Bah! The rune god said indignantly, I am a rune god, yes, I help the devouring world devour the creatures of every real world, but when it comes to despicableness, I still can't compare to you, you old pervert. Zulong said angrily, you bastard, don't you even consider your own identity? A rune god of who knows how many generations, Yet, you only have the strength of a high-ranking celestial god. You still dare to criticize me? Your first-generation rune god is here to say I'm more than capable of it. The rune god scolded, at your peak, you only possess the strength of a top-tier god king. My second generation possesses that strength. If my first generation appeared, you'd probably piss yourself. You idiot. Zulong, unable to argue with the rune god, said to Lin Luo, I made my words clear. If I say any more, you suspect I have ulterior motives. It's your choice to cooperate or not. I won't force you. What if I don't cooperate? Lin Luo asked. Zulong replied, it's alright if you don't cooperate. You can find me a body to inhabit. When a powerful dragon descends, you can replace me with another, preferably one of my 3 sons. Rune God advised, choose the second option. Find this Zulong a body. Don't cooperate with this old scoundrel. Lin Luo thought for a moment, and said, I'm willing to cooperate. Rune God quickly said, Lin Luo, you must think carefully. This old scoundrel may not be as clever as the Buddha, but he's just as difficult to deal with. Zulong was furious. You, Rune God, are overreaching. If it weren't for Lin Luo's sake, I'd kill you first. Chapter 278. The Rune God persisted in his persuasion, you must think it over carefully. This Zulong is a scoundrel. If you cooperate with him, he devour you to the bone. Lin Luo interrupted, I have my own judgment. Stop talking. Zulong chuckled smugly, shut up, you bastard. Didn't you hear what Lin Luo said? Could it be that Supreme Heaven misjudged something? Lin Luo insisted on cooperating with Zulong, and the Rune God began to doubt what had happened earlier. Supreme Heaven was fighting Pangu and even distracted himself, trying to kill Lin Luo. He quickly dismissed the idea. Supreme Heaven was omniscient and almighty, and it was impossible for him to make a mistake. Is it possible that Supreme Heaven wasn't paying attention to Lin Luo himself, but to Lin Luo's body? If Zulong were to control this body in the future, he might even reach the legendary realm of the Creator God. The Rune God considered a possibility. He stopped trying to persuade him. He had already done enough, and in many ways, he had already crossed the line. Clear your mind, and let me help you improve your body. You possess 90% of my bloodline, but many areas are not being utilized effectively. After I help you improve it, you will be even more powerful when using my bloodline. Zulong began planning the first step, helping Lin Luo improve his body. He meant it. Lin Luo absorbed Zulong's bloodline too quickly, causing numerous problems. After Zulong's transformation, Lin Luo would be able to use his power more smoothly. Most importantly, Zulong's control over this body would surpass Lin Luo's. Lin Luo transformed into a dragon body and handed it over to Zulong. Zulong began helping Lin Luo transform his body, and the sound of bones crackling resonated throughout his body. Lin Luo's aura grew stronger, drawing ever closer to the level of a god king. It's over, the Rune God sighed. He was somewhat pessimistic about his future. Soon, Lin Luo would no longer be the master of this body, and Ancestral Dragon would be its master. Given Ancestral Dragon's aversion to special beings, the Rune God's fate was foreseeable. I have already transformed your body. You inherit 90% of Ancestral Dragon's bloodline. With my transformation, your combat power will rival that of the Dark God King and the Light God King. Ancestral Dragon, not greedy for control of the body, voluntarily returned it to Lin Luo. It wasn't that he didn't want to take the body, but rather that he was prepared to endure it. Ancestral Dragon had just been resurrected from this body, and was in a relatively weak state. He had the ability to kill Lin Luo and gain control of this body, but he couldn't do it 100%. Lin Luo could go all out and destroy this body. Thank you very much. Lin Luo opened his heavenly eyes again and suppressed Ancestral Dragon. He quickly regained his human form. Lin Luo transformed into a dragon, possessing the Ancestral Dragon's bloodline, allowing the Ancestral Dragon to control him. In his human form, Lin Luo had very little Ancestral Dragon bloodline, leaving the Ancestral Dragon with no control. I almost lost control of my body to the Ancestral Dragon. Lin Luo battled by Zay, overusing his Ancestral Dragon bloodline. The Ancestral Dragon was able to break free from the suppression and immediately counterattack Lin Luo. Lin Luo chose to play along, allowing the Ancestral Dragon to transform his body, only to suppress him once more. The Ancestral Dragon, realizing he had been tricked, roared, "How dare you deceive me? Believe it or not, I kill you." Lin Luo laughed, "Senior, what do you mean? I just transformed back into a human. Why are you so angry? Besides, I usually use a human body. Didn't you deliberately transform back into a human?" "I said I always use a human body." Zulong temporarily suppressed his anger and said, "I can trust you. Now transform into a dragon and prove your innocence. I made it very clear just now, Lin Luo said coldly. You absolutely did this on purpose. You have no intention of cooperating with me at all, Zulong said angrily. The rune god taunted, you old scoundrel. Even I know your intentions, let alone the dragon god. Cooperating with you is like courting death. You won't even know how I kill you. Shut up, Zulong said gravely. Are you sure you don't want to cooperate with me? If you miss this opportunity, you have no chance, Lin Luo said calmly. Who said I won't cooperate with you? I just want to transform back into a human. Zulong snorted coldly. I don't care whether you did it intentionally or not. If you transform back into a dragon now, we can talk. If you do, I won't hold back next time. Whatever you want, Lin Luo said calmly. You regret it, Zulong said angrily. Lin Luo stopped talking to Zulong as the women hurried over. Leading the group, Daji wore casual clothes, but they couldn't hide her curvy figure. Her natural allure emanated a captivating aura. When it came to allure, even the succubus Yunshu couldn't compare to Daji. Daji frowned slightly and asked, Lin Luo, how are you feeling now? Lin Luo replied, fortunately, I temporarily suppressed the ancestral dragon. If I were to transform back into a dragon, I might not be able to suppress him, and he would likely seize control of my body. The Yunshu succubus asked anxiously, is there any way to suppress it? Lin Luo shook his head, I haven't thought of anything yet. I do have a way to help you, Daji said, biting her red lips. What method? Lin Luo asked. Daji made a decision and said, will you come with me to the next room? Okay. Trusting Daji that she wouldn't harm him, Lin Luo followed her into the same room. Daji took a deep breath and said, I want to tell you something. Some creatures are born without parents, but are born from heaven and earth. Lin Luo said, you mean the chicken-egg theory? Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Daji nodded and said, yes, your chicken-egg theory can also explain it. Regardless of whether the chicken or the egg came first, one must ultimately appear to lead to the continuation of life. For example, the 5 special beings in the devouring world appear in each new era, but the strongest are always the first generation. And I am a special being. I am one of the first generation of the nine-tailed fox. When you helped me strengthen my bloodline last time, did you use the aura that belonged to your first generation? Lin Luo asked. Daji nodded again and said, that's right. Our first generation was born of heaven and earth, possessing the purest aura. This aura is called evolutionary chi, and it can be used to enhance all aspects of living things. I explained so much to you, because I'm planning to transfer the evolutionary chi to you. It will help you temporarily suppress the ancestral dragon. Last time, you transferred the evolutionary chi to me through kissing. What are you planning to do this time? Lin Luo guessed what might happen. Daji blushed and said, I am the first generation of nine-tailed foxes. The other nine-tailed foxes mate with each other, continuing their lineage. As the nine-tailed fox tribe grew in number, they jointly established the Qingqiu kingdom. And I received special care. I don't need to reproduce, maintaining the purest innate aura. Unlike in your Yin kingdom mythology, I am King Zhou's wife. King Zhou di Xian and I were simply collaborating. Ultimately, King Zhou di Xian refused to leave the Qingqiu era and died there. I entered the devouring world. At some point, Daji had unzipped her blouse and removed it, revealing her impressive underwear. Chapter 279. Her skin was whiter than snow, radiating a gentle glow. Daji removed her casual pants, revealing a pair of slender, white thighs, calves devoid of excess fat, and feet with pearly toes. This body was a work of art, flawless as could be. Lin Luo, a seasoned driver, was still amazed by Daji's beauty. Daji's face flushed even more. We, the first generation, possess the chi of evolution. With its blessing, we are stronger than any subsequent generation. I use the dragon race as an analogy, so you can understand better. The strongest of the dragon race is the ancestral dragon. When a dragon becomes powerful enough, it's considered a reversion to its ancestral form. We, the nine-tailed fox, are the same. The same is true for you humans. Pangu, Huahuang, Fuxi Yindi, and Huangdi are all first-generation humans. The more generations, the weaker we become. First-generation creatures are perfunctory, so their strength is much weaker. I, the nine-tailed fox, purposely preserved the first generation and never reproduced. You understand what I mean? Lin Luo nodded. I understand. Daji forced composure and said, you Earth humans are so weak because you lack the chi of evolution. I give you the chi of evolution, and you be able to temporarily suppress the ancestral dragon. I know what I should do. Lin Luo embraced Daji, her smooth, white skin like jade. Daji had made it clear. If he didn't take the initiative, he was no different from an animal. I become a human now, and in many ways I'm just like you. You need to be gentle when the time comes. Don't worry, I be gentle. Lin Luo took the initiative to kiss her red lips, and Daji's eyes were filled with confusion. Her fair face flushed, a rosy glow adorning her fair skin. Lin Luo saw the time was right, and moved on to the next step. Daji was new to the car, and she didn't know much. She was like a novice, deferring to Lin Luo, the experienced driver, in everything. Under Lin Luo's guidance, Daji overcame her novice's barriers. New drivers often experience bumps and bumps, feeling obvious pain, and then fearing the pain, becoming hesitant to drive. As an experienced driver, Lin Luo felt it was his responsibility to help Daji with the driving. Daji then began to experience the joy of driving and actively took control. A silent night passed. Lin Luo, having received Daji's evolutionary energy, felt a noticeable improvement in his physical condition. Zulong noticed something unusual about Lin Luo and angrily asked, "What did you do last night? Why do you possess the evolutionary chi?" Lin Luo replied, "Why I possess the evolutionary chi has nothing to do with you." Zulong said gravely, "Don't think you can suppress me just because you possess the evolutionary chi. You never imagine how powerful I am. Thank you for the reminder. I find a way to increase the evolutionary chi within my body and completely suppress you. You bastard." Zulong was furious, but he didn't reveal too much to Lin Luo. Originally, he had a sure win. If Lin Luo transformed back into his dragon form, he would have 80% control of his body, unless he remained in human form forever. Lin Luo had gained the evolutionary chi, which allowed him to temporarily suppress him. After a certain period of time, if Lin Luo transformed from his dragon form back into his human form, Zulong would be unable to seize his body. Zulong was terrified that Lin Luo would acquire even more evolutionary chi and completely suppress him. After countless years, he finally found a chance to revive, and he didn't want to let it go. If he missed this opportunity, he might never have another. Atlantic Ocean. Did this human predict my arrival? Baizé panted, glancing behind him from time to time. He feared Lin Luo would chase him and kill him. Thankfully Lin Luo didn't, and he breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, Baizé sensed something was wrong again. Based on his understanding of Lin Luo's character, he knew he would hold nothing back against his enemies. There was no reason for Lin Luo to let him go. His divine power could destroy him at will. Baizé considered only one possibility. Lin Luo probably forced a fight with me. He briefly suppressed Zulong, but after the subsequent battle, he couldn't suppress Zulong anymore, and that's why he stopped pursuing me. He had just used his mirroring ability to successfully escape Lin Luo's pursuit. This mirroring ability only became usable after a certain period of time. If Baizé returned immediately, he worried he wouldn't be able to use his mirror image ability, and would be killed by Lin Luo. Even if Lin Luo's strength increased rapidly, it's hard to increase in such a short period of time. I better wait a few hours. Baizé suppressed the urge to return, waiting until his ability to escape was fully developed. Many men stronger than him had perished precisely because of this life-saving ability. Baizé found an island and rested for a while. As soon as the sun rose, Baizé eagerly flew to the Yin Kingdom. Baizé had always been an ambitious man, striving to surpass Di Jun one day. Opportunities to defeat the strong with the weak were rare, and Baizé didn't want to miss one. Baizé once again arrived in Lanhai City, revealing his true form. Lin Luo, hurry up and come out. I give you 3 minutes. If you don't show up within 3 minutes, I will destroy all of Lanhai City. The sky was filled with a white-furred, sheep-like monster. It looked like Baizé, a divine beast of immense wisdom from our Yin nation's mythology. Baizé is a symbol of good fortune in our Yin nation, but what he's saying now doesn't embody what good fortune should be. Is Baizé feeling a bit overwhelmed, thinking he's tired of living, and daring to challenge the dragon god? I think he's tired of living, too. Those who have challenged the dragon god have already died, and he's about to be next. Baizé's arrogant appearance over Lanhai City immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. Due to Lin Luo's undefeated record, the crowd was not optimistic about Baizé. Baizé's hearing was exceptionally sensitive, allowing him to hear the crowd's discussion. He angrily shouted, "What do you know? Your dragon god's body has become abnormal, and the ancestral dragon will soon seize his body. Perhaps he has already given up on you, and is ready to focus on dealing with the ancestral dragon within him. You are exaggerating. Our dragon god would never do such a thing. Our dragon god's character is unquestionable. Without him, we would have died long ago. You are deliberately saying this because you can't defeat the dragon god. If you're afraid, it would be better to flee. The crowd simply didn't believe Bai Zai's words. Bai Zai sneered, "What do you ants know? I don't bother arguing with you. If your dragon god doesn't appear at the appointed time, I will destroy all of Lanhai City." 2 or 3 minutes later, Lin Luo appeared before Bai Zai on time. "Didn't you say the dragon god fled? Now he's appeared on time. What do you say? If I were you, I flee immediately. The dragon god is very powerful. In Yin Nation mythology, Bai Zai is a very intelligent divine beast. I think this description is incorrect. He's a very stupid divine beast." When everyone saw Lin Luo appear in the air, they cheered. Lin Luo was their backbone. Without him, they felt the world would literally collapse. Chapter 280. Bai Zai narrowed his eyes slightly. "I'm surprised you showed up so punctually." Lin Luo said expressionlessly, "Actually, I think you're pretty foolish. You were nearly killed by me, and now you're here before me. Are you truly fearless?" Bai Zai's face sank. "You're facing imminent death, yet you're still threatening me. Don't think I don't know you can no longer suppress the ancestral dragon within you. It seems you're gambling on whether I can suppress the ancestral dragon within you. You're likely to lose today. I am gambling. I prefer to believe you can no longer suppress it. Are you sure of this choice?" Lin Luo asked. "Don't threaten me. I'm the most intelligent divine beast of the Golden Crow era, and I lived through countless epochs. The only person smarter than me is probably the Buddha Tathagata." Bai Zai replied. "You emphasized your wisdom, and claimed you weren't afraid. I don't want to waste time talking to you. If my guess is correct, you're still in human form, and probably can't transform into a dragon." "Who said I can't?" Lin Luo transformed into the ancestral dragon, and pounced towards Bai Zai. The 5-clawed golden dragon bloodline only made up 10% of his bloodline, while the ancestral dragon bloodline made up 90%. It wasn't surprising that he, now in dragon form, took on the appearance of the ancestral dragon. "You lunatic." Bai Zai cursed. He believed Lin Luo feared the ancestral dragon's backlash, and wouldn't easily transform into a dragon. Bai Zai intended to exploit this weakness to severely control Lin Luo. It was possible that Lin Luo would be devoured by him, and even then, he wouldn't transform into a dragon. Fortunately, Bai Zai's ability to survive had returned, and he quickly activated the Mirror Gate. The Mirror Gate could replace his death once, allowing Bai Zai to repeat his previous trick and escape. This time, however, he failed to escape, pierced by Lin Luo's dragon claws, blood staining his white fur. Bai Zai spat blood, his eyes glazed with blood as he said, "You're much stronger than before. How could you have become so much stronger in such a short time?" Lin Luo said, "I didn't want to tell you this, but thinking of the greater good, I'm telling you. Zulong is now working with me. He helped transform my body, making it more compatible with his bloodline, greatly enhancing my strength. This is all thanks to Zulong. That damn Zulong. Even after I die, I won't let him go." Before his death, Bai Zai used Yi Jun's light ball, which could carry his words. In the light ball, he blamed Zulong for his own death. Lin Luo didn't stop Bai Zai from releasing the light ball, thus fulfilling his last wish. Bai Zai's plot was excellent, but unfortunately, he lacked a deep understanding of Lin Luo, relying heavily on speculation. Some things were merely his speculations, imperfectly predictable, and failure was natural. Even Bai Zai couldn't get close. Lin Luo was cautious with outsiders. Why does this Bai Zai feel like a joke? He wasn't trying to provoke the dragon god, yet he was dispatched so quickly. Bai Zai was worried the dragon god wouldn't have enough to eat, so he sent himself here. He's a truly kind person, I have to say. Couldn't the devouring world send a stronger god? The dragon god dispatched Bai Zai so quickly, it wasn't even entertaining at all. Bai Zai made history as the fastest god to be killed by the dragon god. Faced with the mockery of the humans below, Bai Zai was furious. "You ants? If it weren't for Lin Luo protecting you, I would have devoured you all. And that Zulong, you're a moron. You're still cooperating with this human." Bai Zai cursed bitterly. "Are you done? We can go now." "Not yet." Bai Zai wanted to scold Lin Luo, but Lin Luo didn't give him the chance. He spit out 5 colored flames, roasting him. Lin Luo opened his dragon mouth and swallowed him whole. Eating barbecue every day is unhealthy. I'd boil it next time. Lin Luo muttered to himself before leaving. What did the dragon god just say? Eating barbecue every day is unhealthy. We should boil it next time. What did you mean by boiled? Luckily Bai Zai died quickly, otherwise he would have died of anger after hearing what the dragon god said. The dragon god's words are full of wisdom. We should learn from him. Eat less barbecue next time. It's unhealthy. Lin Luo is now a figure beyond all internet celebrities. Even a casual remark can be widely circulated. He returned to the secret villa, and Zulong sensed it. Zulong cursed that Bai Zhe is a complete loser. He fought you for barely a minute, and you killed him. If he had held out a little longer, I could have controlled your body. Lin Luo laughed. Bai Zhe calls you stupid, and you call Bai Zhe useless. Who's stupid and who's useless? Zulong angrily declared, You've been so complacent these past few days. I doubt the devouring world won't send powerful warriors to trouble you. You're now a peak celestial god, and the devouring world can connect to the real world. Lin Luo frowned. Isn't the devouring world already connecting to the real world? Do we need to do it again? Zulong, eager to redeem himself, gently coaxed, Don't you really want to know? I don't really want to know. Lin Luo shook his head. Zulong angrily said, You're saying these things just to disgust me. Even if you kneel down and beg me now, I won't tell you. You're so shameless. Who would kneel down and beg you? Lin Luo turned and asked the rune god. The rune god smiled and said, Some powerful eras will receive special care from the devouring world. For weaker eras, the devouring world, fearing the real world cannot handle them, chooses to partially connect them. This is like two continents. Some weak real worlds are connected by sea, while powerful eras are connected by plate to plate. Zulong angrily interrupted, You damn thing. What good is it for you to help this human? The rune god imitated He Tian's words. I, the rune god, do what I do. Why should I need others to tell me what to do? Zulong was so angry, he was about to explode. Sooner or later, you will be punished. When that happens, not only will others punish you, but the first generation of rune gods will too. The rune god said, You don't need to worry about that. Be quiet. Lin Luo once again suppressed Zulong to prevent him from saying anything. The rune god taunted, You're not threatening me, are you? I have the guts to keep talking. Lin Luo's face was solemn. You mean, I use the world stone to strengthen the earth, and my own strength has reached peak divine power, which means my era has reached a peak of power. The rune god nodded. Next, the major forces of the devouring world won't enter each region one by one. Instead, they occupy a single area, making it easier for the devouring world's gods to descend. Has the local war escalated into a full-scale war? Lin Luo frowned. That's understandable. The rune god nodded. I don't have much time left. I must find a way to suppress the ancestral dragon as soon as possible, otherwise, I won't be able to face the devouring world's arrival. Lin Luo explained a few things to the women, and chose to land in the devouring world. The rune god knew he hadn't fully understood the situation. He was a special being, and his knowledge of some things was limited. Lin Luo had to find the two human emperors, and ask them how to suppress the ancestral dragon. Don't you know what the Bodhisattva is doing? Guanyin was his biggest help. Whenever Lin Luo wanted to do something, he would consult her. Guanyin left so suddenly that Lin Luo felt uncomfortable. Chapter 281. Human Emperor Cave. Huang Di shook his head helplessly and said, I would love to help you, but our abilities are limited. We have no other way to suppress the ancestral dragon. Yindi said, Daji's transfer of evolutionary qi to you to help you suppress the ancestral dragon is indeed a good method. If you possess enough evolutionary qi, you will be able to suppress the ancestral dragon. Lin Luo asked, I came here primarily to inquire where I can obtain more evolutionary qi. Huang Di sighed and said, Evolutionary qi exists in every era and race. We humans rank very high among many races. Many humans possessed evolutionary qi back then, and we too are the first generation. Yindi continued, Our evolutionary qi is fading. It's almost consumed, and I can't give you much. But there's one person who can. Lin Luo had a vague guess. Could it be Nuwa? Huang Di nodded and said, It is indeed Nuwa. In your Yin Kingdom mythology, Nuwa is the deity who created the human race. In reality, Nuwa wasn't as powerful as you describe, but among the first generation of humans, she was the most gifted and possessed the most evolutionary energy. Lin Luo expressed his doubts. I learned from Daji that after a woman and a man reproduce, the amount of evolutionary energy in her body decreases significantly. Didn't you say that Nuwa and Fushi were husband and wife? Yindi said, to be precise, they were siblings. Huang Di. Lin Luo was even more confused. Huang Di explained, As the first generation of humans, we need to marry to keep the human population growing. We have an agreement that every first generation human must marry, except for Pangu, who is the most powerful of the first generation and the recognized human emperor. The Yin emperor said, Nuwa and Fushi are siblings, but that doesn't prevent them from being husband and wife. Many of the first generation of humans were related by blood, and others had children, but Nuwa and Fushi were special. You mean they weren't husband and wife? Lin Luo said. The Huang Emperor nodded and said, there are some things we won't discuss. These are private matters between the two human emperors. Now that you're so determined to fight the devouring world, you might be humanity's last hope. We must help you. The Yen Emperor sighed and said, we found a solution for you, but finding Nuwa won't be easy. Pangu, the most powerful being ever to enter the real world, took the initiative to enter the devouring world and battle the supreme heaven. After his defeat, Nuwa resorted to patching the sky. Packing the sky involves patching the hole in the real world, preventing the devouring world from connecting to the real world. Nuwa failed and disappeared into the devouring world. Fushi, after searching for Nuwa, also vanished. Huangdi said, this is all the information we can give you. You have to rely on yourself to find Nuwa. Yindi apologized, I'm truly sorry. This is all I can do for you. Lin Luo waved his hand and said, you two human emperors are too kind. You already helped me a lot. Huangdi asked, you should know something. The 20th rune god has already told you. It was said that the devouring world will connect to Earth, and the two worlds will connect, Lin Luo replied. Yindi said, the gods who descend next won't be one by one. It's likely that several will descend, and the difficulties you face will only grow greater. Huangdi said, you must remember this. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. It will be very difficult for you to occupy the entire Earth from now on. You must give up certain places when necessary. I understand that. I need the world-devouring god to descend so that I can devour them more effectively. Lin Luo nodded. Huangdi said with confidence, you've done an excellent job. We wouldn't necessarily do as well as you in your position. Back then, we were all about to ascend to God King status, but we had no choice but to enter the devouring world. Lin Luo smiled, two human emperors, please don't praise me, or I become proud. Yindi said, we're just being honest. Lin Luo, sensing the right atmosphere, said, two human emperors, do you want to descend to Earth? Huangdi pointed at Lin Luo and said, you little brat have bad intentions. You set your sights on us two old men. Yindi said, we said earlier. The Earth era is likely the last for humanity. The next human era will be the human era. With humanity losing its divinity, even survival will be difficult. Huangdi said, I told you before, we too hid in the devouring world not because we feared death, but because we hoped humanity would thrive through each era, poised for a resurgence. It's been over a dozen years since the last human era, and we've finally seen one, but there will be almost none left. We decided to go all in. We already decided when to enter Earth, and we definitely help you then, Yindi continued. Thank you, human emperors. Lin Luo thanked him. No need to thank me. Each of us is part of the human race. Everything we do is for the human race. Helping you is like helping myself. Huangdi spoke bluntly. Lin Luo chatted with the two human emperors for a while longer, and then left the human emperor cave. Rune God, I need your help with something. Dragon God, tell me. We're partners now. I tell you anything I know. How do you liberate a world devourer prisoner? Lin Luo asked. The Rune God hesitated, saying, there are many ways to liberate a world devourer prisoner. How to liberate the prisoner depends on the specific circumstances. I take you there. Yes. Lin Luo arrived at a dark place, completely engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light. A handsome man, shirtless, was bound in chains. This man was Hui. Hui smiled upon seeing Lin Luo approaching, saying, long time no see. I almost thought you'd forgotten me. Lin Luo offered a kind smile. How could I have forgotten, senior? If it hadn't been for your help, I might have perished at the hands of Apollo, the sun god. Hui said seriously, I believe that even without my help, you wouldn't have survived. I still believe that without your help, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Well, you're grateful, and my help wasn't in vain. You're now higher in rank than me, and it feels strange for you to call me senior. Then I call you Hui from now on. Lin Luo knew that in many eras, the strong were respected. He was being too humble, which not only didn't make Hui feel comfortable, but seemed deliberately demeaning. Of course. Hui asked, you didn't come to me just to thank me, did you? Lin Luo said bluntly, I'm going to take you back to the real world. Are you willing? Just as he finished his reply, the chains holding Hui were suddenly tugged. Hui, somewhat excitedly, asked, do you have a way for me to remove the restrictions, leave the devouring world, and enter the real world? Chapter 282. Hui was trapped in the devouring world for too long, forever in a dark place. He differs from Sun Wukong and Yang Jian. The latter two took the initiative to travel to remote locations, isolating themselves from outsiders, fearing that others would bring up past events. Hui was locked in the devouring world by Jun, unable to communicate with the outside world. Lin Luo asked, "Senior, are you willing to enter the real world?" Hui answered without hesitation, "As long as I can escape this hellish place, I'm willing to go anywhere. There's no light at all, and I don't even know what year it is. In all these long years, the only living being I ever spoken to is you. When Jun imprisoned me here, it was to torture me, to experience a torment worse than death. I felt it over the years. Now I'm thinking of ending my life sooner rather than later. Perhaps it would be a relief. If you don't help me, the devouring world will drain my power 2 or 3 times before I too die. I really can't bear to die here." Lin Luo continued, "Do you want revenge?" Hui was silent for a moment, then said dejectedly, "How can I take revenge? Jun is a top-tier god king. I might not even have the strength to resist him." "Are you just going to watch your wife die in vain?" Lin Luo's words gave Hui a moment of contemplation, and a complex expression crossed his face. His face was filled with determination. "I will not let my wife's death be in vain. Even if I cannot avenge her, I will not let her killer have an easy life." Lin Luo opened his inventory and placed the chains that bound Hui inside. The method was from the rune cult, but Lin Luo hadn't expected it to be so simple to remove Hui's seal. Lin Luo assumed he needed to find a divine artifact that would take a long time to break. He tried, and it worked. With his right hand free of the chains, Hui felt a sense of relief. He flexed his right hand and said happily, "It's been ages since I flexed my right hand like this. Soon your whole body will be able to move, and then you can descend to earth." Lin Luo removed both chains, leaving only the one on his right foot. A dazzling sun rushed towards the two men. The man who arrived was Dong Wangtai, his face filled with anger. "How dare you, you lowly human? Who allowed you to break the chains binding Hui? You're hell-bent on opposing our demon clan. Look at you, as if you let me go if I don't release Hui. Last time you said Juing to kill me, and after Juing failed, you sent the nine-tailed foxes Daji and Bai Zhe. Unfortunately, Daji is now my woman, and I already killed and devoured Bai Zhe," Lin Luo said bluntly. "What are you talking about? That bitch Daji not only didn't kill you, she even became your woman." Dong Wangtai's face flushed with anger. Daji was the woman his brother Jun had provided him. He was an extreme beauty-obsessed person, and his expectations for a woman's appearance were extremely high. Not only did she have to be extremely beautiful, with fair skin and a fragrant body, but she also had to be virtuous, gentle, and generous. Dong Wangtai had seen many beautiful women, but he had never seen anyone as beautiful as Daji. Hearing that Lin Luo had robbed his woman, Dong Wangtai almost lost control of his emotions. "What's wrong? Do you want to fight here?" Lin Luo challenged. "I'm going to kill you." Dong Wangtai lost control, transforming into a giant golden crow and attacking Lin Luo. The sun's true fire swept towards Lin Luo, attempting to devour him. Lin Luo watched the scene coldly, making no move. The sun's true fire didn't touch Lin Luo, but a strange force emerged, annihilating him. Pale black hands appeared, reaching out for Dong Wangtai. Dong Wangtai struggled to break free, but the black hands reaching out to him were shattered by the immense force. "Even if this is the devouring world, I will kill you." Dong Wangtai radiated an even brighter light, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Lin Luo entered the devouring world through the game pod, and as long as his sensory system was turned off, he wouldn't feel anything. When Dong Wangtai unleashed his terrifying flames, he felt an intense burning sensation, punctuated by occasional pain. Hui urgently said, "Lin Luo, you better leave first. This Dong Wangtai is crazy. He's willing to violate the rules of the devouring world to kill you." "It's okay. This is an opportunity for me, a chance to kill the devouring god king." Lin Luo didn't want to miss any chance to become stronger. Zulong sensed the changes outside and said excitedly, "Bai Zhe was indeed an idiot before, and now another idiot has come, trying to violate the rules of the devouring world and kill people. He doesn't know that if he kills someone, the devouring world will wipe him out, unless a living being from the real world takes action first." In order to integrate into the real world, the devouring world initially established many unequal treaties. Creatures that have just entered the devouring world can gain the devouring world's enhancements. After the devouring world enhancement period ends, the game is shut down. Creatures in the real world can enter the devouring world and gain its various benefits. Creatures in the devouring world cannot attack creatures from the real world, otherwise they will be punished. Zulong recognized Dong Wangtai, Jun's younger brother, who had attacked him in the past. Under normal circumstances, Zulong would have wanted to kill Dong Wangtai. But now, Zulong is grateful to Dong Wangtai, and hopes that Dong Wangtai can restrain Lin Luo. Lin Luo transformed into a dragon for a sufficient amount of time, and Zulong seized his body. Next, he would not give Lin Luo any chance, and would suppress him completely. After his previous defeat, Zulong would no longer underestimate Lin Luo. Though Lin Luo seemed to have lived only a short time, his wisdom was not much inferior to his own. The rune god warned Lin Luo, "Be careful of the ancestral dragon. He's eager for you to fight Dong Wangtai. If you stay in dragon form longer than the allotted time, the ancestral dragon will seize your body." Lin Luo said, "I know what you said, but sometimes you have to gamble." The ancestral dragon sneered, "I just like people like you who gamble." He silently watched as Lin Luo prepared to fight Dong Wangtai, without any intention of intervening. The ancestral dragon feared that his actions would cause Lin Luo to abandon his plan to devour Dong Wangtai. Just as Dong Wangtai was about to lose control, a man who bore a striking resemblance to him appeared. Dijun called out, "Tai, are you sure you want to attack now?" "Brother." Dong Wangtai's eyes cleared, and he stopped his next move. "That's not bad." Hui and the rune god rejoiced. Hui reasoned that Dong Wangtai, as a divine king, had limitations on his ability to devour worlds. Lin Luo might not be a match for Dong Wangtai, and would likely be killed. The rune god understood Lin Luo's strength and knew of Zulong's existence. He feared that Lin Luo would fight Dong Wangtai, giving Zulong an unwarranted advantage. Zulong was furious. These two guys almost made a move. "Dijuan, you were one of the masterminds who killed me back then, and now you ruined my plan. When I'm resurrected, I kill every member of your demon court." For a moment, his hatred for Dijuan surpassed Lin Luo's. "What a pity!" Lin Luo sighed. Chapter 283. "Luckily I arrived in time, otherwise you would have been in great danger today." Dijun breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother, this ant stole my woman and killed our number one demon master, Bai Zhe." Dong Wangtai, like a child, quickly complained to his brother. Dijun narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at Lin Luo. "You are so bold. You killed two of my demon masters, took my brother's woman, and now you come to the devouring world, and want to let my enemy go. Are you determined to fight me to the death?" Lin Luo said coldly, "I notice that you powerful people in the devouring world always have an inexplicable theory. I can only attack you, not others. You deserve to die for sending those two demon masters. It's impossible for them to attack me, and I can't resist, so I can only wait for death. Daji and I are in love. I don't care what your brother does. Let him go. Hui is simple. He's done me a favor, and I just want to piss you off." Hui, feeling relieved, said, "Well said." Dijun's eyes were cold, "Because I'm strong enough. The more fiercely you resist me, the more miserable your end will be. Are you sure you want to resist me?" Lin Luo said disdainfully, "I don't think you're much stronger than me." Dong Wangtai said angrily, "You're speaking so arrogantly here. My brother is a top-tier god king, only one step away from becoming a creator god. How dare you say such a thing? You make your brother sound so powerful, then how can he not kill me?" Lin Luo taunted. "You idiot." Dong Wangtai was furious. "There's no need to engage in verbal battles with this ant." Dijun's eyes remained cold as he looked at Hui and said, "Hui, you must think clearly. You can live longer here. If you leave, you will only die faster." Hui angrily said, "Don't try to trick me with that. I'm leaving." Dijun made another request. "I give you another choice. Stay here for 2 epochs, and I let you go. I won't pursue the murder of my 8 sons. And since you want to know about your wife, I can help you. Your wife may be resurrected." Hui hesitated when faced with his own life or death, but hesitated when he heard that his wife could be resurrected. Dijun smiled and said, "You definitely think I'm kidding you. You're only at the high level of a celestial god, far from a junior god king. How can you possibly know the power of a top-level god king? I already evolved to the pinnacle, only one level away from a creator god. Only when you reach my level will you understand how powerful I am." A figure appeared beside Dijun, a woman in an ancient white dress. The woman was incredibly beautiful, with crystal white skin and a tall figure, impeccable in every way. "My wife." Hui's eyes flushed, and his body began to tremble slightly. Chang's eyes also flushed. "My husband." "See? I didn't lie to you. I have the power to resurrect your wife." Dijun smiled smugly. "What do I have to do to revive my wife?" Hui asked. Dijun replied, "Stay here, and insult the human Lin Luo." "I can't do that. Lin Luo has helped me so much. I can take a step back, stay here, and not help this human." Hui and Dijun agreed that if Hui stayed in the devouring world for 2 epochs, Dijun would return his wife to him. Dijun's words were largely false, but Hui was willing to give it a try, if only to revive his wife. The rune god angrily said, Hui is despicable. You, dragon god, went to save him out of good intentions, but he actually gave it up for his wife. Dijun, a top-tier god king, couldn't save his wife. The wife Hui saw just now must have been created using Dijun's special methods. Should we warn Hui? Lin Luo shook his head. No, this is a test for Hui. He's not like Erlangshan and Sun Wukong, who have no worries. The devouring world's many gods can't threaten him. Hui's most important thing is his wife. If I persuade him to come back today, there's no guarantee someone will use Hui's wife to threaten him next time. My proactive persuasion could lead to him resentment. If he joins my team, he'd likely become a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. The rune god nodded. You have a point. Stable and trustworthy teammates are better than powerful ones. This little fox. Zulong thought Lin Luo was losing control and about to attack Hui. Most people would be furious if they saw someone repaying kindness with enmity. He had expected Lin Luo to remain inactive, but he hadn't expected him to be so calm. Zulong could only pray for a powerful opponent to appear. Lin Luo had no choice but to use his dragon form. When the energy of evolution threatened to overwhelm him, he didn't transform back into a human. Otherwise, Zulong's chances of success were slim to none. Dong Wangtai, seeing Lin Luo's misfortune, quickly taunted him, Lin Luo, aren't you amazing? My brother just said a few words, and the person you were trying to save betrayed him. What's there to brag about? I didn't even brag about the fact that I killed 2 demon masters. They were grilled and tasted really good. And Daji, if you hadn't sent her to me, we have been separated by over a dozen epochs, making it difficult for us to meet. Lin Luo retorted sarcastically. Go ahead and be complacent. You have your day when you cry. Dong Wangtai was furious, and it took him a long time to find a word. Dijun's eyes were cold, and he said, you're just an ant. What's there to brag about? I didn't value you before, which is why you've been successful so many times. Now I will, and you won't have any chance. You're quite capable, but you don't know your limits. Right now, you're still an ant in front of me. I can crush you with one hand. I'm looking forward to that day. Lin Luo wasn't afraid of him at all. After all, he couldn't defeat him. That day will come. Dijun's eyes grew even colder. My wife, let's end our reunion here. Although you are no longer my wife, I am already very happy to see your face again. Hui abandoned Chang'e and came to Lin Luo's side. Lin Luo, let's leave. Dong Wangtai was shocked and furious. Hui, you don't want your wife to be resurrected. Hui said coldly, you two take me for fools. I've been trapped here for a long time, but my mind is intact. Even if you, Dijun, are a top-level god king, you can't resurrect my wife. Dijun said, are you sure you want to give up? Every top-level god king is different. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't. Hui didn't hesitate any longer. If I can resurrect my wife, I'm willing to sacrifice my own life. But if I have to sacrifice others to revive my wife, I'd rather give up. You're good. Don't regret your choice today. Dijun left with a sullen face. Dong Wangtai angrily declared, next time you see me in the real world, don't kneel before us and beg for mercy. After saying this, he followed Dijun away. Chapter 284. Hui sighed as he watched the two leave. What's wrong? Are you reluctant? Lin Luo asked. Hui shook his head and said, I, Hui, am a man of integrity. I would never betray a friend because of personal matters. Actually, Dijun is playing a trick on you. He doesn't have the ability to resurrect your wife. I know that. If Dijun had the ability, he would have resurrected his 7 sons first, not my wife. You're the best at seeing things clearly. Lin Luo nodded. Hui said apologetically, this is my fault. If it weren't my fault, you wouldn't have provoked the demon court. I don't blame you. I'm fighting against the entire devouring world. Sooner or later, I become enemies with the powerful ones in the demon court. You're now at level 119, not far from becoming a divine king. What's the concentration of your ancestral dragon bloodline? 90%. Are you kidding? Hui asked in surprise. Lin Luo smiled bitterly, I'm not kidding. I'm worried about this right now. My ancestral dragon bloodline has reached 90%, and the ancestral dragon within me is about to awaken. Hui finally understood something. No wonder I saw you in human form today. I usually remember you in dragon form. You must be suppressing the ancestral dragon and maintaining your human form. Yes, Lin Luo said with a bitter smile. Hui asked, Is there any solution? Search for the evolutionary chi, and use it to suppress the ancestral dragon within you. No wonder I sense the aura of the first generation in you. Daji must have transferred the evolutionary chi to you. That's right. Without the evolutionary chi, I can't even transform into a dragon. It takes a while to transform into a dragon now. If I wait any longer, I might be possessed by the ancestral dragon. Lin Luo didn't hide it. That's serious. Hui pondered for a moment. I don't have the evolutionary chi, but I know several of our ancestors do. Tell me about it. Lin Luo found a connection to Niwa, but she was nowhere to be found. Hui said several of his ancestors possessed evolutionary chi, and Lin Luo could obtain some from them. Lin Luo didn't need a large amount of evolutionary chi, but he could suppress the ancestral dragon within him. To annihilate the ancestral dragon, he would need a vast amount of evolutionary chi. It's not good to say this here. Let's return to the real world first. Hui was afraid to tell Lin Luo what he said, fearing Di Jun and Dong Wangtai would hear. The two knew Lin Luo needed evolutionary chi, and would definitely prevent him from obtaining it easily. Lin Luo asked the rune god, "Is there any way to get Hui into the real world?" At that time, he had a teleportation jade talisman that could bring Sun Wukong and Yang Jian to the real world. Lin Luo could return through the game cabin, but Hui would have difficulty entering the real world. As a native of the devouring world, the rune god knew much more than Lin Luo. There are many ways to enter the devouring world, but none of them are practical. They're either too cumbersome or require a significant price. The rune god chose the best option. The devouring world will soon connect to the real world. We can return while the two are connected. Do you know where the devouring world connects? Lin Luo asked. Come with me. The rune god flew toward a location that appeared to contain a giant mirror. The mirror showed a ruined city on Earth, completely devoid of life. There were many similar ruins on Earth, and Lin Luo couldn't identify them at first. The rune god said, "We just need to wait patiently here. As the mirrors here become more and more solid, the spatial barrier will disappear, and we'll be able to enter the real world from the devouring world." Lin Luo frowned and said, "From now on, not only Hui and I will be able to enter the real world through here, but even the gods of the devouring world can enter through here." The rune god nodded and said, "Even those below the level of God King can enter. It seems I'd be under a lot of pressure in the future." Lin Luo sighed helplessly. Hui patted Lin Luo's shoulder and said, "I definitely help you share the pressure when I arrive on Earth. Thank you very much." After the passage connected to the real world, Lin Luo and Hui returned to Earth. Lin Luo stood high in the sky. Below them was a large island, surrounded by the sea. "It's Rhea again." Lin Luo couldn't help but smile. The first god descended to Rhea, and the connection point between the virtual and real worlds was also Rhea. Several disasters had caused Rhea's population to plummet. With this devouring world connection, Rhea might not even be able to maintain its territory. Of course, one nation was destined for disaster, and Lin Luo hoped it would be Rhea. He believed many Yen people shared the same sentiment. Hui flew back from afar, having just circled the Earth. Trapped in the devouring world for so long, I thought I'd never have the chance to return to the real world. I never imagined I'd be able to do so in my lifetime. The air is so fresh. Hui was as happy as a child. Have some fun. There's no rush. Your business is more important. Fun can wait. Lin Luo brought Hui to a villa and prepared to let him move in. The large villa already had 2 residents, Sun Wukong and Yang Jian. Their daily duties were to protect the Earth. If a crisis occurred in the Cataclysm shelter, someone would notify them to take action. They were free to do whatever they pleased. Sun Wukong had fallen in love with gaming, playing games like King of Fighters whenever he had time. From time to time, he played tower defense games like Honor of Kings and League of Legends, and because his skills were so poor, he often get into arguments. The other players would usually mock him for playing a monkey, saying, "I seen so many bad players, but I never seen anyone so bad." Some of the less sophisticated ones would even greet Sun Wukong's parents. Sun Wukong, having sprung from a stone, didn't mind greeting his parents. He was angry because they called him a bad player. He was Sun Wukong, the Sun Wukong playing the game, and someone actually called him a bad player. The identity Sun Wukong revealed often led people to mistake him for a psychopath. A few fearless souls wanted to see Sun Wukong, but after a video call, they were so frightened they turned off the call immediately. They feared Sun Wukong would come over with a club and beat them to death. Yang Jian's situation was even more bizarre than Sun Wukong's. He enjoyed filming short videos in disguise. The 3-eyed people looked almost identical to humans, and Yang Jian was undoubtedly a handsome man. He gave himself a sultry name, Erlang in your mind, comparable to a former live streamer named Shiotsai, who quickly became a major streamer. Yang Jian always covered his third eye with makeup during his live streams. In his words, he captivated others with his looks, not his mythological fame. When Lin Luo arrived with Hui, Sun Wukong and Yang Jian were just there. Lin Luo introduced them. This is Hui, whom I mentioned earlier. Yang Jian and Sun Wukong greeted Hui as a gesture of friendship, and Hui politely responded. Chapter 285. The three of them stood on the sofa as the servants in the villa brought in various foods. Yang Jian, concerned about Lin Luo, asked, I heard you've been having health problems lately. What's the problem? Sun Wukong said, Tell us, brothers. We'd be happy to help you in any way we can. Lin Luo told them all about obtaining 90% of the ancestral dragon's bloodline and the ancestral dragon's resurrection within his body. He also told them about his need to find Niwa to gain more evolutionary energy. Yang Jian and Sun Wukong were trustworthy and had provided significant assistance to Lin Luo when he was still very weak. During their time on Earth, they had also accomplished a great deal. If all these tasks had been left to Lin Luo, he might not have had any free time at all. Yang Jian sighed, I really want to help you, but my abilities are limited. Lin Luo smiled, the thought alone is all that matters. Sun Wukong pulled out a stone from his body, which shone with a rainbow of colors. What is this? Lin Luo asked, holding up the stone. Sun Wukong explained, this stone is called the seven-colored stone. It's also called the heaven-repairing stone. Niwa wanted to close the loophole in the real world, preventing the devouring world from connecting to the real world. Is there some truth to this myth? Yang Jian asked in surprise. After Niwa successfully repaired the sky, for heaven-repairing stones remained. After being nurtured by heaven and earth, these four heaven-repairing stones gave birth to the four great divine monkeys, including Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded and said, some parts of this myth are embellished. The truth is that Niwa failed. The heaven-repairing stone we were born from isn't the remaining stone, but the real heaven-repairing stone. The five-colored stone I gave you earlier is the remaining stone from our birth. It's considered a fragment of the heaven-repairing stone. The real heaven-repairing stone has 7 colors. We have inherited memories, and knew this from birth, but we dare not speak of it, fearing the powerful gods of the devouring world will attack us. We are also afraid that because of us, Niwa will be found. After the failure of the heaven-repairing, Niwa was seriously injured. She may have died, or she may be recovering somewhere. You can use this heaven-repairing stone to sense Niwa in the devouring world and see if you can. I tried several times in the devouring world, but I haven't been able to sense her. Niwa is likely in grave danger. Try it. Perhaps it's my fault that I can't sense her. You might be able to succeed. Sun Wukong didn't want Niwa to die. In his mind, Niwa was like his mother. I'd give it a try. Lin Luo needed the energy for evolution, and didn't want to miss this opportunity. Hui had just met Sun Wukong and Yang Jian, and didn't trust them very much. He glanced at them, and then chose to remain silent. Speak directly, they are trustworthy, Lin Luo said. Hui nodded, and told the three of them what had happened. The era he lived in was called the Witchlich era, where two races lived, the Witch clan and the Demon clan. The Witch clan was many times more powerful than the Demon clan, and the Demon clan survived in a tight spot. The Demon clan was able to survive in the Witchlich era thanks to the Witch clan's mercy. At the beginning of the era, the two races engaged in a life and death battle. The Witch clan emerged victorious, and the Demon clan was nearly exterminated. The Wu clan included an ancestor witch, Ho Tu Nyang Yang, who disapproved of the annihilation of the entire Demon clan. The war between the witches and the demons was inevitable, as it was a matter of survival for both clans. However, the remaining demons had already surrendered, so there was no need to continue the slaughter. The Wu clan did not harm the remaining demons, and after a long period of development, the demons gradually increased in number. This is consistent with the legend of the war between the witches and the demons in Yin mythology, with only the opponents changing. In Yin mythology, the Demon clan, led by Emperor Jun and Dong Wangtai, was no less powerful than the Wu clan. It is likely that the ancient people of Yin learned of this legend and believed that the power gap between the witches and the demons was too great to be publicized. So, they arranged for Emperor Jun, Dong Wangtai, and other demons to join, bringing the Wu and Demon clans into close proximity. After the devouring world connected to the Witch and Lich era, the Land of the Gods took the lead. The Wu clan was a powerful clan, and the Land of the Gods could not defeat it. Many powerful gods have perished in the Land of the Gods, all of whom were killed by the Witch clan. The devouring world has a distribution mechanism among the major powers, with each era dominated by one dominant power. Other powers will only intervene if this powerful power is unable to encroach on the real world. For example, during the Earth era, the land of the gods was the land of the gods. When the land of the gods was unable to cope, it was given to another major power. The devouring world also has many smaller powers, most of whom were forced to enter the devouring world after the destruction of the era. For example, the two-headed god who initially targeted Earth entered the devouring world from a strange era. Earth was too weak for the land of the gods to take seriously, which is why the two-headed god took the initiative. After the two-headed god's death, the land of the gods finally took control of Earth. The land of the gods failed to destroy Earth, prompting other forces to join forces in the fight. Earth holds a unique position among all the eras. The Witch Clan is far more powerful than the land of the gods. Initially, the land of the gods encountered obstacles, resulting in the death of many powerful gods. The three main gods dared not descend upon Earth to wage war against the 12 powerful ancestral witches. Zeus, realizing he could not defeat the Witch Clan, decided to cede the entire era to all powerful forces to fight against them. With the participation of the Demon Court, the Demon Clan rebelled and attacked the Witch Clan, inflicting heavy losses. The Witch Clan fought against several powerful forces of the devouring world over a dozen times, winning only once. That victory was a Pyrrhic one, resulting in heavy losses for the Witch Clan. After suffering these numerous heavy losses, a split occurred within the Witch Clan. Of the 12 ancestral witches, 6 supported surrender, 4 resisted to the end, and 2 remained neutral. The minimum requirement for entering the devouring world is deity. Abandoning the real world would mean the death of most of the Witch Clan. The 4 ancestral witches refused to abandon their clan, and were determined to fight the devouring world to the bitter end. The 6 ancestral witches believed that sacrifice was necessary, otherwise the entire Witch Clan would likely be buried with them. 2 witches remained neutral, attempting to mediate. Later, the 6 ancestral witches led a rebellion against their own clan, resulting in the deaths of many. Of the 4 ancestral witches, only one, Ho Tu Nyang Nyang, remained, leading a group of deified members into the devouring world. Hoi sighed, "I'm a great witch of the Witch Clan, equivalent to a celestial being. I don't want to abandon my people, but I never imagined the 6 ancestral witches would be so cruel as to attack their own people." Yang Jian angrily said, "These 6 ancestral witches are truly despicable. Not only did they abandon their people, they even attacked them." Sun Wukong, sharing a common hatred, said, "This kind of disgusting thing is what I detest." Chapter 286. Lin Luo also felt ashamed of what the 6 ancestral witches had done, and asked, "Who are these 6 ancestral witches, and what level are they?" Hui replied, "They are Zhu Meng, Zhu Rong, Xian Ming, Chan Liang, Gong Gong, and Zhu Jioyin. They are particularly skilled in 6 areas, respectively, and are at the level of a junior god king. Will they descend to Earth next?" Lin Luo continued, "I have something they desire, and I will definitely bring them to Earth." Hui produced a black bead, with an aurora pulsing within it. Yang Jian opened his third eye. "I sense speed within." Hui explained, "This bead holds my greatest secret." Initially, the 6 great ancestral witches agreed to surrender, but the Witch Clan wouldn't. The main reason was that their leader, Dijiang, wouldn't allow it. Dijiang was the strongest of the 12 ancestral witches, and the recognized elder brother. Dijiang is a very good elder brother. He never puts on airs, as an ancestral witch, and treats every member of his clan kindly. He believes that all members of the Witch Clan are born from the blood of a powerful being, and regardless of strength, they are all brothers and sisters. The Witch Clan is different from other races. Seniority isn't based on age, but on strength. This ranking is a measure of power. Dijiang is different from other Witch Clan members. He truly loves his people. Dijiang thought his 6 brothers and sisters were just angry, and that he could convince them with his words. He never imagined they would murder him. "I am Dijiang's most capable general." Before he died, he placed all his evolutionary energy and abilities into this bead, entrusting me to one day give it to a destined person to help him fight the devouring world. If possible, he hopes this destined person will avenge him and his people. He won't blame me if I'm unable to return to the real world and hand over the item. Hui's eyes welled up as he handed the bead to Lin Luo. "I'm able to return to the real world thanks to you, Lin Luo. You fought the devouring world for so long and now, having ascended to the peak of the celestial god, are destined to be Brother Dijiang's person. If you use this bead, even if you don't cause trouble for the 6 great witch ancestors, they will. I must make this clear to you. It's like obtaining this bead, and then offending a powerful force." Hui revealed another secret to Lin Luo. During the Age of Lich, the demons were native, but the witches were not. Once, a demon saw the sky turn blood red, and a bloody rain fell. After the bloody rain fell to the ground, it transformed into powerful witches. Sun Wukong, who had recently been catching up on Earth knowledge, quickly said, "The legend seems to be that Pengu, the creator of the universe, died and his blood splattered, transforming into the witches. 12 drops of his blood transformed into the 12 great witch ancestors." "What's the legend?" Hui asked curiously. Yang Jin nodded and said, "Yes, but when I first learned about this myth, it seemed rather untrue. Your witches are a native race of the Age of Lich, unrelated to Pengu. But with what you said, it's very likely that they were formed from Pengu's blood. To answer this question, we need to consult a professional." "Professional?" While the three were puzzled, Lin Luo released the rune god. Sun Wukong pointed at the rune god and said, "Lin Luo, why do you have this weird thing on you?" Yang Jin frowned and said, "This devil is not easy to subdue. It's best to be cautious." Hui had never met the rune god before, and he wasn't particularly friendly towards him. The rune god quickly said, "I turned from evil to good. I'm different from the first generation rune god. I have my own dreams." Yang Jin felt strange, as if he were watching a reality show, and casually asked, "What's your dream?" The rune god proudly replied, "Although I'm the 20th generation rune god, I always had a lofty dream. I hope to one day support a powerful being to become the creator god. The one I chosen is the dragon god." The three of them felt even more strange. Lin Luo smiled and said, "Stop all this nonsense. Could the Wu clan possibly be the product of Pengu's essence and blood?" "Okay." The rune god speculated carefully and offered his answer. "The Wu clan is essentially Pengu's essence and blood." After a brief moment of surprise, Lin Luo considered a possibility. If it weren't Ancestral Dragon, Dejuan, and the others, they could all be Pengu's incarnations. "That's possible, but the probability isn't high." The rune god shook his head and said, "The transformation of essence and blood into a race requires very strict conditions. Powerful beings like Ancestral Dragon and Dejuan couldn't possibly be the product of Pengu's body. It's likely that they received Pengu's gift in their own era. This can also be inferred from the level of life evolution. Pengu is the creator god. His descendants could only reach the mid-level god king, not the peak god king or the top god king. These two levels can be promoted to creator gods. They can't be Pengu's incarnations. Just like us rune gods, there can only be one creator god, and the other rune gods can only reach the high-level god king." Yang Jian looked thoughtful and said, "It seems I know too little about the devouring world, and there's this principle." Hui said, "According to the rune god, that's basically possible. We are formed from Pengu's essence and blood. There's also a saying within our clan that this matter concerns our witch clan's highest secret. The bead that Dejiang transformed has been given to Lin Luo. I need to clarify something. In our witch clan, only the ancestral witch knows this. Brother Dejiang told me. The 12 ancestral witches have inherited memories. If one of them devours the other 11, they gain immense power, reaching at least the rank of a top-tier divine king. Dejiang really hates his peers. As the strongest, he forbade the other 11 ancestral witches from even thinking this way. Without any external force, he successfully suppressed their thoughts. Until the devouring world invaded the Lich Age, it was unable to control the other 6 ancestral witches. It devoured and killed 5 of them, and the 2 neutral ancestral witches were not spared. Playing nice was likely to end in death. Now only Ho Tu Nyang Nyang remains. The 6 ancestral witches are eager to devour her. If Ho Tu Nyang Nyang were not around, the 6 ancestral witches might have devoured each other. Ho Yi's meaning was clear. Lin Luo had used the bead that contained most of Dejiang's energy, signifying his becoming the new ancestral witch. The 12 ancestral witches devoured each other to ascend to a higher divine level and gain greater power. Lin Luo chose to accept Dejiang's bead. It's impossible to simply seek benefits. Sometimes there's a price to pay. I can accept this price. I revealed all my secrets. Ho Yi nodded in satisfaction at Lin Luo. His purpose in returning to the real world was to share this secret with Lin Luo. In the devouring world, he took out the pearl given by Emperor Jiang and immediately summoned the 6 great witch ancestors. Lin Luo was about to return to the secret villa when he ran into Yi Tian. He hadn't seen Yi Tian for a long time. In the past, Yi Tian would occasionally brag about his progress. Later, Yi Tian realized that compared to Lin Luo's progress, he was just looking for trouble, so he gradually stopped coming. Also, Lin Luo's residence was full of women, so he didn't want to disturb them. Unexpectedly, Yi Tian had changed his target, now pitting Sun Wukong against Yang Qian. In his words, Lin Luo was too demonic to be compared. He needed to find a weaker opponent to boost his confidence. Yi Tian felt awkward when he met Lin Luo. Lin Luo said hello and left. Chapter 287. Devouring the World. 6 powerful gods and demons stood tall in the void. They had strange appearances, a blend of beast and human, and their bodies were exceptionally enormous. Gong Gong opened his eyes. I sensed the presence of Emperor Jian on Earth. Did you feel it? Zhurong had also awakened. I sensed it just now, too. It was indeed Emperor Jiang's presence. Gong Gong said, I need to ask someone about this. He contacted Dong Wangtai. The two had collaborated for a time during the fall of the Lich Age. Dong Wangtai informed Gong Gong of Hui's departure from the devouring world. While Gong Gong was questioning Dong Wangtai, the other 4 ancestral witches awakened one after another. Zhu Rong said quietly, back then, we jointly inflicted a heavy blow on Dijiang, believing him to be alive. Later, we discovered that Dijiang had not entered the devouring world, but only Huda had. We all believe that Dijiang's evolutionary energy and abilities were consumed by Hutu. Xianning said, now that Hui has appeared in the real world, and Dijiang's ancestral shaman aura has also appeared, it seems that Dijiang wasn't consumed by Hutu, but by Hui. Zhu Jiuyin offered a different opinion. It's also possible that Dijiang wasn't consumed by Hui, but rather presented to him in some other way, hoping to find someone who could avenge him. Chong Liang said, brother, you probably won't do anything. Jiumong snorted, as the second brother, I know Dijiang better than you all. Dijiang is usually very kind, but that's because we didn't cross his boundaries. But what we did later, every single one of them crossed his boundaries. Gong Gong nodded and said, second brother, you're right. If we don't do it, we have to see it through. 1 million Wu clan members perished at the hands of the 6 of us. Big brother has always considered all Wu clan members his brothers and sisters. How could he let us go? Zhu Rong said angrily, the most important thing now is to descend into the real world. We can't let Dijiang's evolutionary energy and abilities fall into the hands of other forces. Not even the demon court wants a peak-level god king to emerge from our Wu clan. Don't worry. Some things require waiting. Gong Gong said, Earth will soon allow god kings to descend. When that happens, Zhu Jiuyin among us will descend. You are a junior god king, perfect for descending to Earth. Zhu Jiuyin said excitedly, I will definitely recover our Wu clan's belongings. Among the 6 great ancestral witches, except for Zhu Mang and Zhu Jiuyin, each devoured an ancestral witch, for a total of 4. Zhu Mang, as the second brother, reached the level of a mid-level god king. The other 4 ancestral witches, having devoured an ancestral witch, all evolved to the level of a mid-level god king. Only Zhu Jiuyin failed to advance to the intermediate divine king stage, meaning he would likely be the first to perish if the 6 ancestral shamans attacked. Once Ho Tu and Di Jiang were eliminated, the 6 ancestral shamans would have to take action. The other 5 ancestral shamans were deeply dissatisfied with Gong Gong's proposal, and wanted to take action themselves. But they knew the rules of the devouring world. It was connected to the real world, and only a junior divine king could initially descend. Zhu Jiuyin's primary need wasn't Gong Gong's permission, but the devouring world's. Gong Gong allowed Zhu Jiuyin to go as a gesture of goodwill. Another secret villa. Lin Luo specifically had Chen Limei arrange it, not wanting to disturb the other women. If Lin Luo absorbs the bead transformed by Dijiang later, it might cause a negative reaction and scare everyone. He took out Dijiang's bead and examined it carefully, discovering that it was filled with a rich evolutionary energy, filling the entire bead. By absorbing the evolutionary energy from Dijiang, Lin Luo would easily be able to suppress the ancestral dragon. He would also gain Dijiang's abilities, greatly enhancing his strength. Lin Luo began to absorb the evolutionary energy within, and it merged into his body without any resistance. The Witch clan is likely truly formed from Penga's essence and blood. I sense a similar aura in him. Lin Luo absorbed a vast amount of evolutionary energy, which continuously transformed his body. Compared to the evolutionary energy given by Daji, the evolutionary energy from Dijiang was easier to absorb. He also gained an ability, one that came from Dijiang. As the leader of the 12 great ancestral witches, Dijiang was also known as the ancestral witch of space and speed. His strongest abilities were space and speed. By absorbing Dijiang's evolutionary energy, Lin Luo gained both abilities simultaneously. Zulong immediately sensed something was wrong. Where did you get so much evolutionary chi all at once? Yes. Lin Luo didn't waste time with Zulong and suppressed him with his evolutionary chi. Zulong said unwillingly, don't think this evolutionary chi can suppress me, kid. When you reach the Divine King level, I see you get more evolutionary chi and suppress me. Thank you for the reminder. Until then, please shut up. You ant. Zulong wanted to say something else, but Lin Luo forcefully silenced him. Rune God said, it's a pity that Dejiang only left behind his evolutionary chi and abilities, not the energy of his body. Otherwise, you could have used this energy to advance to the Divine King level. Advancing to the God King level all at once isn't a good thing. My advancement will further enhance my bloodline, making the ancestral dragon even more powerful. I have to find a way to suppress him. Lin Luo shook his head. That's true. The Rune God nodded. I must test my newfound abilities as soon as possible. The world-devouring god will soon descend. Lin Luo began to experiment with the power of space, and a spatial tunnel formed nearby. He entered the spatial tunnel and arrived at a vast galaxy. The galaxy is composed of celestial bodies, which orbit or rotate, refracting or reflecting light. I'm leaving Earth. Lin Luo transformed into a dragon, reaching a length of over 30,000 meters, and weighing 1,000,000 tons. The Rune God said, Dragon God, when you reach the Divine King realm, your length will exceed 100,000 meters, and your body weight will reach tens of millions of tons. Lin Luo was surprised. Is the difference that huge? Only one level. That's right. Life evolves to the Divine King stage before entering maturity. Below the Divine King stage, it's still in the growth stage. The Rune God nodded. Okay, I need to master this spatial ability. I just used a single spatial transfer and made a mistake. I wanted to cross an entire planet, but ended up here. Lin Luo continued to use his spatial ability, using speed as he pleased. Dejiang is considered the strongest of the 12 ancestral witches because of these two abilities. Using spatial and speed together, Lin Luo's combat power increases 100-fold. There's a giant beast flying above the starry sky. It's incredibly fast. Outer space has no gases. This giant beast, without any special equipment, absorbs oxygen and can surprisingly survive in the starry sky. Will this giant beast from the starry sky destroy our home? Lin Luo was experimenting with Dejiang's abilities in the starry sky, witnessed by many other intelligent beings. They couldn't understand why such terrifying creatures existed, and they were even more worried that they might attack them. However, these intelligent beings' worries were unnecessary. Lin Luo had no intention of attacking them. Seeing intelligent life beyond Earth was a novel experience for Lin Luo. It seemed humanity wasn't alone. If I fail one day, their reality will also be invaded by the devouring world. Lin Luo sighed. The other intelligent beings' worries were unnecessary. Lin Luo wasn't a threat to them, but rather a savior. Chapter 288. Emergency Notice. The devouring world has invaded Earth. The two worlds can now travel to each other, and the connecting point is in the kingdom of Rhea. The devouring world has so many powerful gods. They can freely come to Earth. This doesn't mean we're doomed. The pressure on the dragon god has increased significantly. Now the devouring world doesn't have to descend on Earth one by one, it can descend at will, without restrictions. Alas! Every time I see hope, I find despair. I hope the dragon god can hold on. The devouring world's invasion of Earth has left many feeling a terrifying threat. Renowned experts have begun explaining the dangers, helping many who didn't understand. From now on, the devouring world's gods will be less troublesome than before, and can descend on Earth at will. Many people panicked. The devouring world has many powerful gods, and the dragon gods are nothing compared to them. Then, disaster shelters from various countries came out to dispel the rumors, telling them not to worry too much. The two worlds are connected, but not every powerful being can descend upon Earth. Even beings at the level of a god king cannot descend. Lin Luo's level had reached the pinnacle of heavenly god, just one step away from becoming a god king. Unless a powerful god king descended from the devouring world, it would pose no threat to the dragon god. Everyone relaxed upon hearing this, believing the end of the world had not yet arrived. Soon after, the Cataclysm Shelter announced another piece of dire news. Many special beings would enter Earth from the devouring world. No matter how powerful the dragon god was, he couldn't handle all of them simultaneously. Not long after the announcement, a terrifying divine being appeared in the kingdom of Rhea. It has its own killing patterns. When you hear a knock on the door, in any form, the knocking god will appear shortly after the sound is heard, brutally dismembering any living creature. In the kingdom of Rhea, there was a man named Michimoto Saburo, who rose amidst the chaos, and quickly ascended to godhood. When he learned of the knocking god, far from being afraid, he saw it as an opportunity. According to various data analysis, the knocking god is at level 85, 5 levels away from true godhood. Thanks to Lin Luo's use of the World Stone on Earth, Michimoto Saburo received the World Stone's gift, reaching level 89. With a 4-level gap, Michimoto Saburo was confident he could kill the Knocking God and devour it. The Knocking God claims to be a god, but in reality, it resembles a ghost, resembling a withered old man covered in various corpse spots. Whether god or ghost, they are essentially the same creature. The creature's classification as a ghost is primarily due to its elusive nature and unsightly appearance. Michimoto Saburo deliberately released the knocking sound of the Knocking God, waiting for him to appear. To show the world his prowess, he even invited a film crew to film the scene. The Knocking God devoured Michimoto Saburo, but Michimoto Saburo had forgotten a crucial point. The Knocking God devours all creatures, regardless of their strength. When Michimoto Saburo challenged the Knocking God, the latter had also reached level 89. Seeing the Knocking God reach level 89, Michimoto Saburo was already filled with fear before the battle even began, dooming the battle. Michimoto Saburo's death caused the Knocking God to reach level 90, successfully ascending to the rank of True God. After becoming a True God, the Knocking God became even more terrifying. To make matters worse, the Knocking God refused to leave Ria. Previously, he preferred to harvest the entire world and would not stay in one place. Ria was forced to request the help of Yen, hoping Yen would intervene. Then Sun Wukong intervened and slew the Knocking God. After Michimoto Saburo's death, Ria shrank again. From a population of hundreds of millions, it was reduced to only 10 million, requiring no further land. Besides the Knocking God, other powerful beings descended, and the world was in chaos. In the past, whenever a powerful god descended upon the devouring world, Lin Luo would immediately appear and slay him. Many people felt that the catastrophe was no different from the one before it. Even if the sky fell, the dragon god would hold it up. This feeling wasn't limited to Yin, but shared by the entire world. The devouring world was connected to Earth, and they felt the panic of living in the midst of the catastrophe. A single careless move could lead to instant death, without even a chance to struggle. Many people began to blame Lin Luo, believing that he should have protected himself. Many people online complained and slandered Lin Luo, believing that the devouring world appeared because of him. These slanderers were quickly punished by the Cataclysm Shelter. Those with minor offenses received punishment, while those with more serious offenses could be killed. The punishments the Cataclysm Shelter handed out were already considered light, and often went unpunished. The real threat came from the gods descending from the devouring world, and they would strike them without mercy. As the devouring world gods continued to descend, the number of slanderers dwindled. These slanderers were either killed by the devouring world gods, or were fleeing, desperate to stay alive for fear of being killed by them. The arrival of powerful beings from the devouring world caused a sharp decline in Earth's population. From 6 billion, it had shrunk to less than 100 million. This significant population reduction also brought many benefits. Many of the 100 million people became gods, reaching hundreds, and there were already 7 or 8 local true gods. As time passed, the dragon god's absence from resolving issues led to fewer and fewer complaints. A rumor began to spread among the people, saying that the dragon god was in great danger and had likely died. As time passed, the news of the dragon god's death grew louder. A spacious villa. Hui moved in, becoming the 3rd resident. Yi Tian often came here to compete with Sun Wukong and Yang Jian. He had obtained the Xianyuan sword and its sword technique, and his combat power surpassed that of Sun Wukong and Yang Jian. The devouring world was connected to Earth, allowing gods to visit at will. This was a challenge for others, but an opportunity for Yi Tian. Yi Tian had slain many powerful gods, reaching level 95, 1 level higher than Sun Wukong and Yang Jian. 2 uninvited guests arrived today, Chen Limei and Zhou Jiahui. Chen Limei apologized, "You've been busy dealing with the world-devouring gods. You finally have some time to rest. I'm truly sorry to bother you during this break." "Thank you for the trouble," Zhou Jiahui said sheepishly. Yang Jian said, "It's no problem. You came here specifically to inquire about Lin Luo, right?" "That's right." Chen Limei nodded. "Recent rumors say the dragon god is injured and unable to fight against the world devourer. He's fled deep into the starry sky. It's not that we doubt the dragon god's character. I believe he won't abandon us, but we're a little worried about him." Sun Wukong said, "Your worries are unnecessary. Lin Luo has gone on an errand. If your Earth is in danger, he'd definitely reappear." Hui smiled. "Don't worry. Just do your job. Lin Luo has done enough. He brought you the World Stone, allowing the entire Earth to be reborn. Your human evolution is unhindered. Lin Luo's absence is also an opportunity for you to grow stronger. We're relieved that nothing's wrong with the dragon god. Chenli Mei breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 289. A towering palace. The walls were covered with various inscriptions, emitting a dazzling golden glow. The 6 great god kings gathered here to discuss how to descend to Earth. After a period of discussion, the 6 god kings decided to send Shiva. Zeus sighed, I really underestimated this human. The Earth era is definitely one of the last in the history of the ages. I originally thought that other smaller forces would be able to deal with him without the intervention of the Pantheon. I never expected that this human, single-handedly, would change the fate of the entire Earth. Now, it takes the 6 of us God Kings to unite and slay this human to end the Earth era. The Dark God King said, let Shiva go to Earth this time. This human has been gone for a while, and I wonder if the ancestral dragon within him has revived. The Light God King said confidently, with the combined strength of the 6 of us God Kings, this time the human is doomed. Shiva looked worriedly at the Buddha. Tathagata said, Tathagata, I don't want you to hold back. Our evolutionary paths share many similarities. I know you challenge stronger foes with each advancement. If you don't have stronger opponents, you cultivate stronger ones. I feel threatened by this human. You must not act recklessly. Also, I was the one who took action this time. If I find it wrong, I will definitely settle the score with you. Tathagata said indifferently, you worry too much. This human is full of uncertainties. I won't act recklessly. Besides, I just ascended to the rank of Divine King. It's still early for the next level. There's no need for such a thing. Shiva pondered for a moment, convinced that Tathagata was not lying. Tathagata also gave him a string of Buddhist beads. These beads were made from a powerful individual Tathagata had killed. When infused with divine power, they can grow in size and bind enemies. Shiva, don't hold back on humans. Only by killing him can we rest assured. Ao Guang instructed. Don't worry, I will bring you the ancestral dragon's true blood. The 5 great god kings began to work together, gradually widening the passage. The devouring world and earth were battling, and the strongest deity descending was a peak-level celestial god. For a junior god king to descend, there was a price to pay. The 5 god kings had to use their full strength to allow Shiva to descend. In fact, except for Tathagata, who hadn't expressed his intention, the other 5 god kings all wanted to descend to Earth. Lin Luo possessed 90% of the ancestral dragon's bloodline, possessing a vast amount of energy. Even if they were god kings, devouring Lin Luo would allow them to ascend several levels. Shiva was able to secure a spot mainly because he was powerful enough. The other 5 god kings were around level 122, but Shiva alone reached level 125. He was the strongest of the 6 god kings, and descending to Earth would ensure Lin Luo's demise. The 5 great god kings had to pay a price and invest a certain amount in Shiva. Shiva would then carry Lin Luo's body and share it with the 5 god kings. The 5 god kings agreed that if Shiva reneged, they would descend to Earth and attack him together. Even after devouring Lin Luo, Shiva was no match for the 5 god kings. The 5 god kings were low-ranking, but those who achieved the status of god king possessed powerful hidden abilities. Shiva's massive body gradually stretched the passageway, slowly entering Earth. Oh my god! Look up at the sky. There's a massive creature slowly entering Earth. He resembles the legendary Shiva Stan, with many powerful tattoos. Given Shiva's power in mythology, he's at least a god king. It's not that a god king can't descend to Earth. Shiva descended to Earth, his massive form immediately capturing the world's attention. Ants, I descend to Earth soon, and when I do, you all be dead. Shiva bared his sharp white teeth. With his might, Earth couldn't withstand it without the world stone. Perhaps the very moment he descended, the entire planet would collapse. Mythology doesn't lie. Our Shiva exists. When Shiva descends, the world will be bathed in light. Dragon God, don't resist. Let Shiva kill you. This is your mission. The entire world feared Shiva's arrival and destruction of Earth. Only Stan was unusual, welcoming Shiva's arrival. Their thinking was rather bizarre. Earth was about to be destroyed anyway, so why not let Shiva destroy it? Shiva's body gradually emerged from the devouring world and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, entered Earth 2 hours later. His skin was bronze, and his body structure was similar to that of a human. Shiva's skin was covered in tattoos, depicting powerful beasts, unique demons, fearless gods, and so on. All of his tattoos were the images of enemies he had personally slain. Shiva slew these enemies, not even sparing their souls, tattooing their flesh and blood onto his body. It's been ages since I last visited the real world. The fresh air is truly intoxicating. Shiva sniffed the air, nostalgic for something better. When the devouring world invaded other eras, Most of the creatures in those eras were terrified. Shiva, however, was filled with a different kind of emotion. He was filled with excitement, his entire body trembling. Only when he encountered a powerful opponent could he slay them, and merge them into his own being. Shiva is a powerful god king. No one on earth can rival him except the dragon god. But is the dragon god truly alright? He's been gone for a long time. Our previous efforts were a joke. A powerful god has descended, and all our efforts will be for naught. As Shiva descended upon earth, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of despair. I give you 10 minutes. If your dragon god doesn't appear, I will destroy the entire earth. Shiva looked down from above, his eyes filled with contempt. He cared deeply about the lives of ants. If killing these people hadn't meant Lin Luo would appear, Shiva wouldn't have bothered to take action. We only have 10 minutes. How long has the dragon god been gone? Can he come back in 10 minutes? It's over. Everyone at Cataclysm Shelter says the dragon god is fine, but he's been gone for so long, how could he be okay? We still have 10 minutes left. If you want to do something, hurry up. We run out of opportunities soon. Everyone was filled with despair. A level 85, white man with slightly darker skin, tried to approach Shiva. Shiva spotted the white man and grabbed him, saying, "You don't know what fear is. How dare you approach me?" The white man quickly explained, "Great Lord Shiva, my name is Harry. I have admired you since childhood, and have grown up to be your most devout disciple. I am delighted that you have descended upon earth this time." "My disciples?" Shiva asked with interest. "I had almost forgotten that many believe in me here on earth. What do you want from me?" Harry, beaming, said, "Your arrival on earth is a great blessing to us. As your most devoted slave, I must pledge my loyalty to you." Chapter 290. Shiva's lips curled slightly as he asked, "How can you help me?" Harry quickly replied, "I can help Lord Shiva find Lin Luo faster." "Tell me about it." Lin Luo is from Yen country. His family lives in Lahai City, and all his relatives are there. If you destroy the entire city, you can force Lin Luo to take action. I'm not familiar with Earth. Lead the way. Once I rule Earth, I won't treat you unfairly. Shiva was very pleased with Harry's loyalty. Harry smiled and said, "Thank you, Shiva." He quickly pointed out the location of Lahai City to Shiva. "What the hell has happened to Stan? The dragon god protects our Earth. Without the dragon god, Earth would have been destroyed long ago. How could he have become a god, and yet do this? How despicable. He betrayed the dragon god before he died. The people of Stan deserve to die. It wasn't just Harry who betrayed us, there were many Stan people under him, probably accomplices. From this, it's clear that most people in Stan want to betray the dragon god. They're ungrateful and ungrateful. How shameful. If I had known I would have done the same, perhaps I would have earned Shiva's respect." Stan's Harry's betrayal was condemned by many. Many, even as they condemned him, regretted not having acted sooner. Harry fawned before Shiva, telling him everything he knew. With a fawning look on his face, Harry said, "Lord Shiva, I know everything I told you. You're quite good." Shiva nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you for your compliments, sir. Receiving your praise is the greatest reward for me," Harry said shamelessly. That Harry is so shameless. He almost made me believe what he said. Your praise is my greatest reward. Does he believe that? Becoming a subordinate of a god king has so many benefits. It saves a lot of effort. Alas, the dragon god hasn't appeared yet. The rumors are probably true. The Cataclysm Shelter was hiding it to prevent the world from panicking. 7 or 8 minutes had passed, and the dragon god Lin Luo still hadn't appeared. Everyone was growing desperate. "Then if I killed you, wouldn't that be a reward?" Shiva said indifferently. "Of course it would." Harry suddenly realized, sweat pouring down his face. "Sir, stop joking," Shiva said coldly. "Who said I was joking? You're too weak. To become my subordinate, you need at least the strength of a true god. You're too weak. You don't deserve it." He stretched out his massive right hand and slowly grasped Shiva. "My lord, you can't do this. I'm your most devoted slave. If you kill me, the people of Earth will be disheartened and afraid to join you." Harry screamed, hoping Shiva would stop. Shiva ignored his cries and crushed him into a pulp. He snorted coldly, "An ant dares to threaten me and even try to cooperate with me. No matter where Lin Luo's family is, they're all the same to me. I'm going to destroy the entire Earth. 2 minutes left. 2 minutes. Hurry and contact your savior, the dragon god. I take action when the time is up," Shiva said coldly. This Harry is a joke. He thinks the devouring world gods will treat us like the dragon gods and give us a chance to speak. In their eyes, we're ants, not even qualified to speak. That's right. From the moment Shiva arrived on Earth, he never intended to spare anyone. We only have 2 minutes. Let's go there and find the dragon god. Everyone, hurry up and prepare for your funeral. The end of the world has finally arrived. As much as I hate it, we have to face reality. Those who can enter the devouring world, do so now. It might be too late if you're late. Many people decided not to wait for the dragon god and gave up on entering the devouring world. A self-destruct device was installed in the game cabin, allowing people to enter the devouring world through the game cabin. Once the game cabin was destroyed, people would remain in the devouring world forever. To remain in the devouring world forever, the minimum requirement was to become a god. Those who didn't become gods could only stay on Earth and wait for death. Lahai City. Chuhi worriedly said, Director, the dragon god really just went to outer space, not escaped Earth. Qinli Mei nodded, Don't worry, the dragon god won't lie. Zhou Jiahui hurried over, Oh no, Director. Supreme Demon Lord Jiang Ming and War Mother Chen Sang want to enter the devouring world and destroy the game cabin. They don't think they can put all their hopes on the dragon god. Chuhi angrily said, Didn't we tell them before that the dragon god is fine? Why are they so distrustful? Zhou Jiahui sighed, They do believe in the dragon god, but they believe that you can't leave your eggs in one place. It's better to be safe than sorry. If the dragon god doesn't return, everyone will be left to die. But they gone too far. If it weren't for dragon god Lin Luo, they wouldn't even have a chance to become gods. Chuhi said angrily. Yang Jun agreed, I think they were wrong. Well, everyone makes their own choices. We can't blame them. Chen Li Mei sighed. A minute later, Jiang Ming and Chen Sang rushed in. Why are you two still here when you're supposed to enter the devouring world? Chuhi asked sarcastically. Jiang Ming complained, It's not that we don't want to enter, but we can't. Chen Li Mei frowned. What's going on? Chen Sang explained, We just entered the devouring world. After we entered, the game cabin was destroyed. We thought we stayed there forever, but once it was destroyed, we got out. Can't enter? It seems the devouring world's gods aren't just targeting us, but Earth itself. Zhou Jiahui sighed. In the final 2 minutes, many people who had become gods entered the devouring world. But they discovered they had failed, and were flung back to the real world. The Dark God King said coldly, These ants still want to escape to the devouring world. They're dreaming. I will kill them all in this disaster. The Light God King said, I underestimated humanity. I thought they hadn't left Earth. When the devouring world connected to Earth, Earth would be sealed off, unable to enter outer space. Unless you're a top-tier God King, that's impossible. He actually has the ability to enter outer space. What a pity. Zeus and Ao Guang sighed. The Buddha said, I checked again, and this human is indeed no longer on Earth. The Dark God King said helplessly, I didn't expect that after such a long plot, they ultimately didn't kill this human, but only destroyed his era. Zeus asked the Buddha, You are a being of great wisdom. Logically, this human shouldn't be able to leave Earth. What method did he use? The Buddha shook his head and said, I'm not omniscient, so how can I know everything? But I know one possibility, and it's unlikely. What possibility? Di Jiang. The Buddha mentioned the name of an ancestor and everyone understood. Di Jiang wasn't a top-tier god king, but he was particularly skilled in spatial and speed abilities, and indeed could do it. 30 seconds left. If he doesn't appear in 30 seconds, Earth will no longer exist. Shiva decided to take action, believing that Lin Luo wouldn't emerge. Just as everyone was despairing, a familiar figure appeared before Shiva. Chapter 291. The Dragon God is back. I knew he wouldn't abandon us. Heisei has spoken. Didn't the Dragon God escape? What about now? What do you want to say? Shiva, you were so arrogant just now, saying you destroy the entire Earth. Now the Dragon God is back. Look how you died. With Lin Luo's return, hope returned to the crowd. Many blamed themselves, thinking they had actually doubted Lin Luo. Jiang Ming said shamefully, I actually suspected the Dragon God had escaped, and thought I'd quickly enter the devouring world to save myself. The next time I meet the Dragon God, I'd be too embarrassed to greet him. Chen Sang also felt guilty. I'm ashamed of what happened before too. It's human nature, I understand that. As long as you don't betray me, I believe the Dragon God will forgive you. Chun Li Mei consoled him. With the Dragon God's strength, I feel I can defeat Shiva next time. Zhou Jiahui said confidently. Chen Li Mei said, the Dragon God has repeatedly triumphed over the stronger with the weaker. The opponent is a God King level being, one we can only look up to. The battle isn't over yet, and there are many variables. I believe the Dragon God will definitely win. Yang Jun, a devoted fan, chose to trust Lin Luo. Beijing. Yi Tian gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle and sighed. Lin Luo always appears just in time, which frustrates me, the protagonist, and leaves me no room to shine. Since he was born, why was I born? Yi Tian, the Black Emperor, sticking out his large scarlet tongue, said disdainfully, I've seen shameless people, but I never seen anyone as shameless as you. You die if you don't act pretentiously. Shiva could kill you with a single slap. Someone just said it's really not possible. We can only choose to enter the devouring world. It's clear that Earth's protagonist is Dragon God Lin Luo. You're the only one who thinks you're the protagonist, you shameless bastard. Don't tell me you know me when you walk down the street again. Yi Tian felt humiliated. You black dog, you're speechless unless you're trying to rip me off. Black Emperor taunted. You're pretending, but pretending in front of me is wrong. You black dog, today I'm going to give you a good beating. Yi Tian was furious. Today, I, Black Dog, will take you in. Black Dog refused to back down. Ever since Lin Luo gave him a drop of dragon blood, his bloodline had fully activated. Without the Xianyuan sword, Yi Tian's physical body wasn't much stronger than Black Dog's. That's enough, you two. The Dragon God and Shiva didn't fight, but you two did. Pang Bo felt a headache coming on. He looked at Lin Luo with hopeful eyes. I wish I could stay on Earth forever. Devouring the world. The God of Light said with a gloomy look, I thought this human had escaped, but I didn't expect him to reappear. Has he ever left Earth? The God of Darkness concluded, this damn human probably hasn't left Earth, otherwise he wouldn't have reappeared. He's won many battles, but I don't think his struggles are futile. Ao Guang worriedly said, the Buddha is telling us that Lin Luo's human has devoured Di Jiang, significantly strengthening himself and gaining spatial and speed abilities. Shiva's victory in battle isn't guaranteed. Zeus asked, Buddha, how likely is that? Tathagata chanted a Buddhist name and said, this is just a guess. The God of Light said with a grim expression, we heard from the Wu clan that Hou Yi very likely possesses the evolutionary energy and abilities bestowed by Di Jiang. This human has very likely acquired Di Jiang's abilities. The Dark God King confidently stated, even if this human gains Di Jiang's power, I don't think Shiva will lose. Shiva has always been the strongest of the six of us. Tathagata, speaking with rare affirmation, stated, Shiva is very strong. He possesses a trump card that will greatly enhance his strength. Pacific Ocean. The waves rolled continuously, creating waves of foam. Shiva sneered, you're lucky, kid. I was just a minute away from destroying the Earth. If you had been a minute late, you would have returned to Earth, and it would have been a ruin. Lin Luo sneered, according to you, I should be thanking you. Shiva arrogantly replied, you don't need to thank me. The result would have been the same whether you returned or not. The Earth would have been destroyed. It seems you're very confident in yourself. My confidence comes from my body. Shiva revealed his tattoos, each one seemingly alive, and they all looked at Lin Luo simultaneously. Most of the tattoos were bizarre, lacking human forms. Their eyes expressed sorrow, anger, pleading, and so on, though most were pleading. They seemed to be begging Lin Luo, hoping that he would intervene and free them. Shiva proudly pointed at the tattoos on his body. Look at these tattoos. When they were alive, they were all powerful warriors capable of fighting me. However, they were only worthy of fighting me, not defeating me. As a result, I slew them all and made them part of me. He bared his white teeth at Lin Luo. You can find a place. Later, I will kill you and make you one of the tattoos on my skin. You probably never have that chance. Lin Luo said coldly. It's too early to say that now. You find out later. Shiva launched the attack first, his arm muscles bulging. He vanished from the spot and reappeared before Lin Luo. The next second, Shiva appeared before Lin Luo, his fist gleaming with a terrifying light, and smashed down hard. Lin Luo transformed into a dragon, a giant golden dragon slightly smaller than Shiva. The golden dragon vanished from its spot, extending its claws towards Shiva. Such speed. Shiva's eyes widened, unable to believe Lin Luo's terrifying speed. He was a powerful god king, his level surpassing Lin Luo's. Shiva believed Lin Luo had his strengths, but he couldn't surpass his own speed. The strength of his physical body helped him reach a terrifying speed. The god and the dragon passed by, leaving 5 deep scratches on Shiva's chest, from which flowed bright red divine blood. The divine blood spilled into the Pacific Ocean, attracting all manner of marine creatures. They devoured Shiva's blood, leaving not a single drop uneaten. Shiva's blood holds immense energy, allowing them to rapidly evolve. Even though the process of devouring it is dangerous, these creatures are willing to try. Among them, Many humans participated, devouring Shiva's flowing blood. Shiva looked so arrogant just now. I thought he was incredibly powerful, yet he was injured after a clash with the dragon god. Many people have been saying something about the dragon god, but it seems those rumors were false. Far from being injured, he's actually become even stronger. I thought the god king was so powerful, but he's nothing compared to the dragon god. So weak. Is the dragon god too strong, or is Shiva too weak? Of course it's the dragon god who's too strong, and Shiva too weak. That's obvious. It's clearly the dragon god who's too strong, and Shiva who's too weak. Lin Luo suppressed Shiva, and everyone felt much more relieved. Chapter 292. Shiva's face sank as he asked, "How did you become so fast?" "I just sensed the presence of someone I know." "And what do you want to say?" Lin Luo didn't bother answering Shiva's question. Shiva angrily said, "Damn it. You think I'm doomed?" His skin took on the image of a flying mythical beast resembling an ox, a human body with a bird's head and wings, a human head and a lion's body, and a pair of wings on his back. These tattoos seemed to come alive, as if they were about to burst out of Shiva's skin. Shiva gained immense speed and appeared behind Lin Luo. His fist struck Lin Luo's back, and Lin Luo, taking advantage of the momentum, shifted forward, dissipating much of Shiva's strength. Shiva's punch was powerful, but it didn't cause much damage to Lin Luo. Shiva taunted, "I observed you since I was in the devouring world. You just love to dodge, afraid to even fight face to face." Lin Luo deadpanned, "Do you think I'm a fool? You suddenly attacked me from behind, and I took your punch without dodging. I won't give you a chance next time." Shiva used all his strength, throwing each punch at top speed. Lin Luo was equally fast, trying to dodge Shiva's punches. "That's enough. This is your fastest speed, isn't it?" Lin Luo had acquired Di Jiang's abilities, but he hadn't fully adapted to them yet. His battle with Shiva was a process of adapting to them. "Are you trying to provoke me?" Shiva didn't believe Lin Luo could be any faster. The next moment, he felt Lin Luo's increased speed. Lin Luo passed by Shiva, inflicting a deep wound. Shiva felt the excruciating pain of his wounds, bleeding profusely. Unable to strike Lin Luo, Shiva could only resort to trading wounds. After painstakingly healing Lin Luo's wounds, he was inflicted with more wounds. Lin Luo's recovery ability was no less impressive than his, and he recovered faster from fewer injuries. If the battle continued, Shiva would likely die. "I can't keep fighting, or I die." Shiva's pride was shattered by Lin Luo's attack. The 5 great gods feared he would fail on Earth, so they gifted him some treasures. Shiva accepted the treasures with disdain. He believed that with his own strength, he could easily kill Lin Luo without the help of the 5 gods. At this point, Shiva no longer cared about anything else. A black and white round bead appeared in his hand. Afraid Lin Luo would discover the black and white round bead, Shiva continued his previous fighting tactics, trading wounds. Finally, he found an opportunity and flung the black and white orb at Lin Luo. The orb suddenly exploded as it approached Lin Luo, releasing powerful energies of light and darkness. For a moment, the surroundings lost all color, replaced by black and white. Shiva panted, "This human is a monster. What power did he acquire to become so powerful?" His previous contempt for Lin Luo vanished, leaving only a fear of him. Shiva began to regret coming to Earth. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Luo had grown to such a height that he was no match for him. Shiva was thankful he hadn't been arrogant and abandoned the help offered by the 5 divine kings. Otherwise, he would be left waiting for death, with no way to target Lin Luo. Lin Luo killed Jiuying and gained the power of 9 lives. Even if the God King of Light and the God King of Darkness worked together to create the black and white beads, they might not be able to kill him. Shiva took out the treasure given by Zeus and Ao Guang, which contained the 2 God Kings' most powerful attacks. He then took out a string of Buddhist beads from the Buddha, but after a moment's thought, decided not to use them. The Buddha was very well hidden, and his strength was only slightly weaker than his own. Shiva wanted to use the beads one last time, to prevent any unexpected events. He thought it was not enough. A handsome and majestic middle-aged man emerged from his skin, accompanied by a 6-tusked white elephant as his mount, and then emerged from his skin. The tattoo was of Indra, one of Shiva's subordinates. The devouring world descended upon Shiva's era, and many people wanted to fight it to the bitter end. Shiva, fearing its might, decided to surrender. He believed the devouring world was too powerful, and that even if he fought, he would still lose. Rather than making a meaningless sacrifice, it's better to surrender quickly. Shiva's proposal was opposed by his subordinates, with Indra being the most vocal. Indra, as his right-hand man, had aided Shiva in battles and slain many powerful men. Indra's repeated opposition earned Shiva's dislike. Shiva then ambush-killed Indra and transformed him into a tattoo. Indra's power rivaled Shiva's, having reached the rank of God-king in his lifetime. Shiva's bones crackled as he delivered his most powerful blow to Lin Luo. A beam of light, imbued with terrifying power, shot forward at a speed exceeding the speed of light. As Shiva's tattoo, Indra showed no mercy. He also delivered a punch, a lightning-rich blue light, charging towards Lin Luo. Shiva didn't want to face Lin Luo again, so he resorted to all means. As Indra used this ability, the light from his body dimmed considerably, and his density decreased. Shiva is so shameless. He resorts to using the power of others when he can't defeat them. And what's with those tattoos on his body? The tattoo that just appeared on Shiva's body, judging by his mount, seems to be Indra, one of the 12 heavenly kings of the Stan cult. It's actually become Shiva's tattoo. Shiva is truly ruthless. He even slaughtered his own men, and it became his own tattoo. It seemed Shiva was lying. His tattoos aren't just for his enemies, but also for his own men. I wonder what's become of the dragon god. I hope he's alright. The dragon god has it tough, facing the unfortunate. It's not as simple as being a god king Shiva. I underestimated this human. I thought Shiva would be able to suppress Lin Luo in a head-on confrontation, and that Lin Luo would use some of his trump cards to counter Shiva. Ultimately, Shiva would use the treasure we gave him to kill Lin Luo. I didn't expect the reality to be this way. Lin Luo directly suppressed Shiva. Shiva realized it was a slow death, and decided to use the treasure we gave him to try to kill Lin Luo. It was a decision he was forced to make. The God King of Light believed that if he were Shiva, even with the help of the other 5 God Kings, he would still die at Lin Luo's hands. He was thankful that he hadn't chosen to force his way into Shiva's arrival on Earth. Shiva still had a chance to kill Lin Luo, but he had almost no chance of killing Lin Luo, and he was killed at the last minute. The Dark God King said fearfully, "When I first met this human, he was just an ant. I don't know when his true strength has become even greater than mine." Ao Guang's face was solemn. "Buddha, can you tell that this human is using Dijiang's methods?" Tathagata nodded. He did use Dijiang's methods. Lin Luo has likely gained Dijiang's evolutionary energy and abilities. Zeus said jealously, "This human is truly lucky. Simply by saving a celestial god, Hoi, he gained Dijiang's evolutionary energy and abilities." A light imbued with powerful energy slowly dissipated, and all eyes focused on where Lin Luo had been. The most worried among them was Shiva, fearing that Lin Luo was still alive. Shiva's fears had come true. Lin Luo appeared before Shiva, virtually unscathed. Chapter 293. I considered many possibilities for the dragon god, but the only thing I didn't expect was that he wasn't injured at all. Shiva was completely stunned. He must have felt despair. I now believe that the dragon god wasn't recuperating during his absence, but rather that he grown stronger. Lin Luo used Dijiang's spatial ability to instantly deflect Shiva's attacks. All of Shiva's attacks were negated, and he entered the universe. "You use spatial ability?" Shiva's face turned ashen. Lin Luo's use of spatial ability to deflect a ranged attack meant he had just done something incredibly foolish. The black and white beads had caused Lin Luo considerable damage, costing him a life. Then, Zeus's lightning and Ao Guang's breath, which he had thrown at him, were also deflected by Lin Luo. Shiva was certain he had done something foolish, wasting the treasures given to him by Zeus and Ao Guang. If he had used them effectively, he could have saved Lin Luo's life. Lin Luo's body vanished from the spot where he stood. Shiva felt a chill and hurriedly tried to block. But Lin Luo was too fast, and Shiva was completely unable to resist. In a battle between two sides, the difference in strength wasn't so great, it was the mindset that mattered. After the previous battle, Shiva had developed a deep fear of Lin Luo. "What are you looking at?" "I'm behind you." Lin Luo appeared behind Shiva, his sharp golden dragon claws clawing at his chest. Only after Lin Luo's warning did Shiva react in time. Shiva quickly dodged Lin Luo's attack, avoiding a scratch on his chest. However, his arm was scratched, leaving a deep wound, and blood dripped down. Lin Luo then warned Shiva, and Shiva quickly dodged. Shiva's fear grew stronger, significantly weakening his fighting power, leaving him completely crushed by Lin Luo. The dragon god is too powerful. Shiva has lost all his will to fight, and is being crushed. Shiva has no other means. He's practically doomed. There's no doubt about it. The gods descending from the devouring world are growing stronger, and the dragon god is even stronger. The Dark God King said anxiously. Shiva fought back, but he allowed this human to bully him. "Isn't this a slow death?" Tathagata sighed. Donor Shiva has lost confidence. It will be difficult for him to fight Lin Luo from now on. With no other means, he's doomed. Zeus raged helplessly. If Shiva is devoured by the human Lin Luo, it means we 6 god kings have failed. We'd be glad Lin Luo doesn't come after us later. The light god king clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. I'm so unwilling to accept this. The 4 god kings expressed their dissatisfaction, but only the Buddha, Tathagata, sighed and slowly closed his eyes. Unnoticed by the crowd, Tathagata's lips curled up. Damn it! Shiva was furious, his wounds mounting. He wanted to resist, but there was nothing he could do. Watch your neck, Lin Luo's voice warned. Shiva quickly stopped thinking and dodged Lin Luo's attack. If he had been slower, his head might have fallen off his neck. Distracting yourself is wrong. If I hadn't warned you, you have lost your head already, Lin Luo said. Shiva was about to explode with rage, but he didn't dare say anything. If Lin Luo hadn't warned him, he might indeed have died. I figured out my newfound abilities. You're of no use to me. You can die. Lin Luo vanished from his spot and reappeared before Shiva. Shiva threw a powerful punch, attempting to kill Lin Luo. Full of flaws. Lin Luo easily dodged Shiva's attack, his massive dragon tail lashing out at Shiva's face. Shiva screamed, a deep scar appearing on his face. Lin Luo decided to end the fight quickly, unwilling to drag it out any longer. Sharp dragon claws slashed towards Shiva's chest. Shiva couldn't dodge this time, and the blow struck him dead in the chest. Lin Luo crushed Shiva's heart with a single blow. Shiva's face showed no fear, but rather a look of triumph. Unbeknownst to Lin Luo, Shiva immediately grasped Lin Luo's hand. Finally caught you. Shiva's hand held a string of Buddhist beads. One bead, imbued with terrifying energy, exploded. After one bead exploded, Shiva immediately activated the remaining 6. After Lin Luo was killed, Jiuying's power automatically activated, resurrecting him at the same spot. There were 7 beads in total, and they exploded 7 times in succession. Jiuying's power automatically activated, and Lin Luo was resurrected 7 times in succession. Shiva still has this treasure hidden in his possession. He was deliberately showing weakness just now, hoping to use these beads at close range. The dragon god was careless, and was ambushed by Shiva. He exploded 7 times in a row. Fortunately, Jiuying's power saved him. The world-devouring god king is indeed not to be underestimated. Shiva still has this trump card. The dragon god was indeed a little careless. Everyone was relieved, yet also worried about Lin Luo. The dark god king looked at Tathagata in surprise. I never thought the beads given by the Buddha to Shiva would hold such terrifying power. Tathagata's joining the alliance to kill Lin Luo was largely forced. The other 5 god kings were wary of Tathagata, fearing he would aid Lin Luo. When Tathagata sent the dragon subduing Arhat, it was clear he wanted to help Lin Luo strengthen his bloodline. Even Shiva, even before he descended to earth, was deeply concerned about the Buddha. Unexpectedly, the beads given by Tathagata became Shiva's trump card for victory. The light god king said, "What a pity. The Buddha only gave us 7 beads. 1 more and humanity would have perished. It's truly a pity," the dark god king lamented. They couldn't say Tathagata did it on purpose. If he did, then the beads he gave wouldn't have 7, but 8. Tathagata opened his eyes, but didn't speak, merely shaking his head. Lin Luo swung his massive dragon tail, sending Shiva flying. Shiva, with a large hole in his chest, looked at Lin Luo with a smug look. You weren't so arrogant just now, even reminding me when you attacked me. Now you lost 7 chances to resurrect. How do you feel? This wasn't your method. Why are you so proud of your success? Lin Luo said calmly. Shiva shamelessly said, the beads came from Tathagata, but I was the one who executed them, so naturally, I succeeded. You're so shameless. And do you think I don't know you have the beads? Lin Luo scoffed. What do you mean? Shiva's face grimaced. Guess that. Lin Luo saw Shiva's beads and received a reminder from the rune god. After some thought, Lin Luo decided to use his own body to block the 7 beads. The beads possessed enough power to destroy a planet. Even if Earth, having absorbed the world stone, were bombed 7 times in a row, it would be riddled with holes. Seeing that he couldn't kill Lin Luo, Shiva would likely target Earth, deciding to exact revenge before his death. Earth had its share of hateful people, but it was ultimately Lin Luo's home. He couldn't stand by and watch his home destroyed because of them. Chapter 294. It seems the dragon god had anticipated Shiva's possession of the beads, and it wasn't because he let himself down that he let us down. If the 7 beads exploded on Earth, many people would die, and large swathes of homes would be destroyed. The consequences would be disastrous. I thought the dragon god was careless, but I didn't expect him to do it for us. If he hadn't blocked the exploding beads, many people wouldn't have been able to watch the live broadcast. Many people guessed the truth and expressed their gratitude to Lin Luo. Shiva, having lived for so long and far more intelligent than most, had roughly guessed the answer. He angrily said, "You think you have me defeated? You think that even if you sacrifice 7 lives to block the explosion of the beads, you can still kill me with 1? You can think so." Lin Luo didn't deny it. Damn it! Shiva was furious. The wound on his chest had healed, and a tattoo had replaced his heart. After the previous battle, he didn't have many powerful tattoos left. I show you just how powerful the peak warriors of an era truly are. 11 tattoos appeared on Shiva's skin, emitting a terrifying aura as they appeared. Originally, I didn't want to use this move. After using it, 12 of my powerful tattoos will disappear. You're forcing me to do this. Shiva opened his mouth, ready to devour the 12 great deities. The first was Indra. In his desperate desire to kill Lin Luo, he hadn't hesitated to cause most of Indra's tattoos to dissipate. These tattoos represented residual energy, which would vanish once used up. Next, the other 11 deities were devoured by Shiva. Shiva's size exploded, his power reaching new heights. The aura he exuded at this moment was comparable to that of an average mid-level god king. Shiva feared Lin Luo would attack him while devouring the 12 heavenly beings, and remained vigilant against him throughout the process. Lin Luo chose not to attack, as this would not disrupt Shiva's process. Shiva, fearing he would disrupt it, sped up his devouring. Lin Luo deliberately said, "Shiva, didn't you say the tattoos on your body were all from enemies you killed? I don't think these 12 tattoos are from enemies you killed. What do you know?" Shiva said, his face livid. Lin Luo said, "You're a celebrity on our earth. A nation worships you, and there are detailed legends about you. Indra is known as one of the 12 devas, and the tattoos you have before you are 12 of them. It seems the legend of the 12 devas is true." Indra's tattoo emerged from Shiva's body again, and he angrily declared, "We, the 12 devas, are Shiva's subordinates. We are loyal to him, and helped him unify the entire era. When the devouring world invaded our real world, we didn't give up, but he did. Shiva's actions infuriate us, but we have fought side by side for many years, and thought we could discuss this matter. Unexpectedly, Shiva attacked us, and we all died tragically at his hands. Shiva showed no regard for our past friendship. After his death, he transformed us into tattoos. These tattoos require soul and flesh, effectively trapping us and tormenting us. We endured as much torture as he lived. Now, because of you, he wants to devour us. Now, I don't find true death terrifying. Instead, I find it a relief. Thank you in advance. I hope you can kill Shiva and free us." Devouring world. Zeus said jealously, "I thought Shiva was so powerful, but he doesn't even spare his own minions, transforming them into his tattoos. He even boasts that his tattoos are all slain enemies. Among the many powerful forces, the land of the gods and the land of the Buddhas are the most likely to enter the devouring world." Zeus knew that Shiva had many minions, but after the end of the era, few had entered. He instinctively assumed that Shiva had led his minions in such a fierce resistance that few had entered the devouring world. Zeus sometimes felt complacent, believing he was smart enough not to engage in reckless resistance, allowing him to lead so many minions into the devouring world. Over the course of several eras, the land of the gods had lost many gods. But among the many god kings, Zeus still had his minions. From Shiva's account, it became clear that things were not as Zeus had imagined. Shiva also entered the devouring world without resistance, devouring his subordinates. Zeus entered the devouring world only at the peak of his power, on par with the god kings of light and darkness. If he had been more ruthless, he would have devoured his subordinates long ago and reached the level of god king. Zeus believed that with his own strength, he could have even reached the level of a mid-level god king. Ao Guang rejoiced. "It's best that Shiva has hidden powerful means. This human is growing too fast. If we don't kill him soon, there will be endless trouble in the future." The god king of light nodded and said, "The weakest era holds the greatest uncertainty." The god king of darkness said cautiously, "Before, I thought this human's talk of resisting the devouring world was a joke. Now I don't see it as a joke anymore. He really might succeed." Tathagata shook his head and said, "The devouring world is far more powerful than we imagined. It's too early for him to want to fight it. Who will win the next battle?" Zeus hoped Shiva would win, and the thought of the huge benefits Shiva would gain from winning filled him with envy and jealousy. The other 4 god kings shared the same mentality. They feared Shiva's death, but also worried that he would become too powerful. Shiva had devoured Lin Luo and gained the blood of the ancestral dragon. With the ancestral dragon tattoo on his body, he had a high chance of becoming a top god king in the future. Come back. Shiva forcibly subdued Indra, and Indra's voice vanished. Lin Luo taunted, it seems you told a lie so many times that you even started to believe it. You're saying that the tattoos on my body were created by me killing my enemies. Shiva, irritated, said, what do you know? If they fight the devouring world, the outcome will likely be death. Rather than dying, they rather become my tattoos, making me even more powerful. It seems you have no guilt at all. Lin Luo shook his head. Why should I feel guilty? They should be honored to make me stronger. Next, I will devour you. You possess the blood of the ancestral dragon, and I will gain an ancestral dragon tattoo, a tattoo of a peak god king, making me even stronger than before. Shiva charged towards Lin Luo, his fists brimming with terrifying power. As he launched his attack, Indra appeared behind him. Shiva's fists possessed not only their own power, but also that of Indra. Lin Luo was facing the simultaneous attacks of two god kings. Their combined attacks would not simply add 1 and equal 2, but would be at least 3 times the effect. Shiva devoured the 12 devas, briefly suppressing Lin Luo. Faced with Shiva's strength, Lin Luo chose not to withstand it, but to dodge at top speed. The 12 devas had already been slain by Shiva, and their energy would be depleted. If Lin Luo held out for a while, Shiva would collapse and die at his hands. Is all you can do about dodging? Shiva saw Lin Luo's intention. Have you noticed a problem? Lin Luo asked. I don't know your plan yet, but I just want to buy time. Shiva accelerated his attack on Lin Luo. Time was pressing for him. Buying time is one thing, but the other is, don't you realize there's something wrong with you? Lin Luo pointed at Shiva's skin. Chapter 295. What's wrong with me? Shiva's attack slowed down a bit, noticing something strange on his skin. He had clearly used Indra's power, so Indra's tattoos should have appeared on his skin. But Shiva's skin was covered in tattoos, revealing all 12 devas. Are you rebelling? Shiva immediately controlled the 11 devas, trying to make them disappear. Under his powerful suppression, the 11 tattoos vanished, leaving only Indra's tattoo. But he didn't hold on for long before the 11 tattoos reappeared. Shiva, you traitor! We chose you as our leader not because you were the strongest, but because we trusted you. Yet you did this to us. Not only did you kill us, you refined our tattoos, and subjected us to all kinds of torture. You truly deserve to die. This time, we decided to seek revenge, and you won't get away with it either. Shiva's words angered the 12 devas, causing them to rebel within their bodies. Lin Luo seized the opportunity, and unleashed a fiery flame. The fiery flames carried a terrifying heat, causing Shiva immense discomfort. Shiva had initially taken the initiative, continuously attacking Lin Luo. The 12 devas rebelled within his body, and being burned by Lin Luo's fiery flames, Shiva was nearly unable to endure. Let me take care of your suffering. Lin Luo opened his dragon mouth and bit down on Shiva's head. I don't want to die here yet, Shiva roared in despair. Lin Luo gave Shiva no chance and bit off his head. Well done, dragon god, for killing that damned Shiva. A heartless man like Shiva should have died long ago, for doing such a despicable thing. The dragon god killed Shiva, doing justice for heaven. The crowd cheered. Devouring the world. The god of light, his face livid, said, Shiva is dead. This human has grown to such a terrifying level that even Shiva is no match. The god of darkness said, if this human gives up resistance and enters the devouring world, we will be inferior to him from now on. Zhu said unwillingly, are we just going to give up like this? Let an ant bully us. Aoguang sighed, do you have a better way than this? Tathagata shook his head and said, every action has its consequences. Shiva could have fought the human Lin Luo, but the evil he sowed earlier has taken root and borne fruit today, indirectly leading to his defeat. Let's disband our alliance, the god of light said dejectedly. I agree. Tathagata agreed. The other 3 god kings were deeply resigned, but there was nothing they could do. The thought of Shiva brightened their spirits. Shiva had lost his life, but the 5 god kings still had. A golden crow flew from afar and landed beside the 5 god kings. Dong Wangtai taunted, you 6 god kings conspired together, didn't you? You didn't kill even a single human? No way. Dong Wangtai glanced at the 5 god kings and repeated. The dark god king raged, you're no better. Didn't the 9 infants you sent die at Lin Luo's hands? Lin Luo has acquired the 9 infants' powers, making him extremely difficult to kill. Your failure has a lot to do with you. Are you blaming me? Dong Wangtai said angrily. The god of light said, stop arguing you two. This human's power is bad for everyone. Your demon court attacked Lin Luo before, and as far as I know, this human bears grudges, and will definitely seek revenge. Dong Wangtai snorted coldly. Just him? Zhu sighed. At first, we thought the same as you, but now this human has become so powerful. Don't underestimate him. Alright. Dong Wangtai said impatiently, I'm not here to listen to you brag about this human, but to invite you to the demon court. I think none of you would deny my brother's respect. The God of Darkness said angrily, Is this how you invite me? That's my attitude. Dong Wangtai said arrogantly, You can go or not. You? The God of Darkness said angrily. The God of Light grabbed the God of Darkness and said, Don't be impulsive. Ao Guang had a good relationship with the demon court. Since it was Di Jun who personally invited us, we should give him this honor. Come with me. Lin Luo needs to be dealt with soon, otherwise, who knows how far he grow. Dong Wangtai's words were spoken in anger, and Lin Luo felt like he was ripping his tendons and bones apart. Daji was the woman his brother Di Jun had specially prepared for him, and Dong Wangtai fell in love with her at first sight. The reason for his liking was simple. Daji was incredibly beautiful, more beautiful than any woman he had ever seen. How could Dong Wangtai resist having Lin Luo snatch the woman he had chosen? Let's go and take a look, Tathagata agreed. Dong Wangtai's invitation could be ignored, but Di Jun's could not be ignored. After Shiva's death, Indra appeared. His figure was ethereal, almost disappearing. The other 11 devas then appeared, expressing their gratitude to Lin Luo. After thanking Lin Luo, the 12 devas vanished. Death was a relief for them. The 12 devas had been imprisoned by Shiva for too long, enduring immense pain. Next appeared another tattoo, many of which were from Shiva's own men. Shiva's actions were far more ruthless than he admitted, practically slaughtering his own men and merging them into his skin. After all the tattoos had dissipated, Lin Luo devoured Shiva. After devouring Shiva, I will reach the level of God King, Lin Luo said excitedly. Ancestral Dragon, sensing Lin Luo's imminent upgrade, was also excited. The more powerful Lin Luo became, the higher the concentration of Ancestral Dragon blood within him. If Lin Luo's Ancestral Dragon blood concentration reached 100%, Ancestral Dragon was confident he could take over this body. The more evolutionary chi you gain, the more benefits I gain from taking over this body in the future. Ancestral Dragon was already envisioning Lin Luo's body surpassing his previous one after his resurrection. He was using Lin Luo's body to achieve a breakthrough to the Creator God realm. The Rune God said, Dragon God, you must consider the issue of your bloodline before you ascend to the Divine King realm. Lin Luo nodded, That's a concern. Once I ascend to the Divine King level, my Ancestral Dragon bloodline will likely reach 100%, and the evolutionary chi will surely be enough to suppress me. Damn Rune God, what are you saying? Ancestral Dragon couldn't help but roar. Lin Luo confirmed his thoughts. It seems I was right. The higher my level, the stronger my Ancestral Dragon bloodline becomes, and I will eventually be unable to suppress the Ancestral Dragon. Knowing that any explanation would be met with humiliation, the Ancestral Dragon sneered. Even if you know this, what good will it do? As the devouring world and earth become more and more integrated, the gods that descend will become increasingly powerful. How can you face these powerful enemies if you don't level up? I advise you to give up the fight as soon as possible and voluntarily hand over this body to me. I can guarantee to protect your home, Earth. I have many enemies in the devouring world, so don't worry about me going back on my word. Chapter 296. The Rune God taunted, You're just a loser yourself. Do you think you can succeed just by trying again? Zhu Long angrily retorted, What do you know? I failed once, but that means I'm more experienced. I definitely succeed the second time. The Rune God said coldly, Confidence is good. When I take over this body, I make you know the price of humiliating me. Zhu Long raged in shame. I hope that day will come. The Rune God ignored Zhu Long. Zhu Long threatened Lin Luo, Let me be frank. You receive different treatments if you surrender your body to me or if I take your body. Think carefully. You better shut up. Lin Luo suppressed Zhu Long. Now, what can I do to break free? Find your own path. Lin Luo thought for a moment and said, I obtained the bloodline of the five-clawed golden dragon in the devouring world. My ultimate evolutionary form is the Ancestral Dragon. If I continue on this path, I be the next Ancestral Dragon. The Rune God nodded and said, Yes, even if you kill the real Ancestral Dragon, you only become the next Ancestral Dragon, and you won't be able to surpass it. You have a point. The Ancestral Dragon's level is the pinnacle of the God King, so my ultimate goal is likely to be the same. Advancing to the Creator God is difficult. So, I want you to forge your own path. The peak of the human race is Pangu. Advancing to the creator god is already the pinnacle of a race. Reaching that pinnacle as a human is impossible. Dragons don't have a creator god, so you can reach the pinnacle as a dragon. Lin Luo agreed. You make sense. I want to forge my own path. The rune god said, there's always been a hidden path within the starry sky that you can exploit. Lin Luo continued to inquire about the path to the starry sky. Every time the devouring world connected to the real world, it was a complete interface or planet. These complete interfaces or planets housed highly intelligent life. The devouring world connected to these interfaces or planets in order to steal the energy of the creatures within. Both interfaces and planets exist within the universe. Every time the devouring world connected to an interface or planet, it became sealed, preventing the creatures within from escaping. Many countries on Earth had previously considered plans to escape Earth, hoping to escape this disaster. Without exception, they all failed, even failing to reach the moon. Lin Luo gained the power of Emperor Jiang, allowing him to enter the starry sky. During his time in the starry sky, he obtained a star stone. The star stone contained a mysterious power that Lin Luo found difficult to absorb. If Lin Luo wanted to abandon the ancestral dragon bloodline and forge his own dragon path, he could rely on the star stone. If you make good use of this star stone, you may be able to forge your own path, a path that may surpass that of the ancestral dragon, reaching the level of a creator god. However, utilizing it is a very difficult task. I cannot help you, but there are 3 people who can, the rune god said. Lin Luo asked in confusion, who are you talking about? The 3 pure ones. The rune god began to introduce the 3 pure ones. The 3 pure ones were also the strongest beings of an era, known as the Tao Fa era, also known as the 3 pure ones era. The Taoism the 3 of them were studying was, in layman's terms, the path of evolution. The 3 pure ones each developed their own path of evolution, ultimately aiming to become a peak god king. A peak god king is the most powerful being besides the creator god. However, the 3 were not satisfied, believing they still had room for improvement, and that becoming a creator god was their ultimate goal. After listening to the rune god's introduction, Lin Luo said bewilderedly, according to you, the 3 pure ones aren't 3 powerful gods, but more like 3 scientists. The rune god nodded and said, that's how you think from Earth. Where can I find them? Lin Luo wanted to forge a new path, and he couldn't do it alone. If someone could help, he would be even more eager to be helped. It would save him a lot of effort. I don't know about that either. The rune gods could share memories with the first generation of rune gods, but some of the first generation's secrets were locked away, hidden from him. Who was the most dangerous person in the devouring world? It wasn't the imprisoned Jade Emperor, but the 3 pure ones and the second ancestor. The 2 ancestors, Taoist ancestor Hongjun and demon ancestor Luoho, lived in the same era, known as the Tao Demon era. Taoist ancestor Hongjun advocated the righteous path, which meant consuming inanimate objects and exchanging energy with other living things, avoiding the risk of mass slaughter and allowing for faster advancement. Humanity, through animal husbandry and self-sustaining, aligns well with Taoist ancestor Hongjun's righteous path. Taoist ancestor Hongjun believed that evolution should establish civilization, not indiscriminate slaughter and devouring, but rather achieve sustainable evolution. Demon ancestor Luoho's philosophy differed from Taoist ancestor Hongjun's. He advocated consuming useful things to achieve higher levels of evolution. His evolutionary path is somewhat similar to that of the devouring world, but not entirely identical. Demon ancestor Luoho believed that low-level creatures should develop freely, potentially leading to the emergence of powerful creatures with greater utility. The evolutionary paths advocated by both individuals have seen promising development. Tao ancestor Hongjun and demon ancestor Hongjun both became top-tier divine kings, just one step away from becoming the creator god. They are the 2 closest to the creator god after Pangu. Of all eras, the Tao Demon era is the most difficult to destroy. The Jade Emperor was bold, daring to cross from the real world into the devouring world. However, his combat power cannot be ranked behind Pangu's, as the 5 special beings of the devouring world did not appear. The 2 powerful beings of the Tao Demon era prompted the 5 special beings of the devouring world to take action. In the end, these 2 powerful beings disappeared from their respective eras, and did not appear in the devouring world. The 3 pure ones are the next era after the Tao Demon era. They inherited the legacy of Tao ancestor Hongjun and demon ancestor Luoho, and continued their research on the path of evolution. They advanced further on this path, but overall, they didn't surpass the 2 Tao ancestors. However, they still attracted the attention of 5 special beings. The rune god personally took action against the 3 pure ones. This rune god was naturally the first-generation rune god. Despite his immense power, he was unable to kill the three pure ones. Seeing he couldn't kill the three pure ones, the first-generation rune god considered calling for external assistance. The three pure ones immediately chose to enter the devouring world, but the first-generation rune god, after much deliberation, decided not to attack them there. But the first-generation rune god didn't spare the three pure ones, imprisoning them in a place similar to the Jade Emperor's fate. Fearing the secret would be leaked, the first-generation rune god also sealed this memory. The legends of the five differ from those in mythology, yet they also share many similarities. The Tao ancestor and the demon ancestor each created their own Tao, one called the Tao Fa, the other the demon Tao. The truth is that the Tao Fa and the demon Tao are both evolutionary paths, essentially the same, only the methods of realization differ. The three pure ones are the heirs of the two Tao ancestors, which aligns with the fact that they are disciples of Tao ancestor Hong Jun. Finding the three pure ones is a difficult task. Lin Luo decided to seek out the two human emperors and inquire about the three pure ones' whereabouts. Chapter 297. Demon Court. Di Jun had already been waiting here. Beside him stood a humanoid with a python head, covered in black scales, stepping on a black dragon, and wrapped around a green python. This humanoid with a python head was none other than Gong. Gong arrived on behalf of the 6 ancestral witches to discuss how to recapture Di Jiang's energy. Zhu Jiuyin entered the real world, intending to kill Lin Luo, unaware that Gong was collaborating with Di Jun. The 6 ancestral witches were no longer like they once were. Ever since killing Di Jiang, they were no longer brothers and sisters, but an alliance of shared interests. To achieve greater benefits, the fewer people sharing the spoils, the better. Brother, I brought everyone you asked me to, Dong Wangtai said. Di Jun looked at the 5 god kings and said, Shiva is not among you. He must have died on earth. Tathagata sighed, Shiva sacrificed his life to slay demons. We can only regret this. Di Jun said, I first learned that Lin Luo was just an ant. Now I didn't expect he could even kill a god king. The god king of light said helplessly, with Shiva's death, we no longer have the qualifications to face the human Lin Luo. The god king of darkness said, if we could send down 3 god kings at once, there would be hope. Zeus was the first to object. Sending down 3 god kings is too risky. Killing Lin Luo would be the best, but failing to do so would only make him stronger. Dong Wangtai sneered, coward. Zeus angrily said, who are you talking about? Dong Wangtai said nonchalantly, it's obvious who I'm talking about. Zeus was furious, but he didn't dare get angry because Di Jun was nearby. Di Jun said partially, Tai, please restrain yourself. These people are our distinguished guests after all. I understand, big brother. Dong Wangtai listened attentively to Di Jun's words. Gong, seeing the right moment, said, this human devoured my eldest brother, the Grandmaster Di Jiang, and gained his energy. You should all know that Hou Yi is a traitor to our clan, having given all of my eldest brother's evolutionary energy and abilities to a single human. He didn't reveal the cause of Di Jiang's death, but everyone understood. The Lich era fell so quickly because the 6 Grandmasters united and first attacked Grandmaster Di Jiang. Of the remaining 5 Grandmasters, 2 surrendered and were absorbed by the 6. Later, the 6 Grandmasters killed the 2 who refused to surrender, leaving only Ho Tu Nyang to enter the devouring world. Unable to kill Ho Tu Nyang, the 6 Grandmasters attacked the 2 who surrendered later, brutally killing and devouring them. Now, only 7 of the 12 Grandmasters remained, and each of the 6 Grandmasters was intent on devouring the other. The Lich Age was a powerful era, as many powerful beings from the devouring world knew. Gong said, we are a united tribe. Even if conflicts arise among us, we must not allow outsiders to interfere. Lin Luo, having devoured my eldest brother, is destined to be our enemy. We have already taken action, and Zhu Jiuyin is preparing to descend to Earth. Di Jun said, it would be best if someone descended to Earth first. Now, who among you wants to descend to Earth? The Dark God King, the Light God King, Zeus, and Tathagata all remained silent. Dong Wangtai snorted, for cowards, if you don't want to descend to Earth, then I will. Tathagata said helplessly, it's not that we don't want to descend to Earth, but we lack strength. Going to the real world won't kill Lin Luo, but will only make him stronger. Dong Wangtai smiled and said, you're more honest. Unlike the other 3, who, despite being clearly defeated, still want to save face. The 3 God Kings' faces turned grim, and they wished they could kill Dong Wangtai. Di Jun refused. Dong Wang, you can't go. Why? Dong Wangtai asked. Di Jun said, this human is too cunning, and you don't have much experience. It's best not to go. Dong Wangtai refused to give up, saying, I lived for so many years. I'm sure I can surpass this human in wisdom. You won't even listen to me? Okay, brother. Dong Wangtai knew that if he continued, Di Jun would get angry. Di Jun looked at Ao Guang and said, as a descendant of the ancestral dragon, don't you wish to inherit your father's bloodline? Ao Guang quickly replied, I'm already content with reaching the rank of God King. I dare not ask for more. Di Jun said, you're worried about rising too high and being targeted by others. Don't worry about that. As long as you kill Lin Luo, becoming a peak God King is your rightful reward. He asked the crowd, who among you is willing to descend to earth, kill and devour Lin Luo, and ascend to the peak God King level? I can help you avoid attacks before you achieve that level. The eyes of the 4 God Kings, including the Buddha Tathagata, flashed with greed. They, too, wanted to obtain the ancestral dragon's bloodline and ascend to the top God King level. Most importantly, with Di Jun, the top God King, protecting them, they could absorb the ancestral dragon's bloodline without fear of attack. The 4 God Kings chose to give up. Not only was Lin Luo quite difficult to kill, but the ancestral dragon's bloodline was also difficult to digest. The ancestral dragon wasn't completely dead, its bloodline had reached a certain concentration, allowing it to be resurrected in a host. Even if they wanted to suppress and resurrect the ancestral dragon, it would be extremely difficult. Ao Guang hesitated and didn't answer Di Jun's question. Di Jun coaxed him, to become powerful, you must have the courage to take risks. This opportunity is before you. If you let it go, don't regret your decision today. Ao Guang gritted his teeth and said, I am willing to descend to earth. Gong Gong was unhappy. Ao Guang descending to earth and devouring this human doesn't mean that Di Zhang's abilities will also be absorbed by him. That's unacceptable. Di Zhang's abilities belong to our Wu clan. Ao Guang didn't want to give up Di Zhang's abilities. Everyone wanted to be stronger. The ancestral dragon's bloodline strength lay in its physical form. Its spatial and speed capabilities were far inferior to Di Zhang's. Di Jun hesitated, saying, Ao Guang finally killed Lin Luo. It's impossible to ask him to voluntarily give up Di Zhang's abilities and his evolutionary energy. Gong Gong pondered for a moment and said, I'm willing to descend to earth and join forces to kill Lin Luo. My request is to take Di Zhang's abilities and his evolutionary energy. Isn't that a conflict? Di Jun asked. Gong Gong shook his head and said, not at all. We 12 ancestral witches are one. It's only natural for us to devour each other. Di Jun said, it seems your witch clan has a big secret. What do you mean? Gong Gong said warily. Don't worry. I'm already a top-tier God King, only one step away from becoming a creator god. I can't give up my evolutionary path for your witch clan. Di Jun said, it's decided that Gong Gong and Ao Guang will descend to earth and kill Lin Luo together. You must not disclose today's arrangements to anyone, or I will punish the informer. All the God Kings present nodded, agreeing to keep their promise not to reveal what they had discussed today. Next, Di Jun will help Gong Gong and Ao Guang descend to earth. Ao Guang's level is not yet mid-level, so it's easy for him to descend to earth. Gong Gong is a mid-level God King at level 130, so his quest for earth is not so easy and requires Di Jun's help. Chapter 298. Secret Villa. Lin Luo exited the game cabin, and Daji waited nearby. Daji wore a casual outfit, but her curvaceous figure couldn't be hidden. Her delicate, perfect face, her black eyelashes fluttering, resembled the finest work of art. Her long, black hair cascaded down her slender, round thighs. Her calves were long and straight, and her toes, shimmering in slippers, were delicate and shimmering. Daji asked, what's going on? Lin Luo shook his head helplessly. The situation isn't good. The 2 human emperors don't know where the 3 pure ones are. Perhaps the Jade Emperor knows. Daji suggested, why not look for Nuwa? It's possible we can find the 3 pure ones through her. Lin Luo nodded. Nuwa's not easy to find. Daji confided her secret. I have an item here that looks like it belonged to Nuwa. She held out a strand of black hair and held it to Lin Luo. Is this from Nuwa? Lin Luo asked. Daji nodded and said, King Zhou Dixing gave it to me before he died. There has always been a Nuwa temple in his capital. He said that his lineage, thanks to Nuwa's grace, was able to survive the extinction of the previous human era and enter the Dao Qingqiu era. Lin Luo was surprised. I didn't expect that the real Dixing also worshipped Nuwa. Yes, this strand of black hair was likely given by Nuwa to Dixing's ancestors, allowing them to enter the Qingqiu era. It was then passed down through the generations until the end of the era, when he gave it to me. I have the black hair and Sun Wukong's 7-colored stone. These 2 items may be able to sense Niwa. Husband, go and try it. Daji nodded. Thank you so much, my lady. Lin Luo patted Daji's hips, and Daji revealed a charming expression. Perhaps because she was a fox, Daji was so alluring that Lin Luo almost couldn't resist. Fearing an accident, Lin Luo quickly entered the devouring world. The rune god said, now that you have obtained Niwa's black hair, finding her will be much easier. Wrapping Niwa's black hair around the colorful stone will increase the chances of sensing her. Lin Luo did as the rune god instructed, wrapping the black hair around the colorful stone. A magical thing happened, the black hair drifted in one direction. The rune god said excitedly, the place the black hair points to is likely Niwa's location. I go take a look. Lin Luo controlled his dragon body and rushed in the direction the black hair pointed. He advanced a distance, and the black hair stopped responding. Strange, there's no sign of Niwa here, the rune god observed. Please wait patiently, Lin Luo said. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, the starlight slowly converged. The starlight formed a perfectly formed woman, her features also formed by the convergence of starlight, making her true appearance unclear. The starlight woman observed Lin Luo. I sense the aura of dragons and humans in you, mixed with the aura of other races. I am human. Lin Luo confessed. I came here specifically to find you, Queen Niwa. Niwa hesitated for a moment and said, I thought I was forgotten, but I didn't expect someone to remember me and find me. I was able to find you thanks to this strand of black hair and the 7-colored stone. Lin Luo handed these 2 items to Niwa. Niwa, with her hand condensed with starlight, took the black hair and the 7-colored stone. The black hair was a gift from Niwa to the Shang tribe, and King Zhou was a descendant of the Shang. Niwa held the 7-colored stone and recalled, this stone is what I left when I mended the sky. Back then, I knew the work was about to fail, and I discovered life within the stone, so I teleported them to a real world. Now that this 7-colored stone has come into your hands, it must be his world, which has also been invaded by the devouring world. Lin Luo briefly recounted to Niwa what happened to Sun Wukong. Niwa blamed herself, saying, to a certain extent, this is my fault. They've been tainted by the aura of the devouring world, and the chances of it descending upon their world have greatly increased. Lin Luo said, Queen Niwa, don't blame yourself. No one could have predicted this, and I can't blame you. Niwa sighed and said, tell me what you want. Lin Luo said, I want to find my own path of evolution. The strongest of the dragon race is the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon is the most evolved form of the dragon race. I also sense a living being within you. If I'm correct, it's the ancestral dragon. Niwa possessed a strong sense of perception, and sensed the ancestral dragon within him. Lin Luo nodded in acknowledgement. It is indeed the ancestral dragon. 90% of my ancestral dragon bloodline remains, and it has revived within me. Niwa said, top-level god kings are indeed difficult to kill. Just like me, 3 of the 5 special beings tried to kill me, but were unable to do so. They sealed me here. I understand your perspective. Please tell me about the current situation. Lin Luo briefly recounted the events that had occurred on Earth to Niwa. Niwa sighed. Back then, each of us 5 human emperors had our own ideas. Pangu believed in creating the heavens in the human era, destroying the devouring world, and thus completely continuing the tragedy. I thought of repairing the heavens to block the connection between the devouring world and the real world, but I failed, and my brother, Fushi, was also sealed in the devouring world. Now, the remaining 2 human emperors advocate for a continuation of hope. In your Earth era, humanity's divinity has almost disappeared. Earth is a unique era. In another era, humanity would have been annihilated by other races. Are you sure you want to resist to the end? I believe many have asked you this question. You have met Huangdi and Yendi. They must have asked the same question as me. What are you waiting for now? You soon reach the level of God King, but you still be powerless against the world-devouring power. The 5 special beings are all Creator God level beings. Especially Supreme Heaven. With his power, he defeated Pangu. Pangu has reached the level of Creator God, arguably the strongest of all eras, but he's still no match for Supreme Heaven. Lin Luo didn't hesitate. I persisted until now. Giving up would be a shame. I have serious problems of my own that I must address. Niwa nodded slightly and said, some things are redundant if repeated too often. I respect your choice. I don't know where the 3 pure ones are trapped, but I can help you find your own path to evolution. Thank you, Queen Niwa. Lin Luo took out the star stone and expressed his thoughts. Niwa said, you want to become a cosmic giant? You can say that. Lin Luo nodded. Nuwa said, you haven't fully understood the difficulties involved, so naturally you think it's easy, not difficult. In reality, it's incredibly difficult. You should know that every real world exists within the universe. When the devouring world descends upon the real world, it closes off, and intelligent life cannot leave. And there is no life in the vast starry sky. Many lives have sought to remain in the vast starry sky, but they have all failed. They can exist briefly, but not for long. The vast starry sky has no native life. Imagine how difficult it would be for you to become the first life there. Chapter 299. Lin Luo refused to give up and said, I can't give up just because of a little difficulty. I want to keep trying. Since you insist, I help you. Nuwa took out a bead and explained, this bead contains the cosmic mother energy. It's said to have appeared when the universe was just born, acquired after Panga created the heavens. He left some for me, and I used some. The rest will be very helpful for you as you embark on a new path of evolution. I leave it all to you. Then I won't hesitate, Lin Luo said bluntly. Nuwa said with satisfaction, I prefer straightforward people like you. Make good use of this cosmic mother energy. It's the only thing I can do to help you. You're lucky you found me when I could reveal my true form. I don't know when I appear next time, but where. Lin Luo took the cosmic mother energy, and the starlight on Nuwa's body gradually dimmed. See you next time if we're lucky. Nuwa's figure vanished. The rune god sighed. None of the 5 human emperors is weak. Lin Luo didn't immediately head to the vast starry sky. Nuwa had made her point clear. No living creatures could ever exist above the vast starry sky. Even beings of the creator god's caliber couldn't remain there forever. Lin Luo's ambition to become the first living creature in the vast starry sky, to tread a path no one had trod before, was inherently difficult. He couldn't rashly venture into the vast starry sky and forge his own path. Lin Luo arrived at the human emperor cave and visited Huangdi and Yendi, explaining his encounter with Nuwa. Huangdi, somewhat emotionally, said, well, Wang is alive. That's great. The Yin emperor said, being alive is better than dying. There's a possibility of rebirth. The Huang emperor said, think carefully. Becoming the only living being in the vast starry sky is extremely difficult, and there's a high chance you die. The Yin emperor said, think carefully. There are many paths to evolution. You don't have to take this most difficult path. You have many options. Lin Luo said without hesitation, the rune god has given me many paths. These paths can help me escape the ancestral dragon, but the highest point is not high. At most, it can only reach the peak of the God King. Even the peak God King cannot stop the invasion of the devouring world. I have to become a creator god to have a chance of resisting the devouring world. Becoming a peak God King is just like Di Jun, seemingly powerful, but in reality, deeply restricted by the devouring world. The Yin Emperor nodded and said, you have a point. The Huang Emperor said, you come so far on this path. I believe you can persevere and reach the end. Lin Luo's persistence moved the 2 human emperors, who had previously urged Lin Luo to give up. After so long, the 2 human emperors changed their attitudes, and came to support Lin Luo. Lin Luo, having faced difficulties, hadn't given up. Their constant urging to give up was excessive. The Emperor of Flame produced a herb with numerous branches, each covered in leaves. The herb exuded a strong scent of life, refreshing the senses. The Emperor of Flame handed the herb to Lin Luo, saying, take this. I was able to reach the pinnacle of divine status thanks to this herb. He began to recount his journey, from a refugee from a tribe to the human emperor. When the Yin Emperor was attacked by a wild beast and grievously wounded, nearing death, he happened upon this herb. All that remained was a single branch, its surface dry and drained of moisture, leaving only a single, nearly withered leaf. Seeing the herb, the Yin Emperor felt as if he were seeing himself. He concluded that struggling to survive was too painful. Rather than living in agony, a quick death would be preferable. Just as the Yin Emperor was about to give up, the single, withered leaf fell into his mouth. He swallowed it, and something miraculous happened. The Yin Emperor's injuries healed. The herb proved to be a precious elixir of immortality. Those near death who consumed the elixir could be resurrected. It was said that even the dead could be resurrected after consuming it. Throughout the human era, only 3 elixirs of immortality existed. The first 2 had been consumed, leaving the last one in his hands. The Yin Emperor believed this was providence, a gift from heaven, a chance to try again. Among the 5 human emperors, I started from the lowest position. My tribe was attacked by other tribes and nearly wiped out. In despair, I obtained this herb, which instilled in me a resolute resolve to never give up, ultimately leading to my ascension to the human emperor. Since arriving in the devouring world, this elixir has had little effect on me. I now hand it over to you, hoping you can make good use of it and realize your own wishes. The Yin Emperor decided to unconditionally support Lin Luo. The Huang Emperor commented, "You old men are dishonest. You said earlier that you'd given Lin Luo your best gift, and now you're offering this elixir." The Yin Emperor laughed, "Xian Yuan, how dare you criticize me? Don't tell me you have no hidden treasures. Since you're so generous, I can't be stingy." The Yellow Emperor took out a pill from his pocket and handed it to Lin Luo. This pill is called the Yellow Emperor's Inner Pill. I personally developed it, using various powerful demon beasts to refine it. 2 of these demon beasts have reached the level of Divine King. I originally kept it for my own use, but now you need it more than I do, so I decided to give it to you. After hearing the 2's descriptions, Lin Luo felt embarrassed to ask for the 2 immortality pills and the pill. The 2 told Lin Luo to accept them, as sometimes ideals transcend material things. The Yin Emperor joked, "We 2 old men have already handed over all our wealth to you. There's nothing else to give you." Lin Luo thanked him, "Thank you, 2 human emperors." The Yin Emperor said, "I hope you can help us realize our ideal. If that's not possible, don't force it." "Okay." Before Lin Luo left, the Yellow Emperor reminded him to take the Yellow Emperor's inner pill, and to have a few women around him. Lin Luo thought of the dual cultivation technique given by the Yellow Emperor, and immediately understood. After exiting the game cabin, he used his spatial ability to travel into the universe. Lin Luo found a dazzling galaxy, filled with star stones that shone brightly. Star stones weren't just stones, but celestial bodies, imbued with immense energy. The Rune God said, "Dragon God, are you truly prepared to try? You might end up trapped in the vast starry sky forever." Of course, that's settled. Lin Luo rushed into the galaxy and activated the Cosmic Mother Chi. The activation of the Cosmic Mother Chi attracted the star stones. The star stones attached to his skin, shattering the hard scales and releasing thick, bright red blood. The bright red blood was absorbed by the star stones, and a magical scene occurred. The star stones replaced the original scales, becoming Lin Luo's new scales. During this process, Lin Luo endured immense pain. Success? Lin Luo breathed a sigh of relief and continued to use the Cosmic Mother energy to absorb the star stone. Chapter 300. The Rune God said, "Dragon God, you have over 1,000 scales on your body. Losing even 1 scale is painful, so losing more than 1,000 would be excruciating." Lin Luo, suppressing the pain, said, "To become stronger, there's no way around it. Now that I started, how can I give up? I help you, and I can ease your pain." Yes. Lin Luo was much stronger than before, and he wasn't worried at all that the Rune God would plot against him. The Rune God manipulated strange runes, attaching them to Lin Luo's skin, aiding the fusion and greatly alleviating the pain. Another golden scale was replaced by a star stone. After replacing the golden scale, the star stone emanated a brilliant starlight. After the last meeting of the 6 ancestral witches, Zhu Jiuyin was chosen to enter Earth. But Zhu Jiuyin felt something was amiss, and didn't enter immediately. He decided to visit Ho Tu, hoping she would help him understand the problem. In terms of intelligence, Ho Tu is the most intelligent of the 12 ancestral witches, capable of surviving the 6. Since entering the devouring world, Ho Tu has been in a deep sleep, constantly monitored by the 6 ancestral witches. Any movement from her immediately draws the attention of the 6 ancestral witches. Ho Tu's appearance is that of a human head and a snake body, similar to Nuwa, the second human emperor of the human era. The claim that the witch clan was formed from the blood and essence of Pangu after his death is not groundless, as can be seen from Ho Tu's appearance. Ho Tu possesses a delicate face, fair skin, a plump chest, and a slender waist. Beneath her smooth, flat belly lies a slender, serpentine tail covered in white scales. Zhu Jiuyin's arrival did not awaken Ho Tu, and she remained with her eyes closed. "My brother has arrived, and you, as his sister, are you just pretending you didn't see anything? Isn't that a bit strange?" Zhu Jiuyin said deliberately. Ho Tu seemed oblivious to Zhu Jiuyin's words, her eyes still closed. Zhu Jiuyin spoke again. "Hou-Yi has arrived in the devouring world, connecting it to Earth. We always thought you had taken away Big Brother's abilities and his evolutionary energy, but we didn't expect Hou-Yi to deceive us so badly. Do you have anything to say about this?" After he finished speaking, he waited for a moment, but still received no response from Ho Tu. Zhu Jiuyin, somewhat angry, deliberately said, "Hou-Yi gave Big Brother's abilities to a human. Next, I will descend to Earth and kill those humans. And that despicable fellow, Hou-Yi, actually gave Big Brother's abilities to the human race. This is unforgivable. I will capture him and torture him." Ho-Tu opened her eyes, a terrifying coldness in her gaze, and Zhu Jiuyin felt a chill run through her body. Zhu Jiuyin suppressed his fear and said, "I thought you were dead." Ho-Tu said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. You should focus on yourself." Zhu Jiuyin laughed and said, "I'm in good shape too. I'm heading to Earth soon to kill that human. I gained the power of my elder brother, and no one else will be my match." Ho-Tu said coldly, "What's the point of telling me all this?" Zhu Jiuyin, "After all, we were once brothers and sisters. I'm telling you this to strengthen our relationship. Besides, I have no choice but to cooperate with him. If I don't, I likely end up like the other two ancestral witches. You don't need to explain this to me," Ho-Tu said coldly. "Zhu Jiuyin, I feel it's necessary to tell you this. We ancestral witches were originally a whole, descended from the creator god Pangu. As much as I hate to admit it, our memories are inherited from Pangu. What I mean is, rather than letting others take advantage, it's better for me to succeed. Let me successfully devour all the ancestral witches and reach Pangu's former realm again, thus avenging Big Brother and the others." Ho-Tu said expressionlessly, "How do you want me to help you?" Zhu Jiuyin said greedily, "Just devour me, and I'd be able to devour all of Earth's humanity without fail." Ho-Tu sneered, "Your plan is quite good. Zhu Jiuyin, I'm giving you a chance. If you miss this opportunity, it'd be hard for you to make other plans. Leave the opportunity to yourself." Ho-Tu flatly refused. "Zhu Jiuyin, I won't give up. The next time I come, it'd be when I acquired Big Brother's abilities." Ho-Tu ignored Zhu Jiuyin, who chose to leave. So, Big Brother gave Hui his evolutionary energy and abilities. No wonder the 6 ancestral witches can't find them. Ho-Tu learned of this, but she wasn't angry. She believed Big Brother Dejian was right. Leaving it with her was hopeless. Instead, it would be better to leave it to Hui, giving it to someone with more hope. "No, I must go to Earth." Ho-Tu decided to go to Earth. The reappearance of Dejiang's evolutionary energy and abilities represented a final chance. She wanted to see who Hui had given Big Brother Dejiang's things to. Zhu Jiuyin is quite powerful, and that human might not be able to withstand him. Huda can help him. Critical point. The boundary between the devouring world and the real world. Junior God Kings and those below God King can enter the real world from here. If Zhu Jiuyin crosses this point, he will be unable to return to the real world. Unless the Earth era ends, Zhu Jiuyin can return from the real world to the devouring world. One can only cross between the two worlds once. This is an unchangeable rule. Without persuading Hutu, I wonder if she will descend to Earth. Zhu Jiuyin considered plotting against Hutu and preparing to devour her. But then he gave up, believing he was no match for Hutu. Zhu Jiuyin thought for a moment and realized he had done something foolish. Hutu might be enraged by him and want to descend to Earth. If she descends to Earth, she will definitely not cooperate with him, but will most likely choose to cooperate with humans. I'm asking for trouble. Zhu Jiuyin could have attacked humans at any time, but now he couldn't. He had to do it. He immediately chose to enter Earth, his massive head emerging from the devouring world and entering the real world. The giant head's arrival immediately attracted the attention of the entire world. Everyone knew that Shiva's arrival on Earth was just the beginning, and that even stronger beings would follow. Another powerful god has descended from the devouring world. This head is no less powerful than Shiva's, and no less powerful than Shiva. Luckily, we have the Dragon God. With the Dragon God, I believe that whoever enters the devouring world will die on Earth. As long as we believe in the Dragon God, he will surely prevail. Zhu Jiuyin's sudden arrival did not cause great panic. Many gods have descended on Earth, and Zhu Jiuyin was not the first. Call your Dragon God here. I need to see him. Zhu Jiuyin had no interest in these ants, he only wanted to kill the human. Some people wanted to say something to Zhu Jiuyin, but were quickly stopped by those around them. The monster with a human head and a dragon body before them might die at the hands of the Dragon God, but they were not prepared to confront it, lest they anger it.